This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. A brief background: after the catastrophe, interstellar deoxygenation and biological alienation, the new humans can survive in an anaerobic environment. But the body will still collapse if it is deoxygenated for a long time. Oxygen is a must for the new humans to extend their lifespan and stabilize and strengthen their body alienation. The higher the purity, the stronger the functionality. This part is a private setting and is seriously out of touch with reality. Please don't substitute it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. When a hole was blasted out of the spacecraft, Xiao Sifang was eating a piece of sweet glutinous rice cake. The glutinous rice cake is only as long as the index finger, and the nail is thick and thick, so it can be stuffed into one bite. But she ate it very cherished, determined to divide it into 4 bites, and enjoy the wonderful taste of non-synthetic food. This little bit, if placed in the store, is worth 1/10 of a bottle of degraded oxygen. So you must devote yourself to tasting it. Who would have thought that after the first bite, the spaceship that was attacked shook violently, and the glutinous rice cake in her hand fell to the ground. She had to change her plan. Picked it up, blew it randomly, and stuffed the whole thing into her mouth to eat. But she didn't taste any special taste. Encountered an alien attack. The hull was cracked. The attack is still continuing. The hull cannot be repaired. A distress signal has been sent, and it will take 10 minutes for the rescue ship to arrive. Please take the lifeboat to escape as soon as possible. Please take the lifeboat to escape as soon as possible. As soon as such an irresponsible voice was broadcast, the passengers in the cabin became red with red eyes and started to jump. How many of your mother's life capsule? This is no matter everyone's life. When a small number of people cursed, most people had poured the point of the life capsule. Xiao Sifang squeezed from the second half to the forefront from the second half, and the 2 slender calves were thrown into a gust of wind. 10 tens of seconds have reached the storage point. The protruding silver-gray space was ransacked after being ransacked. Everyone's eyes are aimed at the last 2 ends of the last 2 metal objects with the last 2 ends on the wall. Get out of the way. The next second, a cluster of half-human high-energy flames erupted in the crowd, violently dispersing everyone in front. Xiao Sifang flipped to the corner with bare hands and barely avoided the attack. As the precedent of releasing superpowers in a non-combat scene that violated the interstellar convention was set, the rest of the people activated their superpowers, and the not-so-spacious passage was instantly splashed with high-energy attacks. Get out of the way. Refugees? Xiao Sifang, one of the refugees mentioned by the people, wanted to get out, but she was at the front and had no conditions to leave. She had to grit her teeth and open the protective shield she had just obtained. Fortunately, these people's superpowers were not strong, and this O-21 protective shield, which was outdated for 31 years, could barely hold on for a few minutes in the melee. The battle ended faster than expected. A man with a laser beam ability missed his target in the melee and directly hit the only remaining lifeboat. The external lifeboat power device cracked with a click. A deathly silence spread. After a short period of suffocation, everyone stopped fighting and turned around, running to another storage point. Only Xiao Sifang and an old lady with white eyebrows and hair were left in this section of the cabin. The old lady smiled bitterly and waved. Child, come here. Xiao Sifang touched his neck and walked towards her. The old lady took out an exquisite box and handed it to her, saying to her in the same soft tone as before, I didn't want to give you more just now, but I can't see my granddaughter now, so you can eat it all. This old lady was the second-class resident who secretly gave her glutinous rice cake when no one was around. I estimate that this spaceship can last for 3 minutes. Eat quickly, and you will be full. Xiao Sifang did not take it, but stared at the old man who was still elegant and reserved in the face of disaster with his big black and white eyes. The old lady sighed softly. I don't know how you, an underage girl, got on the spaceship and encountered such a thing at such a young age. The regret and emotion on her face were not false. Her expression was kind, and her voice was as gentle. This is a very good old lady. Xiao Sifang thought to himself. Grandma, wait for me. When the sound of sticky rice cake sounded, the old lady was surprised. Just as she was wondering why the girl's voice was so unique, she saw her turn around and walk towards the broken lifeboat. Oh, that one is broken. The old lady's voice stopped when she saw her skillfully dismantling the broken power device. Her thin fingers touched the power device and dismantled another part of the power device. Xiao Sifang turned the power device in his hand in several directions and looked at it. He muttered vaguely, took out a tool with a palm-length and multi-forked shape from his bag, and then began to perform magic. Her hand speed was too fast. The old woman could only see that the tool was constantly filling in some small parts from one end to the other. The size of the power device, which was originally the size of a palm, began to expand and became strange. All right. Xiao Sifang stopped, very satisfied with her masterpiece, and also felt sorry for the shrunken bag. The second modified power device was reinstalled on the lifeboat. She stood up, pressed the start button, and the hatch opened smoothly. When the box in her hand was taken away and the person was pushed into the lifeboat, the old lady finally came back to her senses from her stunned state. But unfortunately, she didn't have time to speak, and the hatch was closed again. There was a beep. The body was buckled by the protective device, and the lifeboat automatically turned and slid towards the exit. Bye! Xiao Sifang waved in the direction where the lifeboat disappeared, and then hooked out the necklace close to her body. This is an old-style space button, because it is well preserved. It doesn't look old. After kissing it, a mecha with the same old style as the space button appeared on the floor. It was dark green, with a bracket on the right arm and a ridiculous big bag on top. The hull of the spaceship shook again. The frequency increased, and it was about to disintegrate. Xiao Sifang climbed up with his hands and feet. A tiny light flashed across the deep blue sea of stars, and then was covered by a huge explosion and lost its trace. X-338 semi-ruined planet. Drop. The khaki identity ring tightly fastened on the wrist turned green, and the local identity recognition passed. The middle-aged man guarding this entrance and exit was speechless when he saw the familiar face. Where did you sneak out from? Today. I can't laugh anymore. Did you learn your lesson? Xiao Sifang couldn't laugh. Of course. She had worked hard for 18 years. But now she was back to the time before liberation. The protective shield she earned by smuggling was gone. The universal parts she had worked so hard to save were gone. And the energy box she had tightened her belt to pay for was gone. It was rare to see her depressed. So the middle-aged man took the opportunity to teach her earnestly. Look, I've said that even if it's a habitable planet, it's a semi-ruined planet. There are still many places outside that have not been explored. It's still unsafe. What's fun outside? If I knew where you came from, you'd just wait for your legs to be broken. The person who came back from another planet didn't want to be taught today. So he walked through the gate with his head down. The unobstructed wind and sand from the outer city blew all over her head and face, and she quickly pulled out her headscarf to cover her face. After only half a day, the thicker ground in the east was blown thin by the wind and blew to the west, covering the thresholds of the houses with slightly lower terrain. The entrance and exit in this direction is the most remote in the area, with the strongest wind and sand. The residents are very scattered, and the possibility of meeting acquaintances is very small. So she always comes back from this entrance. 5 o'clock in the evening is the most violent time of the sandstorm. It will calm down completely after half an hour, and there will be a 6 to 8 hours of windless period. And then it will grow little by little until it fills the entire outer city again, or the entire planet except the inner city. A black dot appeared in front of her, tumbling in the dust. As she quickened her pace, the full picture of the black dot became clearer. It was a man struggling in pain, even through the thick wind and sand. Xiao Sifang could see large patches of black spots on his exposed limbs. When he was only 2 steps away, the man's still young face was also exposed. The facial skin was rough, but there were no black spots yet. It was not the end of the world, but acute hypoxia. Open your mouth. Xiao Sifang took a step forward, quickly lifted the man up and stuffed a mouthpiece into his lips. Take a breath. The man subconsciously took a deep breath, and when the oxygen entered his body, the black spots faded several shades and turned directly gray. What he said was what he meant. Xiao Sifang immediately disconnected the oxygen, leaving only a nozzle in his mouth. The man woke up and looked at the oxygen bottle that she had not put away yet. The big C on the bottle made his eyes green. Looking at the thin body of the man holding the oxygen, he suddenly had evil thoughts. Give me 2 more breaths. Just 2. He rushed forward, his skinny hands reaching out to the oxygen bottle that was close at hand. Ah! A fist hit his abdomen, and the man shrank in pain. His arm was grabbed by someone again. His chest hit him, and he was thrown out. When he saw stars, he heard the voice of a young girl. It was not said to him. Hello. Someone is stealing oxygen. The coordinates have been sent. Okay. Thank you. Fuck. The man cursed in his heart. He turned out to be a special supplies student. When Xiao Sifang returned home, the time had entered the windless period. The sky was full of gorgeous rosy clouds, which was incredibly beautiful. Before he entered the door, he was pulled by a hand and ran hundreds of meters away, hiding behind a half-collapsed building. The remains of such pre-disaster buildings can be seen everywhere in the semi-ruined outer city of Xinghai. Are you going to die? You sneaked out again? My mother has been looking for you all day today. The young boy roared in a low voice. Xiao Sifang slapped his hand away and didn't care. It's okay. My aunt won't beat me. Hee. The boy crossed his arms and sneered. Yeah. She won't hit you. But she can scold you to death. You don't know your mother at all. Brother Bamian. Xiao Bamian pouted. If I don't know her, who will? And don't call me brother because I'm only 1 day younger than you. I'll tell you. I've made up a reason for you. You don't answer the call because the communicator is broken. In order to save the repair cost, you go to Chindapang's house to replace the parts and repair it yourself. Remember? Remember? Remember. Xiao Sifang nodded perfunctorily. I beg you. Don't show your true colors. Otherwise I'll have to. What is that? Xiao Bamian subconsciously chewed the thing she stuffed into his mouth. I don't know why. I feel a sense of expensiveness rushing straight into my soul. It's a rare thing. It's quite rare. Your words reminded me. Xiao Sifang thought that although this thing could not be sold, it could be exchanged for something to make up for the loss. Such as spare parts. She did it as she thought. She jumped up, grabbed a piece of glutinous rice cake, stuffed the box into her brother's hand, and blew it away like a gust of wind. Please take it home for me. Thank you. Xiao Bamian. It's over. He can't escape this beating. At 6:38 p.m. on June 19th, 3844, the woman with deep forehead wrinkles picked up the box on the table that was out of place with the surrounding environment, and opened it to take a look. At 6:40 p.m. on the same day of the same month of the same year, Xiao Sifang stood in the corner with her head down and her hands hanging. Her aunt picked up a synthetic bamboo broom and swung it at Xiao Bamian, beating and scolding her. Xiao Sifang. Xiao Bamian. You are becoming more and more successful. If you don't want to stay in this house, just leave. Who begged you to stay? Look at how you are day by day. Look at how you are day by day. Beat you to death. You troublesome things. Each blow was heavier than the last. Xiao Bamian finally couldn't bear it anymore and cried. Mom, please beat her too. Please beat her too. The dinner, which was delayed for 15 minutes because of the beating and scolding, finally started. The family of 5 sat at the dining table, each with a plate of heated synthetic nutrient mud. The aunt had a cold face, and the 2 children, who had just been punished, did not dare to say a word. Xiao Dada looked at this and that, and coughed. Aren't they all fine? Why are you so angry? Pa. And Xiao slapped the spoon in front of her husband. Try to say it again. Xiao Dadu hurriedly smiled, half truthfully and half jokingly, self-deprecatingly. Blame me. Blame me for being useless. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to let the 2 children struggle outside. What nonsense are you talking about? The old lady who had been silent at the main seat spoke up. We are all members of this family. The 2 children have suffered. Who of you 2 didn't squeeze your buttocks and work hard? It's true that I'm useless. I'm a burden to you. The old lady had a pair of narrow eyes, and when she got angry, she looked very scary. Ah, Mom, don't say that. Xiao Dada couldn't stand his wife's temper, nor the old lady's sharp tongue, so he had to admit his mistake. I was talking nonsense. Don't get angry. Seeing that the incident was coming to an end, Xiao Sifang stood up smartly, divided the glutinous rice cake into 5 equal parts, and divided them one by one. Grandma, Bamian and I will pay attention to it in the future. Let's add more food now. Old lady Xiao glanced at her, and then she eased her expression. My granddaughter is still thoughtful. The spoon touched the bottom of the plate, making a slight sound, when everyone had almost finished eating. And Xiao glanced at the 2 children and asked, Are the results of your graduation exams coming out soon? When this was mentioned, the other 2 parents also became concerned, although the children had never worried them about this. They were among the top students in the A-grade school system every year. and they were both selected for the Special Supplies Student Reserve list last year and equipped with communicators. But the graduation exam is different. The result of this exam will truly determine who will get the only Special Supplies student quota in their district. The outer city is divided into a total of 228 districts. Each district will select one Special Supplies student from the graduates of that year every year, giving him the qualification to enter the inner city for further studies, and also covering all normal expenses in the school. But it is not so easy to get this quota. According to incomplete population statistics at the end of last year, the number of refugees in the outer city has exceeded 100 million, and each district has a population ranging from 400,000 to 500,000, among which the number of graduates is no less than 3,000, which is truly 1 in 1,000. Xiao Bamian replied. It will be published tomorrow. Okay. Old Lady Xiao nodded. If one of you can get another special student, then even if I die tomorrow, I will have no regrets. 23 years ago, the only special student in this district was her eldest son, Xiao Sifang's father, who died young. Xiao Bamian hurriedly said to her, Grandma, you will definitely live a long life. You are so sweet. Old Lady Xiao was amused by him. You are also a caring grandson. While speaking, her dry fingers reached into her sleeves and stroked the large number of black spots covered by the cloth. There is nothing to regret, as long as you don't compare with people in the inner city. She is 62 years old this year, which is already considered a long life. After dinner, Xiao Dadu and his wife went to the construction site to work outdoors. The old lady's physical function was very weak. After walking outside for a few minutes with her 2 children, she went back to the house and continued to lie down. The wind energy accumulated during the day brought brightness to the night, and the light bulbs hanging everywhere looked like falling stars. Xiao Sifang stood beside the 2-meter square earthen platform at the door of her house, lifted the windproof cloth on it, and a pile of rags was exposed in the light. These were mechanical waste discharged from the inner city to the outer city garbage dump. After the second sorting at the garbage dump, she went to the garbage dump and picked them up carefully. She moved a small stool and sat down to stick to these rags, with the goal of not letting go of any valuable parts. Xiao Bamian sat on the earthen platform and swung his legs in front of her to attract her attention. Are you bored? Fatty Chen said that he will show an interview with Mr. Chen tonight. Let's go to his house to watch it. No. Xiao Sifang slapped him on the leg. Don't bother me at this time. Go away. Okay. Okay. The boy jumped down, but still didn't leave immediately. He stubbornly said, You like beautiful things so much. You won't cry secretly if you miss Mr. Chen's beautiful face? Xiao Sifang put down the rags in her hand, clenched her fist and waved at him. When this brother finally ran away, she sat down on the bench again. No matter how beautiful it is not hers. I don't want to waste time on it. After working hard for an hour, the noisy voices of the children finally came from a distance. Sifang, we found a lot for you. The children, ranging from 8 or 9 years old to 5 or 6 years old, hugged or dragged the things they had just dug out from the garbage dump and excitedly brought them to Xiao Sifang. The eloquent older children put them down and emphasized, We found them according to your requirements. We didn't take any of the particularly bad ones. More than a dozen children stood in a row, all squinting their smiling eyes. They all had eaten glutinous rice cakes in the evening. Thank you. The children all replied, No thank you. But Sifang, an older child, called her name. Looking puzzled, Why do you always pick up these things? My dad said these are all broken. I want to know why. Too. Me too. The little rascals' voices were still quite harsh, and Xiao Sifang had to make a gesture for them to be quiet. She caught a glimpse of a small robot with half of its body missing from the rubbish they had just brought over, and she had an idea. Then you be good and patient, and I'll use these to make something fun for you. The children cheered, immediately shut their mouths, and gathered around her, staring at her hands without blinking. She took out the small robot, which was less than 20 centimeters long, and put it aside. She put on her gloves again and began to purposefully select some scraps to disassemble first. After spending more than 10 minutes to get the parts she wanted, she untied the bag she carried with her and took out the strange-shaped tool. It didn't take her time to put the parts together. She quickly installed the homemade spring into the small robot, and then simply installed a stand for the other half of its body. She took out her headscarf, tore off a piece, and tied it around the neck of the small robot as a cloak to cover the ugly stand. Okay. Xiao Sifang put the small robot on the ground and turned the spring. The little robot came back to life and started walking. The children were all stunned. Wow! Xiao Sifang looked at their cautious touches and exaggerated exclamations, feeling a little bitter in her heart. A broken clockwork toy made them exclaim in amazement. While the children of second-class citizens living in the inner city were dismissive of intelligent robots. She hated this gap. Hated the so-called born without qualifications in the mouths of the people in the inner city. The next morning, Xiao Sifang, who had been busy all night and had a sore back, was still sleeping soundly in bed when she was awakened by a heavy knock on the door. And Xiao shouted from behind the thin door, "You're still sleeping, aren't you? Hurry up and get up. Everyone who reported the results has gone to Chindapang's house." Ah! Xiao Sifang lifted the quilt, sat up, rubbed his eyelids that were still stuck together, and responded vaguely, "If the old lady is up and you don't come out, go back to where you came from, and don't get in my way." The effect of this sentence was very powerful. Xiao Sifang, who was planning to be a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and would only be scolded a few more times, immediately jumped out of bed. When he left the room, he found that the old lady had already gotten up, and she was sitting by the window looking forward to it. Xiao Bamian, who was poisoned first, secretly told her that the old lady couldn't sleep and got up before 6 o'clock to wait for the results. Graduation exams are completely different from regular exams. Regular exam results are displayed on the school's big screen. Only when graduation exam results are released will teachers visit every household, not only to inform the specific results, but also to arrange future jobs for these students. All students are assigned jobs. The better the results, the more choices they have. Simple and crude. "Come here." Xiao Dada waved to the old lady outside the window, ran to the door in 2 steps, opened the sand curtain, and invited the 2 teachers who came with him to come in. Xiao Bamian, who was drinking water, saw someone choking and coughed several times before saying, "Principal? How come even the principal is here?" The principal was quite serious. He looked at the 2 children standing together and said, "You 2 should step aside. Before I tell you your grades, I have something else to discuss with the old lady." Mrs. Xiao leaned forward subconsciously. Mrs. Xiao Dadu and his wife looked at each other and started to drive them away. Go. Go back to your rooms. I'll call you 2 after we're done." The place was cleared. The principal first walked to the old lady, stretched out his hand, and shook her hand. "I haven't seen you for many years. I was the one who reported your family's hardworking and thrifty admission to the special student program. Do you still remember?" Mrs. Zhao's eyes flashed with tears. "I remember. How could I forget it?" The principal smiled, let go of her hand, and said solemnly, "It's a happy thing to come to you again. But this time it's difficult. We have held several meetings in the school, but we can't make a decision. We can only leave this matter to your parents to decide." Xiao Dada became nervous. "What's the matter? Please tell me." The principal sighed. "This time, the special student quota fell on your family again." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Dada smiled. "Oh, what's the difficulty? Are we afraid of being famous? Really?" And Xiao slapped him on the back. "Listen to the principal. The difficulty of this matter is that both of your children are too promising." The principal smiled bitterly. "They both scored full marks in the graduation exam this time, and they are both candidates for special support. They have always been excellent. So we can't decide on this one spot." The 3 parents of the Xiao family were stunned. If the district has the ability, it would also like to support both of them. But the various tuition fees and the purchase costs of various items, including oxygen, that we have to pay to enter the inner city are several times more than those of second-class residents. We really can't save so much. I'm sorry. This difficult problem can only be left to you to decide." Xiao Bamian lay on the bed, tossing and turning in boredom. Why did the principal come here? He and Sifang had to be driven away first? And think about it. Who else could be the first in this district except Sifang? Can't the news be announced first? There is a problem. He touched the identity ring with his finger, pulled out the energy light board, and dialed the phone of Sifang next door. While waiting for the call to be connected, he looked at the identity ring inside. This thing must be worn since birth. After becoming a special supply student candidate, the district upgraded it to a higher level and had communication functions. And the identity rings of those second-class residents in the inner city are born with full networking. Speak. Quickly. As soon as Xiao Sifang's voice came out of the identity ring, Xiao Bamian immediately drove away the mess in his mind and tried to discuss with her. Why do you think the principal wants to drive us away? To say something we can't listen to. Aren't you curious? Curious. Xiao Sifang yawned loudly, and the rustling sound seemed to bury herself back in the quilt. But I'm really sleepy. I want to sleep a little longer. You'd better sleep a little longer. Hanging up. The communication was cut off. Xiao Bamian. Forget it. I can't gossip and find resonance with someone who doesn't understand romance and is obsessed with study and work. He rolled over and sat up. Tiptoed to open the door and go out. Decided to eavesdrop. The simple living room and dining room were heavy at the moment, and Mrs. Zhao's eyes went dark. How should she make a decision? She was a woman with flesh and blood. How could she choose? Or, Xiao Dadu spoke with difficulty. Let's draw lots. Whoever draws the lot will go. As soon as this bad idea came out, Aunt Xiao immediately cursed. Why draw lots? This woman, who usually has a sharp mouth but a very straightforward personality, looked at the silent old lady, then looked at the sighing principal, and made up her mind. Let Sifang go. Mrs. Xiao, who was dizzy just now, immediately refused to do it when she heard her conclusion. Granddaughters and grandsons, compared to granddaughters who will always get married, grandsons will always be more family-oriented in the future. She admitted that if she had to choose between the two children, she would prefer her grandson. She lowered her voice. Daughter-in-law, I know you are afraid of gossip, but you have to consider Bamian. This is a lifelong matter. You have treated Sifang as your own daughter for these years. Enough? Really enough. Xiao Dada looked at this dilapidated home, and then thought about his own son, who had suffered since childhood, and finally couldn't be generous anymore. He said while pulling his wife's hand, I also think that Bamian should go. In the future, Bamian will be self-reliant. The two of us will save dowry for Sifang wholeheartedly, and find her the most respectable in-laws in the future, which can be regarded as an explanation to the eldest brother. And Xiao waved his hand away. Her eyes reddened. Do you think I really don't want Bamian to go? But you and the old lady watch Sifang and Bamian grow up together. Can Bamian compare to Sifang? He can't learn as well as Sifang, can't beat Sifang, and can't even be as ruthless as Sifang. Besides, those people in the inner city don't treat us as human beings at all. If Bamian goes, what will we do if he is bullied because he is so soft-hearted? Going to the inner city for further studies is an opportunity that must be cherished. But everyone in the outer city also knows that it is like a punishment for the special students to go to school. They have to endure those 3 years, and return to the outer city safely to retire successfully. Especially in recent decades, class discrimination has become more and more serious. The Interstellar Convention signed 172 years ago, and the equal rights movement of refugees full of countless blood and sacrifice has become less and less binding. Up to now, there are already a few special students every year because of various accidents. The point of no return. On the one hand, she felt that Sifang was more capable than Bamian. And on the other hand, she was afraid that her son would have an accident. But both Mrs. Xiao and her son remembered another old story, and fell silent at the same time. And Xiao was telling the truth. It was not easy to get the special student quota, and it was not easy to be one. But if you really want to talk about it in detail, Sifang's temper is harder, and she has more ideas. The possibility of her encountering an accident is much greater than Bamian. Forget it. Mrs. Zhao's eyebrows were dim. Let the two children decide for themselves. It's fate. I'm old enough to accept it. Xiao Bamian, who had squatted in the corner and listened to the whole process, stood up and walked out. The panicked look of the parents made him grin and laugh dryly. Hey, I heard it all. And Xiao quickly turned back to her stern look. Who told you to come out? Go back. I did it myself. Xiao Bamian walked around among the adults. You still have to thank me. My eavesdropping directly helped you solve a big problem. Let me tell you this. I feel sick just thinking about the people in the inner city. Not to mention seeing them. Why do you want to make yourself suffer? His tone was as repulsive as every word he said. Old Mrs. Xiao stared at him in a daze, and waved to him after a while. Bamian, come to Grandma. When the child came over obediently, she held the child's hand and squeezed it tightly. If Sifang said this today, I don't doubt that she really didn't want to go. But your personality is different from hers. Tell Grandma. Is this the truth? The old lady's hand was dry and her palm was rough. Xiao Bamian looked at the hand and forced a smile. Am I so generous that I can give this kind of thing to that stinky girl who always causes me to get beaten? Of course, I really don't want to go. What are you thinking, Grandma? After saying that, he stood up and looked at the principal. Principal. It's settled. I'll go tell that sleepyhead the good news now. I'm leaving first. The boy's back was thin, and he strode away, shouting Xiao Sifang's name. Aunt Zhao's eyes were wet, and the old lady Xiao looked gray. Xiao Dada looked at his old mother and daughter-in-law, sighed, walked over, and shook hands with the principal. In the silent room, the small quilt wrapped around his head and face was pulled open. Comrade Sifang. As expected, the first place in this district is. Under the quilt was a pair of unexpectedly clear eyes. And then he heard his father's voice. Let's go to Sifang. Thank you for your hard work in coming here. His smile froze on his face. The soundproofing of the Xiao family was not very good, especially Xiao Sifang's room and the living room, which were actually separated by only one wall. The pair of clear eyes in the quilt looked at him without blinking. Bamian, you shouldn't ask Grandma what she is thinking, but ask yourself, what are you thinking? The boy's eyes were red in an instant, and moisture quickly condensed in his eyes. Xiao Sifang was helpless, turned over and sat up, opened his not-so-wide arms. Come on. Tell your sister. I'll help you solve anything. The face in front of him overlapped with the face that stood up for him countless times when he was bullied when he was a child, making him, who was obviously a big boy, feel a huge sense of security again, just like when he was protected in his childhood. He hugged his sister, who was now much thinner than him, tightly, buried his face in her shoulders, and finally couldn't hide the strong reluctance and grievance under the pretense of calmness. I want to go too, but I'm afraid. I can't bear to leave you. I don't dare to go alone to that place where many people will hate me. I hate them. Why do they occupy all the good resources? Why do we have to pay such heavy taxes for everything we do? Why can they live for hundreds of years? Why is it so unfair that they still treat us like this? I hate them. But I am also afraid of them. I am afraid that I can't resist. And I am also afraid that I can't resist. Xiao Sifang patted his back lightly and let him wipe his tears and snot on his shoulders. The adults attracted by the crying stood at the door with red eyes. Xiao Sifang waved to them, and Aunt Xiao wiped her tears and took her mother-in-law and husband away. After going to school, Xiao Bamian finally cried for the first time. After crying, he was a little embarrassed. He pretended that nothing had happened and began to educate his sister, who had just relied on him. I've already said that I'm only 1 day younger than you, so don't always call yourself your sister. I'm telling you, Xiao Sifang, you must strive to do well in the inner city. Don't care what they say, and don't get angry with them. Just try your best to learn their knowledge. I believe that as long as we continue to develop like this from generation to generation, we will have our own planet one day. At the end, he patted his chest solemnly. Don't worry about family matters. I've graduated and will take on the responsibility of oxygen supply. You study hard, and I'll work hard to support the family. It's a deal. Xiao Sifang smiled at his increasingly mature brother, and bumped his fist with his. It's a deal. After listening to all the comments, the principal clenched his fist and cursed. Damn it. These kids are so ambitious. We can't hold them back. He rushed out in a hurry, and another teacher who was accompanying him shouted, Where are you going? To find the district head. On July 23rd, 3844. The Xiao family was surrounded by neighbors who came to practice. Oh, this is the first case. 2 special students in one family. Come on. You must fight for us. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and joy. Of course, there was some envy and jealousy in their hearts, but they were happy overall. Old Mrs. Xiao looked around and earnestly exhorted. You too have to study hard after entering the inner city. Otherwise you will let down your principal, the district chief, and the villagers who have tightened their belts and eaten less. No matter how hard it is, you must grit your teeth and hold on. Otherwise I will peel off your skin. And Xiao pulled one ear with one hand. Did you hear me? I heard it. The 2 children grinned and said in unison. It's almost time. Get in the car quickly. Otherwise it will be late. The district chief's driver, who came to take them a ride, patted the 80% new wind-powered car beside him. It's far to the inner city, and the road is not good. It will take most of the day to drive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dadu quickly carried the two children's luggage to the trunk and put them down. Okay. Let me say one more thing. The old lady held Xiao Sifang's hand and pulled her to her side. She stared at the girl she had watched grow up with her narrow eyes. And her voice was trembling a little. Sifang, Grandma will emphasize to you again. Don't do the same thing as your father. We won't take the lead. Understand? Xiao Sifang smiled and said, Don't worry. She has waited for this day for too long. And must be careful at every step. The huge city wall, tens of meters high and more than 10 meters thick, extends to both sides, surrounding the entire inner city of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, becoming a natural barrier that the people of the outer city cannot cross. To enter the inner city, you need to show an identity ring above the green level or a temporary pass corresponding to your identity ring information. Those without a ring or a pass are strictly prohibited from entering. And the checkpoint inspection is very strict. The driver waved his hand. You can only go by yourself from now on. You must study hard. The Sifang siblings responded, and waited until his car disappeared in the yellow sand before turning around with their luggage to pass the checkpoint. The young woman at the window repeatedly checked their identity ring information and passes. And after confirmation, she threw the pass out and sneered, Go in. Undisguised contempt. Xiao Sifang, who caught the pass in time, didn't give her any look, stuffed the pass into his pocket, and pulled Xiao Bamian, who was still a little dazed despite being mentally prepared for the first time to face the malice, away. Xiao Bamian came back to his senses after walking several meters away, and whispered, Sifang, I heard from Levi, who graduated before, that being respectful in the inner city can save a lot of trouble. We just ignored her and left. If we meet her again next time we pass by here, will she deliberately embarrass us? That's not to be afraid. The interstellar convention is still effective. Her act of throwing the pass is suspected of insult. I didn't complain to her because today's level can be justified as carelessness. And I promised Grandma to keep a low profile. Her fearless look frightened Xiao Bamian. You are like this when you hang out outside? Xiao Sifang smiled sweetly at him. No. I don't talk much. Lest they get angry and lose their temper. Oh my God. Grandma also told me in private to keep an eye on you. Xiao Bamian was melancholy. She is so wrong. If I had this ability, how could I have been accompanied by my mother's broom during my growth? Forget it. It doesn't matter. At worst, they will kill me when they kill you. But, will every person in the inner city be like that person just now? He muttered, That's too scary. A kind face appeared in Xiao Sifang's mind. She reached out and patted her brother's head. Of course not everyone is like this. But most people are like this. Well, it may also be expressed in this way. Ah? The expression means that they don't really hate us that much? Why? I don't know. Xiao Sifang shook her head honestly. The last sentence was told to me by my grandfather. She also asked why, but was told to find the answer herself. Oh, your grandfather said. Okay. Then remember to tell me when you find the answer. Xiao Bamian gave up thinking about this somewhat profound question, and looked at the bright exit in front of him and began to worry about another more practical problem. By the way, can we successfully find a Chris college that accepted us? It was the first time for Xiao Sifang to enter the inner city. So how could she know? The light outside the tunnel was dazzling. She squinted her eyes, and looked up to meet the clear sky and lush trees. There was no yellow sand everywhere, nor was there a wind that was always mixed with the smell of earth. It turned out that their worries were unnecessary. Just as they walked out of the tunnel, someone outside spoke. Are you special students? After being pulled by Xiao Bamian, Xiao Sifang lowered his sight, and saw the thin boy under the tree. The boy smiled friendly, and understood the newcomer's surprise when they first entered the inner city. It looks good, right? But it's not real. The flowers, plants and trees are bionics, and the sky is a mimic mirror. The khaki identity ring on his hand made Xiao Bamian relax. We are special students. Are you a senior? Are you here to pick us up? Thank you. We are thinking about how to find a school. It's okay. It's like this every year. The boy smiled, and the second half of the sentence was a little depressed. Here we can only help each other. He walked over and stretched out his hand in front of Xiao Sifang. Junior sister, let me help you get some. Thank you, senior. This guy seemed really kind-hearted. Xiao Sifang didn't bother to be polite with him, and directly gave him the largest box. The boy paused after hearing the sound she made. He wanted to say something but held back. He just teased. The box is quite heavy. And began to introduce himself. My name is Su Qingxin. And what about you? Xiao Sifang pointed at herself. Then at Xiao Bamian. Sifang? Bamian? The boy was stunned. You two are sister and brother. Su Qingxin was really surprised. So it turns out that the rumor that a certain district provided 2 people is you. Haha. We accidentally divided it equally. Originally, we could only choose one. Thanks to our principal. I heard that he stayed at the door of the district head for nearly half a month before this matter was settled. Xiao Bamian likes to tell people about this. It's a good thing that he can still lose face even though he's 50 years old. He's amazing. Su Qingxin sighed. You're really lucky. And your district has saved a lot in recent years. I heard that District 183 can't afford any new people this year. How could this happen? It can't be helped. Su Qingxin smiled, lowered his head, and pulled the energy panel. Scratched it a few times. And then raised his head again. Okay. All the new students in our college have been received. I'll take you to the registration office. Oh! I forgot to say that this is actually the interior of the college. The one at the entrance is also a teacher from our college. They take turns on duty. Did you offend him? Xiao Bamian glanced at Xiao Sifang, who was immersed in an environment completely different from the outer city, and said guiltily, Does it count as an offense if I ignore her after being suspected of being insulted? Su Qingxin. Wait for me to check who is on duty during this period. After a while, he raised his head with a horrible face. The one on duty is Duan Fay, who is the most hostile to special students among all teachers. What's more terrifying is that she is also a lecturer in our traditional mechanical department, teaching the basics of physics and materials overview, which are compulsory courses for first-year students. You have a 50% chance of meeting her. Xiao Bamian grabbed Xiao Sifang's wrist and said desperately, What do you think of my luck? Xiao Sifang blinked. Not very good. Xiao Ba's face was ashen. Ha ha ha. Don't worry too much. Su Qingxin comforted him. No matter how much she hates us, she is still a teacher after all. She won't do anything too much. Let's go first. Finish the formalities as soon as possible, and I will take you to the dormitory as soon as possible. And you should also take a rest. Registration office. The woman with half-gray hair and a pair of glasses on her nose handed them 2 registration forms, and said, as usual, You can freely choose any department. And you can also fill in a minor. But please note that only the traditional mechanical department can be directly enrolled without assessment. And all other departments will arrange assessments tomorrow. You special students are different from other students. If you fail the assessment, you will not have the opportunity to transfer. You will be directly expelled, and the tuition fees paid for the past 3 years will not be refunded. I suggest you don't overestimate your ability and think carefully before filling in the application. Her tone was very stern and she directly denied them. But compared with the undisguised malice of the woman at the entrance, this one's attitude was very good. Xiao Bamian was afraid of making another enemy. So he quickly said, Okay. Thank you for the teacher's advice. He picked up a pen and paper, filled in the basic information, and neatly wrote the 4 words traditional machinery in the major column. The 2 registration forms were handed in together. The teacher was about to put the 2 papers in the same folder, but he paused after taking a casual glance. She picked up one of the sheets and looked at Xiao Bamian uncertainly. You said thank you for my advice? And then filled in the major of combat department and the minor of manufacturing department? I didn't. I filled it in. The teacher shifted his gaze and fell on the girl with slender hands and feet and gentle and beautiful appearance. Xiao Sifang said again. I filled it in. I don't want to learn traditional machinery. The teacher frowned and looked at her. The girl's eyes were not evasive, so firm that she reminded her of another special student who did not choose traditional machinery more than 20 years ago. She couldn't help but lower her head, and her eyes fell on the name on the registration form. Xiao Sifang. Xiao. Who is Xiao Qingjian to you? Xiao Sifang sat up straight. My father. The teacher smiled, with helplessness and an inexplicable meaning in her smile. You are better than your teacher. Your father only dared to choose the manufacturing department. After that, she stood up and stretched out her hand to Xiao Sifang. Her tone was a little gentler. Good luck to you, kid. Xiao Sifang also stood up, shook her hand gently, and smiled. Thank you. She must stay. After leaving the registration office, before Su Qingxin, who was guarding the door, could speak. Xiao Bamian grabbed Xiao Sifang's shoulders and shook him wildly. Are you crazy? It's okay if you choose the manufacturing department. Why did you choose the combat department? Su Qingxin, who was about to mediate the fight, said. Horrible. Chris College is the largest of the 12 colleges in the inner city. It has the largest area and the largest number of students. But its overall ranking is mostly in the middle. Last year, it fell particularly badly, falling to the 10th place, the worst in recent decades. In order to climb back to its original position, the school has also tried its best. In the new school year, it did not hesitate to charge the lowest price for the dormitories with different fees and conditions. The second-year students and above are pre-ranked according to the final grades, and the freshmen are pre-ranked according to the graduation exam scores. After that, as the monthly exam scores change, as long as the scores are good enough, they can live in the best dormitories. It really motivated the students. Of course, the special students who were admitted to the traditional mechanical department by default were not included. Su Qingxin first sent Xiao Sifang to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and helped her get the key of the corresponding dormitory from the dormitory manager. The number of girls among the special students has always been relatively small. For example, this year our college received a total of 31 special students, and there were only 6 girls. And the worst dormitory here is a 10-person dormitory, which means that your dormitory is definitely not full of your own people. What you say and do in your daily life, forget it. Wait until you pass the assessment. If you fail the assessment, you will leave directly. There is no point in saying the following now. Thank you, senior. Xiao Sifang waved at them and pulled his suitcase in without much reluctance. Su Qingxin looked at her back and sighed. Your sister doesn't seem to be panicked at all by the unfamiliar environment. Xiao Bamian he. It would be strange if she panicked. This guy was a talent who tried to sneak across the planet at the age of 14. Oh, God. Why does he know so many secrets of Xiao Sifang? He is so difficult. Although it was the worst dormitory, the actual conditions were much better than the dilapidated ruins in the outer city. Xiao Sifang came to the second floor with her suitcase. But before she found the corresponding dormitory, a shrill shout startled the whole floor. Don't touch my things. It's disgusting. The tone was extremely angry, and people in the dormitory on this floor poked their heads out. But when they saw Xiao Sifang or the identity ring on Xiao Sifang's wrist, they all shrank back and closed the door. Xiao Sifang. It wasn't her who made the sound. So why is it like this? Pushing the suitcase forward, she looked at the house number, then looked at the 2 groups of people confronting each other inside, and then looked at the house number again. Her bed number is 5. At the innermost. Bad luck. The argument in the dormitory continued, and the tallest girl cried and said, I didn't touch your things at all. It fell by itself. I put it on the chair. How could it fall by itself? You just walked over. And you still don't admit it? Are the quality of you refugees so poor? The girl with a high ponytail with her back to Xiao Sifang was shouting louder and louder. Probably because she was assigned to the same place as someone she always looked down on. Her mood and tone were extremely bad. Xiao Sifang pushed the box in, and the rolling sound made the people facing her look at her. And the people with their backs to her also looked at her. She smiled and pointed to the innermost bed. Please move aside. I want to go in. Thank you. The boxes were pushed in front of her, and the girls on both sides subconsciously moved aside. When she started to put things, the girl with high ponytail reacted. Oh, another one? So interesting. Why don't you join them? Xiao Sifang straightened up and looked at the so-called 2 sides she had just divided, and found that there was only one person from the inner city, the girl with high ponytail, and the other 5 were all her fellow villagers. She thought for a while and said, wait until the other roommates arrive, and then I will join them separately. Otherwise it will be too unfair. High ponytail. Other girls. As luck would have it, she interrupted at the right time, and the meaningless quarrel finally ended, and they continued to pack their things. The beds were on the upper and lower tables. 2 rows on the left and right. 5 beds on each side. And beds number 5 and number 6 were next to the balcony, which was the best location. During the packing process, Xiao Sifang received several envious and jealous looks from Gao Mawei in bed number 9. But of course, she ignored them again and again, until she went to the bathroom with a basin to get water at the same time. Gao Mawei gave her a provocative look from the front. It was simply meaningless. Xiao Sifang had come into contact with many adult second-class residents. But this was the first time she had come into contact with this kind of peer, who was about to become an adult but not yet an adult. For a while, she felt that the other party was not very smart. But she didn't feel angry. She said kindly, "Okay. Then you go first." Unexpectedly, Gao Mawei's proud self-esteem exploded immediately. "You are just a refugee. Why are you so humble?" The girls outside the bathroom stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. It was so hard to calm down. Why did they stir up trouble again? While hesitating whether to lend a hand, he heard the slightly soft and sticky voice inside again. "Okay. Then you should be humble, and let me go first." Gao Mawei's thin eyebrows almost stood up. She threw away the basin and picked up Xiao Sifang, who was slightly shorter than her. "Let's not talk about anything else. Just ask if your voice is so twisted that it's disgusting? To be honest, my fists itched when I heard you say the first sentence. Can you speak normally?" Xiao Sifang's feet were off the ground, and her neck was tightly tied by the collar, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She said, "No." She raised her free hand and placed it on the wrist of Gao Mawei, who was holding her. Her thumb pressed against the man's artery and pressed it down instantly. Gao Mawei took a breath of cold air, and under the severe pain, her other hand conditionally chopped forward in the shape of a palm knife. She regretted it the moment she chopped it out, because she was too shocked to hold back. Her full-strength attack was simply not something that the fragile refugee could withstand. Then something happened that made her regret even more. Not only was her hand caught, but the refugee with a pretentious voice actually put a basin on her forehead. The bathroom door was closed, and the sound of the collision made the other girls tremble with fear. When they began to hesitate whether to ask the dormitory manager to come, the door opened again. Two people who looked very nice came out, each holding a basin of water. Seeing this, the other girls dared not say a word, for fear that the two would start splashing water on each other and make a big fuss. It was not until they returned to their positions and picked up the rags to continue cleaning as if nothing had happened that the girls secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The noise in the dormitory was even quieter, and everyone seemed to have cushions on their hands and feet, and they would resolutely not make any noise if they could. After cleaning, Xiao Sifang sat down slowly on the chair, and his buttocks trembled slightly when it touched the seat. The girl with a high ponytail on the other side also bared her teeth in pain when she bent over. This woman is really cruel. Everyone lives under the same roof, and harmony in the dormitory is very important. Most of the special students have good tempers. Before coming, they were taught to be patient and calm. When it was time for the meal, the tall girl who was made to cry before, accompanied by several other girls, quietly invited the two people who were wandering outside at the same time. "We will all be in the same dormitory from now on. Let's go to eat together today." Xiao Sifang was hungry, so he stood up and blended in with them seamlessly. "Okay, let's go." Gao Ponytail sat alone, oblivious to the noise around her. The tall guy wanted to talk to her to maintain the harmony in the dormitory, but he didn't dare to provoke her again, fearing that he would get into trouble again. So he had to watch her silently with the other girls. People who have had unpleasant experiences always get along with each other awkwardly, especially when one party is trying to make peace, but the other party is stubborn and ignores them. The feeling of shame of being in a cold relationship is the strongest. When she was getting more and more helpless and wanted to run away, Xiao Sifang stretched out his hand and waved, crooked his big eyes. "She doesn't want to go with us. Let's go by ourselves. Let's go." She breathed a sigh of relief, but still had concerns. "But..." "No buts. Don't think too much." Xiao Sifang pushed them out. "We are discriminated against. She is from the inner city, and it is not easy for her to mix with us. Don't force her." The door was closed from the outside. Gao Ponytail, who had been stiffened by Xiao Sifang's words, quietly relaxed her tense back and tilted her head to look at the empty bed number 5 with a complicated expression. Even in the inner city, her skills can be ranked among the top among her peers. A mere refugee can actually fight her to a draw. Forget it. She will move out in a month anyway, and she will have nothing to do with these guys in the future. So why bother her? Before going to bed at night, there were only 6 special students from the outer city, and a Gao Ponytail in the dormitory of 10 people. There should have been 9 people in this dormitory, and the other 2 have not come yet. And maybe they will never come. Xiao Sifang, who had become familiar with everyone in one night, said goodnight, covered himself with the quilt, put his hands on his lower abdomen, and fell asleep in less than 3 seconds with his head touching the pillow. He slept soundly and didn't dream. The next morning, the two people who had just fought yesterday met again in the bathroom. But this time they staggered tacitly. One squeezed toothpaste and the other took water, and then switched. One on the wash basin and the other squatted by the toilet, and began to brush their teeth silently. After washing, Gal Ponytail changed into a special combat uniform and went out first without looking around. When Xiao Sifang went out, Nara, the tall girl from yesterday, whispered to her, "Can't we rest today? Where are you going so early?" Assessment. She showed her white teeth and dropped a bombshell before leaving. The others in the dormitory were startled and woke up. What did she just say? All departmental assessments start at 8:30. Students who are taking a minor or a part-time major need to report to the corresponding location 1 hour in advance to participate in the special assessment. Among them, the part-time major is the formal assessment. After passing the assessment, the part-time students are also managed according to the academic requirements of ordinary students. But the time is relatively free. Minoring is much simpler. The difficulty of the assessment is directly reduced by half. The final assessment only tests basic knowledge, which is relatively easy. Xiao Sifang originally wanted to take a manufacturing major, but she felt that her foundation was not comparable to those people in the inner city who had been exposed to relevant professional knowledge since childhood. So she took a step back and chose a minor. Anyway, if she minored, she could take all the professional courses in the manufacturing department. The difference in minoring was just a mark on her academic certificate, which was meaningless to her. The metalworking building of the manufacturing department stood in front of her. Xiao Sifang took a deep breath as he looked at the magnificent and huge building complex. Yes, it was the aroma of cutting-edge technology. She is here. This year, the news that a special student gave up the traditional mechanical major and chose to participate in the assessment of other departments has spread among the teacher group. The teachers who originally wanted to see these special students wanted to see their true faces and see which new kid was so bold. The teachers in charge of the assessment in the manufacturing department were on guard. This was the first scene, and they were the first group of people who could see the weirdos. As Xiao Sifang followed the students in front of him into the room, more than 10 pairs of eyes looked at him. In an instant, Xiao Sifang seemed to be standing in the center of the stage. He touched his neck and placed his identity ring on the identifier, as the students in front of him did. Then he sat down in the order, put on the helmet, and entered the state of answering questions without distractions. The questions were not difficult. Xiao Sifang answered the questions very quickly. He took off the helmet and returned to the invigilation table at the door in 20 minutes. Minor subjects do not participate in the assessment ranking. As long as they meet the standards, they can be enrolled on the spot. The teachers looked at the answer sheets that had been transmitted to the square terminal in front of them, and did not move for a long time. The number in the lower right corner of the terminal is clear and understandable. 90 points. Although the difficulty of the minor assessment is halved, the test paper itself is still set with a capability gradient. Generally, students can get 60 or 70 points when they come to take the test. But it does not mean that 90 points can be taken casually. The entrance examination of the manufacturing department does not test practical operation. According to the theoretical foundation of this special student, if he participates in the formal assessment, he will probably pass it. Xiao Sifang waited for a while, but they still didn't announce the results, because he had to rush to the combat department. He had to remind them. "Teacher, am I qualified?" The chief examiner raised his head and coughed. "Passed. But your situation is different from others. You are not sure if you can enter the school now. So you have to wait until you pass the formal assessment of the combat department before you can be given the entry authority and go through other procedures." "Oh!" Xiao Sifang felt that was true. Nodded. "Thank you, teacher." She turned to leave, but heard the examiner sigh, and said to her with regret, "You made the wrong choice. You should fill in the manufacturing department as a major, and the combat department as a minor. In this way, maybe you can really stay." Xiao Sifang smiled when he heard it, squinting his eyes to hide his strong desire to win, put his hands behind his back, and walked away in small steps. "I could have stayed. Goodbye, teacher." Examiner. "So confident?" The combat department assessment is not gender-specific. As a second-class resident, girls cannot pass it without high-intensity training. It's really hard. The layout of the combat department is completely different from the huge and complex building complex of the manufacturing department. It only has a 5-story building plus an oval-shaped closed actual battlefield about 60 meters high and covering an area of more than 20,000 square meters. It is clear at a glance. This time, the assessment was arranged in the actual battlefield. Xiao Bamian, who insisted on coming to cheer and pray, felt weak in the legs when he saw this building. Not to mention that the people who walked in were either big and strong with arms stronger than Xiao Sifang's thighs, or lean and strong as if they could smash Xiao Sifang into meat paste with one punch. Sifang, why don't we go and ask the teacher at the registration office? It's not that I doubt your ability. But what are their oxygen breathing conditions? What are our oxygen breathing conditions? Their muscle strength is not at the same level as ours. Let's forget it. Okay? Xiao Bamian was almost crying with nervousness. If you fall, how can I explain to my family? Xiao Sifang rolled his eyes. Say something nice. Brother, the entrance examination is not a life and death fight. There are some limits. No one will die. Xiao Bamian grabbed her hand tightly. No. Sifang. Look. Many people are watching us, waiting to see you get beaten up and thrown out like a rag. Snap. Xiao Sifang couldn't stand it anymore. Pulled out his hand and slapped him on the head. Why are you so annoying? I'm going in. You can stand here if you want. Let these people in the inner city observe you carefully. Remember your appearance, and say hello to you when they meet on the road in the future. She left without looking back. Xiao Bamian became even more cowardly without support. In the mocking eyes of the second-class residents, he looked at Xiao Sifang's back, and the worry in his heart still overcame his fear. He gritted his teeth and stood under the bionic tree next to him waiting for her to come out. God bless. Father Sin bless. Bless Xiao Sifang to be safe. Compared with the strange looks that Xiao Bamian suffered, Xiao Sifang, who really entered the actual battlefield, took all the contempt and ridicule head-on. Some people even deliberately waved their fists at her when they passed by her. She ignored them all. There was also a sense of tension, because she saw that every student who entered the examination room wore a special combat uniform. But she didn't. She was worried that the examiner would not let her take the examination on this ground. What you fear will come true. When it was her turn in the queue, the teacher really didn't let her go, and there was no room for negotiation in her tone. Why do you have to wear combat uniforms? Because combat uniforms can not only maximize your true strength, but also protect your body from irreversible damage during the drills. You can buy a combat uniform now, or borrow a suitable one, as long as you can wear it before the end of the exam. I will let you in. The students watching laughed, waiting to see the joke of this ignorant refugee. You definitely can't buy it. The worst combat uniform costs 80,000 star coins, which can buy more than 10 bottles of sea-level oxygen. Enough for the oxygen expenses of the 5 people in the Xiao family for a year. Borrowing is also difficult. People are watching her laugh. Even if she is nice, I am afraid no one will lend her money. That's the only option left. Xiao Sifang made up his mind to pick a soft persimmon and borrow one after he got out to cope with the exam first. Anyway, it was a robbery that was unavoidable and did not cause personal injury. If the property was returned in time, he would only be detained for 1 day and then released. I advise you to give up your dangerous idea. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Xiao Sifang turned around and saw a high ponytail standing behind her. The well-fitting combat uniform made her look particularly powerful, and her momentum rose several times. If you do anything illegal, you will definitely be expelled from school at the first opportunity. She looked at Xiao Sifang, who looked very shabby among all the people, and said with disdain, "Don't be so naive." Xiao Sifang also looked at her. His eyes lit up. "Then after you finish, can you lend it to me?" Gao Maowei. "Are you fucking sick? Isn't it disgusting? You want me to wear the same clothes as you? Okay. If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. I'll think of another way." Xiao Sifang didn't force it, but he didn't forget to thank her. "Thank you for your reminder. See you later, Gao Maowei." She raised her fist high, and was quickly hugged by the male companion next to her. "Calm down, Miss Liu. Beating refugees is illegal. You will be expelled from school then." After a while of chaos inside, Xiao Sifang stared at the pile of brand new combat uniforms for a while, and then walked out with his head down. It seems that the only option left is to sell the treasure first. Xiao Bamian under the tree saw her walk out with all her limbs intact, and immediately shouted happily, "Great, Xiao Sifang. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm here alone, I will study hard. You can go home and take care of the old lady. I will definitely learn as much as you want. I'm so glad you're safe and sound. Xiao Sifang didn't want to pay attention to him, and glanced at Su Qingxin, who came over for some reason, and asked, "Why are you here, senior?" Su Qingxin sighed. "It's this brother who contacted me and said he was so scared that he was about to pee his pants, and asked me to come and accompany him." Xiao Sifang. Su Qingxin's eyesight was much better than Xiao Banian's. Just looking at her, he knew that she didn't come back unscathed but didn't participate in the assessment at all. He asked, "What happened?" "No combat uniform." Xiao Sifang's voice and face were both withered. "I can't afford it, and can't borrow it. The teacher won't let me participate at all." Xiao Bamian comforted her. "There is hope only when you are alive. Go away." Xiao Sifang pushed him away and squatted on the ground in frustration. "I'm so sad now." She was really sad. She originally thought that as long as she was willing to endure hardships, poverty would not constrain her. But the second day after entering the inner city, she really experienced what poverty was like. It would prevent people from getting resources. And at the same time, because of the resources they could not get, they would lose the opportunity to get resources. Su Qingxin looked at her black head, looked at her arms, and saw her fiery courage that most people dared not think or do, and saw her frustration and dejection when she had to take back the foot that she had taken with great difficulty because of money. The head was hot. "I'll contact and see if I can help you borrow some money. I remember the most common amount is 70,000. Xiao Sifang suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling. "It's 80,000 now." "Damn." The gentleman Su Qingxin couldn't help but swear. "It's rising too fast." He paced a few steps and made up his mind. "Wait for me for 10 minutes. "Yeah." Xiao Sifang nodded repeatedly, watching him run a little further away, and began to contact classmates and friends one by one. His expression was sometimes excited and sometimes calm, and he was dedicated from head to toe. Xiao Bamian was stunned by such an enthusiastic and passionate senior. Was it him who said he wanted to keep a low profile yesterday? Do you think did he ever think about applying for the combat department? He lowered his voice, fearing that someone would hear him. Otherwise, how would you know that the combat uniform cost 70,000 last year, and he suddenly became so bloody? Maybe. This is not surprising. Every special student should have a major that they admire. Even if they don't have one when they first come in, they will have one after seeing many high-spirited classmates. Su Qingxin came back quickly, his hand still shaking with excitement. "I borrowed the money. The senior who brought me in that year lent me 40,000 in one go. I can pay 10,000 myself." And several other classmates also raised 30,000. Junior Sister Sifang, "I heard from everyone that you passed the minor assessment of the manufacturing department. I wish you could also successfully pass the assessment of the combat department." Xiao Sifang nodded solemnly. "Thank you. I will pay you back as soon as possible." Su Qingxin smiled, handed the money to her, and patted her shoulder. "Go." "Okay." Xiao Sifang ran towards the battlefield with light steps, like a bird that had escaped from a cage again. Not long after she left, a boy ran over in a hurry, grabbed Su Qingxin and scolded, "Are you crazy? Lend money to a yellow-haired girl who doesn't know the height of the world. Are you crazy? If they knew that you borrowed money to do such a stupid thing, would they lend it to you?" Su Qingxin looked at his best friend, lowered his head, and smiled silently. "To be honest, I feel regretful now. But it's too late." Xiao Bamian thought to himself that senior Su Qingxin was really a big fool like Xiao Sifang. In the actual battlefield, Xiao Sifang bought a combat uniform and put it on in front of everyone's astonished eyes. She stood at the entrance again, and her identity ring successfully flashed the identifier. The teacher looked at her with a complicated look, but still nodded and said to the microphone, "Second-year student Gavin, prepare to be responsible for the 1-minute assessment of freshman Xiao Sifang." The name Gavin caused an uproar again. It was not because this person was so powerful or ranked so high among the second-year students. On the contrary, to a certain extent, Xiao Sifang's luck was very good. This Gavin's grades were very poor, and he was the last one in the combat department. The reason why he was famous was because of his huge physique that could withstand 2 people in both vertical and horizontal directions. A daunting physique. Xiao Sifang stood in front of him like a rag doll played by a child. So fragile and tiny that he could not withstand a single blow. The boy who had been accompanying Gao Ponytail, who had already completed the assessment and achieved a good ranking, also saw the scene in the field and shook his head. The teacher deliberately argued with her. This Gavin has no skills. But this man is so big and has a stable lower body. It is more difficult for the petite examinee to force him out of the circle within 1 minute compared to others. Of course, for a skilled examinee like Miss Liu, it is not a problem at all. Gao Ponytail Lu Yi sneered, ignored his flattery, and focused on the situation in the assessment area where Xiao Sifang was. Gavin stood in a circle with a diameter of 1.5 meters, raised his muscular arm, and gave a little finger to the girl in front of him, who was close to his chest. Come on. Rubbish. I allow you to attack me before the countdown starts. Xiao Sifang ignored him. She was not stupid. If she took advantage, and was eventually considered to have violated the rules, it would be unfair. She warmed up during the waiting time given by the system, felt the bonus brought by the combat uniform, and when the timer sounded, she used her cap to bounce up and kicked Gavin's Adam's apple directly. Fuck. Some students were stunned. They were just refugees, but they attacked so fiercely? Gavin's eyes turned red. He felt that this was a provocation and an insult. He stretched out his hand to grab the slender ankle and throw the person far away. Unexpectedly, the terrifying blow was just a feint. The ankle hooked and landed on his arm, which was light and seemed to have no strength at all. Before he could react, the person's hands had already pressed his shoulders, and the whole person turned behind him. He shouted in his heart, "Oh no!" Xiao Sifang's feet didn't care whether he felt it was bad or not. The whole action was done in one go, and he stepped on his knees at the same time. This time was different from the previous light touch without weight, but a real heavy blow. Gavin roared but still couldn't control his body to continue standing. Then, as he expected, Xiao Sifang took advantage of his unstable center of gravity and knelt down. A set of kicks that went straight to the vitals forced him to take a rolling posture to avoid it. And naturally, he was out of the limited circle. The onlookers looked at the timer in a daze. There were still 36 seconds before the end of the timer. This was a pretty good result. The examiner pushed his glasses and looked at her several times. She has practical experience. The other invigilators nodded in agreement. Yes, if there are no restrictions, and they continue to fight, maybe this special student can win. Her strength is very ordinary. This is a pure skill victory. She not only has practical experience, but also quite rich. That's strange. Refugees are not allowed to leave the city before the age of 20. Where does she get practical experience? The examiner sneered and pointed at the microphone and called someone over. Please ask Xiao Sifang to go to lounge number 1 immediately. I need your cooperation to verify any questions. After saying that, regardless of the many examinees who were in uproar again, he stood up and went to lounge number 1. Other teachers quickly stepped in. The assessment continues. Students who have completed the assessment, please do not block the passage. The smile on Xiao Sifang's face disappeared, and he gently clenched his fist. Lounge number 1. The examiner looked at the girl who pushed the door in, pointed to the chair opposite, and said, "Please sit down." Xiao Sifang sat down opposite him without saying a word. "Before you came here, I looked through all your information. It turns out that you are the product of breaking the rules back then." The examiner looked at her eyes with disgust. "Your father Xiao Qingjian is indeed a figure. He turned the manufacturing department upside down back then. To be honest, I was in the same class with him, and I also admired his perseverance and talent. But he shouldn't have thought of breaking the situation that has been maintained for hundreds of years. It's ridiculous." The contempt in his eyes was almost overflowing. Xiao Sifang suppressed his anger, and his voice and eyes did not retreat at all. "What's funny?" The examiner looked at her with more disdain. "Isn't ignorance ridiculous enough? What do you refugees know about this world? You are all there to feel aggrieved, ridiculously resisting, and ridiculously not knowing how to appreciate your blessings." His words were too harsh. Xiao Sifang stood up in anger and retorted loudly, "Ignorance is ridiculous. But why are we ignorant? Isn't it because you don't allow us to seek knowledge? You arbitrarily control us, arbitrarily deprive us of our rights, and arbitrarily laugh at and despise us who are trying our best to survive. What do you know about us? Seeking knowledge? When you know everything, you will know how lucky you should be for your current life." The man in front of her, who was over 40 years old but still had black and shiny hair and delicate skin, spoke harshly, and looked at her with mockery and hatred. They actually still have hatred? This inexplicable hatred made Xiao Sifang calm down. And he continued, since knowing everything will make us feel lucky for our current life, why don't you disclose everything you said? The examiner's face suddenly changed color. After a few quick breaths, he motioned for her to sit down again and changed the subject. It seems that we can't convince each other. So let's get back to the topic. The higher-ups have done a good job of blocking the news. Only a handful of people know the identity of your mother's family. I naturally have no authority to check whether you have had any contact over the years. But it's okay to give me feedback on my suspicions. Then give me feedback. Xiao Sifang is fearless. She only stayed with her grandfather for one night on the day her parents died. And she was under the surveillance of a group of armed men. I think the procedures are legal. In addition to giving feedback on suspicions, there is one more thing I need to confirm with you. The examiner smiled grimly. The interstellar law clearly stipulates that refugees under the age of 20 are not allowed to leave the city. Are you over 20 years old? Or did you violate the regulations and leave the city without permission? Xiao Sifang was well prepared for this, and said what he had practiced countless times in his mind. Interstellar law also stipulates that all interstellar spacecraft are strictly prohibited from carrying refugees without prescribed work positions. Once discovered, the navigation qualification certificate will be revoked immediately. I started to travel to and from various planets on various routes when I was 14 years old. It has been more than 3 years now. I have taken a total of 213 different routes and 246 different spacecrafts. I have recorded every route and every ship. In addition, according to the provisions of interstellar law, all responsibilities for interplanetary behavior of underage refugees under the age of 18 should be borne by the person responsible for the spacecraft. And I just turned 17 this year. The examiner stared at her in disbelief. You not only left the city, but also sailed across the planet. Strictly speaking, I only sailed across the planet, and I didn't stay outside the city of this planet. You are cheating, and you should be punished? Xiao Sifang smiled, revealing the dimples on her cheeks. I didn't cheat. You can get on every spaceship by paying twice the sailing fee. There are special convenient passages, and I'm just a curious refugee child. It's all the crew's fault for not stopping me from getting on the ship. It's really hateful. Off-planet jobs have high wages, but it's difficult for refugees to apply for cross-planet procedures. So convenient passages came into being. Capitalists can have cheap black workers and charge high sailing fees. And poor refugees can earn wages that are lower but still much higher than local jobs, which is mutually beneficial. This is a black industry chain that everyone knows. But no one cares about it, and no one can manage it. Therefore, she is fearless. The soft voice, and the words that reverse black and white blended into an extremely strong irony. The examiner's eyes went dark. Get out. Immediately. Okay. Xiao Sifang, who was not very talkative and would faint if he spoke, walked out briskly. After she left, the examiner immediately connected to a familiar interstellar prosecutor, reported the suspicion of illegal contact, and specifically requested expedited processing. 10 minutes later, a strange but familiar communication request appeared on his communication interface. It was the Supervision Bureau. Here, the ignorant refugees will be expelled. He picked up the call with a nervous and excited mood. A hoarse and old voice roared, "What else can you touch with 24-hour aura monitoring? Are you so idle that you want to eat fart? Hack you." The communication was hung up. Chief Examiner. How could this happen? The prosecutor's communication came again, telling him, "I was just scolded by the superiors. Don't worry about this matter. We can't do it at this level." Damn! The Chief Examiner punched down, and the uncontrolled energy flame instantly burned a big hole in the sofa. The news that a special student passed the assessment of the combat department and the manufacturing department at the same time spread throughout the entire Chris Academy in an instant, since the person concerned completed the assessment in full view of the public without any water. According to the Academy system and the Interstellar Convention, the school could not change the inevitable result. It simply opened the official student rights for this weirdo at the first time and issued a confirmation admission notice to dispel the random speculation of those who were not directly watching. Xiao Bamian was about to faint. Oh my god, Sifang. Fatherson showed up. After Su Qingxin's communication was immediately exploded. All the creditors who had borrowed money from him rushed over, looking at Xiao Sifang, who was dragged by Xiao Bamian and walked in the crowd like a monkey. Junior sister. Are you a junior sister? Great. Ha ha ha. I regret not taking a gamble at the beginning. Go to hell. With your little ability. You can only cry and go home. Okay? Well, anyway, junior sister is awesome. That's all. Just when everyone was feeling proud, a basin of cold water was poured on their heads. Don't be happy too early. The senior who lent 40,000 in one breath frowned and looked at Xiao Sifang seriously. This is not the end, but the beginning of your troubles. Xiao Sifang subconsciously stood up and replied, I'm ready. She was ready the moment she stepped into the inner city. The food at Chris College is recognized as the best among the 12 colleges. The free nutritional mud provided to students is rich in flavor. There are more than 10 kinds of ingredients cultivated in the oxygen supply environment. There are more than 5 high-level alienated ingredients. The price is fair. The cooking master has excellent skills. Students from other colleges sneak over to eat and drink every now and then. The first lunch after passing the assessment was treated by the seniors. They ordered 2 natural ingredients, a plate of hot and sour potato shreds and a plate of hand-shredded cabbage, which cost 2,000 star coins. This is the price after the student subsidy. If it is put outside, it starts at 5,000. Xiao Dadu and Aunt Xiao work day and night, and their monthly salary is only about 10,000 star coins. It is conceivable how expensive this meal is for these special students. Even for second-class residents, most people only eat nutrient mud and occasionally order natural ingredients to satisfy their hunger. Xiao Bamian swallowed his saliva. It seems like the Last Supper, Xiao Sifang stepped on his feet coldly and thanked the seniors who raised funds for the dinner without changing his expression. Changing the subject. It's okay. Eat. Su Qingxin smiled. Anyway, we get together every semester, and then we'll be extravagant like this. This time I'll treat it as a meal for you. After he said that, Xiao Sifang generously put down his chopsticks on the 2 dishes and ate a little bit with restraint. She knew that people should not get carried away. Otherwise she would miss the faces of some seniors who were cheering for her a few minutes ago and suddenly calmed down because of the extra expenses. After eating, they exchanged communication codes and separated. Xiao Bamian reflected on himself and followed Su Qingxin, leaving Xiao Sifang alone to be baptized by the gazes of groups of inner-city students. Xiao Sifang, who was already accustomed to the strange gazes, could even smile back at some students who looked at her too much, and then returned to the dormitory without any psychological burden. As soon as she opened the door, the 6 people in the dormitory looked at her in unison, including Lu Yi. Silence broke out. After a long while, Xiao Sifang, who was blocked at the door by the fiery gazes, touched his neck and said, What are you doing? Nara came over first, and her tone was cautious but not without surprise. You, really a combat person? Yes. Xiao Sifang had just said one word when one of the girls jumped out and screamed. I am the one who witnessed the miracle. Nara, who heard the confirmation from the person himself, was not excited at all. Instead, she looked at Xiao Sifang very seriously. After weighing it over and over again, she said to her, You are very good. I admire you very much. I really mean it, but what I am going to say next may not sound good. You just entered now. You may be able to barely tie with them, but you will definitely fall behind after a long time. Believe me, we will never catch up with them. This is cruel, but it is true. From her earnest expression, it can be seen that she really thought so from the bottom of her heart. And she was not deliberately being sarcastic or pouring cold water on her, because Xiao Sifang achieved unexpected results. Lu Yi sneered, not knowing whether he was laughing at Xiao Sifang, who seemed to be very ignorant, or Nara, who rejected everything. In short, the girl who screamed just now was not happy to hear such words, and refuted Xiao Sifang, who did not speak. Before Sifang passed the combat department assessment, you should also think that it is a fact that we cannot pass the assessment of other majors? Your imaginary facts are very fragile. Don't use this as a basis to undermine people's confidence. Okay. But the combat department has a great demand for oxygen inhalation, and our conditions are impossible to keep up. I think what Nara said is the truth. A new voice emerged. Didn't you hear Ada say that this is a hypothetical fact? It hasn't happened yet. How do you know that Sifang can't get oxygen? Someone else joined the battle. The other 5 special students started a debate, leaving the parties behind for a while. Xiao Sifang took the opportunity to return to her position. No one paid attention to her. During this time, She could pull out the energy light board to explore her knowledge blind spots. It was not until Ada was at a disadvantage in the 2-on-3 battle that she finally remembered that there was another person who should join the war. She specifically called her name and pulled her back in. Sifong. They backed out for you. Don't you want to say something? Xiao Sifong's hand stopped above the panel when he was about to click on the online shopping. He turned his head and looked at her, his tone quite helpless. I tend to make people angry when I speak. For the sake of dormitory harmony, it may be better not to speak when facing things I disagree with. Nala, who already felt the smell of gunpowder, forced a smile. Then do you think what I just said is really not true? I know you work hard. But hard work is the most useless thing. Yes, Sifong. Hard work doesn't mean anything. As special students, we know this best. Right? As special students, we know this best? Oh! Xiao Sifong, who didn't want to fight but was forced to go on stage, slowly turned his head back and opened the online shopping page with a finger. But it was hard work that allowed me to enter the combat department and manufacturing department. Maybe my hard work has a direction, which is different from you. Ahem. Louis, who was eating melons the whole time, choked on his own saliva. You, Nala, and the other two felt so disgusted and angry as their faces turned red. But they couldn't come up with the next sentence, so they had to shut up and return to their respective seats in shame. Ida and the other two won a great victory and stuck out their tongues at them. After a while, Xiao Sifong stopped browsing the shopping page and turned to ask, Student Louis, can the earphones priced at 99 star coins be connected to this upgraded identity ring? Instead of spending 99 to buy a piece of garbage, it's better to spend 299 to buy a. Xiao Sifong's sincere face finally entered the sight of someone who was subconsciously answering, and his calm voice rose in a second. Why are you still talking to me? It's disgusting. After rubbing her ears that were pierced by the high decibels, Xiao Sifong decisively ordered a pair of headphones for 299 yuan, waiting for it to be delivered to her door in an hour. She thought she had fallen in love with the feeling of being fully connected to the internet. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all freshmen assessments were completed. At 5 o'clock, the class schedules of various departments and students' personal schedules were all sent to the personal identity ring, and the corresponding textbook download instructions were sent along. Ada took a look at her own schedule and came to Xiao Sifong, who was wearing headphones and was already addicted to the internet. Sifong, can you show me your schedule? I want to know what classes you are taking. Okay. She hadn't even looked at it herself, so it was a good opportunity to look at it together. After closing the fancy recruitment page, Xiao Sifong clicked on the notification, and a densely packed class schedule jumped into the middle of the screen. Ada, this is not available. Yes. Xiao Sifong thought her eyesight might not be very good, and pointed out to her seriously. Sunday is available all day, and Wednesday afternoon is also available. But, Ada was shocked. But you only have no classes on Monday night from Monday to Saturday. It doesn't matter. The class ends at 8:30. It's still early. I usually go to bed after 12 o'clock. Ada has always thought that she is a top student, but she didn't expect there is such a crazy student. She has nothing to say. Xiao Sifong expected such a full schedule. Both her major and minor were very busy, so she was very satisfied to have 1 day and 2 nights free. Hey. Louis looked at her condescendingly. Which class are you in? Xiao Sifong also glanced at her and answered irrelevantly. So you don't feel disgusted when you talk to me? A burst of anger instantly rushed to her head, and Louis turned her head back. If she continued to care about this person, she would be a brain-corroded alien. I'm in class 3. Xiao Sifong's voice rang again. Louis stood up expressionlessly and slammed the door and went out. The ghost is still there. Damn. That night, Xiao Sifong downloaded all the textbooks into the 5mm thick 16mm electronic book she brought from the outer city. After previewing tomorrow's class, she looked at Lu Yi's folding light screen of the same size, but only 0.1mm thick, and the virtual glasses hanging on the shelf with envy. 30,000 star coins plus 120,000 star coins equal 150,000 star coins equal 25 bottles of sea-level oxygen. Okay, let's go to bed. The next morning, they met in the bathroom again. After brushing their teeth in tacit agreement, they put on their combat uniforms in tacit agreement, and walked the same road one after the other to the same college and the same classroom. Xiao Sifang found a corner seat and sat down under the attention of everyone. She knew how to keep a low profile. The students who came late and had to sit near her showed a look of disdain and frustration, and tried to ignore her, so no one found fault with her. When the bell rang, a hot and beautiful woman in combat uniform walked in. She didn't greet or introduce herself, but just put her hands on the podium. This class was originally your class teacher's introduction to aliens. But the ruins of Y-1077 suddenly had a second disaster at 3 o'clock in the morning. Just 10 minutes ago, the experts of the Alien Annihilation Army and the Cleanup Bureau had completed the elimination of high-risk dangerous anomalies. Which means, we have a very fresh and relatively safe disaster site to observe on the spot. Now I give you 1 minute. Put on your combat uniforms and set off to Y-1077 immediately. In the interstellar era after the catastrophe, there are thousands of ruined stars in the star field covered by human civilization. Less than 100 semi-ruined stars. And only one planet that has completely recovered and prospered. The original population of trillions has dropped to tens of billions. Civilization has regressed. New technology has developed abnormally. And the road to interstellar prosperity is long and difficult. The X338 semi-ruined star needs to go through 3 jumps from the Y-1077 ruined star, which takes 3 hours. During this time, students cannot just sit there. All of them must log into the teaching system and listen to professional teachers to do a popular science of the catastrophe. The catastrophe is the basic knowledge that every interstellar citizen will be exposed to since school. But the previous introduction is a little simple. It is only roughly said that the catastrophe broke out in 3222. Because of the pathological changes of oxygen atoms, all civilization fields collapsed in just half a year. The tens of billions of citizens who survived the evolution and adaptation to the anaerobic environment were forced to become wanderers in the star sea. After hundreds of years of painful struggle, 311 years after the population was reduced to more than 1 billion, the great ancestors finally completed the reconstruction of order and truly entered the era of oxygen charging. This year is a special year, which is exactly 311 years after the reconstruction of the new order. The teacher's voice kept coming out of the headphones and entering Xiao Sifang's brain. So far, disasters are still the biggest test for our human survival, although our ancestors have been working hard for it. Unfortunately, the origin of the disaster has not been found out yet. As we all know, a planet that has been disaster-stricken may experience a second disaster, a third disaster, or even more disasters at any time. In recent years, the Cleanup Bureau has made fruitful progress in disaster cleanup. This is the progress of science and technology. And it is also the beginning of some people's carelessness. The widely circulated theory of controllable disasters is simply nonsense. Every disaster may reawaken the chain disaster reaction or strengthen our natural enemies. Every disaster may become the last blow to break through the disaster defense line we set up. You have chosen the combat department, which means that you will be on the front line of resisting aliens and cleaning up the disaster in the near future. As your teacher, I must remind you that even if everyone thinks that dealing with the disaster is easy, we cannot relax a bit. Otherwise, the price we pay for it is our lives. When the spaceship arrived at the destination, the lecturer hung up the phone with a sense of unsatisfaction. Before opening the hatch, the female teacher in charge of Class 3 swept her eyes over every nervous and anxious student with a very solemn look. After cleaning up the disaster site, it is relatively safe, but not absolutely safe. Please remember this point. You must not act without authorization and leave the teacher's sight. The spacecraft should always be in combat mode once you get off the ship. Do you hear me? 50 students answered in unison. Received. Okay. The woman was very satisfied with their confidence and smiled. I am your practical teacher for the next 3 years. My name is Greta. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation this school year. After that, she opened the hatch and jumped down first. All of you get down. So cool. Looking at her cool figure and decisive attitude, Xiao Sifang, who was at the end of the line, felt her heart pounding. She also wanted to have such confidence and capital. At first glance, the ruins of the disaster were no different from the ruins of the outer city. The products of the high-tech civilization before the disaster were shattered everywhere, and a few buildings were well preserved, and precious pre-disaster civilization was sealed and stored inside. However, although the unknown civilizations were in front of them, the danger of obtaining these civilizations was no less than that of the front line of battle. The more well-preserved the buildings and objects were, the more unstable the materials inside them were. Anything inside could cause the instantaneous alienation of organisms, and even cause subsequent disasters. Therefore, without taking professional protective measures, it is not possible to enter them at will. The people of the Annihilation Army and the Cleanup Bureau are still there. After cleaning up the dangerous foreign objects that induced the disaster, they still need to stay here for 3 days to do further high-risk elimination. The stationing area has been completely annihilated, and the materials around it are very safe. Therefore, the students who lined up to observe on the spot first had a preliminary experience here, and then took the teachers into the disaster area to experience it in person after taking protective measures in small teams. Not long after Greta led them to the corresponding position, a man in combat uniform came over and called her name. Greta looked at him in surprise. "Dean Terry, why did you come here in person?" Terry smiled. "I also have my mission. What do you think of this class of students?" Although she didn't quite understand the intention of coming over to greet him, she was very flexible and said politely, "Every one of them is great." "Oh!" Terry raised his eyebrows. "Every one of them." His voice was not loud, and only Greta and a few students in the front row could hear it. However, when the students in the front row all turned around to look at him, Xiao Sifang understood that the examiner who had argued with him yesterday had said something about him that was not very pleasant. Greta knew what he was talking about, but she hated the behavior of discriminating against a brave man who had not been left behind despite the huge disparity in conditions. Trash should naturally be looked down upon, but contempt should never be used on a capable person. "Oh, really?" Greta pretended not to understand what he meant. "At least they are all excellent now, aren't they? I am in charge of Class 3, and it might be more appropriate for you to ask the teacher in charge of Class 10 about this." The teacher of Class 10, who was innocently called out in the distance, sneezed and quickly took a breath of oxygen to replenish his immunity. Terry snorted coldly. "Entrance examination does not represent everything, Greta." After saying that, he turned and left. Greta looked at his back and snorted. "Idiot." She turned around and yelled at the students, who began to whisper because of his words. "Entrance examination certainly does not represent everything. But listen, if anyone drops the ranking, then just like what Teacher Terry said, go represent the garbage. All of Class 3. Do you have the confidence not to be that representative? Answer me." "Yes." Greta's eyes fell on the last row. The first person to raise his hand was the targeted Xiao Sifang. She said loudly, and with a firm look in her eyes, "I have confidence. This is a head-on confrontation." The students who didn't know what happened in the number 1 lounge were stunned, and their fighting spirit was aroused. They were second-class residents. How could they fall behind a refugee? Fuck. If I don't have confidence, who will? The really ruthless people don't say ruthless words. I'll just say one thing. Wait and see. Teacher, let the results speak for themselves. Class 3 is the best. Greta smiled again and clapped her hands lightly. Great. Every one of you is great. No one can defeat a person mentally, except himself. Xiao Sifang smiled amid the high morale of the crowd. She would never give up. The first college finished its turn quickly. A certain officer in the Annihilation Army looked at the list and shouted, "Chris College is ready. You can go in." Each teacher can bring in up to 5 students from the class at a time. Greta needs to go back and forth 10 times to bring all the students. After the first batch was ready, she sternly told the students who were not on their turn, "Stand here and don't move. If anyone is not in the same place when I come back, I will expel them immediately." The intimidated people immediately promised to stay with them. Greta looked at Terry and the other 3 supervisory teachers who stayed behind beside him, and led the team away with confidence. Shortly after she left, Terry ended the communication and walked towards each class with another teacher. Each class performed very well. It seems that 2 supervisors are enough. Teacher Chen Huan and I were standing anyway, so we decided to start leading the team to save time. His tone and demeanor were very upright. Now 1 person from each class. Follow me and Teacher Chen respectively. When he arrived at Class 10, Terry did not follow the order, but directly called Xiao Sifang's name. You go with Teacher Chen. He is the most practical teacher among all the teachers. If you encounter danger, he is more likely to save you. Also, after entering the venue, put away your cunning mind. Otherwise no one can save you if something happens. Xiao Sifang frowned, as she was accused of something as soon as she came up. I'm afraid she has ulterior motives. She didn't respond immediately, and Terry's face darkened. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. Xiao Sifang couldn't avoid the disaster. So he took a deep breath, walked past him, and followed the honest-looking teacher Chen. He had to be careful. Lu Yi in the crowd lowered his head and flicked his finger on the identity ring a few times. When she really entered the ruins planet, Xiao Sifang's alert cells came alive. She knew how dangerous a ruins planet that had not been completely rejected was. Even the undeveloped part of the semi-ruins planet was extremely dangerous. Not to mention that the entire planet had just completed the catastrophe and only initially completed the high-risk rejection. Although she is a frequent interstellar drifter, she is also extremely cautious when traveling between planets. She only goes to the ruined planets in the development state and only steps into the areas that have been completely rejected. She will not step into other risky areas. Therefore, this is the first time in her life that she has come into close contact with risky objects. She is both cautious and cherishing. Even if there is an isolation ring. Don't touch what you shouldn't touch. Teacher Chen, who followed behind and locked the 5 students firmly in his field of vision, reminded, in addition to dangerous foreign objects, there are many lurking aliens here. Ordinary dangerous foreign objects can be separated by isolation rings, but aliens who are ambushed somewhere can instantly penetrate this isolation ring and put you in double danger. So you must not move around. This time I asked you to come here mainly to experience the feeling, which cannot be experienced by watching more holographic videos. Remember it. Remember how small we are in the face of the disaster. His voice was very low, and he spoke clearly to explain to them which places were more likely to hide aliens, and which places were full of dangerous foreign objects. Just as Xiao Sifang was listening attentively, this voice with a moderate speed suddenly became urgent. Danger? She had been in danger for many years, and jumped away from the spot at the first time. When she looked back, she only saw Chen Huan's hideous face, and the falling classmates. You shouldn't have joined the combat department. The difference in strength was too great. Xiao Sifang only retreated 1 meter, and Chen Huan's fist was already in front of him. The world went dark in an instant. The ruins are full of dangers, so we can't move too fast. Even though Greta, who received the news, led the team back as soon as possible, the news of the accident arrived 1 step earlier than her. Chen Huan put down the 4 unconscious students and jumped out of the mecha. He was covered in wounds and full of regret. It happened too quickly. It was an animal alien. I could have saved them all. But the special student was too scared and didn't listen to me at all and tried to escape on her own. I had no choice but to save these 4 children first. His grief was so sincere that no one could find fault with it. No one wanted to find fault with a refugee. Don't blame yourself too much. Teacher Chen. Other teachers came forward to comfort him. You have tried your best. If that special student hadn't run around, she wouldn't have lost her life. No. Chen Huan shook his head painfully. We might still be able to find her now. She might not be dead yet. Everyone sighed, half-truthfully showing regret. How could they go deep into the ruins for an insignificant refugee? The people of the Annihilation Army and the Cleanup Bureau were too busy with the rejection of the aliens to waste resources and time to find a refugee student. Teacher Chen. Don't talk for now. Bandage her first. You need to rest for a while before your own injuries heal. Now is not the time to worry about others. The students who heard the bad news were terrified and whispered to each other. It's a bit tragic. But it's also because that person has a poor psychological quality. Didn't Teacher Terry say that this refugee is usually very cunning, and no one can stop him from committing suicide? Fortunately, he is just a refugee. Otherwise I think I would be traumatized. That's right. But Teacher Chen may have been traumatized by her. Teacher Chen is so miserable. The more Greta listened, the more angry she was. How could it be such a coincidence that after she left, an extra team was added, and the only special student was selected? And it was such a coincidence that something happened, and the only person who was in trouble was also a special student. Who is behind this? Are you so afraid of a refugee child? Louis walked over in the chaos. Teacher, that guy is more courageous than anything else. I don't believe it. Greta was shocked and quickly stopped her from continuing to speak. She put her hand on her shoulder and interrupted in a low voice. Shut up. I think you are more courageous than anything else. It's you who sent me the message. Right? Don't talk. The teacher will handle this matter yourself. Louis pursed his lips and nodded with difficulty. It's really disgusting. I won't abandon my students until I see the body. Greta let go of Louis and stood in front of the teachers, who looked at each other in bewilderment because of her words. It just so happens that there are 10 team leaders including Terry. Class 3 will be handed over to Terry when he comes back. I will go find someone myself. Greta. It's too late. Some people tried to dissuade her. But she ignored them all, and sent out the mecha to go up. The red mecha drew a streak of fire in the air, and went straight into the depths. Xiao Sifang didn't faint for too long. When she opened her eyes, she saw a ruin with no direction at all. The skyscraper that was broken into 2 pieces was behind her. There was a signboard that prohibited parking 2 centimeters away from her feet. Under her was ordinary rubble and bricks. The identity ring was destroyed. And the isolation ring was also useless. She was thrown into a silent, dangerous vortex, waiting for a natural way to die. This place was very narrow, with dense ruins and many dark corners. Fearing that he would alert the alien, Xiao Sifang did not dare to make too much noise. After encouraging himself to calm down, he pressed the space button on his chest through his combat uniform. This whole thing is very clear. The Terraga team has only one goal, which is to get rid of her. But she did not believe that this action was caused by her talking back last time. No matter how angry an adult teacher is, he would not take her life for such a thing. This happened today. Most likely because a refugee entered the combat system that originally belonged to second-class residents, and began to touch the field that refugees could not touch. These people in the inner city really have secrets that they cannot let know. Then she couldn't die. Enduring the pain in her chest and neck, she took out the bag of treasure she had picked up from the garbage dump from the space button, carefully placed it on her legs, then raised her wrist, and looked at the damaged part of the identity ring. There are 2 options now. Option 1 is the safest. That is, she repairs the identity ring in a short time and contacts teacher Greta to save her. Option 2 is risky. She has to walk out on her own legs. If the mecha had not run out of energy, it would not be so passive. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Sifang concentrated her energy, took the strange-looking tool she made, and began to disassemble the identity ring. She has relatively more civilian parts, and if she doesn't have enough, she can also find a similar scene to transform, as long as the communication function can be repaired. Why did she make a sound? She doesn't usually talk to herself. It's not her. Xiao Sifang suddenly raised her head. A man in white combat uniform was standing on a fire hydrant 2 meters away. He was looking at her with a smile and a gentle voice. Why is there a person here? She wanted to ask why there was a person here. Could it be that Chen Huan, who wanted her dead, would just throw her near the clearing area of the Annihilation Army for convenience? Xiao Sifang's first reaction was that it was an enemy, not a friend. The hairs on her body stood up. She stood up with a push of her toes. She stretched out her hand holding the tool and pulled her right foot back, posing an attacking posture. The man smiled. Good combat awareness. Who are you? Xiao Sifang's eyes fell on his empty wrists. Why don't you have an identity ring? The man lowered his eyelids to hide the unnatural dark red in his eyes, and repeated in his gentle tone. Why don't you have an identity ring? I think you look very smart. Why don't you guess it yourself first? Without an identity ring, you can't even enter the outer city. And you can't contact anyone or get any information. A fugitive? Xiao Sifang looked at his spotless and expensive combat uniform and the flawless white gloves on his hands, as well as the face that would make people dizzy and distracted if they were not careful, and rejected this answer. I won't guess. The man chuckled and looked up. You're lying. You've already guessed it in your mind. You think I should be a fugitive. But I don't look like one. Right? Xiao Sifang gritted his teeth and was on full alert. Little friend, do you know that there are criminals who have done bad things but have not been discovered yet? I am one of them. Xiao Sifang looked at him, and his expression did not change at all. Don't believe it? The man walked towards her. Then I can tell you in detail about my crimes. Don't come over. Xiao Sifang pointed the tool in his hand at him. I don't want to know. The man blinked. I think you need help now. Xiao Sifang had already taken a step back. The oppression from this man was stronger than she had ever felt before. For some reason, facing him was like facing the entire ruined planet, making her feel depressed and breathless. But I think you won't help me at all. Looking at the little girl in front of him, who was so scared that she stuttered but pretended to be calm and confronted him. He smiled and tiptoed down. Xiao Sifang's eyes blurred, and she only saw a residual image, and her throat was strangled. A soft voice stammered in her ear, You see, As long as I want to do it. You can't escape. So how about we chat? And tell me why you are here alone as a refugee. Okay? A drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. Her life was in his hands. How could she say no? After receiving a sensible affirmative answer, the man took her and jumped a few times to a spacious platform. This platform was part of the ruins of the building, with half of the house underneath, more than 10 meters high. When her throat was released, Xiao Sifang sat down on the ground with cold sweat, looking up at the tall man standing against the light. This man was impeccably elegant and gentle in all his manners. And even when he was strangling her throat and putting her down, he was very gentle and did not actually hurt her. She still felt that this man did not look like a criminal, and there was no need for him to be a criminal. Do you need oxygen? As she relaxed her defense, the man smiled and pointed at her chest. You are injured. Of course she was injured. A teacher from the combat department waved his hands over, punched her chest and chopped her neck with a palm knife. It was impossible for her to be unscathed with her physical fitness. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the man took out a bottle and handed it to her. Here. And used. Xiao Sifang hesitated for a moment, took it and glanced at the bottle, and coughed violently. The internal organs resonated with her chest, and the pain made her eyes dark. The man looked at her and sighed, squatted down and patted her back. Look at you. Why are you so impatient? Strangely enough, as soon as he put his hand on her, Xiao Sifang felt the pain relieved, and the pores on her back seemed to open up and feel cool. After the pain passed, she grabbed the bottle and stared at the man. Is this yours? Or did you? Stolen it. She didn't say the last 3 words, but the man had already understood. Don't worry. It's mine. And this is not the bad thing I did. Oh. Thank you. Xiao Sifang was not polite. God knows she hadn't even breathed B-grade oxygen. And she was held hostage and could breathe S-grade pure oxygen. She couldn't let it go. Pure oxygen is pure oxygen. Once it enters the body, it awakens every cell in the limbs. This feeling is the same as the feeling of pain relief just now, making people want to stretch their limbs. In just a few seconds of oxygen inhalation, she felt that all the cells in her body had metabolized. Not only did the pain in her chest decrease a lot, her body became stronger, and her mind became clearer. The man said slowly, Aren't you afraid that I will poison you? Xiao Sifang held the oxygen bottle and crossed his legs. Don't be afraid of this. Anyway, you are so much better than me. If you really want to poison me, I can only accept it. After she recovered her spirit, she decided to face this inexplicable person more calmly. I am a resident of the semi-ruined planet X338. I passed the assessment of the combat department of Chris College yesterday. Today, I came here with my teachers and classmates to observe the disaster site. Then someone took the opportunity to throw me here. The man listened thoughtfully. As far as I know, according to the conditions of the outer city, it is not easy for you to pass the combat assessment. Yes. Xiao Sifang nodded happily. So I worked very hard to pass the exam. Why did you work so hard? If you didn't pass the exam, you wouldn't encounter this kind of thing. Because I have a dream. She glanced at the man disapprovingly, and said in a serious tone, I am willing to sacrifice my life for this. What dream? The man was very interested. At this time, Xiao Sifang was silent. And after a long while, he said, Can I not tell you? It sounds a bit like bragging. The man laughed. Then don't say it. Can I ask you a question? Hearing her request, the man stood up and calmly looked at the ruins under the platform. The building collapsed. The wall shattered. The dry river was filled with all kinds of debris. And the road was nowhere to be found. And it was devastated. 622 years ago, the residents of this planet would never have thought that there would be such a disaster that destroyed the entire civilization in one go. His lips were thin and pale, but the sound he made seemed to contain thousands of emotions. If you ask me what the fundamental contradiction between the inner and outer cities is, I can't answer you. Xiao Sifang was very disappointed. You said you were a fugitive. Why can't you tell me? No second-class resident will tell you the answer. But you took off your identity ring, which is equivalent to abandoning your resident status. That can't be told to you. The man turned his back to her, and didn't seem to worry at all that she would suddenly attack him. But in fact, the answer you want to know is very simple. You just need to spend a little time. Get out of the comfortable environment of the outer city, and feel it patiently, and you will naturally get what you want. It's not a secret. It's just a very common piece of information that you can't access now. I can probably guess what your dream is. Since you have such a lofty goal, the process of finding the answer step by step will help you realize your dream in a real sense. Of course, the premise is that you can leave here alive. Xiao Sifang touched the identity ring on his wrist and said with certainty, I will. I hope so. This man is really strange. The more she talked to him, the more Xiao Sifang felt so. She also became curious and asked, Then why did you become a fugitive? What bad things did you do? The man turned around, took out a piece of clothing, and put it on the ground next to her. Then sat on it, resting his chin with one hand and looking at her with a smile. Then I will tell you. His voice is very suitable for telling stories. The tone is not too ups and downs nor completely flat. It goes up and down gently, making the listener's heart fluctuate with his words. I was born in an ordinary family with 3 brothers and sisters. My eldest brother grew up with the care of his parents, and my youngest sister also grew up with the love of everyone. Only I was stuck in the middle and received no attention. In addition, my IQ is not outstanding. Although I study hard, my grades are still squeezed among a lot of people. Just average. Xiao Sifang raised his hand. I think your fighting ability should be very strong. Not ordinary. The man looked at her tolerantly. You just entered school and don't know. There are many second-class residents like me. The people in the inner city are so hidden. A big exclamation mark popped up in Xiao Sifang's head. A huge pressure made her quickly pull out the schedule in her mind. Advance the time to get up 1 hour. And postpone the time to go to bed 1 hour. Sure enough. I am still short-sighted. I must work harder. The man expressed satisfaction with her shocked and crisis-filled expression. And continued, a bowl of water is always uneven. In this family, I am the only dispensable existence. When the family encounters a sudden change, I am the first one to be sacrificed. The year I just graduated, my sister had an accident and needed a lot of pure oxygen every day to maintain her life. You also know what pure oxygen means. A small bottle costs 200,000 star coins. My sister consumes 200,000 star coins a day. In the long run, even the richest family assets will be exhausted. In order to save my sister's life, my brother came up with a way to let my parents, who work at the oxygen supply station, tamper with the oxygen delivered every day and steal a little from each can. Xiao Sifang's eyes widened. Illegal acts involving oxygen are serious crimes. The man sighed. I don't agree. Because I also work at the oxygen supply station and know the serious consequences of stealing oxygen or stealing such a large amount. But none of the 3 of them listened to me. After all, the truth will come out yesterday. In fact, when they insisted on doing this, I was ready to die with my sister. But what I didn't expect was, a trace of pain appeared on his face. They actually pushed everything on my head, and asked me to understand them, admit the crime myself, and save this family. I was unwilling to accept it. Why was I the one sacrificed? I don't know what I did wrong. I even sold all my valuables to buy a bottle of pure oxygen for my sister. Xiao Sifang looked down at the bottle in his hand and sighed. So that's it. Yes. Then I destroyed my identity ring and escaped overnight. And smuggled many times to this planet. His tone was low and lonely. And his long and thick eyelashes drooped. I wanted to hide here. But I didn't expect it to have a second disaster. Fortunately, I am not in the disaster area. Otherwise I would not be here. Maybe I am really unpleasant. Even my parents have no feelings for me. Xiao Sifang's eyes fell on his gently moving lips, and then fell into the black eyes that attracted people like a whirlpool. In the feeling of being a frustrated person, she put down her remaining vigilance, and the face that she could ignore just now returned to her sight. This man is really handsome. His hair is dark gray close to black, and every curve of his facial features is just right. He is neither too delicate and unpopular, nor too soft and weak. He is the kind of beauty that cannot be described in detail. But the more you look at him, the more you feel that this person is beautiful to the extreme. Not only his face, but every part of his body seemed to conform to the most beautiful aesthetic ratio, which made people unable to look away. She stared at the flawless face in front of her and couldn't help saying, how could it be? Believe in yourself. You are the best. The man put away all the emotions he showed when telling the story, and said lightly, really? But if I am caught, I will go to jail or even be sentenced to death. I am a fugitive. You haven't done it. So you are not a fugitive. But no one will believe that I didn't do it. They fabricated all the evidence. This is indeed a difficult thing to deal with. Xiao Sifang was troubled by it. He thought for a long time before speaking again. I can't protect myself now. And I can't help you. But, she patted her chest. My name is Xiao Sifang. If I can live to realize my dream, you come to me, and I will protect you. Her expression looks very serious, not hypocritical and polite. The man's eyes stayed on her arms and legs for a while, and he curled the corners of his lips from the bottom of his heart, and a smile appeared in his beautiful eyes. The idea of protecting him is quite interesting. Is that so? Then I'll do you a favor as a reward in advance. He stood up and waved to Xiao Sifang on the ground. Come! I'll take you to a place close to people, which will increase the possibility of you fulfilling your dream. The latter looked at the ruins that stretched so long that she could not see the end of them, and hesitated. Walked through from below. She could actually try to restore the communication again. Of course not. The man took out a small pedal-type aircraft, completely dispelling her worries. We will pass through the air, and will not alert the aliens. The surprise came so suddenly that Xiao Sifang was so happy that he did not immediately realize that this aircraft was also a very expensive and valuable item. He stood up holding the oxygen bottle. Thank you so much. I will give you this oxygen first. She stuffed the bottle into the man's hand, not noticing the other's stunned look, and bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground and handed them over. Don't you want the clothes? This won't work. It will be difficult for you to obtain such supplies without your identity ring, even if you have mysophobia. Take it back and wash it before wearing it. At this point, she recalled the feel of her hand. Your clothes must have been very expensive when you bought them. The casual clothes are smoother than the combat clothes she bought for 80,000 star coins. No one responded to this sentence. The man just lowered his head and put away both things. He fixed his feet on the aircraft and let her get on, because it is a single-person aircraft. You? He glanced down and touched his chin. The lower the center of gravity, the less likely it is to fall. Why don't you sit on the pedal and hold my legs? Xiao Sifang looked at the narrow pedal and felt that it was true. He didn't hear that it was a joke. He honestly stepped his leg between the gaps between his legs and immediately held his thighs. I'm ready. Let's go! The high-speed wind blew across Xiao Sifang's cheek fiercely, scraping her face loose. After supporting for a while, she simply pressed her face on the other person's legs to block the wind. The owner of the aircraft sighed silently. Xiao Sifang was sent to the edge of the clearing area of the Annihilation Army. When the man put her down, he patted her head, said come on, and then stepped on the aircraft and left at a high speed, watching the man's back leave. She also said come on to herself in her heart. As long as she can get through these few kilometers, she can enter the scanning range of the special rejection equipment of the cleaning bureau. And then she will be truly saved. Just as she was running forward bit by bit according to Chen Huan's way of moving, avoiding some possible dangerous foreign objects and blind spots suitable for hiding. A red line passed in the air, and suddenly made a sharp turn above her, turning directly and landing on a small open space in front. Xiao Sifang was startled and subconsciously took a defensive posture, and the person in the red mecha jumped out. When she saw who was coming, she couldn't help but redden her eyes. Teacher Greta. Greta nodded, stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Good child. You are safe. My identity ring is broken, so there is no way to contact you in the first time. I know. Greta was also a little excited when she saw the student, who was in good condition. Let's talk about it in my mecha. Greta's mecha is relatively small, and the internal space is not large. There is no co-pilot, only a fixed seat for temporary reinforcement. Xiao Sifang sat on the chair and secretly looked at the structure of the entire cockpit. This is completely different from her mecha from more than a decade ago. The propulsion grading device that originally occupied a large space has been reduced to a small slider, and the original 28 keys to control the movement of the mecha's limbs have been increased to 64 keys after the mecha's limbs have been further decomposed. While the power has increased, the difficulty of operation has also increased exponentially. The energy box inlay has also changed. Greta put on the full-range audition connected to the mecha, while operating the mecha back to the base. She asked, Did Chen Huan attack you directly? Xiao Sifang quickly retracted his eyes, and nodded and replied, Yes. He was supposed to knock me out from behind, but I saw it. It was very troublesome. TSK. You saw him? That's really troublesome. Greta stroked her hair. There's no other way. In this case, I can only follow Chen Huan's words and admit that you left the team because you were too scared to run around. Xiao Sifang was uneasy when he heard it. Will I be expelled for this? Don't worry. They are the ones who are in the wrong. You admit it, and give them a way out. Greta comforted her. Then frowned again. But if they find the opportunity again, they will definitely attack you. So you have two things to do as soon as possible. Xiao Sifang's ears were completely erected. And his attitude was respectful. Please go on. First, improve your own strength as quickly as possible. At least to the extent that others think you can survive, and send out the news when you are in danger. Second, become famous as soon as possible. Xiao Sifang was puzzled. Famous? Yes. Compared to the first point. The second point is actually more important. This fame does not mean how famous you are in the inner city, but that you have to be famous in the outer city where the news is very closed. It is best to let everyone know that there is such a special supply, so that they all pay attention to you. Xiao Sifang understood. If I have a high degree of attention, it will cause a storm in the outer city when something happens. The inner city, which is afraid of it, will be more cautious in dealing with me. And then I will have time to breathe. I'm glad you understand. Greta nodded, and then asked about the location where she appeared. By the way, did Chen Huan throw you so close? Yes, time was too tight. After all, he was on the way to the disaster outbreak point, and he also had to settle several other students. Xiao Sifang answered calmly, determined not to be ungrateful and betray his benefactor. But Chen Huan did not throw her too far. It was indeed not enough time. That's true. Greta had no doubt. But teacher, why didn't Teacher Chen kill me directly? Why did he go to such great lengths to throw me into the ruins and get rid of me through a third party? Xiao Sifang couldn't figure this out. Although if you didn't come to find me, the possibility of me returning alive was very small. But if I did return, wouldn't that be a problem? That's where you're lucky. Greta snorted coldly and slowed down the flight a little. The Interstellar Convention clearly decrees that killing refugees is punishable by death. If it was Terry who did it, he wouldn't care about this. But if it was Chen Huan who dealt with you, he would be concerned. This man is used to flattering, but is quite timid. Even though he knows that this matter will basically not be exposed. And even if it is exposed, the defense officer can make the judge give a light sentence. He still doesn't dare. Killing you directly would cause him to worry about leaving too many traces. It would be better to throw you into the ruins. After all, you are just freshmen. And walking in there without any protection is a death sentence. You die in the most natural way. And even if your body is found, he can't catch him. Then her luck is really good. Xiao Sifang thought with lingering fear. Being thrown into the ruins alive. And meeting a fugitive who is not a fugitive to help. And teacher Greta personally rescued. Greta, take a rest for 2 minutes. And act better for me later. Okay? Yes. Xiao Sifang closed his eyes and began to gather his strength. As soon as she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but think of the face she had just separated from. She also thought that although he was born in a wealthy second-class resident family, he suffered such unfair treatment. It was better for her to live a hard life since childhood. At least the people around her were very nice to her. I don't know how long he can escape, but he should have a flying machine. Wait, a flying machine? Xiao Sifang opened his eyes. Didn't he say that he would sell all his valuables for pure oxygen? How could he have a flying machine? And where did he get his things from? The space button? Finally, thinking about his cheerful and natural attitude at the beginning. Oh my God! After understanding it, she felt that her soul was shaken. She was deceived. But then again, she had no right to be angry. Because that person not only gave her pure oxygen to breathe, but also sent her to a place near the Annihilation Army, and did not do anything bad. He should not be a bad person. Xiao Sifang calmed down, thinking that half of the story he told might be true. And he was just a poor man with a bad personality. Just when I thought of my stupid look when I said I would protect him, I felt a little sad. When Greta's mecha returned to the base, Chen Huan staggered and insisted on coming over with the help of other teachers. His tone was concerned and excited. Greta, did you find that student? Greta on the mecha took off her glasses and kicked Xiao Sifang, who immediately rubbed his eyes and forced his eyes to redden. Greta took her down with satisfaction. The moment Xiao Sifang showed up, Chen Huan's expression was so colorful that it was almost ferocious. She was lucky. She ran so hard that she fainted. But she was lying safely until I found her. In front of Chenhuan. Greta raised her palm and slapped the person who was crying hard on the head. In front of all the classmates and teachers. Tell me, have you learned your lesson? Do you dare to run around again next time? Do you dare not trust the teacher's ability? This conversation did not make much sense to those who did not know the whole story. But to Chenhuan, it was a naked laugh. Xiao Sifang looked at Chenhuan with tears in his eyes. I've learned my lesson. I really don't dare to do it again. I'm sorry to Teacher Chen for making him worry. The two of them sang in unison, vomiting so much that Chenhuan's black skin gradually turned red. He wanted to pounce on Xiao Sifang, who had no idea what kind of shit luck it was to come back alive, and tear him into pieces. But he could only endure it in front of everyone, and reluctantly said, okay. I'm relieved if you're fine. My wound hurts so much that I need to take a rest. Perform the whole play. Even if the murderer is so angry that he leaves the stage directly, they still have to continue the performance. Greta brought Xiao Sifang back to the third class, threw her to the ground, and said to the students who were still immersed in surprise, I'll leave her to you to take care of her first. She might be punished when she returns to the college. You should all take this as a lesson. Understand? The students nodded in fear, looking at Xiao Sifang with disgust and sympathy. A mere refugee? It turns out that he is not suitable for the combat department. As soon as they returned to Chris Academy, Xiao Sifang and Greta were called to the dean's office for a talk. Strictly speaking, the dean actually only invited Xiao Sifang, and Greta came by herself. The dean's office was very lively. Terry and Chenhuan were both there, and their faces turned pale when they saw Greta, who shouldn't be here. Greta stood behind Xiao Sifang, closed the door carelessly and said, Dean, I know everything. It's not appropriate to exclude me from handling this matter. In order to prevent you from having someone come to find me halfway, I came here first. Dean Willie sighed. Since you are here, can I still chase you out? Take this kid with you. After he said that, Greta pushed Xiao Sifang to sit in the middle of the sofa without any hesitation. The dean personally poured a cup of hot tea for Xiao Sifang. We at Chris College have always treated students equally, giving all students the same qualifications for taking exams. And we also welcome capable special students to try more majors to better realize their own value. He started a little far, and Xiao Sifang was not sure where he wanted to start, so he cautiously did not speak. This year is a special year, for the entire galaxy, and for our college as well. As a special student, you were admitted to the combat department and manufacturing department, which are both the most difficult departments. You set a precedent that is worth learning for students from the outer city, and also stimulated and encouraged the learning state of students from the inner city. I am very grateful for your presence. As for this incident, it was a complete misunderstanding, purely due to the communication deviation between Teacher Terry and Teacher Chenhuan. The dean told her and Greta about the misunderstanding as if he was telling a joke. Teacher Terry has seen too many things. He was kind-hearted and was afraid that the high oxygen supply requirements of the combat department would make your persistence in vain. He wanted to take advantage of this on-site observation opportunity to give you a little hardship, so that you would know how dangerous the combat department is, and then concentrate on the manufacturing department to exert your abilities. But when he was talking to Teacher Chenhuan misheard him, and thought he was going to attack you for some personal grudge. This guy is used to flattering others. Terry is his superior, so he dared not disobey him. He decided to pretend and put you in the ruins for a while. He also made a protective shield for you, thinking that after this matter was over, he would secretly take you back. Wait a minute. Greta interrupted and grabbed Xiao Sifang's wrist. Where's the protective shield? I didn't see the protective shield, but I saw that the identity ring was broken. How do you explain this? The dean glanced at her and smiled. Look at your impatient temper. Didn't this student faint for a while? These things happened after Chenhuan left. He didn't expect such an accident. What a clever mouth that can turn black into white. Xiao Sifang was silent, and heard two purposes of his conversation. The first was to tell her that today's incident could be easily washed away, and advised her not to go out and talk nonsense because no one would believe her if she told the truth. The second was to let her leave the combat department, and was willing to give her a formal student quota in the manufacturing department, hoping that she would not be ungrateful. She could hear it, and Greta, who had much more experience than her, naturally heard it too. She patted her hand to reassure her, and then crossed her legs on the spot. After hearing what the dean said, I also think that this should be the case. The dean smiled and nodded, as if praising her for her understanding. It's really hard for Director Terry to work so hard. Greta kept her legs crossed in an indecent posture and turned to Terry, who had been standing aside without saying anything. I'd like to apologize for misunderstanding the director. I hope the director won't hold it against me. Terry was proud and snorted coldly. Greta looked at Chen Huan again. As for Teacher Chen, you are indeed not very thoughtful and too reckless this time. I won't apologize to you. Chen Huan squeezed out a few words with an embarrassed look on his face. It's not necessary in the first place. Greta nodded. Then this matter has been made clear. It's good to resolve the misunderstanding. Sifang, thank the teachers for their kindness quickly, and tell them that you will never regret entering the combat department, so that they don't rack their brains to worry about you anymore. The faces of the three men in the room froze. Dean, Greta, thank you for your concern. Teachers. Xiao Sifang stood up suddenly, bowed 90 degrees, and said loudly, I will work harder to show you my determination and perseverance. Classmate. Okay. Greta also stood up, her voice louder than Xiao Sifang. You have ambition. The teacher believes you can do it. Dean. It's okay. We will leave first, and we won't disturb you. After that, she put her arm around Xiao Sifang's shoulder and walked away with a gust of wind. And no one could stop her. The door closed, separating two worlds. Greta exhaled a breath of foul air. And when she saw Xiao Sifang's calm profile, she regretted it a little. I'm sorry. I was angry just now and directly rejected the transfer, and made a decision for you without authorization. Well, it's okay. Xiao Sifang smiled at her. His round eyes narrowed. I like the decision you made for me. Her big smile matched her voice. And the auditory and visual experience was highly consistent and sweet. I've thought about it carefully. It's thanks to you that I can come to the principal's office and listen to them talk calmly. She took 2 quick steps, stood facing her, put her hands on both sides of her thighs, and bowed sincerely. Thank you for coming to me. Thank you for standing firmly by my side. I really appreciate your existence. Looking at her round head, Greta's expression softened, and she touched her head. Don't thank me. Thank yourself. A strong, hard-working and fearless person is worthy of respect. I am just willing to help a respectable person. Keep it up. Xiao Sifang straightened up and nodded heavily. I will. Not all second-class residents are malicious towards them. She once again clearly realized this. Inside the door. Dean, are you just going to let them go? Terry said anxiously. She is just a special student. Can't we deal with her in any way? Can't we just find an excuse to get away with it? Why are you so polite to her? The dean shouted with a sullen face. Didn't you see who was standing next to her? Greta Gardner. That lunatic who was famous for helping the right, and not the relatives. Do you want to go to the interstellar court? Who should be blamed for this matter? You can't find anyone else to deal with it. But you have to find this good for nothing? Chen Huan shrunk his shoulders, and dared not say a word even when being scolded. You all go back. Put this matter aside for now. And don't bother her for a while. Terry's chest rose and fell violently, and he squeezed out a yes for a long time. He took a deep breath before opening the door and walking out. The matter finally came to an end for the time being. Xiao Sifang held the ice cream that Greta had invited her to eat and bounced back to the dormitory. This time when she entered the door, she was also warmly welcomed by everyone. Ada held up the light board information pulled out from the identity ring to verify with her. Sifang, did you really get into trouble at the beginning? The information said that because she disobeyed the command and walked around at the disaster site, a teacher was seriously injured in order to rescue her. Xiao Sifang took a bite of ice cream and responded vaguely. As the weaker party, this level of tolerance is still necessary. I'll tell you. Nala sighed. There will definitely be problems. She looked at Xiao Sifang's innocent face that seemed to have not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. She was about to say a few more words, but Lu Yi, who had always treated them like air, stood up suddenly intervened and dragged Xiao Sifang into the bathroom, and closed the door. Nala whispered, she won't teach Sifang a lesson? Ada didn't think it was possible. For some reason, she even felt that Lu Yi's stinky face just now was directed at Nara. This was not the first time she thought so. In the small bathroom, Lu Yi pushed the man into the corner with one palm, staring at his face. Xiao Sifang looked down at the well-preserved ice cream and took another bite. I'm talking to you. And you're still eating? Xiao Sifang nodded, holding the ice cream in his mouth, and said, then you haven't started yet. Louis let go of her hand and was simply convinced by her. What happened on 1077? I just didn't obey orders. And then? Bang. Xiao Sifang shut up after hitting the wall behind him with a fist. Louis lowered his voice. Did Terry ask Chen Huan to kill you? Xiao Sifang didn't expect her guess to be so accurate. He blinked his eyes and didn't say yes or no. That means tacit consent. Louis was puzzled. Why don't you clarify it? Now not only we are hostile to you, but you refugees are also ostracizing you. They don't think you are bringing honor, but shame. It doesn't matter, Xiao Sifang said, as he was about to bite the ice cream again. But Louis took it away expressionlessly. And then he continued, I am a person who wants to do big things, and I won't take these small things to heart. You can't be wronged. Isn't it disgusting to be wronged? There are always some people who don't understand the truth and say nonsense. Just like people in the inner city say people outside the city. And people outside the city say people in the inner city. They are all wronging each other. While she was stunned, Xiao Sifang gently saved his ice cream, put it in his mouth and took a big bite, and added vaguely, looking for Jiushi to mess with. Louis came back to his senses. Bah! Habit! Who wronged you? Isn't it disgusting to talk with something in your mouth? After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Xiao Sifang finished the ice cream in a few bites, feeling a little wronged by her last accusation. If she didn't eat the ice cream quickly, it would melt. It was her first time to eat it, so how could she not cherish it? The trip to the ruins caused the students of the combat department to miss a day of class. But the classes of the combat department were adjusted internally and were not important. The classes missed by the manufacturing department could only be made up by themselves. Xiao Sifang downloaded the 2 classes she missed and the real-time recorded videos of the major students of the manufacturing department in the academic affairs system, played them at double speed, put on headphones, took the electronic book and turned to the corresponding page, and began to make up for the lesson seriously. During the study, she received a call from Xiao Bamian, and she rejected his invitation to meet and continue to study. She was focused, which stimulated the other girls in the dormitory who were planning to relax because it was getting late to pick up their spirits and continue to study hard. The learning atmosphere was great. Early the next morning, Xiao Sifang took her electronic notebook to the building complex of the manufacturing department, found a classroom, and sat down in a corner. Because she came early, she studied hard for half an hour, recorded a few questions, and put them together with those she sorted out last night, and just waited until the end of get out of class to ask the teacher. More and more people entered the classroom, and more people pointed at her, talking about what happened yesterday. And their attitudes were all kinds of. Some looked down on her. Some were regretful. Some were disdainful to mention or listen. And some were furious. Most of the buildings in the manufacturing department are manufacturing rooms. There are very few classrooms used for classes, and the area is not large. There are still 10 seats left for students who only study one major. But with the students who study a minor or a combination of majors, it is packed full. The one who came the latest could only sit next to Xiao Sifang. The tall young man with a head full of red kicked the edge of the table. Get out. I don't want to sit with garbage. The whole row of tables shook, and the noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Xiao Sifang stared at the content on the electronic book and ignored it. Don't play dumb. The young man's anger became more and more due to her ignoring him, and he punched her electronic book. Get out quickly. The air here is stinking. Xiao Sifang then raised his head, put his hands on the table on his knees, took a deep breath, and made a sniffing motion. It doesn't smell bad. I take a shower every day. Maybe your nose is broken. Her voice was soft and cute, which made the young man's fiery hair stand up completely. Xiao Sifang was caught up, and the young man kept roaring, What are you? What are you providing me? The distance between the two is close to Xiao Sifang to see every blackhead on his nose, and the ugly is particularly powerful. She couldn't help but look away. I didn't provoke you. In the eyes of the young man, she felt that she was scared, and hummed coldly. Then roll aside. Don't get bluntly here. This is not possible. Xiao Sifang refused. I sit well. You can sit well. Why should I go? You? The young man did not expect that she was still unpleasant, and the anger became more and more alarmed. What do you know what you yourself? Can you sit next to you? Xiao Sifang was afraid that if she held the clothes for too long, he would damage them. She didn't want to reason with him in this position, so she raised her hand and touched his wrist. She grabbed her arm and let it fall down weakly in the owner's shocked and angry look. When her feet landed on the ground, she immediately pulled the clothes and smoothed them. The clothes were new, and Xiao spent a lot of money to buy them for her before she came to school. She wanted to wear them until graduation. George, don't be impulsive. Before the word impulsive was shouted out from other students, the fist of red-haired George was already in front of Xiao Sifang. The punch was loose and slow, so she slightly turned her head to avoid it, grabbed his fist and gave him a backhand grab, and directly pressed him against the wall. Why are you unreasonable? Xiao Sifang suppressed him, frowning. If you don't like sitting with me, then you can come earlier next time. This time you must sit next to me. It's your own fault for coming late. Why are you angry with me? George felt humiliated when he failed to attack and was counter-pressed. A light brown energy body quietly released from him. He stared with his eyes wide open, his mind completely lost. And he had only one thought in his mind: kill her. There is energy fluctuation. Xiao Sifang's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively stepped back. He pushed on the table with one hand and jumped several meters away. Another figure, a moment slower than her, rushed forward, and the blue barrier was raised. The runaway George was tightly covered in a halo. The energy flame exploded, and the blue color of the barrier dimmed a few points after several impacts. But it was blocked without any danger. The people closest to him were so scared that they couldn't even stand up, and they were sweating all over their foreheads. The strong young man who saved everyone at the critical moment raised his fist as big as a bowl, and punched the instigator in the face without saying a word. When he was beaten, George realized what he had done, and he was scared to death. He covered his face and curled up on the ground, saying in a panic, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Help me. When George punched just now, everyone still had a look of satisfaction on their faces. But from the moment he lost his mind and used the energy flame in the crowded classroom, no one would stand on his side. If the guy who just attacked hadn't reacted quickly enough, more than a dozen of his unguarded classmates would have been injured. How dare you get along with him in the future if he is so impulsive and reckless? He sent you away with a punch of energy punch? The guy who attacked was called Lu De, also a student of the combat department, and a minor in manufacturing. This guy is tall and burly, with one arm thicker than Xiao Sifang's thigh, muscles knotted, eyebrows like lightning, a fierce look on his face, and speaks in a bad tone. If something really happens, I don't care if you did it on purpose. After all, George's friends couldn't just watch him get expelled, so they apologized to everyone with a wry smile. He was really angry this time, and he's usually easy to get along with. Fortunately, no one was injured, so let him go this time. Look at how regretful he is. He will definitely not dare to do it again in the future. If this matter gets out, it is still unknown whether he will be brought to the interstellar court, but he will definitely be expelled from school. Many of the students in the classroom are not yet adults, and they are soft-hearted. They don't want to ruin a classmate's life like this, seeing his tears streaming down their cheeks. They are really scared, so they just keep silent. George's friend went to see Xiao Sifang, who escaped unscathed. You are right. He is indeed responsible for this matter. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please keep your mouth shut, and don't tell anyone. What do you mean keep your mouth shut, and don't tell anyone? Everyone was shocked. A little old man with white eyebrows and hair came in at some point, and was walking from the door to the podium. He put the things in his hand on the podium. What kind of atmosphere is this? So tense? Someone come and tell me. Everyone reflexively looked at Xiao Sifang, who had not agreed just now. The old man noticed their gaze, and simply pointed at Xiao Sifang. Then tell me. Everyone's heart was lifted up, and George's legs were trembling, and his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Xiao Sifang answered in a very detailed way. He just touched my butt. I thought he did it on purpose, so I scolded him, and he thought I was deliberately ruining his reputation. So he attacked me, but I knocked him down again, and he couldn't help crying because of his humiliation. Teacher, it's not a big deal. We have reconciled. We won't tell anyone that he touched my butt, nor will we tell anyone that I beat him and made him cry. Everyone. George breathed a sigh of relief and cried even louder. Who the hell is so disgusting to touch a refugee's butt? And who the hell is beaten and cried? If this rumor gets out, how can he hold his head up? It's so hateful. The old man thought it was a big deal. Fighting should be reported. But the current situation is caused by misunderstanding, and the two sides have reconciled. So he will turn a blind eye. Hey! Hurry up and sit down. The bell is ringing. George's friend quickly helped him up. Luda glanced at Xiao Sifang, who was sitting in the original position, and sat down in the position where George didn't want to sit just now, which was considered to separate the two parties. The old man taught structural science. He explained it in a simple and incisive way for two classes. The students were almost asleep, with 3 minutes left before the end of the get out of class. The old man finished the class content and began to communicate with everyone. Do you all know about the sudden disaster of the Y-1077 ruins planet? Yes. Then, there is a little news that you must not know. Bo from the Life Research Institute. Before he finished speaking, the students who couldn't hold back after hearing a name slammed the table and shouted loudly. What? Dad. Teacher. What's wrong with Dad? My heavenly father. The old man. Quiet. Do you want to hear me finish? Everyone covered their mouths in a hurry. When the Y-1077 disaster occurred, Bo might have been at the scene. The old man crossed his legs proudly. You don't know this news? The students were stunned and even wanted to spit on his face. It's impossible. Teacher. Everyone can go to the disaster site. But at the disaster site, only the aliens can withstand it. Okay? The old man waved his hands. You are narrow-minded. Why do you only think about this? Don't you think about whether the Life Research Institute has new results? The students were shocked. This is indeed possible. Xiao Sifang, who always listened seriously in class, was distracted. If Bo was at the scene when the Y-1077 disaster occurred, could that kind-hearted fugitive have something to do with this matter? What is the relationship? The old man looked at everyone's serious faces with satisfaction. And he said more when he was happy. As we all know, the whereabouts of Mr. Sun, as you say, are very regular. He basically travels outside for 1 year and studies in seclusion for another year. The second half of this year is when he will come out. So the gossip says that he will choose a planet to live temporarily in the next year, personally integrate into the crowd, and collect what he needs. Children, we have about a 1% chance of getting close to him. The air was quiet for a second, and then the cheers almost blew the roof off the building. After class, George stayed at the back of the classroom, watching the back of the man who submitted the list of questions to the old man and hurried to the combat department, and spitted with hatred. I want revenge. His friend slapped him, and said, You want revenge? You should try to please her. George's eyes were red. Are you afraid that she will go back on her word and tell the truth? Who would believe that? Going back on her word will only make her more despised. Are you stupid? The friend punched him again, hoping to wake him up. Of course that's over. But have you touched her, but and been beaten by her to tears? Who touched her, but? Who was beaten by her to tears? George was going crazy. The damn refugee is just shameless, and talking nonsense. The friend said coldly to him. It's shameless and nonsense. But what can you do? Instead of waiting for her to threaten you in the future, why don't you give her something to keep her quiet? And when you give her the gift, find a way to make her say a few words like she said it on purpose. And then we record it. If she is not satisfied and dares to come to you for benefits again, you can release the recording and say she is blackmailing. George finally listened to it, and no matter how unwilling he was, he had to put it aside and nodded in agreement. After making a scene in the manufacturing department, Xiao Sifang returned to the combat department and spent the morning peacefully without anyone paying attention to him. Xiao Bamian contacted her several times but was refused to see her, and finally blocked her at the entrance of the cafeteria. What's going on? This time, Xiao Bamian did not cry, but frowned seriously. If they say anything else, I believe it. But they insist that you are so scared that you don't listen to orders. How is this possible? Why do they wrongly accuse you? What happened? He has no other confidence. But when it comes to courage and calmness in danger, he believes that this person who grew up with him is better than anyone else. Su Qingxin, who came with him, also had a worried look on his face. Xiao Sifang waved his hand. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. There's another thing I need your help with. I wanted to tell you in a few days, but since we've already met, I'll just tell you. You're so polite. What can I do for you? Xiao Sifang smiled. Please help me publicize my heroic deeds in the outer city. The more it spreads, the better. Xiao Bamian. Are you going to piss off your grandma or my parents? The risk is too great. You have to give me a decent reason. I just want to be famous. Xiao Sifang didn't want to explain more, and sent them away with a smirk. Xiao Bamian became more and more worried. He glanced at Su Qingxin, who was very silent. Senior, why didn't you say anything just now? Su Qingxin vaguely guessed what happened and shook his head. It's very complicated. Anyway, don't ask about it anymore, and don't conflict with your classmates anymore. There are only a few special students in the whole school. It's bad to be excluded. But I'm really worried. Su Qingxin looked at his uneasy face and sighed. Then try your best to help her become famous. This is really just the beginning. Even if there are rumors everywhere, as long as the person concerned ignores them, it won't affect anything. Xiao Sifang prepares for class, and reviews after class very naturally. Even if someone points at her nose and insults her in person, she pretends not to see it. She speaks when she should speak and shuts up when she should shut up. Rumors that can't hurt the person concerned at all. And it only wastes her words. There is no point. In less than 2 days, those gossips that could have fermented have calmed down by themselves. Some people even began to admire Xiao Sifang. This kind of face is not something that ordinary people can have. On Wednesday afternoon, the public holiday, the impoverished Xiao Sifang took a last look at the part-time job recruitment information sorted out in the past 2 days, rode the public bicycle at the school gate, and set off in high spirits. Make money! Make money! Make money! Considering the heavy workload, the places she chose were not far from the college. The first one was the closest, and it took 10 minutes to get there. After parking her bicycle, she walked towards the repair shop. Her eyes swept across the words flashing on the light screen at the door. Recruiting part-time repairmen. Salary negotiable. And she felt relieved. Yes, as long as you make concessions on the salary, there will be no problem. The door was open, and she walked in directly. A clerk stopped his work and looked at her with a man who looked like a customer. The clerk did not notice her identity ring, raised his hand to wipe the sweat, and asked, "What are you repairing?" Xiao Sifang shook his head and smiled. "I'm here to apply for a part-time job." "Ah?" The waiter looked at her young face suspiciously. "Wait a minute. I'll ask the boss lady to come out." And the customer looked down and fell on her unconcealed identity ring. The waiter quickly brought the person out. The thin woman with curly hair and thin lips took a glance, and saw the unique yellow-brown color. Then she looked at the customer with a bad look, strode over, grabbed Xiao Sifang's arm, and pushed her out. "Who asked you to come in? Don't dirty my place." Xiao Sifang hurriedly said, "Boss lady, I'm here to apply for a job. I have good skills, and the salary is negotiable." No need to negotiate. The person who didn't resist was pushed out of the door. The owner of the small repair shop looked at her with disgust. "Get out of here. You're affecting my business." Her attitude was tough, and she didn't want to negotiate. After scolding her, she turned around and apologized to the only customer in the store with a smile. "Sorry. The guy is ignorant. It's okay. Just drive him away." Xiao Sifang had expected this situation. She quickly calmed down her anger and rode her bicycle to the next store. It's a pity that one after another, no one was willing to listen to her and drove her away like a bacterium. All her goals were ruined. She stood on the roadside in a daze, at a loss. Didn't you think you had the skills and the ability to earn enough money to support yourself as long as you found a part-time job at a repair shop? But you couldn't even get in the door. Stupid. Naive. Mechanically dragging the bicycle out, she pedaled weakly and rode towards the school. To make matters worse, the bicycle suddenly fell apart after riding a few meters. She instinctively jumped away and watched it fall into pieces on the non-motorized vehicle lane. The broken upper connecting rod and rear fork seemed to laugh at her overestimation. She bent down to pick up the flying wheel and dragged it to the edge with other parts. She sat down with the buttocks, and for the first time, she looked discouraged. Even when she was thrown into the ruins of the disaster, she was never confused. But now she didn't know what to do. The repair shop she applied for just now was the smallest of the 5 and the most remote. She thought it had the highest success rate, but it ended in failure. As the sky gradually darkened, she sat alone on the side of the road with a pile of broken copper and iron. And no one paid attention to her. Alas, she sighed and muttered, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Her eyes fell on the body of the bicycle, and she found that many key parts such as the upper and lower connecting rods and brake lines had traces of human damage. It was inevitable that they would fall apart under continuous working conditions. She was too excited when she came out and was careless. There is no bicycle parking spot nearby, so it is impossible to exchange for a new one. Sighing again, she squatted down and began to sort out the pile of scrap metal in front of her. There was only one tire with a good rim left, one good transmission, and one good brake line left. And the seat, chain, sprocket, crank, etc. were all still usable. She rolled up her sleeves, took out the tools, and began to modify it. The new structural diagram was already fully presented in her mind. In just 20 minutes, she made a unicycle that could generate electricity manually. The pedals and wheels were connected to a motor respectively, and the appearance was very untidy. After the test ride, she was very satisfied with her results. The power generated by 5 turns of the pedals plus inertia can drive nearly 30 meters at a constant speed on flat ground, saving effort. After putting all the unused garbage into the trash can, Xiao Sifang touched the newly made car, and the small sense of satisfaction in her heart gradually overwhelmed her depressed mood. With hands, feet and brains, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Once she was in a good mood, she looked at the quiet streets and the street lights that had just been lit, which were pleasing to the eye. She couldn't help humming, stepped on the pedals, and rode towards the school. Wait! Squeak! The handbrake was pulled. Xiao Sifang looked back and saw a fat middle-aged man standing next to the bionic tree where she had just been. The black suit not only failed to make him look thinner, but also made his belly round. He wore sunglasses and looked sneaky like a spy. Xiao Sifang asked uncertainly, "You called me? Are there other people here besides you and me?" The middle-aged man's tone was not good. "Come closer. I want to ask you something." Xiao Sifang stood still. "I have to go back to class." "Then you don't want to make money?" Instantly, a strong golden light hit the fat man. Xiao Sifang licked his dry lips. "Can you give me a job?" The fat man raised his chin several times. "You are lucky. The car just modified well. Beware of fraud when pie falls from the sky." Xiao Sifang still didn't move. "I don't believe you." The fat man thought to himself. "What can I do to you as a refugee? You are really overconfident." But there is something that needs her. So he became more and more annoyed. "You came to my store to apply for a job." "Which one?" "We can repair anything." "That was the third largest one. And the one that was almost splashed with water." "Didn't they want me just now?" The fat man explained with his last patience. "Of course the store won't want you. If you are a vagrant in my store, you will drive away all the customers. Even if I let you repair secretly, if you are discovered, my reputation will be ruined. Am I crazy? I followed you after you left. I wanted to find a place where no one was around to test your skills. When you were about to leave, your car broke down. And then I saw your skills. To be honest, it's not bad. If you weren't a vagrant, you would have the opportunity to be a small master in those well-known repair shops. What a pity. But you can't do the things that are obvious. But you can still do some things that are not easy to trace back. I used to only do maintenance. But recently I plan to expand the scale. While doing maintenance, I also recycle old things and waste to do second-hand business. You just stay in my backyard and dismantle the old machine. Just dismantling it will be fine. I will give you 20 star coins per hour. Do you want to do it? It's cheap. She used to earn 50 star coins per hour by cheating. But this is the only job opportunity. Xiao Sifang gritted his teeth. I will do it. But I don't have much time. I am only free on Wednesday afternoon and Sunday all day. I can also come on Monday night. The rest of the time. The fat man was stunned. If you are looking for a part-time job around here, you should be a student of Chris College. So your schoolwork is so tight? Well, I major in combat and minor in manufacturing. And my courses are very full. The fat man glared. His eyes were as round as his belly. And his voice was out of tune. How can you, a refugee, go to the combat department and minor in the manufacturing department? You are bragging too much. I'm not bragging. Xiao Sifang was not very happy. My name is Xiao Sifang. You can go to the college to ask. I'm very famous. Hee. The fat man didn't believe it. It was getting late. And if he continued to nag at him, he would be late for class. Xiao Sifang became anxious. Can I come to work on Sunday? You can ask first. Leave me your contact number. I'm in a hurry to go to class. The fat man was skeptical. Perhaps considering that a maintenance expert worth 20 star coins was rare. So he exchanged contact codes with her. Bye. Xiao Sifang waved, stepped on the pedal, and walked away like a gust of wind. Hey. It looks like it's going to happen. The fat man muttered, looked around furtively to make sure there was no one around, and hurriedly went home with his sunglasses on. Xiao Sifang hurried back. She had to force herself to finish the class after running around all afternoon. When she returned to the dormitory, she was so tired that she didn't want to move a finger, and lay on the table without moving. Ida had the best relationship with her in the dormitory. After waiting for her to come back, she immediately went up to her and asked, "How is it?" Xiao Sifang hummed a few times. "Not good. I can't even get through the door." Aida's face darkened and she sighed. Nora put a cup of hot water on Xiao Sifang's desk. "You still don't believe it. Now you are defeated by the cruel facts. Right?" Picked up the cup and took a sip. Xiao Sifang thanked him, and then lay down again. Ada and Nora started arguing again, and Louis lost his temper before calming down. Main star W1. Sharp scissors cut off a half-open red rose, and the slender fingers wearing white gloves gently pinched the green branches and passed it to the servant behind him, who already had more than a dozen roses. A man in a top hat sat at a table in the middle of the rose garden, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, but only smelled it but didn't drink it. After a while, he said, "Can you take the initiative to pay attention to me?" The man who was cutting the flower branches didn't respond, and with a click, he cut off another tender rose. The man in the top hat put down his teacup helplessly, walked over and took the flower from the servant. "You go first." After the people walked away, the man whispered, "Are those people in the institute willing to let you out for a whole year? You still have to come back regularly." "Fuck." The gentleman's disguise was torn off, and the man cursed in a low voice. "I thought we had returned to the time before the disaster. It turns out that the roots are still the same." "It's good. The free time this year has been extended." "Bullshit." The man in the top hat cursed rudely. "Do you think those old guys have a change of heart? They are just afraid that you will be oppressed too much, so they deliberately give you a little sweet taste. You don't have to be so angry." The man in the top hat rolled his eyes. "That's because you won't get angry, so I have to be twice as angry." "Holy Father." Sinbo smiled slightly while stroking the soft petals of the rose. The face that was more beautiful than all the roses in the garden made the man in the top hat stunned for a moment. And then he cursed, "Damn! It almost blinded my eyes. So is the first half of the gossip true? You have changed your personality and want to be with someone. How could it be?" Sinbo took off his gloves and gently brushed his hands over the freshly cut red rose bush. The broken branches were reborn. The tender green branches grew wildly. The flower buds swelled and gradually opened. Actual battlefield. Greta's eyes swept across the faces of the 50 students in the class, her expression as stern as ever. "In the first academic year, you only have one kind of actual combat class. That is close combat. And my teaching method is one-on-one fighting. You can watch other teachers teaching courses to teach skills and postures. In my class, there is no demonstration or drill. You must show your real skills and fight to death." Han Yu, the monitor of Class 3, raised his hand under great pressure. "Teacher, if you are really not careful, this is what I'm going to say next. Not only do you have to fight to death, but you also have to stop at the moment when the opponent admits defeat. Even if the opponent does not admit defeat, you must learn to predict what consequences your attack will cause and stop in time." Greta snorted coldly. "My students, not only must you fight hard, but you must also be able to control yourself. You are allowed to wear protective gear in the first month of the course." Greta pointed to the breastplates, helmets and joint protectors neatly stacked in the corner. "Take them off in the second month. If you are timid and dare not fight, you will be beaten. If you have no control and cause someone's death, you will go to jail with me." The students were all shocked. "This is too cruel." Greta sneered at their cowardly looks. "Are you scared? Then I will talk about the results of the class I taught this year to encourage you. I am a new teacher. 3 years ago, I could only teach Class 10. As you all know, the class division is based on the results of the entrance examination. Class 10 is the worst class in the actual combat examination. But when we graduated, the worst student in my class was ranked in the top 200 in actual combat. And I changed my starting point and started from Class 3. This year, your entrance examination ranking is already in the top 150. So my goal is to have everyone in the top 100 when you graduate. Now answer me. Is there any coward who can't do it? Fuck. The students were boiling, shouting loudly, no cowards. Are you still cowards? No cowards. Greta nodded, raised her hand and projected a list on the snow-white wall. This is your ranking when you entered school. Look at the list and find your own partners. You will have 5 minutes to form groups and wear protective gear. Students who are not ready when the time comes, don't attend this class. Go back to sleep. After that, the students frantically formed teams, fearing that they would miss the first class if they fell behind. The class had an even number of students, so there should be no one left alone. However, Xiao Sifang, a special person, forced the 50 people to be divided into 24 groups one-on-one. And there was a strange situation of 2 people left alone. The other person left alone was also a girl, clenching her fists and glaring at Xiao Sifang. Don't come over. I won't be in the same group with you. But we are the only ones left. Xiao Sifang tried to communicate with her. There are only 5 minutes. We can't delay. Then I won't be in the same group with you either. I'll go and talk to teacher Greta myself. Okay. She was still confused. So Xiao Sifang had to put on the protective gear first. The girl who didn't want to be in a group with Xiao Sifang ran to Greta, with her hands straight on her thighs, giving people a sense of toughness. But her eyes were red. Teacher, being in a group with the refugees will restrict my ability. I don't want to be in a group with her. Then why don't you find someone else to be in a group with? Greta frowned. Why did she come to her for such a trivial matter? The girl felt even more wronged. Others have formed teams, and only she is left. Classmate, you are a student of the combat department, not an art student of the art and music department. When you encounter difficulties, you don't face them head-on, but retreat and report first? Use your fists to rob. Greta was speechless and looked at the time. You have 2 minutes left. Rob? Wouldn't that offend classmates? The girl stood there at a loss. It would be so ugly to make enemies at the beginning of the school term. Not to mention that she was the one who was picked out. While she was going to report, Xiao Sifang had already put on his protective gear. Seeing that she was standing there without moving, he ran over and said to her, "Let's go together today. Don't you want to go to class?" The girl took a look at her identity ring, suppressed her wavering thoughts, and gritted her teeth and said, "I don't want to go. And I don't want to be in the same group with you." How would others look at her if she was in the same group with refugees? She didn't want to. Okay. Then I'll find a way myself. Xiao Sifang looked around the venue. Her eyes fell on Louis, then looked at her partner, and then looked at the ranking on the list, and locked her target. She stepped in between Louis and her partner, and spoke quickly in front of her roommate's look of doubt and disdain. If I beat you, will you give me your partner? The challenge was issued to Louis's partner, who was also a girl with 2 buns on her head and a round face. Very cute. The round-faced girl frowned at first, then took a step back and took a fighting posture. Please teach me. Xiao Sifang kept a distance of 2 meters from Louis in the eyes of a murderous man, and lowered her center of gravity. Please. The round-faced girl was slightly plump, half a head taller than Xiao Sifang. She was a power-oriented person who didn't match her cute appearance. She threw a punch with a fierce wind. The opponent was ranked 2 places higher than her. Xiao Sifang didn't dare to take it head-on. She turned sideways to avoid the attack and used her flexibility to turn around and attack her lower body. The round-faced girl snorted coldly, but she didn't dodge or evade. She took the kick and tried to exchange a minor injury for a serious one. She punched the soft abdomen in front of her fiercely and said, "You." Before she could say the word lose, Xiao Sifang smiled. His left hand was like a snake, and he passed around her arm. He used the force to change the direction of his body, avoiding the fist and hugging her arm. His legs flew up into the air and clamped her neck. Flip backwards. Smash. The round-faced girl was thrown heavily to the ground, and Xiao Sifang rode on her without any damage, with his toes against her chin. The round-faced girl, dizzy and aware of the crisis, shouted, "I give up." "Thank you." Xiao Sifang smiled and retracted his feet and left her. The round-faced girl got up from the ground, without the shame and anger of losing, but just asked in confusion, "How do you float like a cloud?" Xiao Sifang told her frankly, "My physical fitness is too poor, so I can only work on my flexibility." The girl showed a regretful expression and waved her hand generously. "I lost. My partner is you." She made a face at Louis and ran towards another girl, who was alone. Louis, who was caught off guard by the change of partner, raised her eyebrows and cursed at Xiao Sifang. Are you disgusting? Someone who was completely immune to the word disgusting blinked. I just changed a partner that suits you better. So don't be angry. Louis was speechless at her chuckle, and snorted after a while. I'll deal with you later. The classmates who watched the lively scene looked at each other, surprised at Xiao Sifang's victory, and glad that the person she challenged just now was not them. Otherwise, this would be a big loss of face. When the time was up, Greta blew the whistle, and all the students gathered. Your special classmate has already demonstrated it to you just now, so I won't repeat how to deal with disagreements in class. Greta's voice was sonorous and powerful, like a drumstick hitting the drum in each of their hearts, filling their chests with passionate battle sounds. Each group in each class will win and lose at least 3 times. Report the wins and losses 5 minutes before the end of get out of class. I will count them for you. The one with the highest winning rate after 1 month will be able to play with my mecha for 1 class. The student's eyes were red. I had seen her mecha on the Y-1077 Ruins planet. The latest JE Series number 3 machine was small, agile, and instantly lethal. The market price was 6 million. Greta waved her hand, and 50 students with bright eyes rushed into the battle area and started fighting passionately. As soon as Xiao Sifang stepped into the battle area, Louis, who had taken a step ahead of her, rushed over. I always let you go in the bathroom before. Now let me show you my true strength. Dodged a punch that went straight to the face. Xiao Sifang counterattacked. I'm not afraid of you. 2 hours later, Xiao Sifang and Louis were face to face, shaking hands to open the oxygen cylinder. Breathing oxygen to repair the painful. The practical building provides oxygen vending machines. A to C3 levels. Students can buy subsidies. 20% off. Louis directly sucked up the A-level oxygen. But Xiao Sifang, who only bought C-level oxygen, was reluctant to use it all at once, and left half. You won't be able to keep up like this. Louis looked at her poor appearance, feeling uncomfortable. I know you don't have the conditions, but at least use up the C-level oxygen at once. Right? Xiao Sifang also wanted to, but he couldn't. The bill was really too much. There are 3 practical classes per week. If you need a bottle of C-level oxygen every time, the monthly cost will be 60,000 star coins. The living allowance for special students is 6,000 star coins per month. Less than 1/10. Louis frowned. Wait, how did you calculate it? According to your calculation, it should be less than 30,000 per month. Xiao Sifang didn't say anything, just showed her his identity ring. Damn. How could I forget that you have to double? Louis cursed. So why did you take the combat department? Isn't the manufacturing department good? The oxygen supply demand is low. And for you, what you learn is more valuable than the combat department. No. I must stay in the combat department. Louis's eyebrows were raised again. But if you continue like this, no matter how skilled you are, you will definitely be at the bottom in a month. Xiao Sifang, who was worried about this, scratched his head. I'm already looking for a part-time job. Louis looked at her and felt that she was mentally ill, but also felt sorry for her. After hesitating for a while, she looked around and whispered, Do you know any middlemen? There are black channels that specialize in selling oxygen to refugees, and the price will be much cheaper. Xiao Sifang opened his eyes wide. Privately buying and selling oxygen is a serious crime that can be punished by death without a trial. Well, I heard it from my brother. There is really no other way. You can find this kind of thing. Anyway, you don't look so desperate. Xiao Sifang covered his open mouth, shook his head, and nodded. No. It's so dangerous. After reporting the record of 2 wins and 2 losses, Xiao Sifang dragged his heavy steps and left the training building. Just as she stepped out of the combat department, a group of classmates ran madly on the main road leading to the cafeteria. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been knocked out. One group of crazy boys and girls rushed to the school gate like a tide. Ah! Son, Dad. Hurry up. Dad? I'm here. Husband. Wait for me. Ouch. Who stepped on my shoes? Don't take off your shoes. Hurry up. Father Sin. Sin Bo. Holy Father. Xiao Sifang sorted out the relationships in her mind. And when there were fewer people, she continued to drag her still aching body to the cafeteria. If her body allowed, She would go to see what kind of person was it that could make Bamiyan boast that he was the best in the Interstellar. As for the best appearance in the Interstellar, I don't know who is better looking, the Holy Father or that liar fugitive. Don't think about it anymore. It's meaningless to figure it out anyway, and it won't become hers. Xiao Sifang sent a message to Xiao Bamiyan to tell him about this matter, and then put it behind her and went to eat by herself. Perhaps because everyone went to see their father. There were only a dozen students sitting in the cafeteria, and even the aunties serving food at the window were only a few left. This meal time was unprecedentedly quiet. Xiao Sifang ordered a nutritional puree that was said to taste like tomato and potato, and found a random seat to sit down. Because there were few people, the conversation was particularly clear. The people in our school are too shameless. Sin Bo is just a relatively good-looking spokesperson for the School of Life Sciences. So why do they praise him like a fairy? That's right. And he doesn't look that good either. The filter used during the filming. Hey, maybe he's not as good as me in real life. Uh-huh. You're right. When they find out the difference between the real person and the one in the video, they may stop being fans on the spot. That's right. And this Sin Bo is 50 years old. This achievement is not outstanding. Right? We are only 20 years old now. In another 20 years. Hee hee. It's just a hyped-up spokesperson. Xiao Sifang couldn't listen anymore and couldn't help but speed up his eating. Although he didn't know much about the saint, he was so famous that he had to have something special that could crush ordinary people. He actually devalued people to nothing. I really couldn't understand why some people were so ordinary but so confident. Just when she was about to finish her lunch with 3 bites, the disappeared classmates squeezed in like ants, leaving only a small vacuum in the middle. Dean Willie and 2 directors walked in with a glowing white man. At a glance, the dark crowd of people couldn't block the style of the man with his own lighting device, standing out like a crane among chickens. Suddenly, his eyes met with this person's, and the spoon in Xiao Sifang's hand fell back into the plate with a thud. The person on the other side of the line of sight was also stunned for a moment, and then blinked. 5. Thunder. Boom. Top. A liar and a fugitive equal to Sin's father? Xiao Sifang pressed his trembling right hand with his left hand, telling himself to stay calm. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Willie looked along his line of sight, but didn't find anything special, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Deanson?" Sin Bo retracted his gaze and chuckled, "Nothing. Just a twitch of the eyelid." The group went up to the second floor in a mighty manner. The students finally had enough of it, and lined up to buy food obediently. Xiao Sifang cleaned up the plate, dialed Xiao Bamiyan's number, and strode out. "I was just about to contact you. Fatherson. Fatherson is here." As soon as the call was connected, he was the first to speak. Xiao Sifang covered his ears and waited until his excitement passed before saying, "Brother Bamiyan, I sent you a message first. Does Fatherson have twin brothers?" "What? Are you kidding? Fatherson is unique." "Okay. What is his personality like?" "He is as gentle as jade. And he is as gentle as spring breeze and rain." "Does he like to lie?" "He lied to you." Xiao Bamiyan jumped up and down, not allowing anyone to insult his idol. "Suddenly you ask so much details. Did you see him, and then fall in love with him, and now love him? I won't allow it. Fatherson is everyone's father. He can only be divided, not monopolized." Xiao Sifang hung up the call, cutting off Xiao Bamiyan's loud shouting. Something must have gone wrong. She had to think about it. She wandered back to the dormitory, washed her face hastily, and sat on the chair blankly. The structural teacher said that Sin Bo was at the scene of the Y-1077 disaster, and the next day she was rescued by a fraud fugitive in the ruins of the disaster. The fugitive did not have an identity ring, but the identity ring cannot be removed unless it is destroyed. Can Sin Bo take it off intact? In the cafeteria, the dense crowd affected her vision, so that she could not see whether Sin Bo had an identity ring on his wrist. No, Sin Bo must have an identity ring. A person without an identity ring cannot even enter the outer city, let alone the inner city. What happened that day? Was the person she met the real Sin Bo? Or was the person who came today the real Sin Bo? Because of this shocking discovery, she spent an afternoon and a night in a daze, distracted and studying with extremely low efficiency until 10 o'clock. The dormitory was still full of chatter about this name, and she finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Do you all like Sin Bo so much?" Ada said, as a matter of course. "He is handsome." Gentle and brilliant. Who can not like him? He will always be my first wife. Nora, who has always been at odds with her, rarely united the front. Marrying him is the only thing I know is impossible but still hold hope for. The rest of the roommates echoed. And even Louis joined the group chat for the first time. He is the foundation of our survival. All kinds of evaluations are unattainable heights. Xiao Sifang frowned, holding her cheek, and said, will things turn into the opposite extreme? Ugh. Ida rushed up to cover her mouth and shouted, if you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Yes. Sifang, shut up. Stop talking. Xiao Sifang, who was pressed on the table by several people, shed tears that no one understood, and even began to fear that if the fraud fugitive and the interstellar saint were really the same person, she would be silenced. At this moment, she completely forgot that there were few people in the entire interstellar who didn't notice Sinbo's face, and if she wanted to silence him, she would be killed in the ruins of the disaster. After being released, Xiao Sifang shrank obediently in the chair, shutting his mouth and listening to his roommates continue to talk about everyone's fatherson. I heard that wherever he goes, he will have good luck. Yes, someone has counted that he has been to a total of 18 semi-ruined planets in recent years. And these planets have always been able to get very good rankings in the planetary resource allocation war. People who have seen him in person will also have good luck. Yes, there are more such information. Those who bought lottery tickets won the prize a week later. Those who broke their legs walked briskly half a month later. And those who were infertile found out they were pregnant a month later. It's so weird. Then she saw it today. Can she solve the oxygen supply problem immediately? Sifang. Ida slapped her on the shoulder. Although we are a little isolated from the outside city, we occasionally see him on TV. How can you be so hard-hearted and indifferent? His reputation is well known. But she has no time to go to Chindapang's house to watch TV. Xiao Sifang was also very melancholy. Maybe it's the wrong time to see his true face. If she knew what Sinbo looked like before meeting the scammer fugitive, she would be the #1 fan. Ida rolled her eyes at her inexplicably. And the timing was wrong. What a mess. Beep. There was a communication coming in. Xiao Sifang looked at the note, and stood up, and walked to the balcony. After closing the balcony door, she answered the call. Boss, have you found out? The voice from the identity ring was very excited. My daughter contacted me tonight, and talked about the Holy Father. I asked her, by the way. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so serious. You have some real skills. Xiao Sifang. So am I hired? Not officially hired. You can come to my house at 7 o'clock on Sunday morning to see your level of disassembly. I've sent you the address. No more waiting after the deadline. The fat boss disconnected the call neatly after saying that. Halfway to success. Xiao Sifang was overjoyed. If she was hired for 20 coins per hour, she could spare 20 hours a week. Which means less than 2,000 star coins a month. Not even a fraction. The sorrow attacked quickly, and the little happiness that had just emerged was swallowed up. She leaned on the railing and exhaled faintly. There was no rush, so she could only take it one step at a time. In the remaining days of the first week of school, Sinbo, who caused quite a stir, was like a daydream shared by everyone. And no more news leaked out. The excitement of the students passed, and life became dull again. Early in the morning on Sunday, around 6 o'clock, Xiao Sifang quietly closed the door of the dormitory and went out. There were 2 boys standing at the entrance of the dormitory building, one yawning loudly, and the other standing straight. As soon as she came out, she shook her head with a yawn, wiped the tears of early rising, and walked over. Why are you so slow? I want to come back early to take a nap. Didn't I say that I don't need you to come with me? Xiao Sifang looked at the strings of eye mucus in the corners of his eyes, and finally his eyes fell on Su Qingxin, who smiled at her, and said, I'm so sorry to bother you. Senior. Su Qingxin waved his hand. Bamian is right this time. You are not going to work in a regular store. And that person also ran away halfway, and his identity is unknown. In addition, the binding force of the Interstellar Convention is getting weaker and weaker. We accompany you to at least let the boss know that you are not alone, so he will not dare to act rashly. That's right. Xiao Bamian glanced at her. Don't be irritating. Do you know how scared I am to hear about you from others every day? Hearing this, Xiao Sifang was stunned, thanked Su Qingxin first, and then touched his head. You are really my good brother. Xiao Bamian's mouth twitched. Don't keep calling me brother. I'm tired of saying Today was Xiao Bamian's first time out of school. He was timid and was terrified in school. Not to mention going out right after entering school. It was a rare opportunity to go out today. And Xiao Sifang was beside him. He took the opportunity to look around inside. It's exactly the same as the pre-disaster restoration map. I saw that the city looked like this in those materials. His fingers pointed at the objects he could see one by one. This wide road separated by white lines and guardrails. Rows of houses and stores of similar shapes, heights, and sizes. Neat roadside flower beds. Bicycles for free use. Buses around the city every 10 minutes. Suspended trains that go directly to special stations. And aircraft and sports cars, whose shadows can only be seen on the airway. He was overwhelmed by all the things that only existed in his concept. And the gap in his heart became larger and larger. The outer city where he was born and raised did not have these things. There were only dilapidated pre-disaster buildings and makeshift houses built on the wreckage. And yellow sand all over the sky. It was early. And there were few pedestrians on the street. They rode bicycles through a street with closed shops, which was as eye-catching as the identity rings on their wrists. Xiao Bamian slowed down unconsciously. And the overwhelming embarrassment and discomfort pressed towards him, strangling his breath. He felt that all the inner-city people on this street were staring at him, laughing at his short-sightedness and lowliness. Xiao Sifang rode a unicycle to catch up, took in his uneasy look, and said nothing. Although her younger brother was a little timid, he was very smart. She believed that he could adjust his timid mentality by himself. The address given by the fat boss was not far away, and it only took 15 minutes to get there by bike. They arrived at 6:30, half an hour early. There were no shops in this area, only residential areas, with 3-story houses and a small yard in every household. The fence of the yard was also a mimic mirror. At first glance, it was a sea of pink peaches, green willows and hundreds of flowers. But when you got closer, they were all fake. After parking the bike at the gate of the yard, Xiao Sifang called the fat boss, who was surprised that she arrived so early, and said he would come down right away. Xiao Bamian, who had been riding for a long time and felt much better, was more nervous as a guest than the host. He paced back and forth in front of the closed door. Fatherson, I hope it's a serious part-time job. Fatherson, I hope the boss is easy to get along with. The door opened. The fat boss looked at Xiao Bamian and rubbed his eyes. Just when he suspected that his eyesight was blurry, Xiao Sifang pushed people to the back and smiled. Good morning, boss. This face is right. The fat boss breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes swept over the 2 boys behind her, and he wanted to ask why there were 2 more people, but suddenly remembered that they were still outside. So he quickly looked around and said, Come in first. It would still be a bit strange to be seen by neighbors when you are in contact with refugees in private. After the door was closed, the fat boss put his hands behind his back and coughed. Are you worried about me? And you brought 2 people to give me courage? Xiao Bamian and Su Qingxin showed embarrassed expressions at the same time. Xiao Sifang said seriously, How could it be? They are afraid that I can't speak well and make you angry. So they come to supervise me. This is a good reason. The fat boss who dares to use even refugees is relieved immediately. He pointed to the various old machines piled up in the yard and said, Traditional machines such as TVs, refrigerators, water purifiers, washing machines, and electronic notebooks are mixed with new machines such as aircraft virtual glasses and folding light screens. You just need to dismantle the traditional machines. Put the usable parts in one pile and the unusable parts in another pile. Oh, I'll get you the tools first. He turned and went into the house and pushed out a 2-layer cart. On the upper layer was a tester, and on the lower layer were various basic tools in different grades. You can dismantle it. I'll come back to see you after breakfast. Pay attention. Speed is not the only indicator. It also depends on the number of reusable parts you dismantle from the old machine. If you satisfy me, you will be hired. He finally left. Xiao Bamian exhaled and whispered, This person seems to be okay. He didn't feel any hostility. Su Qingxin's expression was also much more relaxed, and he nodded in agreement. The small courtyard was mostly occupied by dirty old machines. Xiao Sifang rolled up his sleeves carefully and went forward to search. Soon, he brought out 2 TV sets. There were some differences in the models, but they were the same inside. She threw one to Xiao Bamian, who was standing with Su Qingxin, and the latter quickly hugged it. Don't throw it. What can you pay for if it breaks? Xiao Sifang was not rude. Of course she believed that her brother would definitely catch it before throwing it out. Turned the remaining one in her hand over. Took out her strange-looking tools. And pushed the cart in front of Xiao Bamian. Since you are here, give it a try. After saying that, she sat cross-legged on the ground, with the flat and long TV leaning on her knees, and turned the tools back and forth in her hands a few times, and then fell down. Front cover, polarizer, filter, LCD, glass. In 2 minutes, a TV was disassembled. So fast. Su Qingxin had just finished praising in his heart, and saw his junior brother picked out a few tools on the cart and looked through the TV from head to toe. Xiao Sifang, is it okay? It should be no problem. Xiao Bamian answered conservatively. He began to dismantle in an orderly manner. His speed was not as fast as Xiao Sifang's, but his work was precise. One by one, without any mistakes. He was still talking. I have inquired about it. The oxygen supply demand of the combat system is ridiculously large. It is said that it will cost at least 100,000 star coins a month. It is a noble profession. Even if I tighten my belt, I can only save 3,000 star coins for you at most a month. Well, do you think this boss can want me? If he wants me, I have more time and can save more for you. While talking, Xiao Sifang had already sorted the disassembled parts. But she did not divide them into 2 piles, but into 3 piles. Don't worry about the oxygen. But if you want to do a part-time job, you can ask later. Bah, you think I want to care? It's just because you're in such a bad situation. I know. Xiao Sifang answered perfunctorily. I know my brother just cares about me. Bah, bah, bah. You shameless bastard. I told you I'm not your brother. Looking at Xiao Bamian, who actually dismantled a TV, Su Qingxin opened his mouth unconsciously. It's okay for a tough guy like Sifang who dares to apply for the manufacturing department. But Bamian, have you also worked at a repair shop? No. Xiao Bamian shook his head. It's my first time. First time? Su Qingxin was stunned. Such a smooth operation didn't look like the first time. But thinking back carefully, it seemed like it was indeed the first time from the conversation between the siblings. He was a little bit incredulous. Why didn't you pause? Sifang has just opened it for me to see. Xiao Bamian looked as if it was natural and incredible. Senior, why are you asking such a boring question? Just learned. Su Qingxin was stunned. He originally thought that these 2 siblings didn't look like a family at all. But now it seems that they are indeed a family. Xiao Sifang glanced at the senior, who was shocked by the new discovery, and turned back to continue looking for the same old machine with a secret smile. From childhood to adulthood, Bamian has never been a hard-working person. She usually plays crazier than anyone else. Just by listening to the lectures and looking through her notes before the exam, she can leave most of her classmates behind. He has a photographic memory and can draw inferences from one instance. He is a true genius. The fat boss had breakfast until 7:30. When he came back, he had almost dismantled dozens of traditional old machines in the yard. He was still trying to find out if he could dismantle them. You have made so many? He twisted his fat body and jumped up in one step. I said speed is not the only standard. Don't mess around. And I said it should be divided into 2 piles. How come it has become 3 parts? The fat boss pointed at the neatly stacked pile of parts and glared at the green eyes that were covered by sunglasses that day. Because your division is unreasonable. Xiao Sifang's attitude and tone were extremely natural. She slapped away Bamian's hand that was poking her to lower her posture. After you listen to my classification, you will know that it makes sense. The first pile is the parts that must be scrapped. The second pile is the parts that are completely usable. And the third pile is the components that can be repaired and used. She picked up the power board at the top of the third pile. Like this one. It's just a small component that's broken. Just replace it with a usable one and resolder it. According to your classification, does it belong to the usable side or the unusable side? The fat boss suddenly realized that he was an excellent businessman who was not reluctant to admit his mistakes. He nodded readily. I was distracted for a moment. You have a very smart mind. Well, let me check if you have divided it correctly. Xiao Bamian breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, Sifang. Always makes people worried. The yard became quiet, with only a slight buzzing sound from the detector. The fat boss checked 20 parts in one breath without any mistakes, and was very happy. This time, she was really lucky. She originally planned to dismantle so many old machines in a day, but she did it in an hour. Although there were 2 people, the speed was really fast. These refugees are really honest. He laughed secretly and pretended to be very good. Well, not bad. You passed my assessment. Then it's settled. 20 star coins per hour. It can't be settled yet. Honest Xiao Sifang curved his eyes. I think we can talk about it again. The fat boss's heart skipped a beat. The fat boss forced a smile and said, What else do you want to say? Xiao Sifang picked up a small box, opened it, and took out the folding light screen inside. With a look on his face that said don't mess around. He said, Actually, I can dismantle and repair Xinqing machinery. What big talk are you talking about? The fat boss said with a fierce face. How can you, a little girl, always talk nonsense? Xiao Bamian nodded repeatedly in his heart, and couldn't agree more. Indeed, I don't have much practical experience, and my speed won't be too fast. But I can guarantee that I won't break anything. As she spoke, she moved her hand, and the light screen, as thin and soft as paper, slid out a layer of cellophane-like back cover, revealing tens of thousands of optical fibers shining with golden light inside. The fiber optic strands were thick and thin, intertwined like a tangled mess, and difficult to separate. Her slender fingers poked at the gold. I can show you. The fat boss was nervous and afraid of her, and hurriedly said, Don't do anything stupid. Although this is a bad one, I will have to pay 6,000 star coins to take it. 6,000 star coins? Xiao Bamian shouted. Sifang. 1 month's living expenses. Calm down. Xiao Sifang held the light screen with one hand and pulled out a 20-centimeter long needle-like tool from one end of the strange-looking tool with the other hand, and did what he wanted. Don't be afraid. I have confidence. But we didn't. Xiao Bamian and the fat boss shouted in their hearts at the same time. Even Su Qingxin didn't stand on her side this time. She was so reckless. Give me some fiber optic fluid. Xiao Sifang turned the long needle in the fiber optic and made a request. Anyway, if you break it, you have to pay me 6,000. If you don't even think about leaving this door. The optical screen was in her hand. The fat boss had no choice but to swear and hand over the fiber optic fluid that he had originally planned to bring to the store. You also have to pay for the fiber optic fluid. 2,000 a bottle. Oh, I know. Xiao Sifang took the thumb-sized bottle, spread the optical screen on the empty space on the cart, looked at the dazzling optical fiber for a moment, and decisively took action. With a long needle in one hand and fiber optic fluid in the other, the needle tip picked up a drop of golden liquid and dripped it on the fiber pulling port corresponding to the light screen that needed to be replenished. The needle tip pulled out a long and even filament, and the technique was neat and steady. He perfectly pulled the new fiber to a certain fiber input port, and then followed the same method to pull 6 new fibers to different fiber input ports, and finally pasted the cellophane back cover. Okay. She turned the light screen over. The identity ring rubbed the port, and the screen lit up. Started normally? The fat boss grabbed the light screen, checked all the functions, and looked at Xiao Sifang with his mouth open. Oh my god. You really know how to do it. Huh? Xiao Bamian grabbed Su Qingxin and used his strength to stabilize his body, so that he didn't fall to the ground because of the instant relaxation. He murmured, Damn Xiao Sifang. Do you know that the heart load will increase and the oxygen demand will also increase, making our already poor family even worse? Xiao Sifang, who had shown off his skills, ignored him and only asked the fat boss, Can we talk again now? The fat boss nodded stupidly. At 8:30, the 3 of them left together. The other 2 were still dizzy and felt a little light-footed when they stepped on the pedals. Traditional machinery is disassembled by parts. 20 star coins per piece. New machinery light screens, glasses, etc. are repaired for 100 star coins per piece. An aircraft disassembly is 200 star coins per piece. Xiao Bamian's eyes were wide open. As long as this boss's scale is up and there are enough equipment to disassemble, we should be able to earn 10,000 or 20,000 a month. Su Qingxin had the same expression as him. Also stupidly. Yes. Or when this boss is squeezing us and only gives us half of the normal market price. Oh my god. There is a future. Xiao Sifang pondered. The recycling price of the broken optical screen is 6,000. And the cost of repairing the optical fiber fluid is about 20. I checked the market. The price of the second-hand optical screen that is 80% new ranges from 8,000 to 10,000. He can make 2,000 with just a flip of his hands. If we can do it ourselves. The other two people were shocked and stopped him in unison. Stop! Xiao Sifang curled her lips. She was just talking. 1. No money. 2. No connections. 3. No license. 4. No time. 5. No experience. And 6. She couldn't afford to lose money. How could she do business in the inner city? What's more, distant water can't quench a nearby fire. It's more important to find a way to solve the oxygen supply for the practical class next week. As soon as she showed a distressed look, Xiao Bamian, who was sitting next to her, got rid of the joy of making a lot of money. After a moment of silence, he said the words that had been lingering in his throat for a long time. Sifang, how about I contact my parents and ask if they have any savings for emergency? Don't worry about it. When it comes to this, Xiao Sifang's face is tense. Even if I have to speak, I should speak by myself. I'll think of a way. As she said that, she simply stopped the car, raised her wrist to pull out the energy light board and turned it up again. You still want to stay outside? Xiao Bamian was dissatisfied, and his unconsciously raised voice attracted many people in the inner city to look at him with contempt. He blushed and quickly lowered his voice. Let's go quickly. I'm really too scared to leave you alone outside with your character. Xiao Sifang looked up at him and said seriously, you won't be afraid if you can't see. Think about the years before you couldn't see. The places I went to were much more dangerous than here. Aren't you used to it? But I didn't know you were so stubborn at that time. I promised Grandma to watch you. No. Why don't you take me to? What do I take you to do? Xiao Sifang interrupted him. That means both of us will do something to get ahead. Do you really want to piss Grandma off to death? Why are you blaming me? Xiao Bamian was almost pissed off by her. Why am I so unlucky? I have to take the blame for you since I was a child. Xiao Sifang curved his eyes, patted his back, and deliberately softened his already soft voice. You go back first. I promise to be careful and carry my brother's love. Xiao Bamian's hair stood up, and she was disgusted. Don't show me that face. I'm leaving. Can't I leave? Okay. Xiao Sifang returned to normal and patted his back vigorously. Go back and study hard. See you, senior. Thank you for today. You're welcome. Su Qingxi wanted to persuade him, but since his brother couldn't do anything, he didn't want to be annoying. Watching the two leave, Xiao Sifang lowered her head and looked at the second-hand trading market page on the light board, pressing the space button under her clothes. Sorry, baby. If there is really no other way, I can only sell you. Looking up at the increasingly crowded streets and the more and more disgusted eyes falling on her, she touched her neck, changed her place, and continued to look through the recruitment information in a corner with less traffic. Is there no job that makes money quickly? A dark shadow covered the area, blocking most of the light. Xiao Sifang paused as she slid her fingers and raised her head. A young man wearing ripped jeans, with prominent cheekbones and a thin chin, holding an e-cigarette, stood only half a meter in front of her. She turned her head back to make sure that she was not blocking the intersection or the trash can, and then silently moved to the left. The young man raised his eyebrows and moved the same distance in the same direction, but still blocked her right in front of him. Xiao Sifang stood up and walked towards the unicycle parked on the side without looking away. Hey, don't go. The young man reached out his hand and pulled her, saying in a frivolous tone, I saw that you were bored alone, so I came here to play with you. Looking for a part-time job? Need money? I'll introduce you to a part-time job. Play with me for a while. 1,000 star coins once, how about it? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his expression, movements and volume did not restrain at all. Instead, he seemed to be afraid that others did not know that he was doing something bad, and he loudly announced it to attract attention. The pedestrians who saw this scene frowned and continued on their own way, and no one cared. They looked down on this idiot's behavior, but they could not stand up for a refugee. Xiao Sifang shook off his hand, touched the identity ring inconspicuously, and then restrained himself and said, No need for you to introduce. I'm thinking about you. Why do you reject me? The young man blocked her way tightly, not letting her leave. Look at you. You finally took the opportunity of further study to come to the inner city to play. Why do you still let yourself suffer like in the outer city? Come and play with me. I promise to make you feel happy. His persistence made Xiao Sifang close her eyes tightly. And when she opened them again, she changed her face and smiled sweetly. Okay. Then what shall we play? Look at these unprincipled and cheap things. The young man revealed a trace of contempt in his eyes, and stretched out his hand to hook her shoulders. Play something that makes us both happy. Just follow me. Okay. Xiao Sifang was obediently turned into the alley by him, as if he didn't know that the alley was getting deeper and deeper, and the pedestrians outside the alley were getting farther and farther away from them. The young man stopped until it was dark all around, and the tall buildings were no longer squeezed into the dead corner. He said, "We are here?" and asked with a smile, "Is this the place where Brother Monty brought you?" The three sides were blocked, and the way out was also blocked by his body. Xiao Sifang looked at this corner where no one would come, nodded, satisfied. That's good. The color in the young man's eyes darkened, and his relaxed 5 fingers became claws, instantly grabbing at the man's neck. Game start. Unfortunately, his target's movements were faster than his, and a knee attack went straight to 3 inches below his lower abdomen. At the same time, the seemingly weak and boneless hand slid over his attacking wrist, and instantly used the force to complete it, and the body turned sideways, avoiding his shock and anger. Fuck. What happened? Xiao Sifang's legs were not vegetarian. No matter how fast the young man reacted, his vitals were injured. His face, which could barely be said to be straight, suddenly twisted. The pain that rushed straight into his soul made him no longer able to fight back. He knelt on the ground with his legs apart. "Ah!" he screamed miserably. Xiao Sifang squatted in front of him, opened his mouth, and said, "You are in pain. Do you want me to rub it for you? Get out of here." The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, as if he wanted to eat her alive. "Didn't you want to play with me just now?" Xiao Sifang pulled out 5, 6, 7 or 8 of his hairs casually, with a look of "You are making trouble for no reason." The young man's throat tasted sweet and fishy. "You stinky. Wait for me." Xiao Sifang stepped on his face. Not hard, so he didn't disfigure him. His nose wasn't broken, and his skin wasn't scratched at all. But he just rubbed his face with dust from the soles of his shoes, and stepped on the man to the ground. "Okay. I'll wait for you." The sole of his foot gently massaged his face, and his voice became softer. "Little waste. It is impossible to suffer a loss. Xiao Sifang has been the most patient when she keeps silent during quarrels, and she will not retreat even a step when fighting involves personal injury." She rubbed the sole of her shoe that had stepped on someone's face on the ground several times with disdain, and then she put her foot down with satisfaction and turned to leave. As soon as she got out of the alley and returned to the parking place, the identity ring beeped. The communication was connected, and Lu Yi's angry roar came out. "What the hell did you send me? This man is too ugly. Disgusting." Well, it's not so disgusting just looking at his face. It's disgusting when combined with what he said. Xiao Sifang supplemented in his heart. No matter how much he roared, Lu Yi was not a fool. He suddenly received a portrait photo sent by the refugee classmate without any angle and structure skills, and it looked like a candid photo. The person in the photo was not serious at first glance, and it was obvious that he was in danger. If Xiao Sifang didn't answer the call, she would have to call the police. The clue is this picture. However, since Xiao Sifang answered the call, it proved that the matter had been resolved. Lu Yi was relieved and couldn't help but maliciously said, "Huh? Why didn't I disgust you to death?" Xiao Sifang said seriously, "No. If I were not your partner, how difficult would you be?" Lu Yi. Disgusting. The call was rudely hung up, and Xiao Sifang spread his legs and stepped on the unicycle, intending to continue looking for ways to make money. A gust of wind passed by, and the unicycle fell down with a snap. The passerby cast a puzzled look, and there was no one under the bionic tree. Xiao Sifang didn't have time to react at all. The world in front of her began to spin. Her heart seemed to fall into an ice hole, too cold to be pulled out. Was it that person's help? Or Terry? It seemed that she was unable to move for only a few seconds, but it also seemed like a few centuries. When she was put down, her entire back was soaked. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you." A familiar, but not too familiar voice sounded in her ears. Xiao Sifang shuddered and finally recovered. She rolled and crawled to distance herself from the owner of the voice. She turned around in a panic. The face that was enough to make the mimic mirror on her head pale in comparison was smiling at her. Xiao Sifang stared at the wrist above his white glove with a stiff gaze. It was still empty. Nothing. Are you guessing who I am again? He raised his long eyebrows. His slightly curved eyes were clear and bright, and his demeanor was relaxed and calm. He couldn't be a fugitive. No need to guess any more. Xiao Sifang shook his head slowly and firmly. The image of the gentle, humble, elegant, noble, delicate, kind and beautiful Holy Father that had just been instilled in his mind by Ada and the others in the past few days was swaying back and forth, and finally fixed on his empty wrist. Completely collapsed, putting his hands on the seams of his pants and bowing. Xiao Sifang was flexible and made a quick decision and said loudly, "Thank you for your help at that time. Apart from your life-saving grace, I don't remember anything else. Please rest assured." She lowered her head to her waist and looked very sincere. Unfortunately, Sinbo had already seen the shock on her face before she lowered her head. Sinbo actually lied to me and pretended to be disappointed. Do you mean that you don't plan to fulfill your promise at that time? Xiao Sifang's forehead itched, and a bean-sized drop of sweat slid down. She knew too much. So much that she couldn't tell which one she should admit she knew and which one she shouldn't know. She tried to calm herself down and muster the courage to speak out to him on the ruined star. But as soon as she raised her eyelids and saw this person's warm smile, she couldn't help but tremble her legs. The most difficult moment in life is this. At this time, the initiator who brought her great oppression was still circling around her, sighing faintly. "A few days ago, you said I was the best and said you would protect me. But now you turn your face against me." As he finished speaking, Xiao Sifang's brain, which was working at high speed, finally found an outlet, and tried to control his tone so that it would not be too flattering. "How could it be? Of course I am willing to protect you, even if it means death." Xiao Sifang, who was still bowing at 90 degrees, could not see his face, and wondered distressfully whether this nasal voice was satisfied or dissatisfied. Just when she was feeling uneasy, Sinbo's smiling voice sounded again, and the back of her head was touched twice. "Why are you so stupid?" Stupid. Xiao Sifang dared to be angry, but dared not say anything. She had always been the smartest one since she was a child. How could she be associated with this word? "Come and sit down." The breath that had been oppressing her melted away like ice and snow, leaving no trace. Xiao Sifang felt light all over. When she looked up, she found that she had actually returned to the school, and was at the entrance to the inner city on the first day. Sinbo was sitting on a bench under a bionic tree at this time, patting the place beside him. It was not the enrollment time, and the exit of the inner and outer city was set inside the college, except for the teachers on duty and the bad guys who had ulterior motives. No one would come here. Xiao Sifang walked towards the bench, carefully looked at his face, and sat down lightly. At this point, she has confirmed that the Holy Father has no ill intentions, but she feels insignificant in front of him for no reason. No matter how she adjusts her mentality, she can't relax. Her whole body is stiff. Sinbo glanced at her uneasy look, and smiled again. "The last time we met, you were fearless. Why are you so timid now? Isn't your dream to have equal rights and equality?" Equality. These two words deeply penetrated Xiao Sifang's heart. She lowered her head and pinched the flesh in the palm of her hand. "I haven't cultivated to the home yet. So when the gap between me and others is too big, I still feel inferior." When she said this, she unconsciously shrunk her shoulders, which was a little different from her usual strong and confident appearance. However, this state only appeared for a few seconds. She rolled her toes on the ground, and immediately regained her spirits, and said in a firm voice, "But temporary inferiority is okay. Once I narrow the gap, it won't be like this. Someone told me that we must face the problem before we can solve it." Xiao Sifang straightened his chest again, put his hands on his knees, and finally dared to look into Sinbo's eyes. He said in a sonorous tone, "What makes me inferior is my incompetence. Not because of your identity. I admit that I am worse than you now, and I am inferior. But I will never go on like this forever." Her rising morale made Sinbo's eyelids twitch. The little girl was so arrogant despite her small size. No wonder she dared to stand out on her own. His attention, which was always scattered and careless, was rarely focused. He carefully looked at the people around him. The little girl not only straightened her back, but also stretched her neck a little. There was no inferiority complex on her face as she said, but she showed a proud character. It's really interesting. Your parents are good at naming. Xiao Sifang was about to blush after being looked at by him for a long time. But suddenly he brought up such an irrelevant topic. She was stunned and said, "Ah, what does it mean?" Sinbo retracted his gaze and asked with a smile, "I remember there are courses in ancient Chinese in the outer city. How is it going?" Xiao Sifang shook her head honestly. "Not very well. Just coping with the exam." Sinbo did not embarrass her and simply explained, "The 4 directions of heaven and earth." For directions refers to everywhere, and also means the world. Your elders gave you a big name. They are full of expectations for you. He thought about it, and replaced the word ambition with a more subtle one. Although according to her father Xiao Qingqian's character, it is obviously more appropriate to use ambition. So that's it. Xiao Sifang patted his face, and muttered in a low voice, "I thought it meant 4 squares. I think it sounds bad." That's not entirely true. Sifang's mouth is about being upright and honest. Being upright and self-reliant is as solid as a rock. Xiao Sifang didn't understand. But it didn't stop her eyes from changing. She was a practical person with a serious bias in subjects. But she had always admired her ancient Chinese teacher the most. Because she felt that in this impetuous era, people who could honestly read knowledge that could not directly create value were the ones who were truly profound and profound. The respect in her eyes came suddenly. And Sinbo was stunned and asked with a smile, "Is Sifang really not good?" When it came to this, Xiao Sifang touched her neck embarrassedly. "Not pretty." "Not pretty? Then what pretty name do you want to call it?" Xiao Sifang's eyes lit up. "Snow. White snow. Xiao Baixue." These 3 words went around in his mind again and again. Sinbo smiled. It was inappropriate. Very inappropriate. My mother said that the Y6218 ruins are covered with thick snow everywhere. It's very beautiful. Her eyes dimmed as she spoke. She had wanted to see it for a long time. But it was too far away. It would take 3 days to jump continuously. And the cost was equal to the distance. "No." Xiao Sifang stole a glance at Sinbo. His expression was stern. Why did he chat with him again? Ahem. Xiao Sifang cleared his throat. "Holy Father. You came to me? Do you need me to do anything?" She wanted to change the subject. And Sinbo followed back with a smile. "I did come to seek refuge with you." "Uh-huh. Don't joke. I'm not kidding." Seeing that he was about to get angry, Sinbo stopped laughing and put his arm on the back of the chair. "Okay. No more jokes. Have you heard the gossip about me?" Xiao Sifang remembered what the structural teacher said, and asked uncertainly, "Are you talking about choosing a planet to live temporarily? Personally integrating into the crowd and collecting something? That's the case on the surface. But in fact," he changed his sitting position, leaning his elbow on the back of the chair, holding his chin with one hand, and smiling at Xiao Sifang. "It's just my personal vacation. I came here to ask you a question, and then make a decision." Her answer could actually affect the decision of the Holy Father? Xiao Sifang was very alert. "I know very little, and I may not be able to give you an answer." Sinbo shook his head. "No. Only you can give me the answer. After all," Xiao Sifang pricked up his ears. "After all, only you know my true face." Xiao Sifang's forehead itched again, and cold sweat broke out disobediently. She really knew too much. Sinbo was calm, with a smile on his lips. "At the beginning, you told me to believe in myself. I am the best. Now I ask you again. Do you really think so?" Xiao Sifang's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes fell on this beautiful face. She had to admit that she was a little bit obsessed with sex at that time. This kind of personality is really not the best. "But, just tell the truth," Sinbo reminded lightly. Xiao Sifang sat more upright, and her whole posture even showed a kind of stiff state. After a while, she looked at the person in front of her, and decided to break the jar. "From my point of view, it's not very good." Sinbo raised his eyebrows. "But?" Xiao Sifang immediately raised her voice, and her evasive eyes became more sincere. "Like me, many people think I'm not good. But I believe in myself. I think I'm the best. So I really think so. You have to believe in yourself. You are the best." After saying this, she couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up in her heart. Stealing the concept of Dafa is good? Sinbo laughed softly. She actually managed to make him happy. Interesting. Okay. I heard your answer and made a decision. Now I'll tell you. He stood up and looked down at Xiao Sifang's eyes. Since you really think so, I will settle on this planet. In the next period of time, I'll ask Xiao Sifang, the only one who knows my true identity, to give me more advice. Xiao Sifang was stunned. Sun Bo's sudden appearance made Xiao Sifang lose interest in looking for a part-time job, and she returned to the dormitory listlessly. The roommates who didn't know the situation saw her like this, thinking that she was having trouble finding a part-time job, and came to comfort her. Don't worry. It's only the first week. We will find you a part-time job in the school. If you have a chance, you can try it. Nala felt that she had brought this upon herself, but she also felt that the matter was done, and she had to bite the bullet. Seeing her so sad, she felt a little sympathetic to her, and she helped her keep an eye out for ways to make money when she was free. Ada shook her head. How can we get a job in the school? Even if we do, the subsidy of several hundred star coins a month won't do much. Nara said unhappily. If you can really go, it's better to have it than not. Right? If you can borrow some money first. Someone muttered. If you can borrow 10,000 star coins a month, even if it's still not enough, it's better than now. When it comes to borrowing money, the first choice is definitely relatives and friends. But refugees are poor relatives and friends. Just like the 7 girls in the dormitory. 6 of them are struggling. Lu Yi is rich, but the class position is there, so you can't ask her. Nara touched Xiao Sifang's back and sighed casually. Originally, Sifang district was quite rich. Maybe you could borrow from the district first, but you have to support 2 at once. I'm afraid you can't bear to pay more. Huh? Ida was reminded by her and talked about an incident in her district. Last year, there was a newly graduated special student in our district who borrowed 500,000 yuan from the district to help his father prolong his life. So much, everyone exclaimed. Isn't it normal for the body to decay due to lack of oxygen in the outer city? The district is willing to lend this money? Of course they didn't want to lend it. But he is a special student. On the basis of the original term, he renewed his work contract with the district for an additional 3 years, and the district happily lent it to him. After Ida finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Sifang. Why don't you try it? Tell us more about your situation. Maybe the district will lend you more? Nara shook her head. I think it's feasible to borrow money from the district. But it's not okay to tell the district that Sifang had to borrow money because he couldn't keep up with the oxygen supply after entering the combat department. What can the combat department do for the district? It's just a waste of money for the district. If Sifang enters the manufacturing department, then this matter can be discussed with the excuse of material costs, etc. Ada and Nara have always been at odds with each other, and this time, she had to admit that what she said made some sense. Why the district was willing to support them to study in the inner city was of course, for the better development of the district. Sifang's entry into the combat department was indeed of no benefit to the development of the district. So it might not be easy to borrow money. It's not okay to borrow money from the district. Don't worry about me. There will always be a way. Xiao Sifang, who had been comforted, finally stood up and spoke. This time, she and Bamian were able to study in the inner city. The principal's lobbying and pestering only accounted for a small part. The district chief nodded mainly because of her father's contribution to the district. As Nara said, if she entered the manufacturing department, the money would be easy to get. But she entered the combat department, which was useless to the district. Even if her father's face was great, it would probably not play any role. Come to think of it, what bothers her most now is not the oxygen supply problem. Xiao Sifang smiled at the sisters to comfort them, and waved his hand. I'm fine. You guys do your own things. Everyone thought she didn't want to worry about them, so they came forward to rub her and comfort her, and then dispersed and returned to their seats to do their own things. Xiao Sifang lay down again, knocking her head on the table again and again. She couldn't share her distress with anyone. The next day, the introduction to aliens that was not taught last week finally came, and the young head teacher introduced himself with a standard flat head and square face. Hello everyone. My name is Zhou Ming, and I will be responsible for teaching you Introduction to Aliens this year. This course is very simple, basically for you to get credits, so I won't make up for the missed class hours last week. Let's talk less about irrelevant things during class. So I just talked about this content casually. However, as your head teacher, we still have to say a few more nonsense in this class, which takes up everyone's time. I hope you can get used to it soon. His tone was gentle and humorous, and the students all laughed. You have all been in class together for a week, So let's not go through the process of introducing yourself. I will get straight to the point and announce a very important news to everyone. He put his hands behind his back and cleared his throat seriously, whetting everyone's appetite. Don't get too excited after listening to this. Stay calm. And don't appear to be too unworldly. Understand? The students laughed and were not happy. Oh, teacher. Just tell me. Ahem. In the next year, Zhou Ming smiled at the black and shiny eyes of the children below, and said in one breath, Vice Dean Sun Bo of the Life Research Institute will be the special teacher of our class 3. After a few seconds of deathly silence, the classroom exploded. Ah. Meow. 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 Ah. A good place to study turned into a zoo in seconds. Zhou Ming did not stop them. If it were not for Face, he would have shouted a few times. Sun Bo was also his idol. He had shouted for this man without any concealment when he was a student. Now seeing these children can express their love unscrupulously, he even envied their youth. His eyes wandered back and forth in every corner of the boiling classroom. When he landed on the last corner that was like stagnant water, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Boys are fine. It can be said that it is jealousy that repelled the same sex. But there are girls who don't like Sun Bo. The next second after he was in disbelief, he found that this pool of stagnant water that didn't fit in was the special student with a different style. And he smiled helplessly. Is this child really different from others in every way? Xiao Sifang was wrong this time. She was only calm on the surface, but her heart had already been in turmoil. Her whole body was about to break because of stiffness. It's not that she is overconfident, but Sun Bo will definitely add more wind and waves to her less peaceful life. Why was she involved in such troubles? So tired. She is obviously just a poor refugee child who can't control her mouth. After everyone shouted that they were having fun, Zhou Ming calmly turned on the projector and officially started the class. Aliens, as the name suggests, are alienated forms. The aliens in this course need to be slightly distinguished from the aliens we usually talk about. The aliens we often talk about refer to completely alienated forms. That is, our natural enemies, alienated plants, alienated animals, and alienated humanoid animals. And the aliens in this book, in addition to completely alienated forms, also refer to incompletely alienated forms. For example, we who have superpowers are typical in completely alienated forms. Raising one arm lazily, Zhou Ming nodded to the student who raised his hand. Does this student have any questions? The student who raised his hand was white-skinned, and apart from the freckles on his face, he looked handsome. At this time, he said sarcastically, we have to leave out some garbage. Right? It seems that some garbage is unnecessary in this class. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Sifang in the corner without any suspense. The latter didn't even look away, still staring at the podium with full concentration. She wasn't stupid. If she confronted him at this time, wouldn't it be like admitting that she was some trash? Zhou Ming frowned. His easygoing and humorous personality didn't mean that he could tolerate a student openly provoking him in class and destroying his classroom atmosphere. So he sank his face and said in a neither light nor heavy voice, I said at the beginning that this course is very simple. So if there are students who think that this course is unnecessary and a complete waste of your time, then you can just leave directly, and I will never stop you. But if there are students who waste other students' time, then my class does not welcome such students. The freckled man's face suddenly turned red, and he tightly closed his lips. With his previous experience, the students dared not speak carelessly anymore, because the young and kind head teacher made them relax and tense up again, and they continued to listen attentively. Xiao Sifang, who was used to such scenes, sat upright and was not affected from beginning to end. Incompletely alienated forms are divided into two types: alienated forms with superpowers and alienated forms without superpowers. The so-called superpowers are the product of alienation. It is our powerful weapon to resist completely alienated forms, usually released in the form of energy heat flames. As incompletely alienated forms with superpowers, we are unstable. High concentrations of oxygen can not only help us repair our bodies that are gradually collapsing in an anaerobic environment, but also stabilize alienation and enhance superpowers. Zhou Ming's lecture speed was neither fast nor slow, and there was no profound knowledge in this course. He also gave some real-life examples from time to time, and Xiao Sifang listened to it happily, as if he was listening to a story. After class, the students rushed to the next classroom with laughter. Xiao Sifang fell behind, and his mind was full of superpowers and evolution. At the beginning of the catastrophe, because all the planets were in the catastrophe, all the survivors could only survive on the starships, and the resources in space were used up a little bit. And before long, starships began to plunder each other, causing heavy casualties. War is as terrible as catastrophe. After several vigorous wars, people with thoughts and wisdom had to turn their attention back to the planets with countless resources. After more than 300 years of hard struggle, countless people sacrificed their lives in exchange for the reconstruction of a new order. And this new order completely handed over the right to speak to the superpowered group who always rushed to the front. The emergence of the inner city and the outer city is a distinction between the non-superpowered and incompletely alienated bodies, and the superpowered and incompletely alienated bodies. And it also laid the foundation for the class system. The second-class status of the superpowered group in the inner city was established, and the non-superpowered group was changed from interstellar refugees to outer city refugees, and was kept in captivity. The monopoly of resources, backward physical functions, and the suppression of the upper class made them unable to develop and became slaves driven by others. Until 3672, the outer city refugees, who had no personality at that time, broke out and set off a movement for equal rights. At the cost of hundreds of millions of people sacrificed, they reached a consensus with the residents of the inner city and signed the Interstellar Convention. That was all the history she knew. The crowd suddenly parted from the front, and a group of soldiers in dark green uniforms walked out expressionlessly. Xiao Sifang, who was squeezed in the crowd, came back to his senses and watched them stop in front of the freckled man who was chatting and laughing with his companions, and collectively took off their hats and saluted. The freckled man's originally pale face lost its color in an instant, and the originally noisy surroundings also quieted down at this moment. Xiao Sifang saw this kind of scene for the first time and looked at them in confusion. The freckled man took a step back with shaking legs. "No, I just enrolled. I haven't graduated yet." His companions frowned when they heard this, glanced at him contemptuously, and stepped aside, leaving him alone in front of the soldiers. The helpless boy's eyes turned red, and he just shook his head. "I'm only 18 years old. I'm not even an adult yet. Please, shut up." A soldier walked out. His brows were firm. His voice was cold. "Are you sure you refuse to take responsibility and abandon the honor of being a second-class resident?" This sentence made the boy's retreating body pause. After a while, he stood up, slowly raised his hand, and saluted. Tears fell, and he choked. "Never. Never retreat." The soldier's expression softened, and the soldier who spoke reached out and patted his still thin shoulders. "Let's go." The group came in a hurry and left in a hurry, except for taking a student away. They did not communicate with anyone. After the people were taken away, the silent space was broken, and the teaching building became lively again. No one mentioned what had just happened. Xiao Sifang watched all this happen and end blankly. What's going on? After all the morning classes were over, Xiao Sifang wanted to secretly ask Lu Yi about what happened in the morning, but she didn't give him a chance. She didn't reply to his messages and stayed hand in hand with the round-faced girl. Xiao Sifang had no choice but to send a message to Xiao Bamian, asking him to have dinner together. In the corner of the cafeteria, Xiao Bamian sat down with the egg-flavored nutrition mud and looked at the girl in front of him warily. "You don't come here for no reason. What do you want to do?" In front of his brother, Xiao Sifang didn't pretend to be polite. He went straight to the point and told him what he saw in the morning, and then said, "That's it. Please ask Senior Su for me. Don't make it too public." I know. You said that the people in the inner city treated it as if it had never happened, so you must not talk about it casually." Xiao Bamian knew what was going on. After thinking for a while, he said, "But Sifang, you were the only outsider there at the time. Wouldn't they be trying to trip you up again?" The last ruined star incident hadn't passed yet, and Xiao Bamian was still frightened when he thought about it. "Whatever. I didn't mean to hear this." Xiao Sifang thought very openly. She was a nail-like existence. Too many lice would not itch, so there was no need to care about everything. Her heartless look made Xiao Bamian sigh with worry. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Finally, he sighed and choked out, "It's really troublesome." 4 words. "Bury your head in eating." Xiao Sifang blinked and swallowed the fact that Sin Bo became the special teacher of their class. Originally wanted to tell him, but now it seems better not to tell him, lest he envy and hate to fight with him. After dinner, the two separated. On the way back to the dormitory, Xiao Sifang received a call from the fat boss, informing her that she could go to work anytime when she was free. The address was changed, and it was not far from the college. After checking the location, forwarding the address to her brother, Xiao Sifang pushed open the door of the dormitory and looked at Lu Yi's bed. Sure enough, he hadn't come back yet. Hope was dashed again, and the desire for knowledge finally calmed down. She set the alarm and climbed into bed, sleeping for 20 minutes without distractions. After finishing her afternoon classes seriously, Xiao Sifang came to the cafeteria. Xiao Bamian and Su Qingxin had already occupied the corner seat and waited for her for a long time. "Hello, senior," Xiao Sifang greeted politely before sitting down. Su Qingxin nodded. "I haven't heard about what you asked Bamian to tell me, but I asked the senior who lent me money last time, and he told me." He paused, looked around, and whispered, "He once saw the graduation ceremony of the combat department. When they took the oath, they shouted to live up to the glory and never retreat." Xiao Sifang thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. That's all he knew. And he also warned me not to be too curious. I was also afraid that if I asked too many people, the matter would be spread out and cause trouble. So I didn't ask other people. But Su Qingxin quickly blinked at Xiao Sifang. "I don't have classes in the afternoon. I spent half a day on the internet and found another video. Let me see." Xiao Sifang's eyes lit up, and he leaned over. "Xiao Bamian, the seniors of the seniors told you not to be too curious. Why are these two so restless?" The video Su Qingxin found was an interview clip of an entrepreneur. A total of 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Su Qingxin dragged the progress to 4 minutes and 11 seconds to start playing. The man in the video put his legs together, saluted and shouted, "Live up to the glory and never retreat." After Xiao Sifang finished watching the last 9 seconds, Su Qingxin told him the background. This entrepreneur is a retired soldier. When he was recuperating at home, he was bored and set up a machinery factory to produce some standard parts, such as screws and nuts. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, it became one of the largest companies on the planet. And then, there was this interview video. Xiao Sifang thought, students of the combat department have to join the army after graduation. And this entrepreneur is a retired soldier. So this sentence is likely to be a soldier's oath? It's possible. Su Qingxin nodded and added, because I watched this video several times. I always have the illusion that this successful entrepreneur will rejoin the army after his injury is healed. So I searched for keywords such as retired and made a new discovery. Xiao Sifang's eyes lit up. The way these two people whispered to each other almost forced the beast in Xiao Bamian's heart out. I told him not to be curious. What if he found some secrets and was dealt with? It stands to reason that the military should be a profession with both entry and exit. But I searched for a long time and found a lot of enlistment procedures. But I couldn't find the discharge procedures. Su Qingxin's voice was very light, but it sounded as heavy as a drum in Xiao Sifang's ears. And her heart also beat like a drum. Senior, are you skeptical that the military is a lifelong system with only entry and no exit? I thought so at first. But then I found something called the replacement process. Su Qingxin shook his head, his expression solemn. The beginning of the replacement process clearly states that relatives in the same family with the same code can enlist and replace according to this process. The same code. This inner city is probably many times more complicated than our outer city. Although there are many people in the outer city, hundreds of millions of people are hastily divided into hundreds of districts, each with a district chief, who is under the jurisdiction of the inner city ruler. Except for the special students who have received further education. The rest of the refugees who have completed basic education do not have much choice. They either enter the enterprises in the district to engage in production, or enter the factories opened by second-class residents in the outer city to perform the most basic production operations. All goods are sold directly by the manufacturer, and shops are not allowed to be opened. So the social structure is extremely simple. The inner city is obviously not like this. They have a variety of dazzling shops and entertainment venues. They can go into politics, the military, business, medicine, and entertainment. It is already complicated. And now there is another code. Xiao Sifang unconsciously stirred the mushy nutrient mud in the plate with the spoon in her hand, and remembered what Terry had said to her on the day of the assessment. What do you refugees know about this world? You are all there, feeling aggrieved, resisting, and not knowing how to appreciate your blessings. Seeking knowledge? When you know everything, you will know how lucky you should be for your current life. So what did these people hide from this world? After the meal, Su Qingxin said goodbye to the siblings and returned to the dormitory alone. Xiao Bamian, who had endured it in front of the senior, started complaining almost as soon as he left. Comrade Sifong, can you be more law-abiding? You have led the senior astray. Really? If I can lead others astray, I would have led you astray first. Xiao Sifong stretched his limbs and said in a relaxed tone. Do you think you are bad? Xiao Bamian, that's because I am pure and untainted. Just like the lotus. Don't change the subject. He kept talking, and Xiao Sifong let him talk all the way. From the cafeteria gate to the school gate, and then to the new address sent to her by the fat boss. After parking the bicycle, his face became serious. Either shut up, or, in front of his brother, he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, and blew a breath on the small but explosive fist. Xiao Bamian shut up wisely. Having grown up together, he certainly knew the temper of the person in front of him. It didn't matter how he pestered her, but once he disturbed her from doing serious work, her fists would be more violent than the sandstorm at 5 o'clock in the evening. Don't mess with her now. Ahead was a factory with a very large area. They were now at the west side door, which was unattended and usually closed. Before leaving, Xiao Sifong sent a message to the fat boss, and received a reply saying that she could knock on the door when she arrived, and someone would come to pick her up. She took a few steps forward and knocked 3 times in a row. As the fat boss said, the side door opened quickly. It was dark at around 6 o'clock. There were 2 ring lights about 2 meters long inside, which made people's eyes sting. It took a few seconds to adjust to it. You are the students who work part-time, as the fat guy said? Come in. The person who opened the door was a dark and thin man, who was the opposite of the fat boss in body shape. Skinny and thin like paper. From the door, you can see that there is a partition inside, and this side door has been separated. Hello. Thank you. Xiao Sifong glanced at him, grabbed Xiao Bamian's arm, and walked in. The dark and thin man closed the door again. Although it has been separated from the main factory area, this area is still very large. About 2 or 3 square kilometers. Except for 2 simple houses covering an area of about 200 square meters. The rest of the space is piled with messy old machines. I haven't had time to sort it out yet. The dark and thin man came to the front and briefly introduced the situation to them. I am Fatty's partner. Since he has a store to manage, I am mainly responsible for dismantling and assembling the old machines here. This is actually our warehouse. No one usually comes here, so you can do it without worry. Fatty said that the price has been negotiated with you. Right? Xiao Sifong nodded. Yes. Fatty said that you two are mainly responsible for dismantling the old machines, and one of you can repair the new machinery, including repair. Right? Yes. If it is damaged, it is okay to compensate according to the price? No. The man looked at Xiao Sifong more because of the quick and concise answer, but only for a moment. He nodded and pointed at the cameras installed in the 4 corners. Be careful. It's monitored 24 hours a day. Understand? This sentence was quite impolite, questioning without hiding it. Xiao Sifong replied calmly, Don't worry. My brother and I have principles in life. That's the best. The dark and thin man threw a bunch of keys to her. Except for Monday morning. You can come freely at other times. I will be here most of the time. But we have just started this business, so we have to go out inevitably. Keep the keys and don't lose them. After that, he pointed to the 2 makeshift rooms marked A and B. At present, these are empty. There are shelves inside. You two should remember to distinguish the old machines after dismantling them. If you mix them together, you will not be paid. Xiao Sifong nodded, indicating that he understood. Okay. I'll go out for dinner first. You can do whatever you want. I'll be back in about an hour. The dark and thin man didn't wait for their response and went out through the side door. Xiao Bamian was stunned by the whole process and felt it was unreal for a long time. This person is so fast-paced. He just left us here. Xiao Sifong looked at the 3 keys in his hand. They were carefully distinguished. The main door, A, and B were clear at a glance. The fat boss has already told him everything he should say, so there's no need for him to question him again. Xiao Sifong walked towards room A. The door was unlocked, so she pushed it open. There were a bunch of unassembled shells inside. And nothing else. Xiao Bamian was shocked when he saw it. This is too bad. The shells are all scattered. So don't we have to make them ourselves? Why would they hire us if they don't want to? This was within Xiao Sifang's expectations. If they hadn't just started and were short of funds, I'm afraid they wouldn't hire us even if we were cheap for safety reasons. It's not easy to work in the inner city. Don't complain. Start working as soon as possible. We're charged by piece. Xiao Bamian has always been a down-to-earth kid. In addition, in his mind, Sifang's debt is Bamian's debt. So he has to use all his strength to repay the debt. The two stopped chatting and worked together to install the shelves first. When the dark and thin man came back, the two men had already installed and placed all the shelves apart with amazing speed. And they started to clean up the garbage. He only took a look and then left, secretly giving the fat man a thumbs up in his heart. These two kids from the outer city are really real. The dormitory door was closed at 11 p.m. Xiao Sifang and Xiao Bamian worked until 10 p.m. Sorted all the old machines, and then hurried back. It was cold at night. Xiao Bamian shivered, and then continued to pedal hard to try to warm himself up through exercise. I was tired all night, but I didn't make $1. These inner city people are too ruthless. Xiao Sifang held the handlebars with one hand, smiled and patted his back to comfort him. It's okay. If the preliminary preparations are done well, the subsequent work will be smoother. That's the truth. But we are just pure laborers tonight, and we don't feel any sense of accomplishment. Xiao Bamian couldn't help complaining. If we earn the money of laborers, it's fine. But we are technicians, and we are unwilling to do twice the work with half the salary of others. Xiao Sifang narrowed his eyes slightly and said in the evening breeze, that's why we have to work harder to change this situation. Hearing this desperate words, Xiao Bamian quickly said, Xiao Sifang, don't be stupid. Do you know how many people sacrificed for the Interstellar Convention? Our efforts are useless. It is precisely because we know that so many people have sacrificed for this that we need to work harder and continue to fight. Pa! The uncontrolled bicycle rushed forward several meters by inertia and hit the bionic flower bed. The raised rear wheel was still rolling, but the people on the car had disappeared. Xiao Bamian, who was riding in front, braked urgently and saw only a white figure passing by, and then disappeared from the sight with Sifang. He exclaimed in shock, Sifang? He was in a state of chaos and didn't know what to do. Xiao Sifang, who was arrested for the second time, was very calm. After being put down, he looked at the smiling Holy Father and raised his identity ring. Please let me say hello to my brother first, so that he won't worry. Sinbo, who was still dressed in a dust-free white robe, nodded and signaled her to do whatever she wanted. When the communication was connected, Xiao Bamian's voice was already filled with tears. Sifang, is that you? It's me. I'm fine. Xiao Sifang said quickly, don't be so useless. I have something urgent to do. You should be careful and go back first. I will contact you later. That's it. First, don't hang up. You were obviously captured. What trouble did you cause behind my back? And are you really Sifang? Were you held hostage? Send me your location. I'll find someone to rescue you right away. Don't hang up. Xiao Bamian spewed out a series of words, like a pearl chain cannon. Xiao Sifang couldn't find a chance to interrupt him. Just as he was in distress, his arm was suddenly grabbed by someone, and the voice communication was changed to video communication. The Holy Father took her arm and put his flawless face close to her. Hello, little friend. I'm Sinbo. Please listen to me quietly for a few words. Okay? Looking at the face on the video that he had worshipped countless times, and listening to the gentle and elegant voice, Xiao Bamian swallowed the scream that was about to come out, blushed and nodded shyly. Please speak. Xiao Sifang. Bamian actually has such a shy face. I have a little private matter with Sifang. I will send her back later. Don't worry. Okay? Xiao Bamian, who suddenly talked to his idol, couldn't tell the directions. He just nodded stupidly at whatever he said. Don't make it public. Okay? He continued to nod. Thank you. He nodded again. The call was disconnected, and the image disappeared. Xiao Bamian stood in the cold night for a long time before he came to his senses and screamed wildly in his heart. He talked to Sin's father. Half a minute later, he began to feel annoyed again. His performance just now was really bad, and must have left a bad impression on his idol. Half a minute later, his anger was burning like never before. This damn Xiao Sifang actually caused trouble for Tsun's father. On the other side, Xiao Sifang, who didn't know that he had this mental journey, looked at the familiar tunnel entrance in front of him, and consciously sat down on the bench where he sat yesterday, with his hands straight, waiting for determination. After sitting down, Tsunbo didn't speak immediately, but just like before, he supported the back of the chair with one hand and looked at the girl next to him with his face sideways. The medium-length hair was casually tied into a ponytail, and the round eyes were half closed, with a gentle and obedient soft appearance that could be rubbed and flattened by others. The skin is really the best disguise for humans. Just before Xiao Sifang couldn't stand the burning gaze, he spoke. Have you heard about my becoming a special education teacher? Xiao Sifang answered dutifully. I heard about it. Teacher Zhou said so this morning. Tsunbo hummed again, in a lazy manner. So what do you think of my new story? Xiao Sifang. I don't quite understand what you're saying. What new story? Tsunbo was very patient and interested in telling her about the new story he had written for Dean Willie after he went back yesterday. The Life Research Institute mainly studies biological alienation, and the diversity of alienation makes it impossible for us ordinary people to control it. In order to solve the mystery of alienation faster and better, I decided to choose a class, observe the daily life of ordinary students, and analyze and control alienation from such a common perspective by combining the frequency and concentration of oxygen inhalation. How is it? Tell the truth. Xiao Sifang's hands on his knees clenched into fists unconsciously, and after a long time, he squeezed out two words. Outrageous. Tsunbo smiled happily. Outrageous? Dean Willie agreed with understanding. That must be because he is too smart and thinks you are like the iceberg of the Y0214 ruined star, hiding most of the real purpose. Xiao Sifang has a grudge against Willie. Now there is a chance. So he quickly pulls him out and steps on him to vent his anger. Really? Tsunbo looked at her with his beautiful eyes. Maybe I was lying to you about the vacation. Xiao Sifang's limbs stiffened again. Yes. She didn't know which of the words of the Holy Father were made up, and which were true. Seeing that she had realized something, Tsunbo raised his hand and touched the top of her round head. It's not good to make the same mistake twice. What do you think? The feeling of the silk gloves rubbing against the top of her head was itchy and comfortable. Xiao Sifang bit her tongue to wake herself up and warned herself not to be fascinated by sex again. I will never do that again in the future. Tsunbo retracted his hand and asked again, Then do you think that what I said about my vacation is true? This is a difficult question to answer. But Xiao Sifang is now very sober. So he quickly and confidently answered, I don't know if you are on vacation. I just know that your presence will change the trajectory of many things. And I am also one of those affected. Tsunbo was very satisfied with this answer. Ruzi is teachable. Then, Xiao Sifang took the opportunity to ask, Why did you come to see me tonight? Tsunbo smiled and stretched very naturally. Of course it's because I'm bored. So I came to play with you. Xiao Sifang. I really don't know if this is a new story. Xiao Sifang couldn't respond to this. The atmosphere was a little cold. Tsunbo noticed her silence, and didn't let the atmosphere continue to be cold, and changed the topic. You seem to know a lot of special planets. Then do you know the X366 semi-ruined planet closest to you? Although he didn't understand why he mentioned this, Xiao Sifang still answered obediently, I know. X366 semi-ruins is the only known star field where the non-alienated anaerobic plant cotton originated. Tsunbo nodded. Cotton is the basic material of most clothes, including combat uniforms, which also contain at least 50% cotton. This planet is the biggest contributor to our soft clothes. But do you know that cotton is actually a completely alienated plant? Xiao Sifang was shocked and subconsciously refuted. It's impossible. A completely alienated body has a certain intelligence. But cotton doesn't have it at all. There is cotton planted in the breeding farm near my home. It doesn't look like a living thing except that it grows up. The fingers wrapped in white gloves gently touched her brows, and a cool breath squeezed into her hot brain, making it light again. Control your emotions, little girl. As he spoke, Xiao Sifang slowly exhaled and apologized softly. I'm sorry. I was too loud just now. It's okay. You're still young. Tsunbo retracted his hand, without any change in his tone, and explained to her what he had not finished just now. The ball cotton was discovered in 3268, when the entire star field was in chaos. because it was non-aggressive, and its stable state met the definition of plants before the disaster. And resources were scarce at the time. It was used directly without going through many tests. When the new order was established, cotton wool had been widely used for more than 200 years without any problems. The Life Research Institute had just been established at that time, so it was naturally listed as a non-alienated anaerobic plant. But in the following 300 years, no second non-alienated anaerobic plant was found in the entire star field. At the beginning of last month, the Life Research Institute finally re-examined the cotton wool, the only special case. It was tested no less than 10 times, and each time the result was only one. That is, complete alienation. Xiao Sifang was already stunned, and instinctively said, "Does that mean there is no non-alienated living body in this world at all? Maybe there is no. Maybe we haven't found it." Sinbo smiled and continued. "But because the cotton ball is not a non-alienated form, the research direction of the School of Life Sciences has gained another breakthrough." His voice sounded particularly pleasant in the night, like the breeze brought by riding a bicycle, and also like the rosy glow of the sky just after the windless period in the outer city. Xiao Sifang was immersed in such a voice, and inferred from his words, the cotton ball is a completely alienated form, and at present, it is still a completely harmless, completely alienated form. This is another special case. Yes. Sinbo patted her head in praise. So the cotton ball itself has become the most worthy of research. Then, there will be results soon. Cotton balls are everywhere, and we can study without scruples. Right? Looking at her bright eyes, Sinbo smiled and shook his head. No need to praise. There are descendants everywhere. But there is only one source. X366. Oh! Xiao Sifang admitted that he was thinking less again. Because it's close. I have to go explore first. But if I go with others, I have to pretend and get tired. And if I go alone, I'm lonely. Sinbo's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, taking in the whole Xiao Sifang. How about taking you to X366 this weekend? Ahem. Xiao Sifang choked on her own saliva. To be honest, she hasn't been out for a long time. The proposal of the Holy Father really made her excited. But poverty made her have the courage to refuse. I want to work. The oxygen supply of the combat system is a problem for me. It's easier to make money if you go out. Sinbo smiled and touched her head. And his words were not to be refused. That's it. Xiao Sifang squeezed into the dormitory building under the contemptuous eyes of the dormitory manager, and returned to the dormitory in a daze. It was not until she saw Lu Yi, who had just finished taking a shower, and was about to climb into bed, that her lifeless eyes regained their brilliance. Lu Yi, I want to ask you some questions. Lu Yi ignored her and turned his butt towards her. It was getting late, so Xiao Sifang had to go wash up first. When she came out of the shower, Lu Yi had already slept with an eye mask on, not giving her a chance to ask questions. She was obviously avoiding him on purpose, and didn't want to mention what happened in the morning. Ada came over quietly in slippers, rubbed her arm, and lowered her voice. What do you want to ask her? She seems to be in a bad mood tonight. She hasn't been sulking us these days, but she almost quarreled with Nara again when she came back tonight. And her eyes were also fierce. It should be caused by what happened in the morning. Xiao Sifang thought so, and shook his head to Ada. Nothing. Just some questions about study. I won't ask her because she is in a bad mood. Well, don't provoke her. Ada reminded him again with concern, and then went to the bathroom to use the toilet. Xiao Sifang was tired after a night, and she had no energy to study anymore. So she simply climbed onto the bed and laid down to sleep. She fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. But Lu Yi, who went to bed earlier than her, lay straight for most of the night, with a pair of red eyes under the eye mask. The next morning, Xiao Sifang arrived at the classroom first as usual, and sat quietly in the corner to start a new day of study. As soon as she opened the electronic book, red-haired George came in. She glanced at him with her peripheral vision, then lowered her head again, focusing on the contents of the electronic book. Seeing that she ignored him again, George wanted to get angry, but his friend's warnings kept ringing in his ears. He endured it again and again, clenched his left hand that was not holding anything, pulled a stiff smile, and placed the black gift box in his right hand under Xiao Sifang's eyes. Here, as an apology gift for last time. Xiao Sifang raised his head, and his eyes fell on his hypocritical face. The next second, he retracted his gaze and pushed the gift box back. No gift is needed. If you really want to apologize, Just say sorry. Does she really look like a fool? The person who wanted to tear her into pieces last time suddenly smiled and returned the gift. No matter how you look at it, there is something wrong. Don't accept the apology? You are not deliberately making things difficult for me. Are you? George resisted the urge in his heart and said what his friend taught him. Isn't a folding light screen worth 30,000 star coins enough? Folding light screen. 30,000 star coins. Xiao Sifang's mind was spinning fast. Would he plan to wait until he accepted this so-called apology gift and then accuse her of stealing? Fortunately, she didn't touch the gift box just now, but just pushed the box out with her elbow, leaving no fingerprints. She stood up and turned on the video function in front of everyone. Don't play tricks. I'm starting to record and collect evidence. Don't try to slander me. Take it away quickly. George. Fuck. He was just recording secretly. But this guy actually recorded him openly. This method won't work. What the hell is he going to endure? George slammed his fist on the table and yelled at the top of his voice. Don't be so shameless. I warn you. If you dare to say a word outside, I will definitely make you die without knowing how. You better give me. The friend who was watching for him at the door rushed in, covered his mouth in frustration and dragged him out. Are you stupid? She has started recording. And you are giving her the handle. I really need to find a medical officer to prescribe some stupid pills for you. Xiao Sifang, looking at the gift box not far from her. She stood up cautiously and moved to the corner on the other side of the classroom, avoiding it as if it was a... The classmates walked into the classroom one after another. Xiao Sifang, who was studying hard, felt a dark beside her, and a tall and strong boy sat down next to her. There were other empty seats in the classroom, but he sat down next to her. Xiao Sifang glanced sideways and met the boy's eyes. You are from class 3, right? He took the initiative to talk, and his tone was quite polite. Xiao Sifang also replied politely, yes. The boy nodded. Let's meet formally. I am from class 1 of the combat department. My name is Luda. I was sitting next to you in the last structural study. I remember you were great. Xiao Sifang praised him frankly. It happened suddenly. My first reaction was to step back. But your first reaction was to step forward. You are a person of high moral character. I will learn from you. Luda did not expect her to mention this, and felt a little embarrassed. In fact, his first reaction was also to step back, and his feet almost moved. But reason overcame his instinct and rushed forward. He was unworthy of the word high moral character. At the same time, he was also surprised that the refugees could say such words. Aren't they supposed to hide in the back to receive protection? Do they also have such awareness? With his mind turning over and over, he finally just responded calmly, I just did what I should do. No need to say these things. I especially came to talk to you just to warn you one thing. Vice Deanson. In the short pause, Xiao Sifang keenly noticed that his dark skin was a little red. As if, shy. Vice Deanson is a particularly good person. You are lucky enough to be a member of Class 3 and be guided by him. You are lucky beyond imagination. So in front of him, you put away all your messy thoughts. If you cause something like Teacher Chenhuan again, I will never let you go. Xiao Sifang was stunned, and even shocked to the point of almost being unable to sit still. How could she have such a messy mind? It was obviously the Holy Father, who always liked to make up all kinds of stories. Xiao Sifang was very unhappy about being wronged, and her attitude became perfunctory. Okay, I'll try my best. Looking at her unhappy expression, Luda frowned. With this attitude, I'm afraid she is determined to make trouble. What should she do? The news that the Holy Father became the special instructor of the 3rd class of the combat department has spread throughout the academy. Xiao Sifang sat in the corner of the cafeteria and swallowed nutrient mud in big mouthfuls. In the noisy background sound of words such as Indy, male god, shit luck, etc., she hung up the deadly serial calls from Xiao Bamian again and again. After finishing lunch in 2 minutes, Xiao Sifang picked up the plate and ran away when her brother found her and ran towards her. She used all her fighting skills to get away. In the afternoon, there was another practical class. In order to avoid her brother who blocked her at the door of the dormitory, Xiao Sifang waited until the class was about to start before leaving the dormitory, and entered the practical field at the ringing of the class bell. Greta hadn't come yet, and the students who were supposed to be noisy and undisciplined had lined up neatly. They all had serious faces, but they couldn't hide their excitement. The head teacher sent a group message at noon to inform them that Sin Bo would be present in this practical class, and asked them to perform well and leave a good impression. When Xiao Sifang was about to join the team, the class monitor Han Yu glared at her fiercely. "Why are you so late? Don't you know that Vice Dean Sin is coming?" Xiao Sifang lowered his head and remained silent, not arguing with him. Deputy Squad Leader Liz pulled his arm and gently advised, "Forget it, Squad Leader. If Vice Dean Sin comes and sees us arguing, it will not look good." "How could it not look good?" Xiao Sifang complained in his heart. "The Holy Father might be happy to see it." The team returned to silence again. Greta walked in from the door with Vice Dean Sin, who was the focus of everyone's attention. Seeing the students with standard military posture that could be directly pulled out for training, the corners of her mouth twitched. This afternoon, the actual combat class was not only for Class 3, but also Class 6 and Class 10 in the first grade. Although the second and third grade students were not in this area and had already started various machine battles and command battles, they were all in the same actual battlefield. There were more than 400 students in total. The luckiest Class 3 didn't dare to shout in order to leave a good impression. But the other students didn't have this concern. As soon as they found Sin Bo entering the field, the entire field broke out into thunderous applause and cheers. One class in the third grade was even organized, with neat and loud slogans. "My male god. My male god. I love you. Far more than the nutrient mud. There is only you in the vast sea of stars, and I will always be with you." As the most loyal Iron Lady, Greta admired Sin Bo, but not to the point of worship. As a teacher, these students who showed their love crazily made her a little embarrassed. "Well, the classmates saw that you were a little excited. I hope you don't mind." "It's okay," Sin Bo said in a gentle voice that he didn't mind, then raised a perfect smile. Facing the noisy students, raised his hand and made a quiet gesture. The noisy practical building was silent in an instant, and the restless students cooperated very well, closed their mouths and stared at the idol in the distance with wide eyes, breathing lightly, and only bubbles full of joy fluttered in their chests. Greta, God. Order was restored to normal, and the two walked to the front of the third team one after the other. Sin Bo also changed into combat uniforms today, which were still white and reflective. The relatively close-fitting clothes outlined the perfectly proportioned body curves. The impeccable face was as white as jade, and the faint smile at the corners of his mouth exuded an irresistible gentle glow, which made people unable to look away. Someone swallowed saliva unconsciously, and the soul swayed in the upright body, almost floating out. Among the group, Xiao Sifang, who did not have a perfect filter, was the calmest, but he could not help squinting his eyes. Beautiful. But it was a pity that it was not hers. No matter how beautiful it was useless. Taking his eyes away from his face, Xiao Sifang looked at his wrist again. This time it was no longer empty. The blue to black identity ring became the only color on his body, bright and eye-catching. There are 3 levels of identity rings. The outer city refugees are yellow-brown. The inner city second-class residents are dark green, and the main star first-class residents are dark blue. Sin Bo is a native of the main star, putting aside his identity as the vice president of the Life Research Institute. His identity ring level can only be the highest level. Xiao Sifang stared at his identity ring, and his doubts became more and more intense. It didn't look like it was damaged. How did he take it off? A newborn baby has the brightest and clearest eyes in the world. As they grow older and their desires increase, their eyes, the windows of the soul, will also become cloudy. It has been 50 years since Sin Bo was born. His eyes have long been foggy, and the people he has contact with also have a pair of chaotic eyes. And now these students standing in front of him are on the edge of adulthood, coexisting with purity and sophistication. Most of their eyes are crystal clear. He smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Sin Bo, your special education teacher for the next year." The students in Class 3, who had already rehearsed, were nervous and excited. They bent down 90 degrees at the same time and shouted in unison, "Hello, Teacher Sin." Unexpectedly, Xiao Sifang, who was not informed of this incident, was a beat late in bending down, and stood out in the crowd in an awkward manner. Xiao Sifang, I accidentally became special again. Sin Bo. Oh, this is really a visible disharmony. When Han Yu next to her noticed it, he secretly said in his heart that it was not good. He deliberately ignored this guy during the rehearsal last night. He wanted to greet her before class and ask her to cooperate. But this damn refugee came so late in the afternoon. And he forgot it in a hurry. Although this refugee was smart, he didn't bend down enough and still ruined the formation. It was ruined. All ruined. Hello, classmates. Sinbo bowed his head at a 45-degree angle, as if he had not noticed the slight change at all. After greeting him, he returned the right to speak to Greta. All the students stared at him with wide eyes. Greta stood back in the center and clapped her hands vigorously, attracting the eyes glued to Sinbo through the sound of clapping. Old rules. 5 minutes to wear protective gear in groups. Those who exceed the time limit go back to sleep. Everyone was startled. The attraction of the idol was huge. But the majesty of teacher Greta should not be underestimated. The students looked at the idol reluctantly again, and then put on their mood and entered the class state. Most of them chose the partner of the last class in a proper manner. But there were also a few people who chose to grab a partner in order to show their face in front of Mr. Sun. In the 2 practical classes last week, Xiao Sifang and Louis had a 50-50 record. They were evenly matched and neither of them was willing to give in. This kind of partnership is a perfect match. Even though Louis didn't want to pay much attention to Xiao Sifang these 2 days, she didn't plan to replace a partner who was in tune with her at this time. But her unwillingness to change doesn't mean that others won't interfere. The girl who didn't want to partner with Xiao Sifang in the first practical class put on protective gear at the first time, ran to her and challenged her. If I beat you, you will be my partner. Louis took a look at the ranking projected on the wall as usual. The girl's name was Yu Liangyang, and she ranked last. The male god was watching from behind. She ranked high, so it was natural for her to beat Yu Liangyang. But if she accidentally lost, it would be embarrassing. When she lowered her eyes to think, Xiao Sifang, who didn't care who she partnered with, looked at the round-faced girl, who was still single, and thought it would be nice to partner with her. Just as he was about to run over to team up with others, Louis grabbed her shoulder with an eagle claw and pulled her back. You can't beat me. Louis pushed her in front of Yu Liangyang. But as long as you beat her, I will be your partner. Xiao Sifang, who was suddenly involved in the right and wrong. Louis, you are a little unlovable. Bah! You snatched my daughter from my Yuan last time. Louis lowered his voice. You have no right to refuse. Otherwise I will team up with Yuan directly, and see if Liangyang is willing to team up with you. Threat, successful. Xiao Sifang admitted defeat, quickly buckled the joint protector, slapped her hand that was holding him, and looked at Yu Liangyang. Come on! Yu Liangyang bit her lower lip, and had the same concerns as Louis. If she fought with Louis, her ranking was lower than his, and it would be okay if she lost. But if she fought with Xiao Sifang, who was also ranked higher than her, this man's status as a refugee was there. And if she won, it would be unfair. And if she lost, she would be ashamed. She couldn't fight. She had to find an excuse to leave before the male god noticed her. Yu Liangyang secretly glanced behind her, and decided that if he was looking at the other side, she would leave immediately and pretend nothing had happened. But when she turned her head, she seemed to meet the male god's eyes directly, which frightened her so much that she turned her head back immediately. Oops. She has been seen. She seemed to be in a daze. Xiao Sifang glanced at the time and urged, Are you coming or not? There are only 2 minutes left. I don't want to go back to sleep with you. Yu Liangyang gritted his teeth and said, Come! She is a second-class resident. Is she afraid of a refugee? She nodded, and Xiao Sifang immediately distanced himself from her. The two looked at each other, and saw the determination to win in each other's eyes. Without counting down, they rushed forward and entangled with each other. Yu Liangyang was slightly tall and walked a skillful route. He looked for an opportunity to perform a forward kick and tried to end the battle in the shortest time. But how could Xiao Sifang give her such an opportunity? The person who was originally wandering around now seemed to have 2 legs growing on the ground. And the offensive was concentrated at a height of 1 meter, trying to lower the center of gravity of the two. She was also good at unloading and borrowing force, completely suppressing Yu Liangyang's offensive while avoiding direct collision with his body. If she was as light as a flying butterfly in the air when fighting with the round-faced girl, she was as slippery as a loach in the mud now. Yu Liangyang missed her this time, and his good leg skills could not be used. The more frustrated he was, the more chaotic his rhythm became. At the end of the 2nd minute, he was knocked down by Xiao Sifang with a straight punch that was not fancy at all. Thank you. Xiao Sifang returned to Louis. His breathing was not disordered, and his voice was slightly proud. successful in defending the ring. Louis. Disgusting. She was just showing off in front of her idol for nothing. Not far away, Greta followed Sin Bo's line of sight, and found that it was Xiao Sifang who landed. And her heart tightened. Although Vice Dean Sin's character is there, and cannot be doubted. The first-class residents are more repulsive to refugees than ordinary second-class residents. She didn't know whether Sifang's existence would disgust the first-class resident representative. After thinking for a while, she said, "She is the only special student in our combat department. She is a very hard-working and obedient child." She is indeed hard-working, but not necessarily obedient. The protective meaning in her words is so obvious. Is she worried that he will take extreme measures? Sin Bo Rushui's eyes swept over the nervous Greta, and smiled. Well, she is indeed a good girl. They have also agreed to go out together on the weekend. Greta breathed a sigh of relief. She should not be disgusted by this, but she inexplicably felt that he seemed to have a hint. In the following time, Greta peeked at him several times, and didn't find anything unusual. So she really put her mind at ease. Deputy Dean Sin is such a good person. He must not have the confused thoughts of Terry and others, because they know that their idol is watching. The students in Class 3 are all doing their best, as if they have been injected with chicken blood. And Louis is no exception, punching and kicking with all his strength. Why are you running? Do you know what close combat is? Xiao Sifang dodged her continuous attacks. Now it was not a question of whether he knew what close combat was, but whether he could keep up with the oxygen supply due to the severe injuries. According to the intensity of the previous two fights, she could barely recover with half a tank of sea-level oxygen. But like today, with her oxygen supply conditions, she didn't need to attend the practical class on Thursday. It can't be dragged on. A sharp palm knife chopped on the wrist, and the body with obviously insufficient strength made a slight shattering sound. Xiao Sifang's face turned pale. It was indeed a stretch. Louis snorted coldly. If you just dodge, this is the end. I'll give it back to you. After being hit, Xiao Sifang escaped successfully, and kept a distance of no less than 2 meters from her. Louis didn't expect her to run away, and was furious. How can you give it back to me like this? I'll give it back to you like this. Xiao Sifang, who had already pulled away, did not run away, but took advantage of the 2 meters to run up and face her again. This scene was unexpected, and a bad premonition came to her. The next second, Louis raised her chin slightly. If she was not injured, she couldn't beat herself. What would it matter if she lost one hand? She was just a refugee who always hid behind people. The long leg kicked out, and collided head-on with the leg that was coming from the front. Xiao Sifang's eyes were exposed from the attack, cold, with an inconspicuous dark light. Lu Yi's heart trembled. Her body strength was much greater than Xiao Sifang's, so this attack would definitely not be a problem. She would be injured, and then her center of gravity would tilt and fall, completely losing this round. The two equally slender legs passed by and missed. How is it possible? Lu Yi's pupil shrank suddenly. How could her speed suddenly be so fast? Xiao Sifang's intact arm clamped her neck, and suddenly rolled forward. Lu Yi's head landed on the ground. But fortunately, she was not injured under the cushioning of the protective gear. She grabbed Xiao Sifang's arm with red eyes. But as soon as this thought came up, she felt a piercing pain in her abdomen, which almost made her faint. And she was terrified. Impossible. They fell together, and there was no other point of support except their necks. So how could they have such a strong attack? Xiao Sifang, who made the most of the inertial force, twisted his body almost 180 degrees, and smashed his other knee expressionlessly. Ah! And Lu Yi's painful. With his arm grabbed, Xiao Sifang pressed his whole body on Lu Yi. His fractured wrist drooped weakly, but his elbow did not hesitate to hit his heart, making the third unavoidable attack. Red blood flowed out of Lu Yi's mouth. Her eyes were wide open, and her powerless hand was thrown away. Xiao Sifang stood up, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing, then walked to the bench to pick up the oxygen cylinder that Lu Yi had placed on the bench, walked back, and put the nozzle into her mouth. I had no choice. I was a little heavy, but it's not a big problem. It just hurts a little. After a bottle of Class A oxygen was emptied, Lu Yi's pale face turned rosy again, and the pain in her body finally eased to the point where she could speak. You actually asked me to do that before. Who allowed you to do that? She was furious. Xiao Sifang threw away the empty bottle, bent down and put her hands on his neck, put her legs in the crook of his left arm. supported her back with his intact right hand, and picked her up in one go. Louis was startled, and quickly shut up and hugged her neck. Xiao Sifang carried her to the oxygen vending machine, and forced a smile on his pale face. I didn't ask you to do that. Class is a sparring practice, not a life and death struggle. You don't usually use all your strength. Humph. Louis turned away and was silent for a while, then spoke awkwardly. I was a little too strong just now, but you can't blame me. If you weren't so poor, you could have 3 bottles of Class A oxygen a week. So what's the point of the intensity just now? Xiao Sifang. Even if they are second-class residents, the average oxygen level of students in the combat department is only 1 bottle of Class B oxygen per class. Class A per capita is the treatment of first-class residents. She didn't refute, and stopped in front of the vending machine. Swipe it. The dark green identity ring approached the identification port and made a ticking sound. Louis was laid flat on the ground again. Xiao Sifang hung his injured left hand and selected Class A oxygen for her, then swiped his identity ring again at the identification port and pressed Class C. 2 bottles of oxygen rolled out. Xiao Sifang sat down, served Louis, and then slowly put his bottle to his mouth. Oxygen was delivered into the body through a 10-centimeter-long air tube, gently blending into the damaged cells to reorganize their defenses and restore their functions. Her brows gradually relaxed as the oxygen in the bottle decreased, but her slender fingers clasped the metal bottle more and more tightly. After a week of delay, there was still only one way to sell the baby. I was so unwilling. Louis dragged his still aching body to get up, changed from lying to sitting, leaned his back against the bench next to the vending machine, closed his eyes for a long time, and suddenly said, "Your body is not strong enough, and your self-recovery speed is slow. I'm afraid the concentration of sea-level oxygen can't heal your injuries. Originally, I thought you would have problems after a month, but now it seems that you couldn't keep up with the pace from the beginning. I used to hate Nara, thinking that she was a typical vagrant and a typical waste from her thoughts to her actions." Xiao Sifang looked at him in surprise. Louis's arrogant expression gradually calmed down. "But now I find that for you, it may be the best choice to stay the same as she did. Do what you are supposed to do. We who enjoy more resources continue to bear our responsibilities, and you who have backward resources and ordinary abilities continue to be mediocre." She looked at Xiao Sifang seriously. "This world is big, and everyone has a role that suits them. Living in your own role may be better for everyone. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Facing Li Yi's surprised eyes, Xiao Sifang repeated word by word, "I don't think so." She didn't expect that even Louis would say such words to her, which was too sad. They rested for too long. Greta noticed something was wrong and walked towards them. Xiao Sifang stood up, walked a few steps and stopped in front of Greta, lowered her eyes and said, "Teacher, I feel a little uncomfortable and want to ask for leave." Greta frowned and glanced at Louis, who was sitting next to the vending machine. There was a problem. "Okay. You go." "Thank you." After Xiao Sifang thanked him, he took a deep breath, raised his head and chest and looked forward, threw Louis and her words behind him, and strode away. What kind of suitable role? What kind of ordinary and mediocre? It is obviously an imposed control and a cowardly move forward. Greta walked over and kicked Louis, whose eyes were red. "What's going on?" The latter stared at Xiao Sifang's back. His nose was inexplicably sour, and his mouth was faster than his brain. "I don't know." Greta, looking at this one and then at the one who left. She sat down on the stool with a headache, adjusted a more comfortable posture, and planned to have a good talk with this student who suddenly felt wronged. Xiao Sifang has a special status, and you are the only one who has a good relationship with her in this class. It is unlikely that she will take the initiative to quarrel with you. Why are you quarreling with her? Louis was furious. Why do you say that I quarreled with her? She is ungrateful. I will never sympathize with her again. Disgusting. You sympathize with her? Greta grasped the point. She was angry because of this and left you? Who knows her? Louis was angry and aggrieved, and simply repeated what he had just said to Greta. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Xiao Sifang was making trouble for no reason. Why is she angry? I am willing to accept the existence of refugees because of her. But she still gave me a cold face? Greta looked into her eyes and asked uncertainly, "You mean? The point of what you said to her is that you are willing to accept the existence of refugees, not that refugees should honestly obey management and not have unreasonable expectations." Louis, What? How could you misinterpret my meaning? Isn't that what you meant by your last sentence? Bullshit. I was clearly comforting her, telling her not to feel pressured even if she fell behind. After all, what she has achieved is far beyond the capabilities of refugees. Greta almost wanted to stand up and bow to her. With such a level of speaking, it must be the merits of her ancestors that she has grown up to this age. To tell you the truth, if I were a refugee, you would die on my blacklist. Greta stood up, patted the non-existent dust on her clothes, raised her hand and fiddled with the identity ring a few times. I sent you the recording of our conversation just now. If you want to reconcile with her, don't explain it yourself, so as not to make things worse. Just send the recording to her. You are seriously injured. If you can walk, go back and rest. I will record the result as a draw. Louis stood up slowly with the help of the vending machine and glanced at Greta with pursed lips. What? Anything else to say? Louis's face turned red with a breath, and he squeezed out a voice from his throat. No need for a draw. I lost just now. Greta's eyes flashed a smile, and she said impatiently, I know. Let's go quickly. This child's words are a bit harsh, but her personality is quite cute. Bending down to pick up a few empty bottles and throwing them into the trash can 20 meters away. Greta clapped her hands and turned around to face a face that was always glowing. She felt a chill on her back, and all the muscles in her body tensed up. She actually didn't notice that there was a person behind her. Teacher Greta. Sinbo looked at her with a smile. I understand your teaching method. Let's stop here today. See you next time. Leaving now? Greta glanced at the time. It was only half an hour from the beginning to now, but she had no right to ask more questions. So she just nodded respectfully and sent him out. Take your time. Before the word leave came out, the person had disappeared from sight. The long road in front of the practical building was so short at this moment that it seemed to be only one step long. Greta's eyes became a little more enthusiastic. She almost forgot that Sinbo, the deputy dean of the Life Research Institute, the beacon in the field of alienation research, graduated from the combat department of the first college of the main star 30 years ago. She thought that his years of research career had made his battle glory a thing of the past. But looking at his state just now, he was still at the peak. He is good at both civil and military affairs. After being taken away for the third time, Xiao Sifang was already very calm, and even counted the seconds in his mind, from the time his feet left the ground to the time they returned to the ground. It took 11 seconds this time, and the distance traveled was about 1.5 kilometers. 11 seconds for 1,500 meters? Xiao Sifang looked at the Holy Father with admiration and envy, who was not blushing or panting, and silently set a goal for himself to emulate him. This entrance was as quiet as ever, and the bionic tree shook its branches, and the branches and leaves collided with each other, rustling. Had you quarreled with your friend? Hearing this opening remark, Xiao Sifang subconsciously moved her buttocks on the bench, pursed her lips, and puffed her cheeks slightly. No quarrel. Really? The Holy Father stretched out his finger to poke her face and laughed happily. Does that mean you don't deny that she is a friend? Xiao Sifang was stunned, lowered her eyes, and touched her injured wrist. I don't know if she is a friend. I don't know. Well, she took a lot of care of me, and the communication between us was also equal. But I can't unilaterally admit that she is my friend. Xiao Sifang's voice became smaller and smaller, so he simply stopped talking, sat up straight and faced Sinbo. Do you need me to do anything this time? She didn't think that the Holy Father left early just to care about the dispute between her and Louis. Sure enough, Sinbo raised his lips and said, Pay more attention to your classmates, especially the girl named Liz Cocker. Xiao Sifang recalled carefully and finally matched the name with the person. Just when the class started, the monitor wanted to teach her, and she stopped him. Liz Cocker, in my impression, was a tall girl with golden hair and a pair of blue eyes as beautiful as the ocean. She seemed to have a calm personality and seemed to be ranked in the middle. Xiao Sifang was puzzled and didn't know why she had to observe this classmate. But since father must have his reasons, so she just did it. Sinbo received a positive answer, and the purpose of this trip was considered to be completed. Before getting up and leaving, his eyes paused on her wrist for a second, and then moved away. Then see you on Sunday, Sifang. The bright light fell on his side face as he looked back. His white forehead and high nose bridge were shining with a soft arc of light. His eyes sank into a slightly dim place, and his mouth was slightly curved. Xiao Sifang was startled, and stood up hurriedly and bowed. Goodbye. Goodbye. It was obviously the same name, and many people called it usually, but for some reason, when it came out of his mouth, her ears were itchy as if fleas had entered. Xiao Sifang sat on the bench and calmed down for 5 minutes before getting up and leaving. It's useless if it's not yours, no matter how beautiful it is. Emptiness is color. Color is emptiness. After 2 days of settling down, Xiao Bamian was much calmer when he finally met Xiao Sifang, except for his slightly trembling fingers that betrayed his true emotions. It was almost impossible to tell that he was different. Xiao Sifang was in the wrong, and was afraid that he was accumulating strength to prepare a big move, so he didn't dare to provoke him first. The two of them were silent all the way until they rode their bicycles to the school gate. I won't ask what happened between you and Mr. Sun, and I have given up my beautiful hope that you can live out these 3 years in peace and order. Here it comes. Xiao Sifang breathed a sigh of relief and put down her heart. My brother is much more terrible when he doesn't nag than when he does. Xiao Bamian pedaled hard and passed Xiao Sifang, leaving her with a calm head. I know you have a lot of ideas, and you want to do a lot of things I can't imagine. But, no matter what, I still have my parents, my grandmother, and my uncle and aunt in heaven. They all just hope that you are well. The boy's voice had just passed the voice change period, and it was no longer hoarse. When the voice was lowered, it was a little low. You are stubborn and don't listen to advice or turn back. We can't stop you, because we are incompetent. We can't help you either. The words that were not accusatory sounded heavy to Xiao Sifang. She seemed to be a little bit inconsiderate of the feelings of Bamian and Grandma. But if you really encounter a problem that you can't solve one day, I hope you can still come home. Even if we can't help, at least our family can die in an orderly manner. Xiao Sifang, who was feeling relieved that his brother had grown up, said. The mood that had just been brewing was completely destroyed by this sentence. She said angrily, Why are you so pessimistic? You're talking as if I'll offend someone and be buried tonight. Xiao Bamian turned around and glared at her fiercely. Even if it's not tonight but this year, it's enough to worry about. Xiao Sifang, you're going to force me to death. If I die, I won't have to worry about it anymore. At first, he was just angry that she had caused trouble to her idol. But the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Father Sun was not from the same world as them. How terrible things must Xiao Sifang, that bastard, have experienced to have an intersection with such a person. His red eyes made Xiao Sifang reflect on his actions again, and smiled at him flatteringly. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to not tell you about Sun's father. It's just not convenient to tell. Otherwise, think about it. Besides this matter, what secrets do I have that you don't know? Pressing the handlebars with one hand, she stretched out her free hand and scratched her brother's stubborn chin. Don't worry. I promise to tell you everything I can tell you in the future. Just like before. Pa! Xiao Bamian dodged her fingers. Can you still tell me? Then why don't you tell me? What's wrong with your hand? Why are you pressing it with your arm? You can't tell me this either? Xiao Sifang. The slap in the face came too fast and too suddenly. She awkwardly retracted her hand, held the handle honestly, and then raised her injured left hand to show him a piece of ultra-thin splint on her wrist. I was injured in the practical class. A slight fracture. It will be healed in a few days. If it can be healed in a few days, can't it be on Thursday? Don't you have a practical class on Thursday? Why don't you go? Xiao Bamian's face wrinkled with anger. Xiao Sifang, you really annoy me. Can B-level oxygen heal your injury? B-level oxygen. Xiao Sifang silently repeated the 24,000 star coins in his mind several times. Shook his head. No need. According to my self-healing ability, Saturday is almost the same. Xiao Bamian naturally understood the concerns behind her saying no need and gritted his teeth to pedal faster. Hurry up. Today is our first day of work, and the salary is waiting in front. Looking at his back with a breath of anger, Xiao Sifang reached out and touched the space button under his clothes again. But this time it was no longer heavy and reluctant, but relieved and relaxed. Although this is the lifelong effort of my father, and the most precious relic left by him and my mother, no matter how precious it is only a carrier of sustenance and longing. If it can play a greater role, it can reflect its true value. When I rushed to the old machine warehouse, the door was ajar, And the fat boss and the dark and thin fat man were both there. The two people with extreme body shapes and skin colors stood together. And the picture was very funny. In addition to the piles of old machines that were sorted last time, there were two more messy hills in the spacious factory area. However, the number was large, but the actual value was not high. All the scrap metal added up to a recycling price of only 100,000 star coins. The truly valuable new machines had been placed on the shelves in room B, and they were easy to pick up and put down. "Are you here?" The fat boss came over immediately when he saw them, and his tone was a little unhappy. "Look at how much is piled up here. Isn't it a waste of time to come now?" Xiao Bamian saw that he looked bad, and was afraid that this only source of income would be thrown away. He didn't care about the fear of second-class residents, and hurriedly said, "Sorry. We will come every day in the future, and we promise not to delay the boss's business." The fat boss glanced at the young man with the corner of his eye. "That's good." Xiao Sifang frowned. "How can I count the time every day?" Just as she opened her mouth, Xiao Bamian jumped up nervously, dragged her to the side, and lowered his voice. "I can come. I see that they mainly use traditional machinery here. I will dismantle it with you for a while and learn more. Then I will go back and find relevant information to study by myself. There will definitely be no problem." Xiao Sifang looked at him with round eyes. "But the problem is not here. Think about it. If I don't come, you will have to walk through the streets full of people from the inner city alone. And then, you will have to be alone with another boss. Can you do that?" Xiao Bamian subconsciously looked back at the fat and thin bosses, then glanced at the injured wrist of the debt collector, who was half a head shorter than him, and closed his eyes. "I can do it. I can definitely do it. This guy was not afraid when he was 14. So he can definitely overcome it. Have you finished whispering?" The fat boss put his hands behind his back, and he was very bossy. "Hurry up and start working. And be quick. I'll be there soon." Xiao Sifang turned around and responded, patted his brother's shoulder, and encouraged, "Then you try it first, and I won't laugh at you if you can't overcome it." Xiao Bamian, who was questioned before she even went into battle, changed her face, waved her away, and walked towards the cart full of tools, feeling angry. Who is he doing this for? When will Xiao Sifang stop being so heartless? However, Xiao Sifang did not follow his steps. He turned back to the fat boss and put on a stereotyped smile. "Boss, let's talk in private. I need your help with something." The fat boss got goosebumps from her soft and sweet voice. He felt uneasy. "What do you want to do? Speak normally." Xiao Sifang immediately returned to his seriousness. "I want to talk in private." Okay. The fat boss glanced at the thin man, who waved his hand without minding. He snorted. "Let's talk in room B. By the way, I'll tell you which things need to be dealt with first." "Okay." Xiao Sifang had no objection. Although the door of room B was closed, the fat boss still cautiously opened a window, then cleared his throat solemnly, and warned the young and beautiful girl in front of him. "You are quite suitable for my eyes. But that is only from the perspective of an employer looking at an employee. So if you want to take advantage of the opportunity to do something crooked to destroy my family, then I advise you to give up that idea as soon as possible." Xiao Sifang. She couldn't help but connect the fat boss with the boy who said that the Holy Father was just SOSO in the cafeteria last time, and sighed deeply. Men are really incredible creatures. When she sighed and showed such a suffocating expression, the fat boss knew that he was overthinking. He wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead to cover up the embarrassment and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Back to the point. Xiao Sifang put aside his distracting thoughts and pulled out the space button hanging around his neck. "Aren't you doing second-hand business? I also have an old thing I want to sell. I wonder if you will accept it." The fat boss's eyes were straight, and the next second he leaned out and closed the window tightly. "Oh, you are really my ancestor. Where did you get this thing? Picked it up? Stolen it?" Xiao Sifang shook his head. "Neither. This is mine. There will be absolutely no dispute. If I wasn't really short of money, I wouldn't sell it." The fat boss still looked doubtful, so Xiao Sifang had to continue. "You know I am a combat department, so you should also know how much the combat department needs to support. According to the minimum standard, I need to spend 60,000 star coins every month. This amount is beyond my ability to afford at the moment, so I can only sell the treasure my father left me." The fat boss's eyes flashed. Did your father leave it to you? Yes. 20 years ago. Xiao Qingjian is your father? The fat boss interrupted her, looking excited. You are Xiao Yao's daughter. No wonder I think you look familiar, and you are pleasing to my eyes. It turns out that you are his daughter. No wonder. I was wondering how someone could be braver than Xiao Xiao. It turns out that the disciple is better than the master. Xiao Sifang. Are your fathers so famous that they are known to everyone? Seeing her confusion, the fat boss laughed and suppressed his excitement. Your father also worked for me. At that time, I was not so poor that I opened a repair shop. At that time, I had a machinery factory with an income of over 100 million yuan. And my business was very good. Xiao Xiao, the young man, came to me on his own and blocked me several times, which made me angry. When I was about to teach him a lesson, he gave me a drawing of an aircraft brake buffer. The fat boss recalled the past and was very emotional. Now we can have portable small aircraft, thanks to Xiao Xiao's drawing. At that time, I don't know how many companies saw the gap in military portable aircraft, but they were all stuck in the buffer technology of small size and high-speed emergency braking. Xiao Xiao's drawing made my machinery factory make a net profit in just 2 years. Ahem. In short, it made a lot of money. It was the first time that Xiao Sifang heard of such a thing. The pride in her heart made her chest straighter. Her father could do this back then, so she must be able to do it too. But after a moment of pride, she looked at the ordinary fat boss, thought about his small repair shop, and felt strange again. Then how did you fall into this? The fat boss blushed. Your father is to blame. When he was here, I didn't worry about technical problems, so I didn't stabilize it, and the development speed was a bit ahead of time. Later, he suddenly disappeared, and the original technical team of my factory couldn't keep up. So something went wrong. The more he talked, the more embarrassed he became. The fat boss coughed and said majestically, What is your father doing now? Is he okay? Xiao Sifang was stunned, because she was threatened by Terry as soon as she entered the school gate. She thought that everyone in the inner city knew about her parents' affairs. Now it seems that ordinary people still don't know. Those people above have not only blocked information from people in the outer city. He has passed away. The fat boss frowned. Not without regret. I also thought that if I could find your father, I could continue his secret work and make a comeback. Xiao Sifang. By the way, the fat boss rubbed his hands and looked at her expectantly. You are Xiao Xiao's child, and you seem to be very familiar with emerging machinery. Can you inherit your father's business? Xiao Sifang. I majored in combat and only minored in manufacturing. I can't do it to the same level as my father. The fat boss didn't mind at all. That doesn't matter. I believe that when you have a flash of inspiration, remember to come to me first, and I'll show you. Oh, if you had told me earlier that you were Xiao Xiao's daughter, I would definitely give you a higher salary. I used to treat Xiao Xiao as my own son. He never stopped reminiscing about the past. But because he was talking about her father whom she didn't know, she listened with great interest. Her father was really amazing. After talking for more than half an hour, the fat boss was so thirsty that he licked his lips with a sense of satisfaction. Since you are Xiao Xiao's child, I will help you if I can. This space button will be used as collateral. I will pay you 60,000 star coins every month if you need them. You continue to work here and your salary will be deducted. If you have other income, pay me back the part you owe me in time. When you pay it back, I will return this space button to you. Xiao Sifang opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The oxygen supply problem was solved just like that? Thank you. The fat boss waved his hand indifferently. If Xiao Xiao was still here, how could you worry about tens of thousands of star coins? I will take care of you for him. And he also had selfish motives. This is Xiao Xiao's daughter. Although she is a minor in manufacturing, she must be quite capable according to her familiarity with emerging machinery. Besides, the market value of a space button is over 1 million. Even if this child is useless and can't be paid back, he won't lose anything. Why not make a good relationship now? Who can predict what will happen in the future? After thinking so utilitarian, he looked at the vague shadow of an old friend on Xiao Sifang's face and sighed sincerely. If Xiao Xiao was not born a refugee, he might have been able to go to the main star. What a pity. This unexpected surprise made Xiao Sifang feel very happy for a long time. Even though Xiao Bamian glared at her and nagged her, she didn't feel annoyed at all. After finishing work and returning home, she couldn't wait to share this with her brother on the way. Xiao Bamian's reaction was even more exaggerated than hers. Oh my god. Uncle is really awesome. So this matter is solved like this? Do you think that fat guy said this on purpose so that he can just take your treasure for himself? Probably not. He said a lot about my dad. And if he really had bad intentions, there was no need to lie to us. Xiao Sifang shook his wrist. And the first 60,000 has arrived. That's true. Xiao Bami nodded. For second-class residents, as long as they were clean. It didn't matter if a refugee disappeared from this world. Why bother to deceive? But I still feel like I'm dreaming. It's too unreal. Xiao Sifang also felt the same way. I'm so lucky. Ah! I know. Xiao Bami suddenly stopped the car, ignoring the inner city people who looked over with disdain, and shouted excitedly, Sifang. It's the power of Fatherson. The places he has been to, and the people he has met will have good luck. And you? He glanced around and lowered his voice. You are still close to him. So good luck will come. After he said that, Xiao Sifang thought about it, and felt that it was true. On the ruins planet, she was out of danger as soon as she met the Holy Father. Then, on the day when the Holy Father arrived at the academy, she received a call from the fat boss, who said he would consider her and asked her to go for an interview. Then she was accepted. Now even the oxygen supply problem has been temporarily solved. And the relics left by her parents have been saved. He really is magic. The practical class on Thursday arrived as scheduled. Louise stood in the middle of the field with her lips pursed, as stiff as a piece of wood. She didn't know why she refused Yuan Yuan's request to form a team. Obviously, her good friend knew what happened on Tuesday and wanted to help her out and not embarrass her. But somehow, she still refused. But since she had already refused, there was no point in arguing about it. She thought with a sour face. That ungrateful vagrant had better be more tactful in class later and not offend her. Then she could consider accommodating the wrist that had not recovered and let him go. The bell rang. Xiao Sifang hesitated for a moment and still walked towards her. But he didn't smile as shamelessly as usual. And his tone was quite steady and serious. We are still together in this class. Louis thought. Who else would be willing to go with you except me? You are just talking nonsense. However, she did not speak, but just thought about it, and then snorted with her nose, which was considered as tacit agreement. But after the practical class, her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This Xiao Sifang didn't say a word to her. Did he want her to speak first? Dreaming? Disgusting? She didn't believe that this Xiao Sifang could still be so pretentious. Unexpectedly, she was slapped in the face again in the practical class on Saturday. The two still formed a team, but until the end of the class, Xiao Sifang didn't say a word to her. It would be fine if he didn't talk to her, but he actually took the initiative to show his kindness to a blue-eyed man. He really thought too much. Who else would give a refugee a good face except her? He deserved to be ridiculed. Suddenly, someone kicked her butt, and her emotions were knocked over. Louis turned back angrily. Who is it? You are blind. Teacher Greta. Greta raised her eyebrows and kicked her, but again in front of her. You haven't reconciled yet? Humph. Louis was stubborn and didn't bow her head. I'm not wrong. I won't do such a disgusting thing. You are stubborn. Greta shook her head and turned away. Xiao Sifang didn't really want to pay attention to Louis, but seeing that she was always a nose and not eyes, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to offend her. In addition, he was really busy. Not only did he have to study, but he also had to give remote guidance to Xiao Bamian. How could he have time to carefully understand her emotions? Louis had been holding her breath for a week, and finally decided to beat up this rubbish vagrant in the bathroom on Sunday morning to vent her anger. When she took off her blindfold and sat up, she found that he had already run away. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Xiao Sifang didn't know her plan. He hurried out when the dormitory door just opened at 6 o'clock. Unfortunately, he was still a little late when he arrived at the exit. The Holy Father, who was wearing casual clothes and a big windbreaker, was already sitting on the bench with an oversized suitcase at his feet. Yes. Sorry. Xiao Sifang panted and stared at him with burning eyes. I'm late. Her eyes were more passionate than ever before. Sinbo was not used to her round and bright eyes. He didn't know why her attitude had changed so much. But thinking about it, he felt that she was too excited to go out with the kids because it was a rare opportunity to go out for a walk. So he put the matter aside. His eyes swept over the cloth bag hanging around her waist. And Sinbo responded, turning sideways to open the suitcase at his feet. Then I'll punish you to ride in a suitcase out of town. Xiao Sifang's eyes finally left his face and fell on the empty suitcase. What does riding in a suitcase mean? Sinbo stood up, this time with a slightly bigger smile, revealing a row of white teeth, and waved at her gently. Come here. I'll teach you. The morning was infinitely beautiful. The light golden skylight blessed his beauty. And with a magic filter, Xiao Sifang didn't think much about it and walked over blankly. That's it. Xiao Sifang felt that the scenery in front of her fell down, and she was stuffed into the suitcase. Sinbo closed the suitcase gracefully and gently stroked it through the suitcase, with a genuine joy on his face. It fits in just right. I've wanted to try this for a long time. It's fun. Xiao Sifang, who was stunned, finally reacted. He was humming happily in her ears, but she could only hold her limbs together and couldn't move. The admiration that had just risen in her heart was shattered again. The anger came late, and she angrily swayed in the limited space. I don't want to stay here. Let me out. The humming stopped, and the pleasant laughter came through the thick lid of the suitcase, accompanied by a sense of comfort that she couldn't resist at all. His eyelids were too heavy to open, but his body, which should have been stiff, seemed to open softly, rolling into a ball of cotton, wanting to fall asleep immediately. Take a nap. You'll be there when you wake up. I won't sleep. Xiao Sifang tried to prop up his closed eyelids, but in the end, he couldn't resist the surging sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Sinbo stood up, took out a dark green identity ring and buckled it on his empty wrist, then put on a skin-colored mask to cover his entire face, and finally put on a wide curly-brimmed hat, pressed the brim of the hat, picked up the suitcase and strode towards the exit. This exit was rarely used. When he went out, the young woman on duty was yawning, frowning at his hidden outfit, and without thinking, she forced the gate that opened automatically after swiping the identity ring to close. Why wrap it so tightly? You're sneaking around, Duan Fay muttered, and dazedly called up the identity information she had just swiped. Wait for me to take a closer look. Her eyes focused on the light screen. As soon as she saw the unusually short information, she was startled and woke up instantly. The undercover investigator of the Supervision Bureau. The Supervision Bureau is a national regulatory agency. It is divided into inspectors and undercover investigators. Their functions are as their names suggest. The former conducts supervision openly, while the latter is responsible for secret investigations. Therefore, the information of undercover investigators is not disclosed. The identity ring is encrypted, and only a special code and the identity certificate of the undercover investigator are displayed. Excuse me. Please. The gate was reopened, and Sinbo walked out of the inner city openly with the box, and adjusted the brim of his hat to cover the upturned corners of his mouth. The smuggling was successful. X-366 semi-ruined planet was the origin planet of cotton balls. It was once prosperous and ranked among the top developed planets in the first few decades after cotton balls were widely used. Unfortunately, after a short period of glory, it became worse and worse every year and became more and more decadent. When Xiao Sifang woke up, he found himself lying on a flat wall ruin, bathing in the warm sunshine. He sat up in shock. The evil suitcase had disappeared. There was only a tall back bathed in the sun around him. He turned around when he heard the noise. The mask blocked most of his face, revealing only his eyes and mouth. At this moment, they were smiling slightly, but the backlight was as dazzling as the oncoming sun. Good morning. Xiao Sifang's anger vanished in these two simple words, and the beauty that was mostly blocked. It was really disappointing. Jumping down from the wall, she looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock when she came out, and it was only 7 o'clock now. Is this planet beautiful? The person in front suddenly asked. Xiao Sifang looked around and nodded. What's the reason? In order to answer this question well, Xiao Sifang closed his mouth and looked around carefully. The desertification of X-366 is far less serious than that of 338. This planet seemed to be covered with plants before the disaster. Now, except for the original high-rise buildings becoming ruins and the diverse vegetation being replaced by cotton balls, the sky is clear. The wind without any dust is blowing gently, and the sunshine is comfortable. It seems that there should be no other difference from before. Looking around, countless cotton balls grow on the flat fields and in the crowded ruins. The thin branches hold fist-sized brown cotton bags. The dry leaves are blown by the slightly strong wind, swaying to the ground, and then blown up again and falling again. Although cotton balls are the only plants discovered so far that do not require oxygen, they cannot grow in any environment. They are not afraid of wind and sand, but they have extremely high requirements for soil quality. There are only 2 cotton ball cultivation sites in X338, and they need to be carefully managed by special people to have a good harvest. Unlike this origin star, the cotton sprouts and grows everywhere, and the quality of the cotton in the cotton bags is still above the average level. X366 semi-ruined planet is one of the only 5 planets in the X series with an atmosphere. It is also the only one among the 5 planets that is neither too far nor too close to the star in the planetary system where it is located. Sinbo slightly side-glanced, as if a little surprised that she started from the location of the planet. Xiao Sifang looked at the cotton balls in front of him and said seriously, "Therefore, there is gentle light, comfortable wind, and cotton balls everywhere. Therefore, in these 3 points, the residents of X366, whether in the inner city or the outer city, see, feel and have the same. 366 is very different from 338. It is much more beautiful than 338. The little girl's chest was filled with anger, an anger that no one from the outside or the inside could imagine or dare to imagine. Sin smiled and stretched out his hand to put on her head. Childish. Xiao Sifang frowned, a little unhappy. She was very serious. Why was she childish again? The fingers wrapped in white gloves slid from the top of her head to her eyes, gently resting on her eyelids, and Xiao Sifang subconsciously closed her eyes. Okay. Look again. The fingers left, and Xiao Sifang opened his eyes. The burning star was falling towards the horizon, and all the cotton balls were facing the light and backing the light. The wind blew the warmth brought by the star, and the air was slightly damp, wrapping every inch of skin. Is it still beautiful? He asked again. Xiao Sifang nodded again. Why? It makes me feel very comfortable. This time, Xiao Sifang finally did not diverge her thoughts and looked at this different planet objectively. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at her face blocked by the mask, and asked back, "Do you think it is beautiful?" "Why?" A cotton bag exploded, and white flocks floated out. They scattered and flew lightly and freely. One of them did not run far and landed on Sinbo's shoulder. He slowly reached out and brushed it away, and replied, "No. It's very ugly. It's incredible that you think it's beautiful." Deathly silence quietly flows in the wilderness. Xiao Sifang suffocated for a long time before he resisted all impulses and did not do anything disrespectful to the Holy Father. How could he be like a mature adult at one moment and a childish child at another? Okay. We've seen the scenery. Let's get down to business. Sinbo seemed not to notice her little emotion and switched back to adult mode. Although it is well known that the ball cotton originated from this planet, its origin is not open to the public. The Life Research Institute has the authority to enter the seed source. But this is X366 after all, and it is under the jurisdiction of the corresponding star master. To enter the seed source, you can only go there under the leadership of the relevant person in charge of this planet. Otherwise it is contempt for the authority of the star master. Xiao Sifang was confused. It means that they still have to go through official channels and go in with a bunch of people because they cannot defy the authority of the Star Lord? So you should be smart and don't get caught. Xiao Sifang held back again and asked, "Do you know where the seed source is? I searched the internet before I came here, but there is no relevant information." Sinbo looked at her tolerantly. "What can you find with your limited authority? Come with me. The seed source is in the outer city, not far from here." He walked in front first, the hem of his windbreaker swaying in the breeze, and his back with a big hat looked like an unruly traveler. The alienation brought by the Holy Father's halo disappeared at once. Xiao Sifang hurried to catch up, hanging behind him like a little tail. The gates at the entrance and exit of the outer city of X366 are newer than those of 338. There are 2 gates for each entrance and exit. It is the peak time for the shift change of their local residents, and there are long queues at the entrance and exit. Xiao Sifang followed behind Sinbo, and there were more than 20 people in front of them. She looked around and suddenly remembered the shining identity of the Holy Father and the blue identity ring that was enough to attract everyone's attention. She couldn't help but feel nervous. If this is taken out, how many people's attention will it attract? The speed of passing through the gate is very fast. And it will be their turn soon. Xiao Sifang watched nervously, as Sin Bo in front of him raised his arm. The sleeve of his windbreaker covering his wrist was lifted up. And a dark green identity ring above his white gloves just buckled his wrist. And a slight beeping sound was heard. The gate opened. And he walked in amid the exclamations of a small number of people who discovered it. Xiao Sifang was stunned. Why did it turn green again? Little girl. Don't be stunned. Go in quickly. The person behind her saw that she didn't move for a while, and urged her in a low voice. Xiao Sifang quickly said sorry, and swiped his identity ring. The non-local yellow light came on, and the guard raised his eyelids to look at her. He was about to transfer her identity information to the interplanetary visitor column, but suddenly found that this person was only 17 years old. He subconsciously forced the gate to close, and walked out of the guard room. Xiao Sifang was stunned for a moment, and finally remembered that even if he had become a student of Chris College, and could legally travel across planets, he was still not old enough to move freely without the guidance of a teacher. It was a big trouble. Some people would never experience a forced gate closure in their lifetime. And this sudden incident made everything explode. What's going on? She's not from our planet. I just think this girl looks a little young. She doesn't have a position, and she's not old enough. So it's not easy to deal with her. The guard was furious. Where did you come from? Kid? You're so brave. Xiao Sifang didn't expect that it was not the Holy Father who attracted everyone's attention, but herself. Her face turned red and stiffened. After years of traveling in the interstellar space, it was the first time that she had such a tragic accident. It was just because she was too confident with the Holy Father and didn't think too much. So she ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Sin Bo heard the movement behind him, turned around and saw Xiao Sifang's wrinkled face, and laughed. The caretaker was anxious and worried when he saw that he was also alarmed. It's not uncommon for children to be naughty. He wanted to teach this child a lesson and turn a blind eye to her and let her go back quickly. But why was this child so unlucky that she happened to be ranked behind a second-class resident? And a second-class resident with such a special identity. Now, he couldn't let her go. He could only lower his face and said seriously, "Stay here. I will send your identity information back to your planet immediately." Wait a minute. The guard turned around and saw that it was the second-class resident who had just passed by. His hair stood on end and he said hurriedly, "I will deal with it immediately. I will never bend the law for personal gain." Sin Bo couldn't help laughing again. This time he laughed more exaggeratedly, with a mask covering his face. He laughed unscrupulously. Xiao Sifang's face turned red, and his two round eyes stared at him. It was too bad. Really too bad. The guard was sweating when he saw that she dared to stare at him. This child was really brave and didn't care about her life. Although he didn't know why the second-class resident suddenly laughed. He had to deal with the matter quickly. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if his superiors held him accountable. So he smiled and asked, "Or do you want to deal with this matter yourself?" Sin Bo finally stopped laughing and returned to his serious state. He pointed at the angry little girl through the gate and said, "Let her in. She came with me." Guardian. Other people. Xiao Sifang finally came in, full of anger. After their figures walked away, the refugees, who had been afraid to speak because of the second-class residents were present just now started to make noise, as if they had been released from the ban. What's going on? It's normal for a second-class resident to bring an ordinary refugee. But what's the matter with bringing a child? There is a problem. The key is that the second-class resident is still laughing. He looks so perverted. What do you think? Could it be? What are you hiding? Just tell me. Everyone has gone far away. It's that kind of thing. Look at the little girl just now. She is white and clean. Isn't she cute? Some perverts just like to play with children. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Oh my God. A girl who had just become an adult and started working in the crowd frowned. No way. I don't think so. And I think that person's voice sounds a bit familiar. Like the Holy Father. The air stagnated. And the next second, a ground-shaking laugh broke out. How could Vice Deanson be so perverted? You're overthinking it. That's right. You can't say such nonsense. Hey. Go away. Poor kid. Sin Bo, who didn't know he was considered a pervert, stretched out his slender fingers and poked the girl who came in without saying a word, pursing her lips and slightly puffing her cheeks. Angry? Anyone can't help being angry. And Xiao Sifang is of course angry. But she can't show it in front of the Holy Father. So she can only say against her will, "I'm not angry." "I won't be angry." "You're lying again." "Anyway, I'm not angry." Sinbo looked at the face that was turned to the side, chuckled, and stopped teasing her. "Sorry. I forgot the rule that refugees cannot leave the city before the age of 20. It's not intentional." "Oh," Xiao Sifang replied dryly, "it's not your fault. I forgot it myself." The words were not sincere, and it was obvious that she was still angry. Angry that he smiled first instead of helping her out. Sinbo did not continue to comfort her, but did the opposite. Nodded and put on a kind and generous look. "Okay. Then I forgive you." A trace of disbelief flashed across Xiao Sifang's eyes, and he clenched his fists a little more in frustration. It feels so good to bully a child. Looking at her cowardly look who dared to be angry but not speak. Sinbo's smiling eyes were stained with a little sincere lightness. "Don't be angry. After things here are over, I'll let you take a suitcase to the inner city to play. The inner city here is different from your boring inner city. It is very suitable for children to play." Xiao Sifang remembered that he stuffed himself into the suitcase when he came out, and suddenly realized that the suitcase was stuffed in order to enter and leave the city secretly. "No. There is a life detector at the gate. Won't it be discovered?" Sinbo nodded happily. "Ordinary people will be discovered if they do this." Xiao Sifang figured out the trick. His eyes lit up, and instantly threw away the little unhappiness just now. "Can I see the box?" Ordinary shielding devices will definitely not be able to avoid the detection of the gate. It must be a very special shielding device. When asked to take her to the inner city for a tour, she showed no reaction, but showed great enthusiasm for a box. Sinbo maintained his smile. "Are all children like this now? I'll show you when I get back." "Okay." Xiao Sifang was so happy that she jumped up when she walked. If she could make the same shield, she could bring Bamian with her when she went out. And she only had to pay one person's toll. Her cheerful look made Sinbo sigh slightly. It should be that only this child named Sifang had a problem. It's more than 20 kilometers from the seed source. Let's go on the aircraft. He took out the pedal-type aircraft he used last time, just as he fixed her legs and wanted her to stand in the empty space in front. Her thighs tightened, and she had already sat down honestly in the middle of the pedal. Xiao Sifang learned from the last experience and leaned her face against his legs. The aircraft took off smoothly and moved forward at a high speed. There was a faint fragrance at the tip of her nose, which occasionally touched the tip of her nose and made her feel itchy. Xiao Sifang sniffed carefully and found that the source of this fragrance was not somewhere else, but the Holy Father, who was loved by all the people. She didn't know what this smell was, but she felt that this fragrance was deep and far-reaching, and it smelled very good. In fact, it was not only him who had a good smell. Apart from this fragrance, as long as you get a little closer to him, your body will feel much more comfortable than usual, as if it was injected with endless vitality, and the metabolizing cells were alive. Is it because of this magic that 99.9% of the people in the interstellar space like him and want to get close to him? The seed source is located between the mountains. When it was 2 kilometers away from the destination, the aircraft landed and stopped on the narrow mountain road. Sinbo put away the aircraft and handed Xiao Sifang 3 things. Protective shield, isolation ring, gun. Xiao Sifang took it carefully. "Do you know how to use it?" "Yes." "Then let's go." The mask covered the unnatural dark red in his eyes, and the corners of his lips that were habitually raised deepened. It is said to be a mountain, but it is very different from the mountain in the restoration map before the disaster. Compared with the lush forests in the restoration map, the mountains here are more like a slope full of cotton balls, with cotton balls standing in the wind, cotton bags hanging, and cotton wool flying. It is said to be a road, but it is also very different from a real road. There are only some gaps between the large and small cotton balls that people can pass through, and there is a foothold for walking. Xiao Sifang followed Sinbo, who deliberately accelerated to accommodate her, and quickly passed through these gaps. Soon, a piece of open space that was cleaned up by cotton balls appeared in front of him. This piece of land was enclosed, and there was a tight electric fence around it. The entrance was extremely narrow and guarded by 4 soldiers wearing combat uniforms and holding super-energy particle guns. There were no less than 100 soldiers patrolling outside the electric fence in teams of 10, and the guards were very strict. The open space was only 1 square kilometer in size. From Xiao Sifang's position, he could only vaguely see a few simple houses inside the electric fence. but nothing else could be seen. She frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. There were definitely not enough simple houses for a patrol team of hundreds of people, unless they took turns to go back to the city. But since the protection was so strict, and so many people had to guard such a small place, why did they travel a long distance to change shifts and increase the risk of criminals sneaking in? You know, although this place also belongs to the outer city, it is not an outer city with people. There are residents 10 kilometers away from here, and it is very inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. If you really want to protect this seed source, why don't you just level the surrounding area, expanded by several thousand square meters, and let these patrols be stationed here directly? Is this arrangement deliberately made to confuse intruders like them? Or is this seed source simply a fake? The location is small. There are many people, and it is strange. Xiao Sifang crawled forward a few steps, leaning against Sin Bo's back, and whispered, I think we can look for suspicious points nearby first, and then consider whether to go in, so as not to alert the snake. Sin Bo turned around and lowered his voice to her ear. But we are the snake. We are here to have fun. Relax. It doesn't matter if we fail. There is still a chance to respect the authority of the Star Lord. Right? Sin Bo looked at her face full of worries, smiled silently, and moved forward under the cover of the lush cotton balls. Just stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. Xiao Sifang wanted to call him, but it was too late. So he had to continue to shrink his body and hide, and didn't move again. She didn't have the confidence to escape unscathed under the hands of more than 100 people. The patrol team's patrol range was very small, with the circle position as the center of the circle, and it was only 200 meters wide on the basis of the open space circle. Therefore, each patrol team of 10 people crossed every minute, surrounding the seed source like an iron barrel. Sin Bo, who changed his position, observed new anomalies. The soldiers looked abnormally relaxed. The ground was trampled by them, but cotton balls still grew out. Normally, nothing grows on the ground that has been trampled all year round, but cotton balls still grow out tenaciously no matter how many times this piece of land is trampled. The location of the seed source obtained by the Life Research Institute is this coordinate. If there are no real seed source plants here, then the secret behind the fake seed source location reported by the Star Master of this planet is worth investigating by the Supervisory Bureau. Taking off the gloves on his right hand, his white jade-like fingers brushed over the cotton ball branches beside him. The branches that were originally only as thick as a thumb suddenly grew wildly, climbing 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3 meters. As he moved, dozens of cotton balls sprang up from the ground, growing and tangling at an extremely terrifying speed. The crackling sound and the sudden growth of the cotton balls almost attracted the attention of the patrol team at the same time. Enemy attack? No. It seems that there is only something wrong with the cotton balls. Could it be that it is also affected from such a distance? Their voices were out of control due to panic, and Xiao Sifang heard every word clearly. What does it mean to be affected from such a distance? No. There has never been such a sudden change before. I'm afraid it's for some other reason. In short, martial law should be imposed first, and report to the higher-ups immediately. Should we ask the people over there to come over and have a look? Anyway, it's far away. Shut up. The voice that had never been restrained became lower with this angry shout, and the surroundings became quiet again. Xiao Sifang couldn't hear anything from where he was. He could only slightly raise his head and look at the cotton ball that was magnified 10 times with a complicated look. There is no doubt that this change was caused by the departed Holy Father. How did he do it? The cotton ball above his head moved, and the familiar figure returned to the previous position. Let's go! After he said that, he moved away from the patrol range. Xiao Sifang gritted his teeth and tried his best to keep up. After carefully avoiding nearly 1 kilometer, Sin Bo stopped and sat next to a slightly larger cotton ball with his body tilted. The top of his head was in the middle of the cotton ball, and a dry leaf was stuck in his dark gray hair. I don't know when he took off his hat, only wearing a mask, revealing his perfectly contoured eyes and lips. There is nothing inside the wall except an ordinary cotton ball covered with a glass cover. Ordinary cotton ball, it is indeed fake. Xiao Sifang was not too surprised, and relayed what he heard outside to him. They said they used the word also when they were affected, and asked if they should let people over there come over to take a look, and mention the distance. But I didn't hear whether it was far or near. According to the sentence analysis, it should be close. I guess this over there is the real source of seeds. Sin Bo thought thoughtfully. It turns out that the real source of seeds is nearby. Xiao Sifang nodded. It should be. He didn't say anything for a while. Xiao Sifang secretly looked at his half-closed eyes when he was thinking. The cotton balls that had just grown wildly, and even mutated, were also expanding in her heart, squeezing out of her throat. Did you make those cotton balls grow? She asked it directly without thinking. Xiao Sifang met his gaze, and simply asked again. Is it a new achievement of the Life Research Institute? Instant alienation? She was quite smart. She knew to use alienation to describe it instead of urging it to grow. Sin Bo smiled slightly, and opened his thin lips slightly. I won't tell you. Xiao Sifang. After so much experience, she felt that she should get used to it. So she decisively gave up the topic that he had rejected and got back to business. Then should we look for the real source nearby? She always adheres to the concept of starting and ending things. The little setbacks she encountered at the beginning did not affect her enthusiasm. She continued enthusiastically, since it is nearby. It should not be difficult to find. It is still early now. If you spend the whole morning looking for it, you will definitely find it. Unfortunately, not everyone starts and ends things. Huh? Even the mask could not hide the boredom and lack of interest on Sin Bo's face. I don't want to find anything. It's boring. Let the people in the School of Life check it themselves. We can come back when they find it. He looked drowsy, which made Xiao Sifang hold his breath. Why didn't the cotton bag above fall down and hit him on the head? A cotton bag as big as an open palm should hurt. There are cotton bales as big as an open palm? Xiao Sifang's eyes moved up and stuck to the cotton bale that seemed to be particularly large, but not very abrupt. Slowly moving his eyes, he fell on the surrounding cotton bales one after another. I didn't notice it just now, but now I see that the average height of the cotton plants and the average size of the cotton bales here are exactly twice as large as the cotton outside the city. Originally, as the origin star of cotton, X360 SIXS cotton balls were all over the ground, which were a circle larger than the cotton balls carefully taken care of on other planets. But unknowingly, the cotton balls here have become unusually large. The cotton balls in this direction are larger than those next to the pseudo-seed source just now. An idea naturally formed in her mind. Maybe we don't need to look for it. Just follow the direction where these cotton balls are getting bigger, and we will naturally find the destination. Even though he was sitting on the ground with his body tilted and his face could not be seen, Sin Bo was still the bright and clear interstellar saint, and his tone was neither hurried nor slow, gentle and moderate. Fool, since a fake seed source has appeared, it proves that there are complicated things behind this matter, and it is not good for us to get involved. He came to X366 just to study what form this stable and completely alienated plant is in, and didn't want to be involved in some messy things. Xiao Sifang understood the reason, but still felt regretful. I didn't use the protective shield isolation ring and the gun, so it was a waste of time. Sin Bo laughed in silence. So this is the point? Looking at her face full of disappointment and eager to try after being pulled by the reins, Sin Bo thought for a while. If he just went back like this, it would be a bit unworthy. It would be better to play a big one. After all, it was secretly brought here, and no one would know. Thinking of this, he started to take out things again. Super crystal short knife, light pressure double bolt bomb, rapid combustion liquid, timed detonator, hydrogen ion injection tube. Xiao Sifang's eyes turned red. Red enough to drip blood. These things include the 3 things she took over before. If she took any one of them out, it would cost her family of 5 for several years. How many years would it take her to be as generous as him? After moving out a pile of munitions, like a mobile arsenal, he finally took out 2 portable aircrafts. Fortunately, I brought a spare one. Are you familiar with the aircraft? Xiao Sifang took one of them, and felt particularly relieved holding the heavy weight in his hand. He gently stroked the small mark on the side of the pedal and replied, FE series pedal type aircraft. This is the 2nd generation. The latest model launched in May this year. Smaller than the 1st generation. 1.5 times faster. Twice as energy efficient. Double foot buckles with soft bottom turntables. Anti-vibration technology. More in line with human factors engineering. Huh? I didn't know there was such a big improvement. Sin Bo was really surprised this time. Do you know? Xiao Sifang fondled the aircraft and nodded. After you saved me last time, I looked it up and learned about its structure. I also compared it with other aircraft models. It is indeed the latest model. The FE series is indeed the king of portable aircraft. When she has money, she must buy one for herself and Bamian. Then can you use it? Sin Bo's second question interrupted her full of praise and made her look a little hesitant. I understand its internal operation and read the manual at that time. I should be able to use it. Oh! Sin Bo smiled and nodded. Then you can't use it. Xiao Sifang. I can't refute it. In the cotton ball bush, the two sat on a pile of dead leaves, with a pile of daunting munitions between them, and verbally taught how to use the aircraft one-on-one. Sin Bo spoke carefully, and Xiao Sifang listened very seriously. The class was not over until the latter successfully stepped on the aircraft and soared hundreds of kilometers in the sky in his mind. Okay, then let's put these things to use. As he said this, Sin Bo took off his big windbreaker and put it on Xiao Sifang. Under the other's puzzled gaze, he stuffed the weapons on the ground into the big pockets of the windbreaker one by one. There is no empty space button, so you can just use this. Xiao Sifang, who already had a large cloth bag hanging on her body, felt that she had gained at least 20 kilograms. She asked dizzily, "What's it for?" She peeled away the dead leaves, and the black soil underneath was very moist. Sin Bo tilted his head and looked carefully. He did not answer her question, but said, "Close your eyes." Xiao Sifang frowned and did as she was told. When the sticky and cold thing stuck to her cheek, she waved her hand to block it reflexively. "What is it?" "Don't move. Don't move. It will be done soon." Sin Bo easily stopped her movements and rubbed her face with his hands until her fair face could no longer be seen. He stopped with satisfaction. Okay. The disguise is complete. Finally able to move. Xiao Sifang raised his hand to wipe the mud on his face and closed his eyes in despair. What kind of disguise? It's clearly looking for an opportunity to play tricks on people. Want to expose his true face? Very much. Don't you want to finish the job? Sin Bo, who has already mastered how to irritate her and how to make her ignore these little jokes, patched up the mud that she had rubbed off. Then you can do it. Oh yeah. Xiao Sifang's anger really leaked out, and only seriousness and solemnity were left in his eyes. Sin Bo couldn't help it, and reached out to touch her head with mud again. What a good child. After getting ready, the two of them continued to move forward one after the other, moving quickly in the direction of the cotton ball getting bigger. After climbing over 2 mountains, the open valley entrance finally appeared in front of the two. The stream gurgled and meandered out of the valley. The cotton balls beside the stream were particularly large, as thick and tall as the trees before the disaster. The cotton balls had grown to the size of heads, and the cracks that kept flying out cotton wool were jagged, looking a bit ferocious. Sin Bo squatted under a cotton ball, looking at the seemingly calm entrance. Don't you think the cotton balls here are a bit too big? Xiao Sifang looked around and nodded carefully. The yield must be very high. Sin Bo looked back at her. Xiao Sifang then made amends. Now I think it looks like a completely alienated plant. The guards along the way here were so strict. I'm afraid the real seed source is in this valley. It's only 5 kilometers from the fake seed source to here. There's nothing special about the first 2 kilometers. But there are 16 sentinels in the last 3 kilometers. If it weren't for the Holy Father's ability to find clues and take her to avoid them all quietly, she probably wouldn't even be able to get through the first sentinel with her current ability. Of course, there will be more people ahead, and maybe mechas. Are you afraid? Xiao Sifang subconsciously touched the space button on his neck, and only realized that the treasure had been mortgaged when he touched it empty. So he put his hand down again, put it in his pocket, touched the weapons to seek peace of mind, and said firmly, "Don't be afraid. It is true that she is cautious, but if she doesn't dare to take any risks, she can't cross the planet every other day." Great, Sin Bo praised. Then I will rush in like this. You follow my signal. Remember? Remember. Xiao Sifang calmed down and looked determined. They made a noise in the fake seed source, and this side must have received the news and imposed martial law. It is not realistic to sneak in. The only way is to break through from the front and catch them off guard as quickly as possible, so that there is a possibility of seeing the real seed source. Xiao Sifang's level among the freshmen is mediocre, but she can't stand such a scene. Bringing her in will be a burden, but it would not work without her. No matter how powerful Sin Bo is, he is just one person, and he cannot reveal his identity. It is easy to rush in suddenly, but there is still a certain risk to rush out. With Xiao Sifang outside to support, the safety will be much higher. The eyes under the mask became a little colder, and the man jumped out. The aircraft under his feet was as flexible as if it had its own life. And it shot away, with a 30-centimeter long flame tail. The highest speed at the beginning. After he left, Xiao Sifang was not idle. When the live target was launched into the air, it was the best time to observe the lurking enemy on the opposite side. There were abnormal movements on both sides of the valley, including the bottom of the stream, but it was only a momentary abnormality, and it immediately returned to calm after the aircraft passed. These people did not intend to attack immediately. If Xiao Sifang guessed correctly, they were the last line of defense. After the first cannon shot, huge spots of light shot out from the ground turrets one after another. Sinbo rotated up and down in the air, avoiding all of them, and rushed through the entrance of the valley in one breath. The real source of seeds finally appeared slowly in front of him. An open circular building covering an area of about 100,000 square meters is located in the center of the valley. It is divided into 6 floors, with a height of more than 20 meters. There are no less than 50 rooms on each floor. The center of the building is hollowed out, silently feeding a ball cotton that is several meters taller than the building itself. With a trunk more than 10 meters thick and branches 2 meters wide, the huge cotton bag is comparable to a 40 square meter room. Sinbo avoided the increasingly dense attacks under his feet and rushed to the real seed source at full speed. Haha. It seems that it is not only X-366 that has problems, but also the inside of the biological hospital is full of holes. Sure enough, the fact that no one has discovered that the cotton ball is a completely alienated plant for hundreds of years is not carelessness, but it is deliberately covered up. Stop him. Focus fire. Take off. Quickly. The general manager of the seed source was pale. He had clearly imposed martial law immediately after receiving the news of the change in the front. But the other party did not even hide, and came directly to the door. And they were still caught off guard. And because this place is still too close to the refugees in the outer city, they cannot use mechas and some high-lethal weapons. The intruders are unscrupulous, but they are tied up, which is really frustrating. What are Group 1 and Group 2 doing? Set up the electric net to trap him. Be careful of the ambush outside. There may be accomplices. When they were less than 20 meters away from the ball cotton source, all the rooms on the 6th floor set up super energy particle guns, pointed the black muzzles at the intruders, and pulled the triggers. At the same time, for men in combat uniforms, and new alloy swords flashed behind the huge cotton bag of the ball cotton. They also held guns in their hands, and rushed over at the same time. Such a big battle? Sinbo raised his eyebrows, put away the flying machine under his feet in the air, and threw out a fist-sized metal ball. With a sizzling sound, it opened into an umbrella-shaped shield, and a series of ding-ding-dings blocked the bullets fired in the room. He himself fell towards the thick branches of the cotton ball seed source. Several bullets flew past his clothes, and he grabbed a thigh that was attacking him with his backhand. The man who rushed to the front and kicked the strongest blow felt a huge force coming, and then the whole person was thrown out. Seeing this, the other 3 people all attacked with swords. Sinbo curled his lips and threw a small flare in his hand up. Whoosh! The flare broke through the air with a sharp whistle, and the dazzling white light fell into the eyes of Xiao Sifang, who was waiting on the spot. It's her turn. The cloth bag, which was reduced by half in size, was still hanging on his waist. The flying vehicle under his feet shook, and he rushed out crookedly. Talking about war on paper is really not reliable. Xiao Sifang, who almost fell, held a hydrogen ion jet tube and manipulated the aircraft to move in an S shape. When the first shell came, he pressed the detonator in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides of the valley and the stream exploded at the same time. The flame swept through the dry cotton branches and leaves, and the fire started instantly and burned fiercely. Sure enough, there are helpers. They are attacking. The person in charge was so angry that his face turned purple. He grabbed the aircraft of one of them and roared while killing Sinbo, who was swimming freely in the rain of bullets. Everyone go. Groups 1 to 4. You must take down the enemy within 1 minute. The rest of you are responsible for the small fish outside, and you can't let any of them go. Where did this first attacker come from? So many people attacked at the same time and didn't hurt him. And how many helpers are there outside? There were at least 3 people who exploded at the same time in 3 directions. Damn. There has been no problem for so many years. And the coordination in the drill is still a little bit off. The power of the 3 light-pressure double-bolt bombs was enough to flatten everything within 100 meters. Xiao Sifang was so bold that when the firepower had already been transferred, he dodged and scattered the rapid burning liquid. The flames rolled up wildly, and the rolling heat and thick smoke greatly hindered the opponent's pursuit. Xiao Sifang became more and more skilled in the aircraft. The jet tube in his hand shot everywhere, as long as the place where the rapid burning liquid was sprinkled before was sprayed by the jet tube. A small-scale explosion would directly break out. Bang 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 sounded one after another, and no one could stop it for a while. The decision to release the calibrator with pain and act as a bomb thrower was correct. The 3 calibrators she released were made by her. She originally planned to go to the Y305 ruined star and sell them to the migrant miners on the Black Mine as detection pioneers when they went down the mine. It was worth it to earn 2,000 star coins back. But it was worth it to be able to be used in this way, thanks to the dense cotton balls and the wealth of Mr. Sin Bo, who had seized the new alloy sword. Listened to the deafening noise outside and sighed in his heart that the young were formidable. He shook off the 3 men who tried to entangle him, slashed at the nearest cotton bale with a sword, cut off nearly 10 cubic meters of cotton bales and put them into the space button, and left decisively. With the scattered combat power and the thick smoke, Sin Bo got away smoothly without much effort. He found Xiao Sifang, who was surrounded by more than a dozen guards, who had crossed the sea of fire. He was about to take people away directly, but he saw the little girl raised her wrist very calmly, pressed down the muzzle of the gun and fired quickly. Not only can she use a gun, but she also uses it well. It's really interesting. Sin Bo squinted his eyes and waved away the thick smoke and scattered ashes, and took the person away. Be good. Come play again next time. His voice changed slightly, but the volume was not controlled, so loud that the guards vomited blood. Come play next time. That's too much. They wanted to rush forward angrily, but were stopped by the huge fire and smoke. The 2 of them retreated successfully, leaving only the burning cotton balls on the ground and the bodies that could never get up again. The general manager, who personally went into battle but couldn't touch a corner of the invaders' clothes, watched them walk away, and then looked at the missing half piece of cotton ball and the devastated scene, as if falling into an ice cave. Waste. All waste. Only 2 people on the other side. 2 people beat 800 of us like this. Chase the hell. Put out the fire. He's dead. They're all dead? It's all over. The 2 people who escaped did not run away immediately, but took the risk of staying near the seed source. Pick it. Pick the big ones. Sin Bo threw the space button to Xiao Sifang, pointing to the cotton bales as big as his head. The time for playing is over. It's time to make money. Xiao Sifang hurriedly caught the ring-shaped silver space button. This is the crop planet in X366. I am a resident of 338. Isn't this stealing? Sin Bo shook his head and explained gently, how can it be called stealing? No one is allowed to enter here, and no one is picking the cotton bales. We are preventing the waste of resources. I'll give you 1 minute. Okay. I think you're right. Xiao Sifang was convinced without any struggle. The cotton balls in this area were also frighteningly large, 2 meters high. The small cotton bales were as big as 2 fists, and the big ones were 3 times larger than a human head. Cotton balls are a very direct plant. The yield and quality are linked to the size of the cotton bales. The fuller the cotton bales, the finer and thicker the cotton inside. With only 1 minute of picking time, Xiao Sifang used the speed of life and death. His hands frantically attacked and swept a field in the blink of an eye, constantly stuffing things into the space button. Sin Bo did not help. He had consumed a lot in the previous battle, so he just used this time to take a breath. After 1 minute, Xiao Sifang stopped picking cotton on time, took a last look at the vast wealth, wiped the cracked dirt on his face, and put away the other aircraft that was still outside under Sin Bo's instruction. He sat on the pedals consciously, and when the aircraft took off, Xiao Sifang hugged the thigh of the Holy Father and began to calculate how much he could harvest on this trip. Aunt Xiao worked in a cotton cultivation farm near her home. I remember that she said the purchase price of raw cotton was 100 star coins per kilogram, which was neither expensive nor cheap. Yet it was also calculated as 100 star coins per kilogram. She had just picked 72 cotton bales, and the net weight of raw cotton in each cotton bale was just about 1 kilogram, which was 7,200 yuan, and the cost of their battle was no less than 1 million. Lost everything. Although it was the Holy Father's money, Xiao Sifang, who had never seen the world, was still heartbroken and couldn't breathe. She held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked as soon as the aircraft landed, "Do you think we will be rewarded for such a major discovery?" Sinbo patted her head and asked her to let go of her legs. He put the aircraft away again, took out the suitcase and hat, and looked at the girl with a funny look on her face. Reward? Who knew we had a major discovery? Xiao Sifang was stunned, looked around to confirm that there was no one, and lowered her voice. "Aren't you going to report it?" Sinbo looked innocent. "What do you mean by report?" Xiao Sifang was even more stunned. "Not report." "Why report?" Looking at the dirt and dust on her face, Sinbo took out a bottle of water and handed it to her. "Wipe it off. I'll take you to the inner city later." Xiao Sifang didn't care about playing at this time, and didn't understand his behavior. Why not report it? Regardless of whether it's through normal channels. It's a fact that they are illegally holding the seed source by deceiving their superiors. "Look! You forgot again." Sinbo stretched out a hand, bent 2 fingers and knocked on her head mercilessly. "How do you know they are illegally holding it by deceiving their superiors?" "That's right. We never knew that the cotton wool had mutated. Although I didn't see it, I knew that the size of the first cotton wool was definitely bigger than those monsters that were 10 times bigger than the ordinary cotton wool. If this information is not disclosed, it must be because they are guilty and have other motives." Xiao Sifang frowned and covered her head. Why should she be beaten? She was not wrong. Seeing her unconvinced look, Sin asked with a smile, "According to you, they are just hiding it at most. How can you be sure that they are breaking the law?" "That must be..." Xiao Sifang choked. She really didn't have evidence and couldn't be sure. "Sinbo, can't continue? I told you that this matter is very complicated. Why don't you learn from it? You are so stupid." Xiao Sifang couldn't even refute it now. He had to hold his breath again. His face turned red, and he snorted, "That is definitely not a good thing. All conspiracies should be exposed." Sinbo touched his chin through the mask. "You do have some sense in saying that. Conspiracies should indeed be exposed." Xiao Sifang looked at him in confusion. "In order to expose the conspiracy, the promise to take you to the inner city to play will be put off until next time." He thought of one thing after another, and shook the space button. "Your loot will be left with me first. When I come back from W1, you can take it and deal with it." As if he didn't hear the last sentence, Xiao Sifang excitedly said, "Do you really want to expose it? What can I do?" "Sinbo, you don't have to do anything. Just shut up." Xiao Sifang lowered his head in disappointment. Another handkerchief was thrown over. "Okay. Clean the mud off your face and head quickly. I'll send you back. Then I can expose the bad things." Xiao Sifang pouted, picked up the handkerchief, dipped it in water, and began to wipe his face. But when he wiped his face, and then his hair, his hand stopped. "No. Why is there mud on his hair?" After sending the little girl, who was angry alone again, for some reason back to X338, Sinbo returned to the main star at the fastest speed. As soon as he entered the manor, a man in a top hat came up to him. "Did you miss me? Why did you call me here so urgently?" Sinbo, who changed back into white, smiled and said, "I thought of a new plan. You come and try it on me." The man in the top hat felt depressed and shouted exaggeratedly, "I should have known that you called me here for no good reason. It's too late for me to leave now. What do you think?" Sinbo took off his spotless gloves and handed them to the butler standing by. "Let's go. I'll try to make you feel better. You said the same thing last time." "Sorry. I don't remember." The butler holding the gloves watched the two people leave side by side. He did not follow them, but turned and walked to the other side of the manor. When he reached the entrance of the rose garden, he stopped for a moment, muttered a few words to himself, and left again. The door of the laboratory closed gently, and after a burst of ghostly howling, it opened again. 2 maids in white robes, who had been guarding the door early, walked in. One holding clean clothes and a towel for washing, and the other holding only a pair of white silk gloves. Indoors, 2 long cabinets were filled with colorful reagents, one on the left and one on the right on the east and south sides, and in the middle was a stone platform that was 2.5 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 1.2 meters high. The man in the top hat took off his clothes and climbed up from the stone platform with gritted teeth, staring at the man who was putting on his gloves again with a pair of red eyes. "I hate you." Sinbo put on his gloves and looked at him with a frown. "Then hate me." The maids who remained calm when seeing the naked body of the opposite sex blushed when they saw him smile. The adults are so sweet and doting. The man in the top hat grabbed the towel and wiped it on his body angrily. After drying it, he turned his narrow waist and frowned at the dense black spots on his lower back. It's much smaller, so the hard work is not in vain. One of the maids looked at his still unhappy face, secretly glanced at Sinbo, who was tidying up the reagent cabinet, and gently advised, "Many people asked our dean to repair them, but they couldn't get in line. Just bear this pain and don't blame our dean." "Oh, you feel bad?" The man in the top hat put on his clothes, stretched out his hand to hook the girl's chin, and smiled evilly. The maid looked at the tender and cute face in front of her, trying to ignore the incongruous expression on this face, stepped back gracefully and retracted her chin. "You're joking. You're just being stubborn." The man in the top hat shrugged. "But I have to remind you, based on my friendship with him for more than 30 years, you have no chance." The maid's face turned red as he finished speaking, and she glared at him in embarrassment. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Then I'll say it again." After wearing the iconic hat to cover half of his forehead, the man's overly childish appearance became much more heroic, and his playful expression became cold. "You can't get what you want. If I remember correctly, you graduated from the command department of the 1st Academy. Right? You have excellent grades, and your photos are posted on the display board for your juniors to learn from. Why don't you go to the front line, but come here to be a servant serving tea and water?" The color on the woman's face faded away, and she looked at Sinbo beside her in panic. "Although I graduated from the command department, I also have the right to choose when to go to the battlefield." "Yes, you do. But so what?" The manor recruitment clearly stated that it does not recruit students from the command department, combat department, and manufacturing department. "How did you get in?" The woman couldn't answer. She was ashamed in her heart, but she still looked at Sinbo unwillingly. "Dean, I really want to stay here. When it's my turn, I will definitely not escape." The man in the top hat continued to shout. How pathetic it is. A student of the command department, who enjoys the highest level of resources, is here to say that he is willing to go to the battlefield only when it's his turn. "You? Dean." The woman showed a sad expression, tears in her eyes, and she looked pitiful. Sinbo smiled at her, and one sentence made her give up completely. "Sorry. This place is not suitable for you." The person ran away crying, and the man in the top hat snorted. His eyes fell on another maid, and his face resumed smiling. "Old people are more comfortable to look at. Sister Xiaoqiao. Am I right?" Xiaoqiao put away his dirty clothes, gave him a standard smile, ignored him, and left decisively. After all the strangers left, Sinbo shook his head. "Why did you embarrass her?" The man in the top hat turned cold. It would have been fine if Xiaoqiao had interrupted just now, but she dared to say something as she was a newcomer. She was afraid that she would not have a chance to catch your eye. One housekeeper is not enough, and you want to put women around you. I don't know whose idea it was. It's fine to put a woman who is only pretty, but you want to find such a top student from the command department. Are you afraid that you won't like her because you don't have a common language? Do you want you to fall in love with her? You really don't know what you are talking about. If it's not her, it will be someone else. If there is one, I will drive one away. If there are two, I will drive a pair away. It's up to you, as long as you don't mind the trouble." The housekeeper hurried over in the distance. Sinbo slightly turned his body to face inwards, so that people outside could not see his lips, and reminded the last sentence. "Do what I told you as soon as possible." The man in the top hat sneered. No problem. He wanted to see who had such courage. The housekeeper was in sight, and the man immediately changed the subject. "I'll ask you again. Are you really going to stay in 338 for a year? Are you really going to abandon me and leave me here alone?" Sinbo nodded and smiled. "That's right." The man in the top hat looked at him aggrievedly, covered his face, and ran away. The housekeeper looked at his back with a complicated feeling, and then looked at Sinbo, who looked helpless, and it became even more complicated. However, guessing the true relationship between the two people was obviously not as important as the business. He bent down and said respectfully, "Dean, His Highness invites you." Sinbo's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was normal. "Which His Highness?" Although his face was still without any anger or majesty. The butler didn't know why he was a little scared. This feeling came from the first day he was sent to monitor the Holy Father, who was known for his gentleness and kindness. And it has been lingering. If a person's emotions always remain the same, Can he really be considered a real person? The butler didn't know the answer, so he had to be more careful. It's the third prince, Harrison. What's the matter? Private repair. Then please tell him that I'm on vacation, and I can't repair him at least within this year. Please understand. Sinbo's voice is still as soft as spring breeze. If His Highness really can't bear it, please ask him to go to the hospital for regular treatment. The housekeeper had a lot of things stuck in his throat, and he had a lot of pain to say. If he was willing to accept conventional treatment, why would he come to ask for help? But he didn't dare to say this to Sinbo, so he had to retreat and answer. He was angry, and the third prince would not make things too difficult for a small housekeeper. He would always confront the master directly. Half an hour later, Harrison, with his blonde hair, rushed into the manor. Sinbo, come out! You've returned to the main planet. Why don't you repair it for me? He shouted frantically for a long time, and the guards he brought went into search. But there was still no sign of him. The housekeeper was about to cry, and he finally caught a maid and asked, "Where is the dean? Where did he go?" Xiao Qiao gently broke free from his hand. The dean came back just to try out a new plan. If he can't be found, he must have left. You know, when the dean is on vacation, no one can ask about his whereabouts. Gone? The housekeeper looked at the furious third prince and was completely confused. What should he do? A chair was placed at the door of the dormitory. A girl with a dark face sat on the chair. A folding light screen was opened in front of her, and a battle video was played in a loop. In the video, two people of equal strength were fighting, and the fight was horrible. The girl watched very seriously and carefully, repeatedly observing the fighting skills in the video, and her momentum was accumulating more and more. Ready to go. Ada and Nora in the dormitory wanted to walk on tiptoe, for fear of making any noise that shouldn't be there. And Louis, who got crazy early in the morning, would attack indiscriminately and practice with them, because she was blocking the door. The people in the dormitory didn't even dare to go out for lunch. They shrank in their respective positions like quails, dared not speak, and communicated through text messages on the internet. Years of peace and tranquility. She is waiting for Sifong, horrified. First-level researcher of Kishua. Is the Cold War turning into a hot war? Mrs. Sin, what is wrong with them? It seems that they have been abnormal since the day my husband went to their class. Goal is to escape unscathed. Pa, that's my husband. Do you know where Sifong went? Mrs. Sin, I don't know. First-level researcher of Kishua. It seems that he left just after the curfew, and I don't know where he went. Years of peace and tranquility. It doesn't matter where he went. Come back quickly. I'm starving to death. Mrs. Sin, if she and Sifong really fight, will we stop them? Years of peace and tranquility. It's not the first time they fight. Let's just avoid it. The goal is to get out of here in one piece. Nara is right. Let's just ignore it. Mrs. Sin, Xiao Bamian is right. Sifong is a troublemaker. The good old days, alas. The goal is to get out of here in one piece, alas. First-level researcher of Kishua, alas. A is not B, alas. Xiao Sifong came back just in time for lunch and had no idea that someone had been waiting for her all morning. She went to the cafeteria to eat lunch and then slowly returned to the dormitory. When she walked up the stairs to the second floor, she was thinking about whether to rest for 20 minutes before going out to work after returning to the dormitory, or rest for 30 minutes before going out to work. Before she could think of the answer, a fist came straight from the front. Xiao Sifong dodged reflexively and saw the face of the person coming. Louis? What are you doing? Louis, who had not eaten breakfast or lunch, continued to punch and attack. I'll tell you after the fight. It was inexplicable. No matter how good-tempered Xiao Sifong was, she was very annoyed at this moment. You want to fight, right? She will accompany you to the end. Just as Louis played the battle video on loop for the whole morning. The two were equally strong, and for a while they fought back and forth, and it was hard to separate. Usually, they fought in the dormitory bathroom, and they would restrain themselves and not make a big noise when the door was closed, and people outside would naturally not know. But now they were fighting in the corridor, and the effect was completely different. The sound of fists and feet colliding, muffled groans, and the screams of frightened girls passing by. Within 20 seconds, the whole building was boiling. The dormitory keeper was also boiling, picking up a broom and rushing upstairs. She has been a dormitory keeper for more than 20 years, and has heard of many fights in the boys' dormitory. But this is the first time she has heard of and seen a fight in the girls' dormitory. Let's see how she will deal with these little girls, who are not friendly to their classmates, don't give in to each other, and don't know how to tolerate. The ant rushed to the second floor, pushed through the crowd, and stood out majestically with a broom. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah! A strong wind blew past her ears, and the ant froze. It turned out that it was not a fight like pulling hair and scratching face, but a serious fight. The broom in her hand was unreliable. Yes, let's talk it over nicely. Before he finished speaking, Louis kicked Xiao Sifang in the abdomen, and was hit in the chest by the opponent's fist without holding back. The two of them groaned in pain, looked at each other with more and more intense eyes, and shouted at the same time, "Don't crowd here. We are not responsible for accidental injuries." The girls retreated one after another. Seeing that they couldn't stop the shouting, the dormitory ant put down her broom and asked for help from people who could stop it. Security department, bring people to building F quickly. There are 2 students fighting. From the combat department. As the crowd retreated, the space for fighting became larger. Xiao Sifang endured the bloody smell that was about to rush out of his throat, shook off Lui's entanglement, kicked his legs on the fence, and flew over, making a fake move to attack her face. Hugged her waist with both hands, head on her abdomen, flipped back, and hit. After a series of heart-wrenching cries of pain, Louis, despite the pain of his back being shattered, raised his fist and hit her back, gritting his teeth. "Do you really want to die with me?" Xiao Sifang's eyes went dark, and he immediately hit back. "You are being unreasonable." "I am being unreasonable? You have the nerve to say that after such a ruthless move. It's not the worst." "Xiao Sifang, I will fight you. Are you afraid?" The dormitory ant was so anxious that she was dying. The security department was far away from the dormitory building, and she didn't know when the people would arrive. If they were delayed like this and someone died, what would happen? She glanced at the other students who were panicking, and suddenly she had an idea. It is difficult to put out a nearby fire with distant water, but she is not without nearby water. There must be students from the combat department among the girls in this building. Anyway, they are standing anyway, so it would be good to ask one to help. So she opened her hands and spread them to her mouth and shouted upstairs, "Girls from the combat department, come to help. Quickly! Girls from the combat department, come over." This shout had a great effect. 2 girls who were originally watching the excitement upstairs came down quickly. They were both the type with proud figures and slender and strong limbs. "Auntie." The dormitory auntie hurriedly responded and called them inside. "Hurry up and help to stop the fight." "Auntie thanks you." The 2 girls looked at each other, nodded, and squeezed into the crowd. At the same time, their eyes fell on the identity rings on the wrists of the people involved in the fight, and they had a plan in mind. Without any agreement or discussion, the 2 rushed forward and directly restrained Xiao Sifang. The latter's body was suddenly trapped. Lu Yi's leg directly hit her shoulder. With a click, her whole arm fell down. The severe pain and numbness made her temporarily lose her ability to move. The 2 grabbed her shoulders and pressed her down. One on each side raised her knees on the left and the other on the right, and fell on her abdomen. Then raised the knees again and fell on her chest for the second time. The blood in Xiao Sifang's throat finally had a chance to rush up, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood. Louis stared with wide eyes, watching her being pressed to the ground. Her fair face turned purple, her nostrils slightly open, and her big eyes, that were usually open, slowly closed. "You don't know your own limits. You are just a refugee who dares to attack second-class residents. You deserve to die." The 2 girls snorted at the same time, then smiled and walked towards Louis. "Classmate, you are okay. Get out of here." Louis finally reacted and waved them away. With a pale face, she rushed to Xiao Sifang, who looked dim. With shaking hands, she pulled out the space button hanging on her neck, took out the reserve oxygen and stuffed it into her mouth. "Sifang, don't be afraid. Just breathe it in. It's pure oxygen. Just breathe it in." She spoke incoherently, not knowing whether she was talking to herself or to Xiao Sifang. "Hurry up and breathe. Hurry up and change back to your original appearance." She was so scared. She didn't want this to happen. Ida and the others also rushed over, seeing Xiao Sifang, who was breathing out more than breathing in, even though his eyes were open. Some of the more fragile ones burst into tears. "Sifang, Sifong. Cheer up. Hey. Bamian. Sifong. Sifong is in trouble. Come quickly. Emergency center. Help. There was a commotion. The dormitory auntie almost fainted when she saw this scene. She was in trouble. She was in trouble. The two girls from the combat department, who took action, frowned, looked at Lu Yi, who was rescuing them, with dissatisfaction and disdain, and muttered to each other, "Your kindness is taken for granted," and turned to leave. After Nara finished calling the emergency number, she saw them walking out, and subconsciously grabbed one of them. "Don't leave. The Interstellar Convention stipulates." "Let go." The girl shook her hand away. Nara's physical strength was very low, and the force that was very common for a second-class resident directly dislocated her shoulder, causing her to feel a heart-wrenching pain. But she stubbornly grabbed the person with her other hand, took a breath, and continued to finish her words. The Interstellar Convention stipulates that those who harm refugees can be sentenced to death." The girl's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at the motionless Xiao Sifong, and shouted in a timid voice, "Are you sick?" The surroundings were chaotic and noisy. Xiao Sifong's blurred consciousness was reunited in a sad cry. The feeling of suffocation and pain was magnified, and she took a breath reflexively. The pointer on the oxygen tank flickered, and Lu Yi's eyes lit up. "Yes. Inhale it like this. Xiao Sifong. You won't die." The rescue airship and the security department arrived almost at the same time. The well-trained medical staff directly stuffed the person and the oxygen tube into the rescue cabin. After the cabin door was closed, the high-concentration base fluid instantly filled the entire cabin, wrapping the person like syrup. The medical staff frowned and shouted, "One person stays with the cabin." The dormitory manager ran out. "I'll do it." "No. I'll go." Lu Yi threw away the oxygen bottle that she had just sucked empty. Her injuries had improved and her face had regained some redness. "I will take my own responsibility. But you still have to cooperate with the security department. Is it settled?" The medical staff had already carried the rescue cabin into the airship and shouted at them impatiently, "Hurry up." Lu Yi glanced at Nara, who was still blocking people from leaving, said, "Wait until I come back to deal with it," and jumped directly onto the airship, pulling the hatch with one hand and holding the ribs that were pulled again due to the violent movement with the other hand. She glanced at Xiao Sifong, who had closed his eyes in the rescue cabin, and leaned her face against the transparent porthole weakly. Although she had just scolded this guy for being ruthless, she knew in her heart that both of them had held back. They just wanted to hurt the other party and admit defeat first. Especially her. She originally planned to finish the fight. If she won, she would make peace with Xiao Sifong because she beat him so badly. If she lost, it was because he was not as skilled as her and should take a step back and make peace with her. How did it become like this? I should have listened to teacher Greta and sent the recording directly. She was wrong. The rescue airship flew away like a meteor. Lu Yi shrank her body and felt cold all over. The indicator light on the identity ring flashed, and the energy panel popped up directly. A handsome man with a strong aura appeared in front of her and complained unhappily, "Xiao Rui, why didn't you go home this week? Dad came back specially and brought you flowers." "Xiao Rui." The man noticed that his daughter looked abnormal and immediately panicked. "What's wrong?" "Don't be sad." "We are not sad." "Tell Dad what's wrong. Dad will help you solve it." "Okay." Lu Yi's red eyes were filled with tears, and he moved his lips to shout "Dad," then bit his lips to suppress his tears. The man was so anxious that he almost cried with him. "Hey, Dad is here. Don't worry. Talk slowly." Under the gentle comfort of the middle-aged man, Lu Yi finally sobbed, loosened her lips that had been bitten and bled, and poured out all her fear and grievances. "I had a fight with my classmate, but I didn't really want to hit her. I just wanted to apologize to her." The medical staff on the other side of the airship stiffly retracted their gaze. "Oh my God." The person on the screen turned out to be the son of the Star Master, Marshal Lu Sun, who has been active on the front line. Yamamoto Hospital. Director Yamamoto Toshio was holding his big belly, running in the corridor without caring about his image. The oil on his head was particularly bright under the reflection of the fluorescent light. His face showed joy, anxiety, and a little fear, with a flattering and restrained look. Behind him were two deputy directors and two beautiful nurses, all walking in a hurry like him. Before the 5 people left the hospital, a tall figure walked in first. Seeing this scene, he waved his hand without waiting for them to speak. "Don't talk nonsense. I came alone this time. And I don't want others to know. Take me to the ward directly. The dean wiped his sweat and nodded hurriedly. Okay, Marshal. I'll take you there right away. After saying that, he immediately walked forward, taking as big steps as possible, as fast as a race walk, and explained the current situation to him. Ling Qianjin's friend has just woken up. Except for the side effects of the sudden large amount of oxygen supply, and the recovery period required for the body's reaction. Other aspects are no different from normal people. He can go back to school in a week. Lu Sun nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The dean said politely. No. It's what we should do. It's the room in front. Please. Thank you. You guys go ahead. I can go in by myself. Okay. Okay. Then you can contact me anytime if you need anything. The dean and his 5 companions left, and Lu Sun stood at the door of the ward, ready to knock. But his ears, which were several times more sensitive than most people's, caught the sound of voices inside. And he paused. In the ward, Lu Yi's face was stinky and hard, and the tone of his voice was the same as his expression, as if he was very reluctant. I'm sorry. Xiao Sifang's body was still in the recovery reaction period, and he couldn't use any strength. He couldn't even raise his hands. He could only sigh at the tears in her eyes. What are you doing? I don't blame you. Why do you always need someone to coax you? She really didn't blame Lu Yi. This incident was more accidental, and neither of them expected to end up in this situation. They are both wrong and not wrong. Who asked you to coax me? It's disgusting. Lu Yi widened her eyes and forced back tears. You can ask for anything. I don't want to owe you anything. Oh! Xiao Sifang nodded and calculated seriously. Then you go and help me get back my medical expenses, nutrition expenses, mental damages and lost wages from the 2 people who beat me. The medical expenses are directly reimbursed by them with the bills. And the nutrition expenses are 1,000 star coins a day, which is 15,000 in half a month. Then the mental damages are 30,000. And the lost wages. She calculated carefully at her own speed. The lost wages are 6,000 star coins. And after the medical expenses are reimbursed, you have to help me get back 51,000 star coins. Lu Yi glared at her fiercely. Can you do the math? It's just 50,000 star coins? So Xiao Sifang counted again, and nodded seriously after confirming that she hadn't made a mistake. It is indeed 51,000 star coins. I didn't make a mistake. Heh. Lu Yi sneered. 50,000 star coins to get rid of refugees? I think 500,000 is too little. Xiao Sifang. I am a refugee. Lu Yi. Oh. I forgot. No words for a while. Knock knock. The door was knocked from outside. Xiao Sifang was puzzled. Bamian must not have come so fast by bus. And the doctor just left. So who could it be now? Come in. The door opened, and a man in gray and black clothes, full of dignity, walked in. He had handsome features, ruddy complexion, tight skin and no wrinkles. It was difficult for Xiao Sifang to judge the age of people from the inner city. But the face of the visitor was quite similar to Lu Yi. She guessed that it was Lu Yi's father or brother. Sure enough, as soon as the person came in, Lu Yi rushed over. Dad, why are you here? The man grinned, and the coldness when he entered the door disappeared. He took the person in his arms and patted her back lovingly. Little Rui is crying. I can't rest assured, so I had to come to see her. Lu Yi's eyes were hot, and she wanted to cry again. Xiao Sifang sat on the hospital bed, with a little envy in his eyes. The memory of being a spoiled child in the arms of her parents, when she was a child, is already very vague. After her parents passed away, and she was adopted by her uncle and aunt. Although they were very good to her, her aunt had a strong personality, and didn't even show intimacy to Bamian. Her uncle was a man, so it was impossible for him to be too close to her. Her grandmother was always in poor health, and she couldn't hug her and coax her like this. Perhaps he discovered her mind. Lu Sun smiled and pushed Lu Yi away. Okay. Introduce me to your friend. Lu Yi subconsciously said, she is not my friend. Okay. Lu Sun did not embarrass her, and changed the way he said it. Then introduce me to your classmate. Lu Yi reluctantly accepted it, and pointed at Xiao Sifang. He is in the same class and dormitory with me. His name is Xiao Sifang. He is a weirdo at our college this year. He is obviously a refugee, but he majored in combat, and has a minor, which seems to be manufacturing. Am I wrong? She said the last sentence to Xiao Sifang, who shook his head to indicate that she was right. A flash of surprise flashed across Lu Xun's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He looked at the pale and thin little girl on the bed and introduced himself. Hello. I am Lu Yi's father. You can call me Uncle Lu. How do you feel? Xiao Sifang had tried to feel his whole body as soon as he woke up. He answered quickly. No problem at the moment. Thank you for your concern. That's good. Lu Xun sat down on a small stool next to the bed. Before I came here, Xiao Rui said that you were seriously injured this time because you two had a fight. And then an outsider intervened. What do you say? His tone was very gentle, and he showed a fair attitude toward Xiao Sifang, which made people feel very good. However, what Lu Yi said was the truth, and Xiao Sifang had nothing to refute. He nodded. That's true. Those two people took sides and only attacked me. Lu Yi and I wouldn't have fought like this. We were not wearing combat uniforms, so we wouldn't have used 100% of our strength. Okay, Lu Xun responded, and then asked, then what kind of punishment do you hope they will get? Xiao Sifang asked back, can they be punished in the way I hope they will get? I didn't expect this kid to be so quick-witted and speak so bluntly. Lu Xun was stunned and paused before saying, of course, it has to be reasonable and legal. Then I want. Xiao Sifang looked into his eyes. A truly reasonable and legal result. Hearing this answer, Lu Xun looked at her deeply, then smiled and nodded solemnly. I promise you. This was considered the end of the discussion. Lu Xun was just about to take his daughter to find another place to talk, when the urgent news from the front came. He had to leave the gift he brought for his daughter and left in a hurry. Louis held a green cactus in the glass cover and sat back in his original position with worry. The front line is getting more and more tense. Xiao Sifang didn't expect her to talk about other things, and still use this normal tone like chatting with people. He moved his body uncomfortably and continued, is your father a soldier? This sentence stirred up a hornet's nest again, and Louis frowned. You don't even know my dad? Xiao Sifang. Face recognition is one of her blind spots in knowledge. After all, she is struggling for a living every day, and it's because she is too poor. Forget it. Louis thought it over. This guy doesn't even pay attention to Vice Deanson, so it's not a big surprise that he doesn't know his own father. Why am I telling you this? Anyway, you refugees don't have to go to the battlefield. You stay in your small piece of land every day and enjoy your family life. You can meet each other if you want to, and you can be together if you want to. You can't understand my feeling of being worried all day as a soldier's family member. Oh, Xiao Sifang responded dryly. Louis couldn't help but get angry again when he saw her like this. So I don't understand why you were angry that day. If you stay in the outer city like you and eat happily with your parents every day, even if your life is shorter, what does it matter? It's already very enviable. Oh, Xiao Sifang responded dryly for the second time. But this time he didn't end it like that. Instead, he slowly said the following words. But I can't eat with my parents either. When I was very young, they were attacked by aliens during a long voyage and died. Louis turned his head to her suddenly. Xiao Sifang continued, not only my parents, but also many other outer city residents, who went to the ruins to work or saved up money to go out, all died at the hands of the aliens. Remember what I said to you? The inner city people and the outer city people always wrong each other? You think we don't have to think about anything in the outer city, and should be grateful and happy every day. But how do you know that we don't want to charge into the battle? Even if it's not for the sake of survival, just to avenge our family members who died at the hands of the aliens? But now we don't even have the qualifications for revenge. We are very cowardly and relatively incompetent. But aren't we deliberately raised like this? We didn't choose this ourselves, but were arranged to be like this. It was arranged like this. Lu Yi's heart seemed to be awakened by a hammer. This time, she finally understood why Teacher Greta said that to her. She had made a choice for Xiao Sifang unconsciously, thinking that as long as she was better than the refugees in the normal state, it would be great. Subconsciously, she did not regard her as a person who could continue to move forward and make progress. For such a person who was struggling to jump out of her comfort zone, what she said that day was tantamount to a total denial of her. Should I apologize again? She couldn't say it. Louis held the small cactus pot, trying to absorb a little of her father's strength to make her heart feel better. After Xiao Sifang finished speaking, he didn't take it seriously and concluded, there are always gaps between people's ideas, which is normal. Anyway, she did her best, and had a clear conscience. Louis sat for a long time holding the cactus, and broke the silence before Xiao Sifang fell asleep. Don't you want to know what happened that day? I can tell you. Xiao Sifang's eyes, which were about to close, immediately opened wide, and he sat up energetically. I can't say too much. If you have the opportunity to go to the battlefield in the future, you will naturally find out. I can tell you two things. First, the battle situation on the front line is more difficult than what is reported in the news. The intelligence of the aliens is constantly improving, and their physical strength is several times or even dozens of times that of ours. Conventional attacks can't kill them at all. Only energy heat can completely destroy these monsters. But there is no way to pull the energy flame out of the mecha. So to kill an alien, we can only leave the mecha and fight hand to hand. So there are heavy casualties, and even retreat in the front. Xiao Sifang's heart sank. The second point is the countermeasure that must be taken based on the first point. The residents of the inner city are coded by family, and each code must ensure that there is a member on the front line to ensure the number of frontline soldiers and defend the human territory. We are also in pain, because the family on the front line. Louis lowered his head and gently stroked the cactus in his arms through the glass cover. It may be sacrificed at any time, and I will never see it again. This world is so cruel, and everything you gain is full of painful costs. After Xiao Bamian and Su Qingxin rushed to the hospital, Lu Yi went back, looking at the girl sleeping soundly on the bed. Xiao Bamian secretly wiped his eyes. When she wakes up, I must beat her up again. Su Qingxin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't you know that what happened today is not the fault of Sifang's schoolmate? Alas, Xiao Bamian sighed, and couldn't let go of his heart. She is just a troublesome physique. Otherwise, why is she the only one who has frequent problems among so many people? This time is really too scary. Since she is fine, don't think about it anymore. Su Qingxin comforted him. And then he also began to worry. It's just that this kind of thing happened again. I'm afraid that some of our special students will dislike Sifang again. Xiao Sifang's reputation in the special students group has been polarized. Some people regard her as a pioneer and idol, while some people think that she likes to show off and cause trouble. Originally, the number of people in both camps was basically the same. But after experiencing this incident, the supporters' camp is afraid that it will shrink again. After all, human nature is selfish. Xiao Sifang repeatedly stirred up hatred, which made the conflict between the inner and outer city student groups, which were already not harmonious, more prominent. The innocent people who suffered naturally felt bad, and it was impossible for them to like her as an outlier. She won't take this to heart. This guy does what he wants and doesn't care what people outside say. Xiao Bamian was only worried about her safety. As for other gossips, he didn't care, since he didn't take it to heart. Su Qingxin didn't mention it either. Instead, he talked about the two girls who hurt people. I don't know how the school will deal with this matter. Fortunately, there are many witnesses. Sifang's roommate, including the second-class resident who fought with her, all stand on Sifang's side. I think this matter should be properly handled. Xiao Bamian gritted his teeth. No matter how appropriate the follow-up treatment is, they are too much. It would be fine if they only pulled Sifang to stop the fight. But they actually attacked Sifang together. If it weren't for Sifang's second-class resident roommate who brought pure oxygen with him, Sifang might not be able to hold on until rescued. He had been so cautious in the inner city for the past half-month that he almost forgot all his grievances because of fear. After what happened today, he remembered everything again. There was no way for the inner city and the outer city to coexist peacefully. Even if they lowered their heads to the ground, these people would not be able to treat them well. In this case, is it really useful to be afraid of things? Is it really meaningful to hide for 3 years? Not dare to show up in anything, and even not dare to excel in learning, just to return to the outer city safely? When my uncle was admitted to the manufacturing department, it caused an uproar. My grandmother said that he had a narrow escape from death there. But the subsequent development of the district was also due to my uncle's determination and enterprising spirit. If you are always ordinary, why bother to study? Xiao Bamian unconsciously clenched his fists, and the veins on his neck were stretched out. If he couldn't change the status quo, he would only be bullied. If he wanted to have a say, he had to run ahead of others. His eyes fell on Xiao Sifang's sweet and lovely face when he closed his eyes again, and his expression gradually became firm. Also, there is nothing to be afraid of. First, Sifang has been blocking in front of him. And second, he probably can't run away when Sifong dies anyway. Even if he can run away, he will avenge Sifong. It's better to work together and die together. Then he won't have to worry about how to explain to his parents and grandma. Su Qingxin saw his face changing. And when he finally calmed down, he found that he couldn't see through this noisy and cowardly junior. It was as if he had grown up instantly after this stimulation. After Xiao Sifong woke up, he was scolded by Xiao Bamian for 2 hours. He finally waited for him to shut up and rest because he was tired. And then, he hurriedly sent him away. You go back and rest. Although we are siblings, there are differences between men and women after all, Xiao Sifong said seriously. Don't stay here for too long, or people will gossip about you. You don't have to worry about me. My roommates have sent me messages saying that they will come to see me every night. And I won't be bored. Xiao Bamian didn't know that she was annoying him. He was feeling heavy at his heart, so he didn't bother to argue with her. Besides, Su Qingxin had been with him here for a long time, and he couldn't waste her time. So he stood up and said, Then I'll go first. Please send me all the courseware videos of your manufacturing department. I will learn by myself and contact you at any time. The younger brother suddenly became so quiet and serious. Xiao Sifong blinked. What's wrong with you? Don't worry about me, Xiao Sifong. Just don't do anything else. After saying that, he ignored the shocked Sifong, patted Su Qingxin's shoulder, and went out side by side after he said goodbye. Xiao Sifong looked disappointed. Although her younger brother was annoying and nagging, she couldn't be happy when he suddenly became so mature. But soon she didn't have the heart to think about these things. Ada and another roommate who came to accompany her tonight had already arrived, and brought toiletries, headphones, and electronic books. They stayed in the ward for more than an hour before leaving. After her roommates left, Xiao Sifong, who had washed herself with their help, looked at the electronic book on the bedside helplessly, and moved her fingers to pull out the energy panel of the identity ring. The homepage was different from usual. The function bar was compressed downwards a little, leaving a line of text above. Scrolling an exciting message. New breakthrough in the Life Research Institute. Deciphering alienation and starting again. Xiao Sifong was somewhat interested in this title, and wanted to click in to see the details. But unfortunately, she couldn't click in at all. Just the sentence. Perhaps because it was just the starting point. The specific content could not be announced. She didn't think much about it, and went directly to the student interface, projected the course video on the snow-white wall in front of her, and concentrated on studying. She had to miss a lot of classes after a week of recuperation, so she had to work harder. Sinbo didn't return from the main planet until Thursday. Before he came back, he took a new repair plan that he had developed a long time ago, but hadn't told the old guys. He hid it in the Life Research Institute. After the X-366 incident was completed step by step in an orderly manner, he returned to X-338 in advance on the pretext of going to the real seed source. He acted meticulously, and people couldn't catch any clues that he was involved. But he didn't expect to hear the news about the little girl being beaten into the hospital as soon as he returned to Chris. In the dead of night, Xiao Sifong dragged his body, which was able to walk normally, out of bed. Just as he was about to close the window and go to sleep, a creepy white light flashed outside the dark window. Outside the window, in the dim night, the top of the bionic tree was still swaying gently, making a rustling sound of branches and leaves colliding. The shadows of the trees were tangled, piled up at the base of the light-colored hospital wall, and pushed and pulled up and down with the weak wind. Xiao Sifong slowly turned his head. There was a person sitting on a small stool beside the bed, wearing a white uniform, glowing from head to toe. For some reason, he was holding a fruit basket in his gloved hands, and was putting it on the bedside table. Seeing her turn around, the uninvited guest met her gaze, showed a perfect smile, and greeted, "The night wind is cool. Close the window quickly." A heart that was squeezed in the throat fell back into the chest. Xiao Sifong turned around and closed the window woodenly. It was really scary. So scary. When she returned to the bed, Sinbo, who was extremely fast, had already peeled the apple. The bright red peel fell into the trash can intact, and the slightly yellow flesh was handed to Xiao Sifong. Eat it. However, Xiao Sifong did not take it. She stared at the trash can and asked with regret, "Can't the peel be eaten? This is a fruit. Plants that can only be cultivated in a high-concentration oxygen environment are very expensive." This one may be as good as the harvest from X366 on Sunday. What is the meaning of poor children growing up early? Sinbo has long experienced it. His eyes moved to the trash can in front of his knees, then fell back on her, and pondered, maybe, can be eaten? From the feeling, the epidermal fibers don't seem to be very thick. Xiao Sifang's eyes unconsciously widened, and he said with difficulty, why do you want to remove it? Because it affects the taste? Will the taste be worse than the nutrient mud? I don't know. I haven't eaten the nutrient mud or apple peel. Xiao Sifang covered his chest and lay on the bed. His chest was too stuffy and too suffocating. Sinbo looked at her aggrieved and even somewhat jealous look, and couldn't help laughing. He raised his hand and put the peeled apple on her tightly closed lips. Eat it. I came to visit you specially. Why don't you take the opportunity to make some money? That's right. Xiao Sifang thought about it, sat up immediately, took the apple, and started to bite it. Is it sweet? Sweet. The sweet flesh filled her mouth, and the juice she swallowed was slightly sour. This taste was not very pleasant, but it was her first time to eat an apple, and the novelty alone made her psychological bonus extremely high. After eating an apple, she even touched her belly, feeling very satisfied. Xiao Sifang couldn't care less about his being too rich and elusive, so she calmed down and asked, how many star coins did you spend on this fruit basket? This fruit basket was picked up at the condolence gift shop at the entrance of the hospital. Sinbo didn't pay attention to the price, but since she asked, he also opened the identity ring to check. 66,666 yuan. Xiao Sifang took a breath of cold air, and her eyes fell into the trash can uncontrollably again. How about picking it up, washing it, and eating it? Sinbo noticed her look and was overjoyed. Okay. Next time I won't peel it. Don't feel bad about it if it's already thrown into the trash can. He said it jokingly, but he didn't show the slightest sarcasm towards her petty behavior. Just as Xiao Sifang didn't criticize his extravagant behavior. Everyone is an independent individual, with their own ideas and different ways of living, and mutual respect is good for each other. Xiao Sifang reluctantly withdrew his gaze, and counted the number of fruits in the fruit basket instead. There were 3 different kinds of fruits in total, and Xiao Sifang couldn't name them, so he just classified them by color and counted them in his mind. There were 4 red ones plus the one he ate, 3 orange ones, and 2 bunches of purple ones, with about 20 fruits in a bunch. Greed rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell, and after a long while, Xiao Sifang finally defeated himself and said, it's too expensive. You can take it back. She only calculated 50,000 star coins for compensation for a visit to the hospital, and it was inappropriate to accept more than 60,000 star coins as a condolence gift. And it's not worth it. If the Holy Father continues to have a whim and tells the story into 1,001 nights, how much effort and energy will be spent on it? It's not worth it. Sinbo took in her expression and smiled, thinking that being young has its advantages. It's not so easy to hide things on your face, and all kinds of emotions are clear. So he reached into the fruit basket again. This time took out a bunch of grapes, picked one, peeled it by hand, and put it to her mouth. Ah! Xiao Sifang stared at his hand, holding the fragrant fruit flesh on his fingertips, and the abundant juice slid down the flesh and finally stuck to the gloves made of unknown material. The white cloth was still fresh, and the slightly green juice could not destroy the freshness. It was hung like a decoration and could be wiped off with a tissue. Eat it, and you can observe my gloves up close. The magical voice drilled into his ears, and Xiao Sifang got what he wanted in his heart. He subconsciously opened his mouth and ate the sweet and sour juicy flesh. Just when he realized what he had done, the voice in his ear rang again. So good. Xiao Sifang looked at his perfect smile and felt disheartened. He couldn't understand how he had fallen into this state step by step. Sinbo kept his word and wiped off the juice on his fingertips and took off a glove for her. However, the person who was curious about the glove just now stared at his fingers again. What beautiful fingers! Like the mutton fat jade produced by Y112. The raw stone is beautiful, and it is even more beautiful after being polished. Whether it is the fingertips, knuckles or phalanges and metacarpals, they all reveal a unique beauty, which makes people want to touch its flesh and explore the bones underneath. You can't touch this. Xiao Sifang, who was distracted, was startled when he met his unfathomable expression. He heard him say, but you can't touch it. But it can touch you. What? Before she could finish the second half of the sentence, Xiao Sifang, who was sitting on the bed with gloves in her hands, was turned over. Her neck was pressed down and her face was forced into the soft quilt. Unable to turn over, she tried to struggle, but the drowsy comfort came from the back of her neck again, and she fell asleep irresistibly. Sinbo pulled up her shirt, and her fair back was exposed to the light, along with the black spots that began to take shape on her lower back. The spots were only 1 millimeter in diameter and appeared 1 inch above the coccyx. The current number of spots was less than 100, and judging by the distribution, there was a tendency to spread. He sat down on the edge of the bed and placed his slender jade-like fingers on the spots. Before coming to the little girl's ward, he went to the repair room and checked the oxygen supply records of the hospital on the day of the incident. The record showed that she inhaled 212 milliliters of pure oxygen before the rescue, and was given oxygen 3 times after admission, with a total of 2.3 liters of pure oxygen and 6.1 liters of Class A oxygen. If such a large amount was used on a refugee, the over-oxygen reaction would never be so small, and the size and number of spots should at least double. The current reaction is mild, which is really unreasonable. Maybe it has something to do with her special identity? Sinbo frowned slightly. Due to long-term lack of oxygen in the bodies of ordinary refugees, the already tiny mutation nodes have degenerated year by year, so that the oxygen tolerance has also been continuously reduced. But this little girl is not a simple refugee. As long as her mutation nodes reach the standard of second-class residents, then this kind of reaction can be explained. But if that's the case, then replenishing so much oxygen at one time is enough to nourish the mutation nodes that have been dry for years and make it function as it should. He moved his hand away, and the lower back that was covered with black spots just now was white, without any color. He turned the sleeping person over, pressed his slender fingers on the position 1 inch below the collarbone, and gently rubbed it. There was a rustling sound outside the door, and the next second the door was pushed open. The nurse walked in with a recording board, and was dumbfounded when she looked up. The girl on the bed was covered with a quilt. Her eyes were closed and her mouth was slightly raised, and her sleeping face was sweet and peaceful. And sitting next to the bed was a man with a noble temperament, wearing a white uniform, who made people unable to look away without saying a word. It turned out to be Mr. Sin. The young nurse covered her mouth and watched him stand up and walk towards her without daring to breathe. She also said to her, "Please contact your dean and ask him to come here. In addition, keep my presence here a secret. Thank you." Oh my God. He is so close to her. The nurse was already confused after seeing him. If it weren't for the remaining professional ethics in her heart, she probably wouldn't have heard a word. Okay. I'll go right away. Thank you for your hard work. No. I'll go first. The nurse floated out. Less than 10 minutes later, Yamamoto Toshio rushed in with a greasy head and his suit buttons were all buttoned. He climbed down from the bed, wearing the clothes on the aircraft, and his heart was in a mess. First, Marshal Lu Sun came in person, and now even Vice Dean Sun came. What is the origin of this refugee? Reality did not allow him to continue thinking, so he could only close the door first. Turned back and flattered, "Dean Sun, you said to keep it confidential, so I came alone. May I ask you?" "Sit down. I will tell you slowly." Sinbo gave up the only stool in the room and sat on the edge of the bed. "There is something I need your cooperation." Yamamoto Toshio wiped his forehead and sat down on the stool nervously. "Does the dean know that I will settle here for the next year?" "I know." Yamamoto Toshio nodded repeatedly. "I heard that you will be a special instructor in a class of the combat department of Chris College." "That's right. The injured student is a student in that class, and he is also one of my observation subjects." Sinbo looked calm, and Yamamoto Toshio understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. He thought he had found a reason cleverly, and suddenly realized, "I thought, he is obviously a refugee. How come all the physical indicators are closed to ordinary second-class residents? It turns out that he is your test subject. Dean Sun, don't worry. I will keep it confidential and will never embarrass you." Sinbo smiled. "Thank you for your understanding. Because it is a new entry point, the future direction and results are uncertain. In order to prevent some institutions from blindly following the trend, the initial confidentiality requirements are relatively high. In addition, refugees are involved in this experiment, so we must be more cautious, for fear of irreversible consequences." Yes. Yes. I will ask the restoration room to cover the relevant information. And other people involved will deal with it immediately. And the news will not be leaked. Yamamoto Toshio thought he understood the seriousness of the matter, and did not let the Holy Father make it too clear. So he thoughtfully completed it himself. Then I'll trouble you. Senbo looked apologetic, and the dean's heart was boiling, as if he had been honored by thousands of honors. He replied seriously, this is what I should do. Why, thank you. It turned out that this girl was the subject of an important experiment. No wonder these big shots came in person. He made all kinds of promises, bowed happily and left. And the two people from the beginning were left in the ward. Senbo sat quietly, whispering for a long time. Well, is it a blessing or a curse? The window was open from the inside. The wind blew up the white gauze, and then closed from the outside. Xiao Sifang's face was pink when he slept, and he didn't know what sweet dream he had. The smile on the corner of his mouth was getting bigger and bigger, almost showing his teeth. The Holy Father appeared and then disappeared again, along with the fruit basket and the apple peels in the trash can. Xiao Sifang was a little confused when she woke up the next day, suspecting that she had a shameful dream. She was discharged from the hospital after staying there for exactly 1 week. On the day of discharge, except for Bamian and Su Qingxin, all her roommates, including Lu Yi, came. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Ah. Will there be any sequelae? Everyone was talking at once, and Lu Yi's eyes flashed, and her eyes turned around Xiao Sifang's waist. She should not have noticed the abnormality behind him, and she didn't know about the hyperoxia reaction. Ah. When surrounded, Xiao Sifang suddenly remembered and looked at Lu Yi. Has my compensation been settled? This is a serious topic. Everyone quieted down and looked at the only person in the inner city who was qualified to play against the two girls. Lu Yi's face suddenly looked a little ugly. She had a bad temper to begin with, and she gritted her teeth when she spoke. I haven't done this yet. Those two women are shameless, and used their connections to let the dean suppress this matter in the name of persuading a fight. At present, let alone compensation, even an apology is uncertain. Everyone was stunned and became anxious. How can this be? There were so many witnesses at the time, and everyone saw it. They were not simply trying to persuade the fight. It was clear that they didn't treat Sifang as a human being and acted maliciously. Can't things that happened in public be judged fairly? Louis sneered. There are no witnesses. Everyone present at the time, including the dormitory manager, denied that Sifang's injuries were caused by those two people. They only said that she was already injured after the two people pulled her away. This time, not only did they deny it, but because she stood up to speak for Sifang, they also directly put the blame on her. Ida was angry, and her voice became sharp and uncontrollable. What do you mean there are no witnesses? Aren't we? Well, Xiao Sifang had more social experience than everyone present, and he immediately understood the meaning of no witnesses. Are they saying that we are a group of people in the dormitory who deliberately blackmailed her? Louis looked at her in surprise, then snorted, You are smart. These people put the blame on her, accusing her of hurting others, and convicting her roommates of collective blackmail. Nara, who is most likely to face reality, sighed and looked worried. Although I am unwilling, I am afraid that this matter can only be let go. Her dislocated arm hurt for a long time. At that time, she insisted on holding them because she was worried that these people would collude with each other. But she didn't expect that it would still be useless. We can't just let it go. Xiao Banyan's face was tense, and the most cowardly person on weekdays burst into strong hatred at this moment. Even if I can't do anything to them now, I will get it back in the future. Su Qingxi was startled by him, but he agreed with him. He had been busy these days. He had expected how this matter would end, so he made some preparations in advance. He was about to speak, but was beaten by Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at Xiao Bamian with a complicated look. His anger just now was reduced a little, and his tone was slightly calmer. Your brother is quite strong-willed. But don't worry. I haven't finished speaking just now. They have someone behind them, and I am not a vegetarian. I didn't rush to do it these days. Just wanted to see how disgusting these people could be, and where their bottom line was. I didn't expect that I was short-sighted. How could these people have a bottom line? Because she was instilled with the idea of working hard and relying on herself since she was a child. And because she came from such a family, her words and deeds could easily be maliciously misinterpreted and made a fuss. She has always been low-key. even if she was assigned to a dormitory with refugees because of her terrible graduation test results this time. She gritted her teeth and accepted it, and did not use her relationship to transfer to another dormitory like the other two roommates. But this doesn't mean that she is so rigid that she would abandon her family background and fight alone when necessary. Last week, her father had promised Sifong that this matter could be legal and reasonable, which proved that her father also thought that this matter should be legal and reasonable, and she could let it go. Xiao Sifong blinked, looked at Lu Yi, who was even angrier than herself, and said softly, "You are really my good partner." Everyone. Lu Yi felt like he was electrified, and he couldn't help but yelled, "Xiao Sifong, do you know that your voice is disgusting? Now it's even more disgusting." The nurse outside the ward heard such a loud noise, and hurried in to warn them, "Don't make loud noises." Chi-Chi glared at Lu Yi sternly. The latter was furious and dragged Xiao Sifong out, looking like he was going to fight with her again in the open space in front of the hospital. Others were afraid that she would really treat a weak injured person who had just completed the discharge procedures like this. So they hurriedly picked up their things and chased after her. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. After leaving the hospital, Lu Yi let go of her hand, looking like he didn't want to get entangled with Xiao Sifong anymore, and hurriedly got on the car parked at the door. Seeing that Lu Yi was about to ask people to drive away, Ada hurriedly pulled Xiao Sifong up, and waited until everyone sat down before explaining, "Lu Yi paid for it, and he also rode this when he came here." "Oh!" Xiao Sifong thanked the person consciously, but the person she thanked did not appreciate it and ignored her. Su Qingxin and Xiao Bamian sat alone on one side. After the aircraft officially slid into the air track, Su Qingxin rubbed her butt against the seat again and again, and couldn't help but said, "Student Lu Yi, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Can you tell me?" Lu Yi stiffened his neck and looked at the boy with delicate features coldly, saying concisely, "Treat him in his own way." Su Qingxin did not give up, and asked, "Do you mean to use your status to pressure others?" "According to my investigation, under the instigation of those people, the students of the college now believe that you caused serious injuries to others, and the special supply students took the opportunity to blackmail together. It is the truth, even if your status behind you is higher than theirs, and you can turn this matter over. From the perspective of public opinion, you can only end up with the result of power over others." Lu Yi frowned. Su Qingxin continued to analyze it to her. For the students, the first statement of the hospital was authoritative. Afterwards, the negative credibility was doubtful. Not to mention the contradiction between the inner city and the outer city. The minds of the residents are unbearable. If it is just the human way, we will only fall into the wind. Seeing her look increasingly ugly, Su Chung sincerely took the opportunity to suggest, "Don't you listen to my thoughts?" Xiao Sifong was curious. "Can't the idea of the senior say directly? Need her to cooperate?" Su Chung nodded sincerely. "We need an entrance to penetrate the illusion. Only Lu Yi can create this entrance." "Lu Yi, tell me about it." Su Qingxin didn't waste any time and immediately told the story. "I have investigated. The two girls who hurt people are also freshmen in the combat department like you. But they are students in class too. One of the two girls is named Duan. Her sister is Duan Fay, a lecturer of traditional machinery. This girl has a slightly ordinary relationship. The other girl's background is much more prominent. The director of the combat department is her uncle. Her father is even more powerful. He is one of the shareholders of Yuanmao Group. I heard that he has a high military rank." "Yuanmao Group?" Lu Yi snorted coldly. "Then she really ran into me. Yuanmao is my family. More than half of the shares are in my mother's hands. Even if the other shareholders hold shares, no single person has more than 3%. With such a small share, she has the nerve to brag that she is a shareholder? Disgusting. Roommates. Yuanmao Group is the largest textile group in X338, almost monopolizing the local textile market, and even has a place in other planets. The rich man is actually their roommate. He doesn't show off at all." Su Qingxin. "Okay. Then I'll continue. Well, because the other party's family background is not to be feared, there is only one problem we need to solve. That is, to reverse public opinion. We are at a disadvantage now, so we have to build momentum first. To put it in detail, Sifong and Lu Yi first use various performances to make those who are sure of the rumors feel that they are not right." Xiao Sifong and Lu Yi said in unison, "What kind of performance?" Su Qingxin gave 2 words. "Grievance." They both frowned at the same time. He continued, "You two pick a place with a lot of people and have a quarrel. In the end, you too have to cry. The louder you cry, the better the effect. What Louis hates most is showing weakness in front of others. She immediately refused. It's disgusting. I can't do it. Xiao Sifang thought about it, and felt that it was a solution. He hurriedly comforted her. Listen to him first. Don't limit your means of dealing with the enemy to fists and feet. Don't you want to reverse the situation and put them on the side that everyone discusses and despises? What she said touched the itch of being frustrated, and Louis barely suppressed it. You continue. When you quarrel, you should confront each other, blame each other, and cry out your grievances. Junior sister Sifang cried, because it was Louis who asked her to practice fighting skills with her in the corridor. But she was seriously injured, and was slandered and blackmailed. Louis cried because it was not her who did it. But she took the blame and paid all the medical expenses, and was even excluded by the second-class resident students. Speaking of this, Su Qingxin paused for a moment, waited for them to show a thoughtful expression, and then continued. In this way, the blackmail of the special supplies students created by the hospital and the serious injuries caused by Louis have new imagination space. When crying, Sifang's performance is secondary, and the main thing is whether Louis is aggrieved enough. What a refugee suffered is not painful for the residents of the inner city, but the grievances suffered by Louis as a second-class resident can resonate with people. As for Louis's family background, it can be mentioned last. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, your identity will become the most favorable testimony for your encounter with the dark side. After all, a strong background will always be taken for granted as a symbol of no need to play tricks. Just like the current situation. It is precisely because they took advantage of the idea that two wealthy and powerful inner-city residents have no need to attack a refugee who has nothing. Su Qingxin looked at Louis seriously. Whether we can turn things around depends on how miserable you cry. I hope you can seriously consider it, even if it is for your own reputation. And try your best. As long as this crack is opened, I promise to make those who blame others lose their reputation. Louis is a man of integrity, and what he disdains most is this kind of method. But now it seems that there is no better way. The essence of the public opinion war is to win the favor of the spectators. Or to be more straightforward, to gain sympathy. She can't turn the situation around according to her original style. She held her breath, almost vomiting to death, wavering and unable to make up her mind. Give it a try. Xiao Sifang raised his hand and waved in front of her to attract her attention. Just treat it as an early attempt to change yourself. Just like your unchanging fighting style is also time to change. I think you know that if my physical strength is not too low to fight you head-on, you can't beat me at all. Bah! This powerful medicine was used so hard that Louis immediately gave up. You are not my opponent. Cry if you want to. Who can't turn the corner? You can. You can. Xiao Sifang smiled perfunctorily, and secretly made a gesture to Su Qingxin that it was solved. The latter decisively gave her a thumbs up. This step was solved, and everyone felt a little relieved. Ada looked at Louis, who always had a bad face, and suddenly turned to Nara. I think it's not good to let Louis perform on her own. She has no experience. Nara, you cry the most pitifully. You should show her more examples, so that she can cry more sincerely and more powerfully. Nara, who was listening to the countermeasures quietly, felt like a basin of dirty water was poured on her, and her eyes immediately turned red. What are you talking about? Why am I crying pitifully? You, don't go too far. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked so wrong that it moved people. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's it. Nara. The plan was initially decided, and Su Qingxin briefly explained some follow-up matters, assigned roles to everyone in the aircraft, and then just waited for everyone to go on stage one by one and start the show. The inner-city residents all agree that the refugees from the outer city are weak, incompetent, and cowardly. Therefore, Xiao Sifang, who broke the routine and entered the combat system, seemed particularly abrupt. They were shocked by this unexpected event and sneered at it. In between these two emotions, there was also some inexplicable fear. Under this complex psychological effect, these inner-city residents who could not accept it, even if they pretended to be dismissive at ordinary times, would use the greatest malice to speculate and slander her when she really made a mistake, vowing to seize the opportunity to trample her back into the mud, and then say as expected. This time, the college could easily turn black into white, thanks to this mentality. In the evening, Xiao Sifang walked slowly to the cafeteria alone. under the pointing and scorn of her classmates. The place with the largest flow of people. Except for the cafeteria at mealtime. She would have a fierce quarrel with Lu Yi at the entrance of the cafeteria in a while. In the few minutes before she went to her destination, the preparations inside the cafeteria had already begun. On a table, the food in the 2 plates had just been filled, and the person serving the food had just sat down. The round-faced girl stood up suddenly amid the whispers of the classmates around her, squeezed out an angry expression, and shouted loudly, "I've had enough. I really can't be friends with someone who beats people and shirks responsibility." Their table was already the center of attention, and her voice was even louder, and half of the cafeteria's eyes were focused on her. Lu Yi was still sitting in her original position. Although she had been prepared, she still felt extremely embarrassed. She was blamed for the week when Xiao Sifang was hospitalized. Life was not easy, but she was not too sad. Everyone did not think that crippling a refugee was a big deal worth mentioning. So although there were many people behind her who pointed fingers at her for shirking responsibility, the real firepower was still focused on Xiao Sifang and the others. But now, in order to turn the tables, she had to focus everyone's discussion on herself and ask for the blame herself. The one who cooperated with her in the play was Yuan, who was also the only friend she had made in the academy. The poor child who had never lied gritted his teeth and recited the lines word by word as if reciting a text. These days, everyone has been saying that you dare not admit your actions and have no responsibility, and that you were led astray by those refugees. I didn't believe it, thinking that you just wanted to save face. And when you calmed down, you would take the initiative to admit to me that you did it yourself. I didn't expect. Yuan forgot some of the words, but she forgot them at the right time. This pause made her extremely disappointed in Lu Yi, and also made the onlookers feel more touched. I didn't expect that you still refused to admit it, and put the blame on those 2 innocent classmates. You are so shameless. The classmates around nodded in agreement, and talked about it. Alas, I still can't understand why there are still classmates who want to be with such a person. Isn't she afraid that she will be framed by this woman one day, and pushed out to take the blame? It turns out that this classmate is too loyal, and gives this woman one last chance. It's suffocating to think about it. Who did she offend? She was kind enough to mediate the fight, but she was still blamed. If such heartbreaking things happen more often, who will be willing to come out and do good things? Fuck. This bitch has been assimilated by those dirty refugees. These words made Lu Yi furious. The emotions that were almost strong just now were immediately full, and he directly overturned the plate. I said it wasn't me. It was those 2 women. Why don't you believe it? Do you really regard me as a good friend? If I really wanted to beat her up seriously, why would I do it in front of so many people? Am I crazy? Yuan took a step back and covered her chest as agreed. You still don't admit it? Everyone knows that you have a bad temper. You always argue with everyone. You fight when there is a conflict? You said it wasn't you. But why did everyone say it was you? There were so many people watching at the time. Did they team up to frame you? Yes. They framed me. Lu Yi. Yuan gradually got into the mood, and the lines became smoother and smoother. Everyone has no grudges against you. Why did they bully you like this? Even if those 2 classmates had a conflict with you. Did the dormitory auntie? Do you have a conflict with me? Lu Yi flipped another plate and shouted, "They are the ones who bully me together. They all dislike me and bully me. Not only them, but now you are bullying me too. I clearly did nothing wrong. But you don't believe me, but believe the one-sided words of outsiders. How did I offend you to slander and insult me like this? I, Lu Yi, do everything above board. If you say I have a bad temper, I admit it. I also admit that I argue with everyone. I also admit that I have to fight when there is a conflict. But I will never admit to something I haven't done. Okay. Since you are stubborn and will never repent, then we don't have to be friends anymore." Yuan finally finished her lines. She breathed a sigh of relief, covered her face, and ran away. "It's over. It's over." She finished her performance, and there was no laughter. "Please, Mr. Sun, everything will go well for Lu Yi in the future." The people around him looked down on her, and Lu Yi kicked the table with one foot, showing his temper to the fullest. "What are you looking at? A bunch of brainless fools. Get out. I'm sick of seeing you." The brainless people who believe everything others say and have no self-judgment ability. The righteous classmates were all laughed at by her. "Who can be more disgusting than you? Oh my god. This is the first time I see someone who is so righteous when doing something wrong. Forget it. Forget it. Don't bother with this kind of people. It's cheap. Sooner or later, I'll hit these idiots in the face. Lu Yi was full of hatred, holding back her anger, and walked towards the cafeteria door quickly. Xiao Sifang came a little faster than agreed, and when she arrived at the cafeteria door, the two bumped into each other. Looking at each other, Lu Yi gritted her teeth and went up to grab Xiao Sifang's shoulders and threw him to the ground, cursing, "It's all your fault." Xiao Sifang fell and almost hit an innocent classmate. Wow! The whole cafeteria, including the outside of the cafeteria, was boiling. Some people who were curious even started recording and said they would share this dog-eat-dog show on the campus network. In the crowd, Lu Yi grabbed Xiao Sifang's collar and had completely forgotten the crying skill she learned from Nara. She just tried to open her eyes wide without blinking, so that her eyes would be sore and red, and she could squeeze out tears as soon as possible. Why are you so useless? If you weren't useless, I wouldn't have been seriously injured by those two women in a few hits. Xiao Sifang was much better than her. She fully learned from the experience of pretending to cry on the ruined star last time. When she blinked, her eyes were filled with moisture. Are you being unreasonable? I was in so much pain when I was seriously injured, and I was in so much pain when I was treated in the hospital. You actually blame me? You are in pain? If you are in pain, you are fine now, right? Lu Yi finally squeezed out tears and cried, "What about me? I took the blame for others and paid more than 1 million yuan for your medical treatment. Now I just scolded you a few times to vent my anger. What's wrong?" Xiao Sifang also cried, "Then you are the reason why I was beaten like this by those two people. If you hadn't insisted that I accompany you to practice your new fighting skills, the dormitory and would not have mistakenly thought that we were fighting and would not have called those two people. They would not have had the opportunity to beat me like that. I haven't blamed you yet. How can you scold me?" The two girls who showed everyone completely different inside stories in a few words cried more and more fiercely, and even started to wrestle. The spectators finally couldn't stand it again. What's going on? Why are they saying different from what was said before? That's right. I saw them fighting. They don't seem to be lying. Then the college can't lie to us, right? A different voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Hey, do you know that one of the two girls who was wrongly accused is the daughter of a shareholder of Yuanao Group? Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. But there were too many people, and it was crowded. They couldn't find who was talking, nor could they hear the follow-up. However, this sentence was enough to remind everyone. Some people immediately opened their identity rings to check, and in less than a minute, they had uncovered the backgrounds of the two people. There really is a background. Don't you think it was those two girls who did it? They are the ones who don't want to take responsibility. That shouldn't be the case. Since Yuan Mao is behind this, how can they shirk this responsibility? That's true. But now that I think about it, this matter is indeed a bit strange. Those two girls are from the combat department. They clearly said they were trying to stop the fight. But couldn't they stop the fight and let the refugees be beaten like this by Lu Yi? Maybe they went too late? That's not right. If they went too late, then they didn't meet anyone. Then why did these refugees blackmail them? Wouldn't it be better to claim compensation directly from Lu Yi? That makes sense. And Lu Yi just admitted that he has a bad temper and likes to get physical. He curses and kicks the table in front of so many people. He doesn't look like the kind of person who would shirk responsibility for the sake of reputation. It seems that there is a bit of complexity here. Who said it wasn't? You may not know that the dean is a decent person in front of us, but his reputation behind the scenes is not very good. There is gossip. Tell me later. It's too off topic now. I'll tell you more about it after the matter between the two is resolved. The crowd was noisy for a while, and then cooled down, and Xiao Bamian, who was responsible for breaking up the fight, also appeared at this moment. He squeezed through the crowd and threw himself on the two people who were fighting. Stop fighting. My sister has just been discharged from the hospital. If she goes back to the hospital, no matter how much you blame her, it will be useless. I apologize to you on her behalf. Okay? It's all her fault. It's all her fault. Xiao Sifang and Lu Yi knew it was time to end it, so they immediately pinched each other hard, and the tears that were about to dry up flowed again. Lu Yi pretended to be exhausted and let go, staggering to hold the table at the door. Get out. Okay. Xiao Bamian was humble and helped Xiao Sifang up. In a low voice, that was loud enough for people around him to hear. He said a few words to her sincerely. Didn't you say that Louis was just a bit bad-tempered? Then why don't you just let her say a few words? What if someone comes to stop the fight and gets seriously injured? As he said this, he tidied up Xiao Sifang's messy hair and finally said, How many people in the college don't like you? Why don't you be more low-key? The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Our image as special students, who have been law-abiding for so many years, has been ruined by you in the past few days. Do you not only want to offend the people in the inner city, but also want to offend all the special students? Go back to the dormitory quickly. Don't go out except for classes these days. I'll bring you 3 meals to prevent you from getting into trouble again. He played the role completely in his true colors. Not only did he use all the key sentences that Su Qingxin had given him, he also freely expressed several sentences and took the opportunity to scold Xiao Sifang. It was really cool. After hearing what he said, the students pondered again. These special students seem to be quite obedient. Don't they usually walk around the corner? Yes. It's just this weirdo from the combat department who dares to raise his head and walk around. By the way, do refugees have the courage to extort second-class residents? Is it really the case that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot? It's terrifying when you think about it. The first fire was lit. Xiao Bamian successfully drove Xiao Sifang away, then turned to Louis and started the second fire. He bowed to Louis sincerely. I'm really sorry. She is a bit stubborn and never admits defeat. I apologize to you again on her behalf. In addition, I also want to thank you. Thank you very much for taking emergency measures for her at that time. I heard that my classmate was alive thanks to you giving her pure oxygen at that time. Thank you very much. And thank you for paying such a high medical fee without saying a word. We will definitely find a way to pay you back. Go away. That little money is my alms to you. Thank you. But we will definitely pay it back. As he said this, he bowed again, hunched his shoulders and ran away, asked for 2 portions of nutrient mud at the cafeteria window, and left this place of trouble quietly. Only Louis was left, trembling on the table, and finally buried her face in her arms and burst into tears. For a moment, the scene made people's noses sore, and their eyes became hot uncontrollably. Everyone thought, if she wasn't really wronged, how could such a fierce girl cry so sadly in front of so many people? Videos were posted on the campus network one after another, and the whole process was 360 degrees without dead angles. One person spread 10 to 100, and within half an hour, no one in Chris College didn't know about the farce that happened in the cafeteria. The posts on the campus forum were like fierce sandstorms from the outer city. One after another. Discussion: What do you think about the special student's serious injury blackmail incident that was widely circulated last week? Exchange: I want to talk about what happened in the cafeteria today. Anyone who is willing to exchange, please come in. Flood: let's talk about the origins of the 2 victims. Click on any post. And there are thousands of replies, some of which are calm discussions or full of anger and quarrels. And they are talking heatedly. Sister stood up. I am a junior this year. In my more than 2 years of campus life. To be honest, the creatures of special supply students have no sense of existence at all. If you say that they dare to blackmail second-class residents, I will never believe it even if I am beaten to death. I have a brainless friend. I thought this matter was too absurd at the time. And it turned out to be a reversal. Must have a tip. The hindsight above is so stinky. Spring and summer are not autumn and winter. It's so complicated. I have a stupid friend. Hack the person above. I am not a hindsighter. The reason why I think it is absurd is because of something I personally experienced. My stupid friend made some mistakes when he just started school, and Xiao Sifang caught him. At that time, I was also worried that this special student would take the opportunity to blackmail my friend. So I specially asked him to buy a new light screen to seal his mouth. But he didn't dare to accept it at all, and even started recording as if you were going to murder me. Think about it. The most arrogant among the special students is Xiao Sifang. Even she is so cautious and cherishes her feathers. How dare those special students who dare not raise their heads when they see us do this? Li Tiao Tiao, to be honest. The person above is really fast. My favorite Xiao Qiao, damn you. You actually said I'm a moron. By Yudafu, Buzi. This IQ is really suffocating. I have a moron friend. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak. Miss Ding, hurry. Hurry up. Go to the next door. It's really reversed. The campus forum homepage refreshed a new post. The title makes people feel uneasy. Documentary, we are the girls who testified at that time. And now we have decided to stand up and apologize. Original poster. First of all, I want to apologize to all the students in dormitory 206. I'm sorry that we lied at that time. What happened that day happened too suddenly. The serious injury of our classmates made us feel scared. And the teacher who came to warn us not to talk nonsense made us feel at a loss. At that time, all of us students who knew about the incident were gathered in a room. My roommates and I thought that the teachers who came in were here to collect evidence from us about what happened. But we didn't expect that they would arrange a story for us. Everyone knows that story. So I won't go into details. I will mainly talk about their words when they asked us to give false testimony. They said, restoring the truth is certainly the right thing to do. But it is definitely not the most appropriate way to deal with it. Duan and Yun, the two girls who started the fight, had good intentions to stop the fight. And it was purely an accident that the refugee student was seriously injured. However, if such a truth is announced to the public, the refugees will not believe it and will definitely say that they did it on purpose, which will easily provoke conflicts between the inner and outer cities and have a bad impact. But if we say that it was Lu who accidentally caused serious injuries during a fight with the refugee students, and then accuse the other refugee students present at the time of intentional extortion, the incident will be a common commotion for a while, and then everything will return to calm as if nothing happened. In fact, we all think that such rhetoric is absurd. But we had no choice at the time, because at the end of the conversation, the teacher emphasized the sense of collective honor and the consequences of destroying collective unity. We were frightened and dared not tell the truth. Until today, when we saw such a tough person like Lu crying in front of everyone with nowhere to go, our conscience was greatly condemned. And we were also afraid that one day, we would also be treated unfairly because of the so-called bad influence. Therefore, we chose to stand up and clear Lu's name and punish the real murderer. It was Duan and Yun who were ruthless that day. It was obvious that they only needed to pull the two apart. But after pulling them apart, they still chose to attack the refugee student. They were the ones who caused serious injuries. We are willing to swear on the honor of our family and take responsibility for all the above remarks. As these long paragraphs were read, the students who were surfing the internet became more and more shocked and furious. The two women actually colluded with the school to deceive them like this. Toy with their feelings. The students were furious and rushed to the dean's mailbox. While sending one complaint email after another successfully, they also copied it to the public mailbox of the supervisory bureau. Some of them were even surprisingly angry and directly called the reporting phone number of the supervisory bureau to report the Chris College for favoritism and abuse of power, and asked the inspector to conduct a thorough investigation. The incident happened on the weekend, and the school's response speed was several times slower than usual. After the video of the cafeteria spread throughout the campus network, the two girls and their families contacted the dean. When the whole team rushed back to school, the students who had committed perjury had already issued a joint apology. At this point, the public opinion war was completely overturned, and the school's reputation was beyond repair. The principal's office. On one side, Duan Fay kept wiping her tears, and her sister Duan Fay whispered to comfort her. On the other side, Yun Qing was furious, and she slammed the large desk so hard that it shook the sky. Hurry up and clarify. Say they are lying, and say that all this is a conspiracy. Piao and I are innocent. Dean Willie sat on the chair behind his desk, rubbing his forehead with a headache. Miss Yun, they won't believe anything we say now. The reputation of our hospital has been destroyed by the notice that spoke for you. Yun Qing widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you blaming me? The girl turned her head and cried to the middle-aged man behind her. Dad, he actually talked to me like this. Father Yun frowned and looked at Willie coldly. For so many years, our Yun family has donated a lot of money to keep you as the dean. Are you going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? He raised his voice to this level as soon as he spoke, and Willie was overwhelmed. He suppressed his impatience and said softly, Mr. Yun, it's not that I don't want to solve this matter, but I don't have the ability to suppress the criticism of the entire college now. Even if I insist on not changing the notice, I will have to change it once the people from the supervisory bureau come. Now there is only one best way, which is to let your daughter come out to apologize and compensate. You want me to apologize? Yun Qing screamed. Dream on. Father Yun also said coldly, impossible. Our Yun family can't afford to lose this person. Since you have no other way, Then I can only use my way. Call those parties here immediately. Money can make the devil work. I don't believe that they will not change their words, if I give them 1 million each. Willie was stunned and felt something was wrong. Mr. Yun, calm down. If you can buy it off, it's really just a matter of spending some money. It's no big deal. But if you can't buy it off, it's a double crime. Everyone has seen the video online. Let's talk about the student who took the blame for your daughter. She directly paid more than 1 million for emergency treatment. I guess her family is not bad. Father Yun looked down on him. If 1 million doesn't work, then 10 million. I don't believe she won't be tempted. Seeing him so stubborn, Willie got angry. He repeated several times that they were tied together now. And then he continued to analyze patiently. Then let's talk about the seriously injured refugees. They are stubborn and can't be suppressed by money. How much resistance can a refugee have in the face of temptation? Father Yun didn't want to listen anymore. You don't need to talk nonsense anymore. Call them over quickly. If you delay any longer, you won't be the dean anymore. Willie didn't expect him to be so rude and tore his face off. Do you think I can continue to be the dean once the people from the supervisory bureau come? He regretted it so much now. None of these Yuns were good people. He had cleaned up so many messes for this family in this position. If he had known earlier, he should have kicked these troubles out when the Yuns came to his door for the first time. Okay. You are fine. Father Yun's face turned red with anger. And he turned to Terry, who was standing next to him, without saying a word. If he doesn't want to call people, then you go and call them. If you get this done, you will be the dean next year. Terry's mind was moved, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He has been the director for many years, and has wanted to move for a long time. But he knows his own family, and knows that with his qualifications, he can't sit in this position even if he becomes the dean. It's better to take the opportunity to do a favor to the Yuns. Of course, he can't lose Willie's face. If he pleases both sides, he can still get the empty title of vice dean. So he stood up, with an obligatory look. Dean, I think the method that Mr. Yun said is feasible. How about this? I will do it in my name. If it doesn't work, I will make other plans. If it works, it will be a huge profit. If it doesn't work, he is the one who threatened the students anyway. And his position as dean is definitely lost. It's better to take the blame. At that time, these two parties will definitely try their best to get him back to his post in order to shut him up. This proposal is really good. Willie and Yun's father's expressions eased and agreed silently. Terry then adjusted his mood and prepared to invite someone, who knew that before they stepped out of the door of the principal's office was knocked first. And without waiting for anyone to respond, the locked door from the inside was violently kicked open, and the alloy door panel hit the wall behind heavily. A woman with a high ponytail and vaguely familiar features stood outside the bright light, with a sneer on her lips and a look of disdain. It's so lively. Who is the principal? Is he still asleep? What kind of bullshit announcement did he send? I almost vomited my overnight meal. Willie frowned subconsciously. Who are you? Why? Boss Chin. Yun's father interrupted him hurriedly and smiled shyly. How did you find time to come to the college? While being annoyed at Willie's blindness, he gradually felt uneasy in his heart. If Boss Chin also came for the same thing. Chin Ru glanced at him, then glanced at the two girls present, raised her eyebrows. It can't be such a coincidence that your daughter made my daughter take the blame and made my little Ri cry so miserably. Right? Yun's father broke out in a cold sweat. The girl named Louie turned out to be this man's child. How could it be possible? If she really came from such a family, how could she allow the school to issue a notice to discredit her? How could she allow the matter to ferment until now without dealing with it? This shouldn't be. Chin. President Chin. There must be some misunderstanding here. Chin Ru crossed her arms and looked like she was listening attentively. Then tell me, what is the misunderstanding? Yun's father's face was pale, and he couldn't speak at all. What misunderstanding? Could it be that he thought that the daughter of President Chin and Marshal Lu Sun had no power and could be manipulated by others? Thinking of this, he felt his limbs numb and his eyes went dark. And he almost fainted. Yun Chin, who had been domineering since childhood, found that her father actually had such a humble side, and shouted in disbelief, Dad, what's wrong with you? Her mouth reminded Yun's father, looking at his daughter's angry face. He slapped her hard. Shut up. You are an unfilial daughter. You even lied to your father. You disappoint me so much. Yun Chin was stunned. And Duan Fay behind her was also scared and stopped crying, looking at Yun's father, who had changed his attitude 180 degrees. She dared not breathe. Qinru rolled her eyes. Okay. You are so hypocritical. Aren't you afraid of disgusting everyone? Considering that we are also working together. How to deal with this matter? You should come up with your own explanation. If I am satisfied, this matter will be over. If I am not satisfied, then, do as I say. Father Yun heard the ruthlessness in her words, and knew that the matter was doomed to fail. He was completely depressed and smiled bitterly. This matter is our fault. I am willing to transfer all the shares on hand to you for free. And let my daughter kneel down to apologize. Do you think it's okay? Qinru did not comment. Just glanced at him coldly. Father Yun closed his eyes, gritted his teeth and added, I am afraid that the Y664 mine I just took over is not capable of mining. Why don't you do it for me? His heart was bleeding. The tolls for taking over this mine alone were hundreds of millions. Not to mention the funds spent on buying the mining rights for this year and the equipment invested. Okay. Qinru was satisfied and waved at him. Do it now. Oh, by the way, your daughter doesn't need to kneel down and apologize. I'm afraid that my little Ri will be disgusted again and will have a shadow in the future when she goes to school. Just disappear. She sneered in her heart. Since she chose to be a villain at such a young age, she should be a villain to the end. A villain who apologizes is not a good villain. Father Yun did not dare to refute, and pulled his daughter, who had not yet recovered, and disappeared as quickly as possible. The atmosphere in the principal's office was so depressing that it dripped water. Willie pinched his limp thigh and smiled apologetically. Boss Qin, this matter is indeed our negligence. We will expel these two students immediately. Please forgive us. Shut up. Qinru scratched his ears. It's not your turn yet. Duan Fay shuddered when she heard that, and knelt down with a plop, crying non-stop, I'm sorry. Auntie. I know I was wrong. Please don't let the dean expel me. I won't dare to do it again. She was very discerning. Even Yunqing's father was so cowardly. This woman must be from a big family. She had no choice but to beg for mercy. Stop. Don't cry. People who don't know would think I'm bullying a child. Qinru walked over, grabbed her arm, and lifted her up. But his eyes were on Duan Fay, who was tense and silent next to him. If the child doesn't learn well, the parents should at least bear half of the responsibility. I won't make things difficult for a child who is so scared. I just ask if you are willing to take responsibility. Duan Fay's mouth was bitten, and the strong smell of blood kept her awake. She knew that she had no room for negotiation at this time, so she could only nod. It is our responsibility, and we must bear it. Okay, Qinru said. I have got the compensation for my child's reputation loss from the surname Yun, so I won't settle with you. But my little Ri paid 1.83 million yuan for the medical expenses of a seriously injured classmate. Should you bear this expense? Duan Fay is just an ordinary lecturer, and her family background is also ordinary. 1.83 million is a small amount for the Yun family, but not for her family. In order to support her sister to study in the combat department, the family's savings are tight, and her salary must be used to subsidize the family expenses. 1,830,000 is going to drain her savings of many years. But she had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. I can transfer it to you now. Qinru looked at her painful expression and thought that she couldn't give up now. It wasn't over yet. Should you bear the nutrition and mental damage of the seriously injured child in the future? Duan Fay gritted her teeth. I will personally apologize and compensate. Just like the child just now. There is no need to apologize. How could Qinru not know what she was thinking? Second-class residents versus refugees. Would the latter dare to ask her to apologize? I did a simple calculation. The living standard of refugee children is relatively low, so there is no need to compensate according to the standard of my children. You can simply transfer 1 million to her as a token of appreciation. 1 million. Duan Fay shouted subconsciously. A refugee is worth 1 million? She deserves it? In the end, is this matter so serious? It's just a child playing and shirking responsibility. Isn't it enough to apologize and pay for medical expenses? Such remarks really opened Qinru's eyes. It's just a child playing and shirking responsibility. You can even say such a thing. If that child is not a refugee, your child would probably have been put in prison and the verdict would have been issued. But she is just a lowly, inferior refugee. Duan Fay deliberately slowed down his speech and emphasized the two unbearable adjectives. Shinru looked at her ferocious face without a trace of grace, and was extremely disappointed. Why are you so narrow-minded? Young man, a person's position depends on his own achievements, not the glory of his ancestors. What qualifications do you have to insult a group? It doesn't matter if you don't want to pay the compensation. Just go through the formal procedures. The interstellar convention has not been abolished. Those dirty things in the past could not be judged because there was no second-class resident to guarantee to appear in court. This time, I am willing to represent the refugees. Wait! Willie couldn't hold his ground. He smiled and stepped forward. Boss Chin, give me a minute. I will be responsible for solving the compensation issue and guarantee to give you a satisfactory answer. Chinru glanced at him and waved her hand in agreement. She didn't have the time to waste time here talking to others. Willie pulled Duan Fay, whose eyes were bloodshot, to a corner and lowered his voice. It's obvious that people have agreed to settle privately now. Do you have to make a fuss to the extent that everyone will leave together? Duan Fay looked at him in astonishment. You threaten me too? Willie shook his head. It's to protect you. I will pay the 1 million compensation for you. Promise her. If this continues, he, the dean, will never be able to get up again. The 1 million was saved, and Duan Fay's face looked much better. He looked at him with a complicated look, walked back to Shinru, and said reluctantly, I'll give it to you. Shinru didn't even bother to look at her. Then give it to her now. Duan Fay looked at Willie, who nodded and directly transferred 1 million to her. Duan Fay looked gloomy, and he and Shinru swiped the transfer code on the spot and transferred the total compensation of 2.83 million together. Then the 1 million is also given to you. You transfer it. Okay. After receiving the account, Shinru took a breath and stroked her long hair. This matter is over. As for your hospital, I won't interfere too much. As long as you can survive the investigation of the Supervisory Bureau, then let it go. Willie's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, I promise you that I will never let something like this happen again. What do you want to promise me? Go and promise the Supervisory Bureau. Shinru waved her hand and walked towards the door. When she was about to leave the door, she turned back and warned, My little Rui is an ordinary child. Don't let anyone disturb her. Yes. 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 The always majestic dean was now as respectful as a pug. He wanted to bark twice, turn around, and wag his tail to send her out. After she left, Willie looked at Duan Fay and his tone returned to calmness. Take your sister to go through the transfer procedures. She definitely can't stay in the college. Duan Fay bit her lip in hatred, and finally could only leave sadly with her sister. In this world, money and power are king. The people in the office left, and only the master and his loyal servant were left. Willie just glanced at them indifferently. And Terry lowered his eyes and took the initiative to say, Everyone has his own responsibility. I will take full responsibility. Please rest assured. Dean. Willie exhaled and waved his hand. Then go. This time, it was really a loss. Sifang Lui, who had retired and returned to the dormitory, sat on his bed and kept browsing the campus forum. The other 5 compatriots in the dormitory were still conscientiously acting as water troops to guide the wind direction. Full of energy, looking at the different opinions gradually drowned in the mainstream opinions. Xiao Sifang was satisfied and clicked on the video in the cafeteria again to appreciate himself. Since there were no headphones connected, the sound was played directly out, causing Lu Yi to protest loudly. Isn't it embarrassing enough? It's so ugly. Turn it off. It's not embarrassing. Xiao Sifang turned off the mute and continued to watch. We turned the situation around without bleeding or spending money. This is clearly our medal. Lu Yi was silent. After experiencing the last conflict, she learned to hold back her words for a while and not speak rashly. After a while, she said with a sour face, I can't understand why a victory gained by humiliation is worth being happy. I would rather bleed and spend money. Your idea is incredible to me. Xiao Sifang was watching the excitement of the two of them fighting, laughing and shaking his head. I can't understand it. We lived in completely different environments in the past 17 years. And now we are in 2 different classes. Don't force it. It's good enough to respect each other. Mutual respect? The shadow in Lu Yi's heart disappeared, and she suddenly understood. Yes. Why did she care so much about the refugees' thoughts? Wouldn't it be better to respect them after understanding their reasons? There was no need to empathize with him. Just when she figured it out, a short message came in. She read it with 2 eyes and was delighted. It's done. My mother helped me get back the medical expenses. And also got your compensation. Xiao Sifang looked at her in confusion. Your mother? The other people in the dormitory also stopped what they were doing and looked at her. Puzzled. Lu Yi smiled triumphantly and raised his chin. I'm not satisfied with just winning a public opinion war. Of course. I want to get back everything I deserve. As she said that, she climbed down from the bed, stood beside Xiao Sifang's bed, and directly pulled her arm. Give me the transfer code. Xiao Sifang was still reflecting on her immature thinking. She wanted to record this case to expand her short-sighted knowledge. She let her operate on her identity ring and waited for the money to be transferred in before she came to her senses. While checking the balance, she sincerely praised Lu Yi. You are really amazing. I will learn from you. The voice stopped abruptly, and she looked at the extra 2 zeros in the balance in shock, and was short-sighted again. Lu Yi raised his tail and hummed, finally. You can play a few games with me. In the next practical class, she will beat this guy to the ground. The true and false extortion incident of refugees ended with the expulsion of 2 students involved, the resignation of the responsible teacher Terry, and the public release of an apology letter by the college. Although this result did not satisfy all students, it also stopped the gossips to a certain extent, and people could not find any major faults. For Xiao Sifang, this experience did not seem to have much impact on her. But the sudden wealth made her feel uneasy. The money was not earned by her hands, which made her feel empty. However, it is better to have money than to have no money. After paying off the debt for the combat uniform, Xiao Sifang thought about it again and decided not to redeem the treasure first. After all, it would not be used in a short time, and it was considered an idle resource. Since the windfall was not so legitimate, she could not celebrate in the cafeteria in broad daylight for the classmates who had helped her so much. She could only spend 6,000 yuan to buy some snacks online, planning to secretly organize a small thank you party, and then thank them one by one. She especially wanted to talk to Su Qingqing, not only for this incident, but also for the follow-up investigation of the last time that classmate was taken away by a team of soldiers. These 2 things made her feel that this senior was very amazing, and he would become a great man in the future. It would be a pity for him to live in the traditional mechanical college. Sifang. Ada, who rarely saw her in the dormitory, ran over excitedly. Do you know that cotton balls are actually completely alienated plants? Xiao Sifang, who had learned this knowledge from the Holy Father a long time ago, said without much interest, and said nothing else. Ida, who was in high spirits, did not care and continued to be excited. What's more exciting is that the cotton bales produced by the seed source of X366 have white cotton fibers on the surface. And after magnifying it 200 times, it was found that the center is golden. After being processed into cloth, it can actually block energy heat. What? Xiao Sifang finally got interested. The cotton of the seed source plant is so special? Ida smiled and said, Isn't it? And it's not just the seed source. It is said that the cotton balls growing around the seed source are also very special. Although they are a little worse than the seed source, they are also mixed with gold. Oh my god. I heard that even the cotton balls grown next to the seed source, after being processed into clothes, the upper limit of its buffering and dispersion force is also terrifyingly high. I heard that even cotton mixed with gold is now out of stock. Those rich people are throwing money like crazy just to get a combat uniform like this. X366 is going to turn around, and their economy is going to start to recover. Xiao Sifang swallowed unconsciously, thinking of the 72 cotton bags kept by the Holy Father. The place where these cotton bags were picked is very close to the seed source. If the cotton inside is also the cotton mixed with gold, she couldn't sit still. And even the teaching video that always made her heart excited lost its original charm. She just wanted to see the Holy Father right away, the cotton bag in his hand. After the evening class, Xiao Sifang walked to the dormitory with a heavy heart. But somehow, the route deviated, and when she reacted, she had already walked to the exit to the outer city. After standing in front of the empty bench for a long time, she pounded her head and muttered, You're obsessed with money, aren't you? Just as she turned to leave, a gust of wind blew over her head, and then her head hurt. Looking for me? Xiao Sifang covered her head and turned back. The Holy Father, who looked like a phoenix and a dragon, was sitting in the middle of the bench, smiling at her. She screamed when she really saw him in person. The first question she asked was not about the cotton bag, but, "Did you come to the hospital to visit me last Thursday?" Sinbo raised his eyebrows. "Why do you ask that? Did you dream about me?" From his tone, he should not have been here. But if he said it was a dream, it felt too real. Xiao Sifang frowned. "I dreamed that you came to visit me with a fruit basket worth 66,666 star coins. And you peeled a red fruit for me and threw the peel into the trash can." Sinbo, "You really can't forget that peel. And then?" Xiao Sifang nodded. "Then you played with gloves that wouldn't get wet by juice. And then turned me over." She clearly recalled what happened at that time. And the beautiful fingers that made people want to touch pressed her body. Xiao Sifang's face flushed. And her belated girlish feelings made her a little shy. If this was her dream, she would be too dirty, vulgar and shameless. "Then he opened your clothes and put his hand on your lower back." Xiao Sifang was startled and raised his steaming face. "How do you know what happened next?" "I know. You really came here. And you lied to me again." Looking at the angry child, Sinbo laughed softly and touched his head happily. "Look at what interesting things you have imagined. You are still a child. How can you be as mature as you think? Come and sit down. I will tell you about your body." Xiao Sifang's face turned red again. But this time it was red from anger. "Please don't say such obscene words to a child." "Okay." Sinbo followed suit. "Then I will tell you about the changes in your body. So why did I omit the last few words just now?" Xiao Sifang was tired and gave up and sat down. "I'm listening." Because she had a practical class in the afternoon. She took a shower when she went back. And she didn't tie her hair up when she went to class in the evening. Her slightly malnourished hair was scattered on her shoulders, soft and fluffy, covering her small face, making her look even smaller, with only a pair of round eyes that slightly revealed a bit of growing stability. Sinbo leaned sideways, and his fingers lifted the long hair scattered on her chest. In the other person's embarrassed and shocked eyes, he touched the position 1 inch below the collarbone. "Do you know what's here?" Xiao Sifang breathed a sigh of relief. She had already taken several classes on the introduction to aliens, so she naturally knew about it. She answered quickly, "Mutation node." "Yes. It is the mutation node where the residents of the inner city are getting stronger, and the refugees of the outer city are shrinking." Sinbo retracted his finger and asked again, "Then do you think your mutation node can still be used?" Xiao Sifang looked at his calm expression and suddenly had an idea. "You mean, my mutation node can be used?" "That's right. When I was seriously injured, the first choice for first aid should be a large amount of oxygen supply. If the effectiveness of the mutation node is related to the amount of oxygen inhaled, then when my oxygen intake reaches the activation standard, it should be able to take effect." Sinbo groaned. Meaning unclear. Xiao Sifang's eyebrows were twisted into knots. And he asked anxiously, "Is that so?" "Isn't it?" The pair of eyes in front of him were too bright, so Sinbo raised his hand to cover them. But she opened them again the next second, and they stubbornly showed again. He was defeated. So he taught her, studying blindly is not enough. Human wisdom cannot be placed entirely on the knowledge level. Not only should we be serious in learning, but we should also be open-minded in interpersonal communication. This was to confirm her guess. Xiao Sifang pretended not to hear the second half of the sentence, and asked directly, "Then can I also use energy heat flames?" Sinbo was helpless. It was not fun when the child was too serious. But seeing that she was so anxious, he still taught her some things before playing. "Stand opposite me." Xiao Sifang immediately stood up, and stood straight in front of him. Sinbo raised his hand. "Palm up." "Put your hand up." "Oh!" Xiao Sifang was confused and seriously put his hand on top of the palm in front of him. And touched it. And touched it. Humans are used to using their limbs. So the energy heat flame is mostly manifested in the form of energy bodies wrapping the limbs, causing damage to the enemy through moves. The introduction to the application of energy heat flames also starts with wrapping the limbs. And the first application requires ignition. A comfortable warm current spread upward from the place where the palms touched, gradually converging at the node on the chest. Energy flames are divided into hot and cold attributes. It is not quite accurate to describe them as hot and cold. These two attributes are actually distinguished according to the activity of the energy. High activity has a high instantaneous intensity and a concentrated energy body, which is called hot. Low activity has a long accumulation of energy and a loose energy body, which is called cold. The vast majority of people have hot attributes, while a very small number have cold attributes. The former go into battle to kill the enemy, while the latter are specifically used to ignite the new generation. Of course, this does not mean that hot attributes cannot ignite, but energy flames are a highly lethal existence. It is very difficult for hot attribute residents to ignite safely, while cold attributes are safer and easier. Her chest was getting hotter and hotter. Xiao Sifang seemed to hear her own heartbeat, which was faster and faster, like a bell, buzzing in her head. Relax. Focus on following the direction that makes you feel comfortable, and relax naturally. Comfortable direction. Relax naturally. Xiao Sifang closed her eyes, and the heat in her chest was flowing to her limbs. The places where the heat flow passed were slightly numb, causing waves of tremors, making her want another heat flow to pass through these places again to smooth out this subtle feeling. Bang! The sound of the explosion, neither light nor heavy, scared her. She subconsciously opened her eyes and found that there was a strange flame between her and the Holy Father, which was red inside and wrapped in layers of ice blue outside. Okay. Sinbo, who had taken off his gloves at some point, smiled slightly, and the ice blue color faded, leaving only red wrapped around Xiao Sifang's fingers. She was full of curiosity, and raised her hand high to look at her own energy flames. Sinbo let her shake, and only reminded her, don't touch anything. It will break them. Yeah. Xiao Sifang's big eyes reflected the firelight. It's amazing. It can hurt everything, but it won't hurt me. Sinbo was stunned, and then laughed mysteriously. Wrapping fists and feet is the most basic method, and the more advanced one is to stretch the energy flames in the form of lasers to achieve the effect of long-range attacks. The specific methods need you to slowly explore. I suggest you not to expose your superpowers in front of others for the time being. The more special you are, the more misfortune and pain you will encounter. Xiao Sifang looked at him in confusion, then nodded after a while. Then I will practice secretly in the future. So good. As he said this, his hand passed through the hot flames on her body and stroked her round head, which frightened Xiao Sifang and immediately retracted her supernatural power. Sinbo laughed again. You want to hurt me 100 years too early. Silly child. Xiao Sifang was not convinced again, and swore in his heart that it would not take that long. Sitting on the bench again, a ring-shaped space button was handed over. Xiao Sifang's heart began to beat wildly. This is your trophy. This time, Sinbo told her the correct answer generously. Don't worry. If it's really cotton mixed with gold. Xiao Sifang took the space button and stuttered with excitement. I promise not to keep it all to myself. Her incompetent appearance once again pleased Sinbo. This is your trophy. I didn't pick the cotton bales at that time, so don't count it as my share. However, since you already know what the existence of cotton mixed with gold means, you should be extra careful when handling these things. Xiao Sifang nodded seriously. I will be careful. Well, then go back early. Sinbo sat there without moving, but asked her to get up. The monthly exam is coming soon, and students should still focus on their studies. Study hard this week. I will. Xiao Sifang would not delay her studies on her own initiative. Compared to such nonsense, she wanted to ask one more question before leaving. You only came to the practical class once. Will you come again in the future? Of course. I will show up whenever necessary. Sinbo waved at her after saying that, but did not let her ask any more questions. Xiao Sifang had to leave with a lot of doubts. It felt like the Holy Father was planning something big, but it also seemed like he was just having fun. Which one was it? As the monthly exam approaches, the atmosphere of study becomes increasingly intense, and the figures of people laughing and playing around decrease. The benches in the school are no longer filled with sweet and sticky couples, but with students who are seriously reviewing. This is the first monthly exam of the new school year, and also the first exam after the reform of the college dormitory system. The results of this monthly exam will directly determine the accommodation conditions for the next month. Students cannot ignore it. Those who have some ideas are working hard to study in order to keep their current positions or move forward. In comparison, the traditional mechanical department students, who are not in the competition for dormitories, have it easy. Adonera and her classmates study and have fun normally, and occasionally cast a sympathetic look at the other two kids in the dormitory who are studying late at night. The monthly exam will be held the day after tomorrow. Students with double majors will have a harder time. They have to take exams in the evening after taking the exams in the daytime. So the schedule is very tight. Lu Yi's high ponytail has been twisted into a messy ball of twine by her. She has dropped the electronic pen in her hand twice. And she is very irritated. Xiao Sifang, on the other side, is in a completely different state from her. She reviews in an orderly manner. It seems that the heavy task of double majors does not bring her any more pressure than others. In fact, her professional foundation is indeed solid, although she does not have the talent and skill of remembering everything at a glance. Her years of study habits have kept her thinking activity at a level far beyond that of ordinary people. No matter how much knowledge content there is, it is within her digestion range. She has reviewed all the test points of the combat department, and is now looking at the content of the manufacturing department, although it is a minor. Unlike the final exam and the entrance exam, the monthly exam is not a separate test paper. The minor students and the main and concurrent students draw questions from the same question bank. The difference is that the minor students get 30 points out of a full score of 100, and the regular score of this monthly exam is given, while the main and concurrent students need to reach 60 points to be included in the regular score of this small test. Xiao Sifang took time to make up for the manufacturing department courses that were not scheduled in the schedule. But the content of the manufacturing department is far more complicated and obscure than that of the combat department. She has not yet digested some knowledge points. In order to prevent the test score from being too ugly, she had to sacrifice some rest time. Snap. Louis dropped the electronic pen for the third time and finally stood up. He went out with a dark face to get some water, slammed it heavily on the table, and went back to the bathroom in his slippers. Ida and Nara looked at each other and made the same choice. They walked quietly to Xiao Sifang, poked her back, and asked her to look back at Louis. After the incident, their relationship with Louis did not change on the surface. But the atmosphere in the dormitory was quite different. Originally, everyone lived in the same room, and there was a sense of not interfering with each other. Now that sense of estrangement has long disappeared. Girls are delicate and sensitive sometimes, which is not all bad. At least now Ida and the others are worried about Louis, and they hope from the bottom of their hearts that she will not lose her temper all the time and be in a happier mood. Why don't you ask her what's wrong? Ida whispered. Xiao Sifang was busy reviewing and didn't want to be distracted. Why don't you ask her yourself? Nala glared at her. Aren't you the best friend to her? Xiao Sifang thought to himself. What kind of perverse logic is this? You are not the one who cares about her now. So what does it matter who has a good relationship with her? But if I insist on not asking, these two people will probably not let me go. It's not a good thing to let Louis continue to quarrel like this. Xiao Sifang had no choice but to agree. Okay, I'll ask her when she comes back. Nala and Ida were satisfied this time and returned to their seats. Louis came back with a clatter, and the action of pulling out the stool and sitting down was also very rough, and his whole body was full of irritability. Xiao Sifang turned his chair around and faced her. He watched her pick up the water and put it down, pick up the pen and throw it away. It was not difficult to guess why this black-faced monster was angry, from the fact that Lu Yi was in the same dormitory with these special students. It can be seen how terrible this guy's grades were. If the combat department did not require high academic performance, she would definitely be admitted to the traditional mechanical department. You are so noisy. Can't you review quietly? Louis had already noticed that she was facing him. Hearing this, he glared at her. Don't talk to me, or we will fight directly. Xiao Sifang nodded as if he suddenly realized something. He has strong limbs, but a simple mind. You? Louis stood up angrily after being stabbed in the heart. I haven't argued with you these days. So you're getting more aggressive. Right? Xiao Sifang was not afraid of her at all. He calmly pressed his palms. Sit down. Sit down. You are just losing your temper because your review is not going well. But can losing your temper solve the questions you don't know? Louis stiffly retorted. That's none of your business. Maybe it is related. After all, I can solve the questions that you can't solve when you lose your temper. Louis's chest rose and fell. The other 5 people in the dormitory were worried and thought she was going to attack Sifang. Her straight shoulders suddenly collapsed, and she turned half sideways and said awkwardly, Do you really know all of them? If you are willing to believe, then don't waste any more time. Xiao Sifang held up the electronic book and showed her the dense knowledge points of the manufacturing department. My time is very precious. Then give it a try. Louis gritted her teeth. No matter what. It was better than failing the exam. She was a student in class 3. but her overall score was not as good as that of the students in the classes behind. She picked up the light screen and put the questions in front of Xiao Sifang, who boasted, "The most difficult subjects for me to learn were topography and comprehensive mechanics." This paper was the topography paper for the first monthly exam of the previous term. I did it myself and only got 36 points after reading the book. Although she was ashamed, she still said, "If you can help me pass the exam, I will give you this light screen." Xiao Sifang waved her hand. She was too lazy to joke because time was tight. She said bluntly, "No need to give me gifts. Just don't throw things in the dormitory before the next exam. Since you only want to pass these 2 courses, and you are cramming at the last minute, you don't need to look at some questions at all." Taking the light screen and opening the test points, her finger slid across it, deleting 1/3 of the content. No need to think about it this time. The rest must be understood. Louis watched her point to the corresponding questions on the remaining content one by one, at an incredibly fast speed. In less than 10 minutes, the test range that was originally clean and only had a few key points marked with a highlighter was covered with red superscript numbers. Don't rush to do the questions on this test paper. Read all the questions first. If you still can't understand the test points and fixed question types, sort them out and I will explain them to you. At this point, Xiao Sifang paused. Calm down. It's only been a month since the start of school. How many knowledge points can there be? Especially for the combat department. All the knowledge is only to lay the foundation for future actual combat. There is only one central point, and it is not a problem to make more connections. Louis rarely choked. She was anxious, and she could see that Xiao Sifang was also anxious. There was really no need to waste 2 times of time. Okay. She nodded and returned to her seat with a light screen. The surroundings returned to silence. Xiao Sifang's eyes fell back on the electronic book, seamlessly returning to the ocean of knowledge. Like a sponge desperately absorbing water, determined to sink himself to the bottom of the sea. The exam came as scheduled. The combat department has a total of 7 cultural courses, excluding the practical course. The 4 courses start at 8 a.m. and end at 11 p.m. After a 2-hour break, the remaining 3 courses will continue. All cultural courses will end at 3 p.m. At 3:30 p.m., we will gather in the practical building to take the close combat assessment in turn. After the 7 cultural courses, Class 3 was in mourning. It's poisonous. It's so much harder than last year. Please, let me pass. I can't do without this part. Just throw it away after the exam. Classmates, we are the combat department, and the close combat will be the real exam. Show your momentum. Oh, I heard that the close combat test method has changed this year. It is no longer the form of 2 people fighting, and the teacher scoring according to his mood in previous years. I wonder if it has become more difficult. I know about this. We changed the fighting puppets this year to match the main star. They have been doing this kind of assessment for several years. The students discussed loudly and left the examination rooms to rush to the practical building. As soon as they entered the venue, they saw 20 rubber puppets standing upright in different combat areas. Their bodies were deliberately painted in black and brown to match the aliens. Even from a distance, they had an indescribable aura. A teacher stood next to each puppet, and their faces were all solemn. The chief examiner of the first grade practical monthly exam was Su Yuan, the practical teacher of Class 1. A short middle-aged man with sunken cheeks. Perhaps because he was too thin. His face was a little mean. His lips were pale, and he looked like he would fall down if the wind blew. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, this appearance was broken. The deep male voice that did not match his appearance echoed throughout the 500 students who formed a square formation. Because the rules have changed this year, I have to take up a little of your time to briefly introduce the new toy fighting dolls that the college has spent a huge amount of money to introduce. The fighting doll is a highly flexible robot wrapped in a layer of soft skin. Its head is set with 3 reaction centers, each implanted with different strengths of fighting skills, and has 3 levels of fighting levels. This assessment is the lowest level, which lasts for 1 minute. Knocking down the puppet in the last second of the puppet's movement will earn you 60 points. And 1 point will be added for every second ahead of time until the full score is reached. Those who exceed the time limit will not pass this test. Did you hear it clearly? The students' scalps tightened, and they shouted in unison, "I heard it clearly." Then line up according to the test number, and enter in batches of 20 people. Su Yuan waved his hand. Good luck to you. The long line circled up, and Class 3 was at the front of the line, at the speed of 20 people each time. It would be their turn soon. The first batch has entered. Someone shouted excitedly. I wonder what level these disgusting puppets are. The position where they lined up was not far from the battle area used for the exam, and they could see the puppets' movements clearly. Everyone was very alert and opened their eyes wide, fearing that they would miss any details. After the students of Class 1 stood in the designated positions, a sharp whistle sounded, and the teachers beside the puppets raised their hands and fiddled with the puppets' backs for a few times, then stepped back. About 5 seconds later, a red light flashed above the puppet's head, which was less than 2 meters away from the test students. And the test began. The students who had no worries about fighting the robot opened fire with all their strength. Fists and feet collided, and force was added crazily. The students in Field 1 only took 24 seconds to successfully knock down the puppet and walk out of the battlefield. When he came out, the students made a crazy sound. Xingxia. Ah. The first place forever. He is handsome, rich, and so powerful. The creator is really partial. Oh my god. So handsome. I want to be gay. Xiao Sifang, who always stays away from gossip, also took a few more glances at such enthusiastic shouts, shook his head disapprovingly, and focused his attention on the fighting field. I am not as strong as the Holy Father at present, and it is impossible to be more beautiful than the Holy Father in the future. Alas, there is no need to be so excited. I didn't realize that my standard of judging people had deviated and needed to be corrected. The examinee in the second field came out 10 seconds later than him, and the following students basically came out at about the same time, all with a score of about 40 seconds. The girl in the 13th field also caused a commotion when she came out. You are worthy of being my goddess. Within 40 seconds. So amazing. Almost 40 seconds is still impressive? Our Xingxia is only 20 seconds. Sister, don't be so jealous. Our Bai Shui is a pretty girl. This result is very good. Okay? Why don't you try to get the same result? Xiao Sifang looked sideways again. Although he was more accepting of his name after the explanation of the Holy Father, he couldn't help but feel jealous when he heard Bai Shui, the name he had always dreamed of. What a nice name. I envy him. One group after another came in. The average score of the last group in Class 2 had dropped to 45 seconds, which made a group of teachers shake their heads. The gap is still obvious. With the same strength, the average score of all students in the main star combat department is 40 seconds, and our top students have dropped to 45. But it's hard to compare. What are the conditions of those kids on the main star? They have full oxygen supply when walking on the street. That's true. The hardware can't keep up. It's really hard to compare. The team moved quickly, and finally it was Xiao Sifang's turn. She was also in the 13th field. It happened that the accompanying teacher was Greta, who nodded at her with a serious face. Let go and hit. Let me see how fast you can be. Others may not know, but Greta, who has observed her for a month, knows very well how severely this refugee student, who broke the routine and squeezed into the combat department, is restricted in her usual training. This child looks gentle, but in fact his methods are more ruthless than anyone else. His moves are barbaric, and he is best at blitzkrieg. In normal battles, he never lets go completely. Okay, teacher. Xiao Sifang readily agreed, stood still in the circle, moved his right foot back 20 centimeters, and began to gather strength. A whistle blew, and a red light shone above the puppet's head, and a mechanical leg wrapped in rubber skin swept over. Xiao Sifang swung his hands, and his body instantly exerted force, rushing straight over. The mechanical leg swept past his ears, and his soft and boneless arms climbed up the punches that came at him. He swayed his body to avoid the puppet's unhurried but pressing combo, raised his right knee, and stepped lightly on the ground with his left foot to gain leverage. In a blink of an eye, he completely avoided the puppet's dense attack and stuck back to back with it. Before Greta could react, Xiao Sifang's hands had already grabbed the puppet's shoulders, and his body was folded in half, with his chest pressed against his knees. The puppet followed her movements and drew a circle of nearly 360 degrees, and its head fell to the ground. Bang! The puppet, who had no sense of pain, raised his fist to hit her head, but was still a step too slow. A pair of feet stepped on its chest first and turned it over again. Xiao Sifang's fist hit the back of its neck, and the metal in the rubber skin deformed and shifted, and the neck was stretched several centimeters. It's over. Greta's eyes fell on the timer associated with the robot. 21 seconds. 3 seconds faster than the current best result. The peripheral students, who were watched in each battle area, shouted out of control at the first time. I counted correctly. The 13th field seems to be faster than the Great Summer? What? What? You must have counted wrong. The refugee just entered the 13th field. No. I counted this area too. The time is definitely correct. Is the puppet broken? Is the puppet really broken? I feel that if I were the puppet, I would have been taken away directly after what she did just now. Inside the field, Greta, who was prepared but still surprised, took a deep breath and patted Xiao Sifan on the shoulder. Well done. Improve your endurance. I'll wait for you to represent the college in the planetary resource allocation war next year. Xiao Sifang herself was also very satisfied with her performance this time. The oxygen she received last time, when she was seriously injured, not only nourished the mutation node, but also made her body's strength rise to a higher level. The power she burst out with all her strength just now shocked her. But the question still needs to be asked. She looked puzzled. What is the resource allocation war? Greta, when you have nothing to do, go to the campus forum more often. Being too close will not be good for your future development. Xiao Sifang lowered his head in shame. The Holy Father also said something similar. She is really too short-sighted. After Greta waved her hand to indicate that she could leave, Xiao Sifang left the practical building without stopping, not paying any attention to the discussions and surprised looks of her classmates. The exams of the manufacturing department are much more cruel than those of the combat department. Although the number of courses is not as many as that of the combat department. There are only 5 courses. But the knowledge points of each course are more than the total of all the courses of the combat department. Xiao Sifang, who is strict with himself in learning, is unwilling to waste a minute or a second to improve his score. He rushed to the cafeteria to eat breakfast and dinner, and then rushed directly to the building complex of the manufacturing department, found an empty bench, and sat down to study hard. The students of the manufacturing department are also much more ruthless than those of the combat department before the exam. They sleep less than 2 hours a day for 3 days before the exam. The rest of the time, except for classes, eating and going to the toilet, is to review the old and learn the new, because the knowledge is too broad and too much. In order to prevent students from being confused, the 5 courses of the manufacturing department cannot be taken consecutively. Each course has an exam time of 1.5 hours, and everyone is given a half-hour break in the middle. When Xiao Sifang arrived, the students majoring in the manufacturing department were already taking the last exam. She occasionally looked up and relaxed her eyes, and she could see the students coming out of the building like wandering souls, with a miserable look of being squeezed dry. She felt sympathetic and empathized. There are really too many and too scattered test points. The first chapter of Basic Materials Concise Edition alone introduces a full 60 kinds of materials, and each material has a long paragraph of different characteristics. The matching selection and application of heat treatment introduces no less than 3 treatment methods based on these 60 materials, and how many structures the various material bodies after treatment have. And because it is a basic material, each one is a key point, and each one may be tested. These are just 2 of them. The other 3 are just as disgusting as these 2. Every student in the manufacturing department is a bald angel with a wreath on his head. The students who are taking the minor will take 2 exams tonight, and the remaining 3 tomorrow, Sunday. The school has made up the time and tried to give the students of the double major half a day to rest, so that everyone can recover and welcome the normal classes on Monday. However, students like Xiao Sifang who take 2 majors are very few after all. Among the few students who take the double major, most of them are students with more free time in humanities, art, etc. The courses of students in the 3 majors of command, manufacturing, and combat are already tight, and basically no one will take a part-time minor to torment themselves. The only 2 crazy people who span the combat department and the manufacturing department were Xiao Sifang and Lu De. She turned on the do not disturb function and concentrated on preparing for the exam in the pure land of the manufacturing department, completely unaware that the outside world had already set off a bloody storm because of her actual combat performance. The Gossip Frontline Campus Forum was crowded for the 2nd time because of her. Flooding shocked. I can't even beat a refugee. Complaint, there must be something wrong with this world. Right. Complaint, both the male god and the goddess were suppressed. Is this the extinction of human nature or the decline of morality? There was no sound in the 206 dormitory. The joy of finishing the exam was dispersed by the news that exploded on campus. The 5 girls looked at each other and couldn't say what they felt now. It was too complicated. Shocked, proud, scared, and happy. Their roommate, a thin, fair-skinned girl from the outer city like them, made these second-class residents sigh sincerely. Nara, who was originally the least optimistic about Xiao Sifang, now had the most complicated feelings. She was not optimistic when Sifang was admitted to the combat department. She was not optimistic when Sifang talked to the extremely difficult Louis. And she felt that the future was bleak when Sifang was seriously injured by the 2 girls. But now, Sifang, who was not optimistic about her, did not fall behind as she thought, but moved forward. She even saw the second-class residents' veiled admiration in these posts. She couldn't help but start to doubt. Is it really right to accept her fate so clearly? After being silent for an unknown period of time, Ada sighed softly. She is so good that I began to hate myself for being so stupid. Another roommate echoed, yes. I envy her for having such a goal to strive for. But her future will be many times more difficult than ours. Even so, she will not back down. Nara's eyes were slightly red, as if she was telling her roommate, and also as if she was telling herself. She will never back down. At 6 o'clock, Xiao Sifang entered the examination room on time. The teacher in charge of the entrance examination for minor students happened to be the chief examiner of the original entrance examination. He was very happy to see her and teased, "How well do you study? Can you still get 90 points?" Xiao Sifang, who rarely met such a kind teacher, smiled sweetly. "Yes, teacher. I finished reviewing for the 3rd time just 10 minutes ago, and I am sure I have not missed any knowledge points." The teacher's smile was frozen on her face. So confident again? The formal examination of the manufacturing department is not the same difficulty as the entrance examination. The number of questions is very large, and the examination is very detailed and diverse. It is really very difficult. Unfortunately, Xiao Sifang could not hear the shouting in his heart. After passing the registration gate, he sat down at his seat, put on a helmet, and entered the system directly. The 2 exams tonight ended at 9:30. Xiao Sifang handed in the paper in advance after finishing. The pleasure of being invincible in the sea of questions made her excited, and she wished she could take the remaining 3 exams in one go, because she was so happy. She even said hello to the friendly teacher when she left the examination room. And then she jumped away. "Teacher, is he crazy for the exam?" The student who handed in the paper behind Xiao Sifang. He must have been crazy for the exam. After leaving the manufacturing department building, Xiao Sifang looked at the dark night and felt a little hungry. She raised her wrist and looked at the identity ring. As soon as she lifted the Do Not Disturb mode, a lot of unread messages popped up, beeping non-stop. Clicking it, she saw that Louis sent her 3 messages. Bamian sent 31 messages. The other roommate sent 2 messages. And the fat boss sent 1 message. Adhering to the principle of money first, Xiao Sifang checked the fat boss's text message first. Xiao Sifang. "My son, my daughter said you got 1st place in the combat department. Is that true?" Xiao Sifang was confused and replied casually, "Fake news. The results are not out yet." Then she clicked on her brother's message. Xiao Sifang. "Where have you been? Didn't the exam start yet? Reply quickly. Did you perform exceptionally or exceptionally? Really 1st place?" Xiao Sifang thought about it carefully and figured it out. Maybe the students behind her took longer than her in the practical exam, so she got 1st place in the practical exam. She pouted and was not happy about this unexpected ranking. This test was actually unfair. It was the first time for other students to fight against the fighting dolls. But it was not for her. She was too lazy to open the remaining text messages. They all meant the same thing. So she just clicked on them and read them. In the end, she only replied to Bamian, saying that she would talk about it after the test, and then went back to the dormitory. She pushed open the door of the dormitory. The lights were not on, and only the 5 beds were emitting a faint green light. As soon as Xiao Sifang entered the room, 5 green lights shone over her. Without making a sound, she glanced at the bed belonging to Louis in the dark, and lowered her voice cautiously. "Is Louis asleep?" In the dark, Ada's face appeared from the green light. She went home. Click. Xiao Sifang turned on the light without hesitation. Under the shining light, the 5 girls wrapped in quilts and holding energy panels were exposed, and they squinted their eyes because of the sudden bright light. Xiao Sifang looked around and was very puzzled. Why don't you turn on the lights? Ada stretched her neck out of the quilt and said mysteriously, we are holding a farewell ceremony. Just as we entered the final silence. You came in? Xiao Sifang closed the door, walked to a seat, and asked while holding a water cup, what farewell ceremony? Farewell to the past self. Ada sang in a strange aria. Get rid of the fear of the past and welcome the new life of tomorrow. Xiao Sifang paused with a cup of water and burst into laughter. The 5 people on the bed glared at each other at the same time. What kind of people are they? They are so heartless. Xiao Sifang finished laughing and didn't ask why. She waved her hand to let them continue. She went out to get a glass of water and came back. As soon as her butt touched the chair, she started studying again. The girls on the bed looked at her, then looked at each other for a while, and got up and got out of bed at the same time. If Sifang doesn't sleep, I won't sleep. I am an ambitious little baby. At 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, Xiao Sifang handed in the paper half an hour ahead of schedule, and walked out of the examination room. He looked up and blinked at the dazzling light of the mimic mirror, stretched his limbs and stretched his waist. The exam is finally over. She stood by the road for half a minute to empty her mind, and then walked out of the school without stopping after she came to her senses. She had made an appointment with Bamian to go to the park to find him after the exam. The factory she hadn't visited for a long time was still the same, full of old machines. Today, both bosses were not there, and only Bamian was sitting on a small bench with his back to the door, working vigorously with the tools in his hands. Hearing the creaking sound of the door opening, Xiao Bamian turned around and wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he saw her, he urged, I really owe you. Come and work, and talk while you work. Xiao Sifang walked over with a smile, took out the homemade tools from the bag around his waist, and copied a microwave oven. There's nothing much to say about what happened yesterday. This first place is a fake first place. Xiao Bamian rolled her eyes at her. Fake? Then won't you be embarrassed in the next exam? That's hard to say. Xiao Sifang unpacked the things in his hand. Anyway, whether it will be embarrassing or not is not something to be happy about. Forget about it. Forget it. I can't argue with you anyway. But I don't know why. I feel a little uneasy after the monthly exam. Xiao Bamian stopped and poked himself awkwardly with his clean elbow. I'm nervous. I thought I had a premonition that you would get into trouble. But now that you've gotten into trouble, I still feel a little depressed. Have you encountered anything strange these days? Xiao Bamian shook his head subconsciously, hesitated halfway through, and nodded again. I don't know if this is strange or not. It's about Duan Fay. As you said, I'm not very lucky. She is my teacher of the basics of physics. Xiao Sifang looked at him in surprise. I thought you were lucky once and didn't choose her. Why didn't you tell me before? Alas, isn't it because she treats us special students badly, and I am not particularly targeted among them? Xiao Bamian was worried. But, after her sister's incident, I always felt that there was something wrong with the way she looked at me. This is a big deal. A second-class resident like Duan Fay, who hates people from outside the city extremely, might do something extreme after experiencing the stimulation of her sister being expelled for being a special student. Xiao Sifang had a strong sense of crisis in his heart and immediately said, record it. Record any occasions where she is present. Be prepared for any eventuality. Seeing her so serious, Xiao Bamian felt that she was making a fuss again. Maybe I am overthinking it. She may be in a bad mood recently, and make us special students even more unhappy. Xiao Sifang didn't care what happened to Duan Fay. She just repeatedly asked Xiao Bamian to do what she said until he promised to open it. And then she let him go. Xiao Bamian touched his identity ring and said angrily, as long as I am with my friends, I think it will be difficult for her to find a chance to deal with me. But no one expected that Duan Fay would attack the next day after they finished talking. And in an unimaginable, despicable way. In the center of the college stands a statue of Chris. The goddess with a dignified expression and grains piled at her feet looks forward gently, echoing the statues of the other 11 colleges. Behind the statue is a 2-meter-long and 2-meter-wide square display screen, which is the college's notice board. Whether it is a notice of criticism or a good news of reward, everything will be displayed on it. The results of this monthly exam are no exception. The results of the top 3 and the last 3 of each college will appear on it. The results of the monthly exam came out very quickly. After the weekend exam, the scores and rankings were released on Monday. The results were announced at noon. Xiao Sifang took a 20-minute break after lunch. Just as he got up and washed his face, the dormitory rang with notification sounds of incoming messages. Atheist Lu Yi made the sign of the cross in her heart and prayed for Father Sun's blessing, while tremblingly stretching out her finger and clicking on her report card. She quickly scanned it and breathed a sigh of relief. No one failed. She quickly checked her grades in the corresponding subjects. The worst scores were naturally topography and comprehensive mechanics, which gave her the most headaches. But she also scored more than 60 points, with a total score of 612, ranking 41st in the class and 277th in the total. Although this result was not worthy of her class ranking, the entrance examination did not take cultural courses into account. For her, who squeezed into the school with the last place in grades, this ranking was already very satisfactory. Her eyes finally fell on the score of close combat. The big 80 made her frown unhappily. Then she looked at Xiao Sifang even more unhappily and asked in a very reluctant tone, "What is your total score?" Xiao Sifang's tone was lazy, still with the fatigue of just waking up. 794. After Louis asked, he picked up the cup and pretended to drink water to cover up the unnaturalness. Now he spit out a mouthful of water, and his voice changed. 800 total points. How much do you say? After shouting, he didn't wait for Xiao Sifang to answer. He stood up and rushed over to grab her wrist, and the next second his eyes were stuck to the energy panel and couldn't move. 5 points. 190-9. 190-8. 190-7. The total score is 794. And the class ranks first. Ranking first. Lu Yi heard the sound of her swallowing, and it was louder than a large stone thrown into the artificial lake. The other 3 girls in the bedroom also temporarily put down their achievements and hurried over. What? See? The display after the idol was surrounded by groups at this moment, and the results of each college appeared at a glance. However, at this moment, no matter which college student, at first glance, he was looking for the ranking of the combat department. Really? It's really that refugee. A bearded boy found the target first, pointing to the upper right corner of the screen. Our school has a total score of 800, but she only lost 6 points. Fuck. I was hoping that she was just strong in the limbs. Another student didn't want to pretend anymore, and simply admitted his dark thoughts. This refugee is too cruel. What's the hurry? Someone sneered. It means she can get the first place in the first semester. In the next semester's supernatural power application. What other results can she get besides 0? That's right. The combat department still needs to be able to fight in actual combat. The discussion had just begun when another exclamation sounded in the crowd, followed by machine gun-like curses. Fuck it. Hack it. Hack it. What the hell is the number 1 in our manufacturing department? New information? Everyone quickly put down the ranking of the combat department and hurriedly looked for the manufacturing department. As soon as they saw the name of the person at the top, they were shocked again. Am I seeing it right? Why is it Xiao Sifang again? Is the data on this screen wrong? She did minor in the manufacturing department. That's what I remember. Just a minor. By the way, is this score wrong? It's only 481. Are the bottom 3 put in the front? The student who just cursed jumped up and down. Hack the bottom. Our manufacturing department only has 500 points in total, and I only got 462. After he finished cursing, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Could it be a nightmare? Such absurd things are unlikely to happen in reality. Huh? Just as everyone was thinking, another voice sounded. Strange. I heard that Xiao Sifang and Xiao Bamian are siblings. Why is Xiao Bamian's total score 0? After receiving the news, Xiao Sifang rushed to the teaching building of traditional machinery as soon as possible. Xiao Bamian squatted in front of the building, lowering his head and picking his nails. Behind him stood 2 boys who were at a loss. Like his friends, when they saw her coming, they took a step forward, but quickly retreated and stood there hesitating. We don't know. What's going on? Xiao Sifang hurriedly nodded to them and pulled the person on the ground up. What did your department head say? Xiao Bamian showed a smile that was uglier than crying. No. She was very angry as soon as she opened her mouth, and told me to go to her office, and then ignored me. Xiao Sifang frowned and said, Then go. Yeah. Xiao Bamian nodded, and was about to take her inside, but her wrist was grabbed by the 2 roommates behind her. One of them said anxiously, I think it's better not to go. Although there is no score this time, The teachers didn't say anything. What if we go to argue and it ends badly? Bamian, aren't you afraid of contacting teachers? Why don't you just forget it? Another one also agreed yes. Grades are not important to us anyway. Xiao Sifang's eyes changed immediately. What does it mean? Xiao Bamian was immersed in panic and did not notice the strangeness of the two roommates. He forced a smile and said, "It's okay. You can go back. I must figure out what's going on. Sifang will accompany me from now on." Xiao Sifang felt strange and looked back at the two people. Unexpectedly, the latter shrank when she met her eyes, as if they were embarrassed and nervous, and stood there stupidly. She retracted her gaze and followed Xiao Bamian, who was walking faster and faster, and only remembered the two people in her heart. The office of the dean of a department is not as grand as the dean's office, but it is not much worse. There is a large desk, a leather sofa, high-end sports equipment, and a porcelain pot in the corner. In the pot, there is a cotton ball plant, which is trimmed into a neat and round shape. As soon as they saw the thin-lipped woman sitting on the sofa, they knew what was going on. It was indeed Duan Fay's trick. Xiao Bamian calmed down his nervousness and turned on the video without making a sound, as he had agreed before. The dean of the department is of medium build, with wrinkled skin and gray hair. It is said that he is 160 years old this year and will retire soon. Seeing that there were two people coming in, the old lady knocked on the table unhappily. "Why did you bring other students here?" Xiao Sifang ignored Duan Fay's gloomy eyes and said calmly, "Hello, teacher. I am Bamian's sister. I followed him here because I was too worried about this matter. If you think it's not good for me to be here, I can leave first. I know you. You are very famous recently." The old lady looked at her more and recognized her. The expression on her face eased a little. "Since you are here as his sister, it is reasonable for you to understand this matter. Let me remind you first. Your brother may not tell you the truth. You should listen to what the teacher says first. After that," she looked at Duan Fay. "Teacher Duan, tell her what happened again." "Okay, Director." Duan Fay, who had been prepared for a long time, stood up, but did not explain to Xiao Sifang as the department director said. Instead, he took out a chip that was the size of a fingernail and 1 millimeter thick from his pocket and flashed it in front of Xiao Bamian's eyes. "Is this yours?" The chip with blue lines on a gray background is very special. It is a memory element that can repeatedly clear and load programs. Xiao Bamian recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the chip that he shamelessly asked the fat boss to borrow during Sifang's hospitalization, but couldn't find it last night? He almost subconsciously asked, "Why is it here with you?" Duan Fay's eyes flashed with pride, but his face was very serious. "Just admit it. It seems that although your character has some problems, it is not hopeless." Her words were so heartbreaking that even a softa like Xiao Bamian got angry. "What are you talking about?" "No. How did you want to know how I found out?" Duan Fay interrupted him. "Student, you still have to rely on yourself to study. Taking the wrong path is not the right path after all. How smart do you think your methods are? Of course, your program is really well written, and it can actually crack the key to the connection between the test question bank and the corresponding answers. But after all, it's just a despicable method you use to cheat, which is disgusting." The dean frowned, thinking that her words were a bit extreme, and she should have explained the whole story to Xiao Sifang. Why did she criticize the offending student first? But thinking about her attitude towards refugee students, she always had a bad temper. So she held back and decided to have a good chat with her after the two students left. Xiao Bamian was confused and angry. "I cheated. You also said that the chip contained a cheating cracking program." Duan Fay interrupted him again. "Don't say more. I have already pleaded with the director for you this time. Forgive you this time. If there is a next time." She paused for an inexplicable moment. Next time. The two words were pronounced very heavily, as if it was a warning and a threat. "If this happens again, you pack up and leave." The Sifang siblings understood her implication. She was telling them that they had to admit it, whether they had better or not. This was a deliberate plot by her. It was revenge. As long as they suffered this loss and let her vent her anger, this matter would be over. If they still dared to resist, they would wait for conclusive evidence. They will be expelled from school. Xiao Sifang thought of the two strange-looking boys outside the teaching building, and his heart was filled with sorrow. There was no doubt that they stole the chip from Bamian and gave it to Duan Fay. They were probably threatened and had no choice but to do it. It turns out that among the special students, there are really such fragile and vulnerable people. But her accusation does not stand up to scrutiny at all. And who gave her the confidence to think that the two siblings would definitely swallow their anger? The last time she cried in public was just acting, not real. Xiao Sifang looked at her distorted face and said calmly, "You said that Bamian cheated using improper procedures and got the chip carrying the cracking program as evidence. Then why didn't you stop him at that time?" Duan Fei showed a sneer on his face. It was discovered afterwards. If he didn't get full marks in all courses directly, I wouldn't doubt that a student would use such means for a monthly exam. If that's the case, why didn't you confront him as soon as you found out? But only educate him after the results were announced, and he found the problem himself? Xiao Sifang turned to the department head. Do you also approve of this kind of education method where students are not criticized and blamed immediately when they make mistakes? The department head didn't know that Duan Fei had directly cleared Xiao Bamian's grades without informing him. He thought he rushed over to make trouble because he was dissatisfied with the result of the grades being cleared. He was stunned by Xiao Sifang's questioning. How could you not criticize and blame immediately? Teacher Duan. What's going on? Duan Fei looked at the siblings with disgust, but said, I'm sorry, Dean. I was too angry. I was afraid that I couldn't control my emotions. So I decided to calm down and talk to him. The department head was quite satisfied with this explanation. So he looked at Xiao Sifang and said lightly, Student, teachers know more about teaching and educating people than you kids. Don't be self-righteous and speculate. You just saw the evidence in Teacher Duan's hand. Didn't you? If you have the time, you might as well care more about your brother. Maybe he wanted to get the first place like you. So he took this desperate measure. This final conclusion made Xiao Sifang furious. He said oh, and then smiled in an instant, pinching his throat and saying sweetly, Thank you teacher for not saying that I got the first place by cheating with a crack program. The teacher really knows how to teach and educate people. It's really admirable. The level of sarcasm was so extreme that the dean was almost mad at her. Let me explain it to you. Why do you say that? Xiao Sifang. Don't think that you can ignore the teacher just because you have some achievements. Xiao Sifang smiled even sweeter. No. I just sighed sincerely. How can I be arrogant? The dean had been teaching for most of his life, and he had never been contradicted by a student like this. He almost couldn't breathe. His whole face was purple, and he trembled his fingers for a long time without saying a word. Seeing this, Duan Fei immediately said, You are so disrespectful to the teacher. Get out now, and take your embarrassing brother with you. Xiao Sifang was furious, and he would not give up until he had angered the man to death and got justice. His expression and voice were very well controlled. The teacher doesn't listen to me. Is it because he feels guilty? Duan Fei said sternly, Nonsense. Why should I feel guilty? If I'm not guilty. Xiao Sifang put away his fake smile and returned to his normal tone. His voice was still several times softer than that of an ordinary person, but there was an unchangeable coldness in it. Then let Bamian retake the exam. There are witnesses and evidence, all of which prove that your brother cheated. Why should he retake the exam? Duan Fei certainly couldn't agree. No one knew better than her that Xiao Bamian got all the full marks by himself. She sneered in her heart. No matter how smart you are, what's the use? In the inner city, it's not easy for her as an ordinary lecturer to kill 2 refugees. But how difficult is it to find something to do? The low-class refugees dared to shout at her. It's really nonsense. She could still be so arrogant. Xiao Sifang looked at her like a fool. If Duan Fei was not only teacher Duan, but also director Duan, this matter would be more complicated. But there is also a serious department director here. It's her turn to say whether she agrees or not. Director? Xiao Sifang corrected his attitude this time and bowed to her. I know you are a good teacher, and the cheating behavior of students makes you feel sad and angry. Unexpectedly, she gave in again. The dean's face looked a little better. He put down his fingers and supported the table, and breathed a sigh of relief. But my family never cheated in the 8-sided exam. Please put aside everything and think about it. If a student who studies hard is slandered as cheating, shouldn't he be angry? Now it's not clear with just words. Teacher Duan insists that the 8-sided exam cheated, and we say that there is absolutely no cheating. The best solution is to retake the exam. The dean lowered his eyes, as if thinking. Duan Fei was a little anxious. Dean, they have so many tricks. We can't retake the exam. If I don't get full marks in all subjects, I will voluntarily drop out. Xiao Bamian, who had been standing at the back, stepped forward. The boy who usually hunched his shoulders raised his head, and even raised his chin a little. His eyes revealed absolute confidence. If I still get full marks, please explain to Mr. Duan for slandering me. Xiao Sifang looked at his brother, who finally stood up, and smiled with teeth showing. Not bad. He is growing up. There was no unnatural evasion in his expression and tone. The dean frowned and turned to look at Duan Fay, who was just stern, but found that she, who should be the most confident, had a trace of weakness and guilt on her face. The dean's eyes gradually condensed, and while paying attention to her expression, he slowly said, "Then retake the exam." Duan Fei was really anxious. Her lips trembled. "Director, would I wrongly accuse a child?" Seeing her performance like this, the department director, who had originally trusted her, but was now disappointed, shouted, "You are now saying that you will not wrongly accuse a child. You said he cheated, and he readily said that he could take the exam again, and if he didn't get a perfect score, he would voluntarily drop out of school. So what are you afraid of?" Duan Fei, What do you mean by me? I am old and my energy can't keep up. I gave this exam to you out of trust. But you actually abused your power for personal gain, and used such a low-level method to deal with an underage child. Where is your teacher's ethics? The department head was so ashamed of his own old age and oversight that his face turned red. "I thought that although you hated these out-of-town children, you had been teaching diligently for so many years, and it wouldn't have any impact. But you actually did such a thing, and dared to intimidate 2 children in front of me. I can't imagine how many children you have maliciously targeted behind the scenes, but dared not say a word. Teacher Duan, you look down on these special students, and no one can force you to change your mind. But you should understand your identity. Since you are a teacher, you should pretend to treat everyone equally." The department head was furious, and didn't care about saving her face. He just talked to her from the bottom of his heart. But Duan Fei simply couldn't listen. The department head's earnest teaching sounded hypocritical and pretentious to her. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, she simply stopped pretending. "You can pretend, but I can't. These refugees are polluting and wasteful." Duan Fei raised his head. "And shouldn't you be grateful for my behavior? We have tens of thousands of students in Crest College, thousands of first-year students, so many second-class residents who have received elite education since childhood. But no one can overshadow a refugee. One is fine, but there is a second one. Don't you feel ashamed?" The department head was stunned by her remarks, and angrily slammed the table and shouted, "If we have fallen to the point where we need to suppress 2 refugees to maintain the dignity of second-class residents, that would be shameful. If the new generation of children now have the same idea as you, then I hope that all these refugee children who are willing to work hard will get the first place in the exam. If you don't work hard yourself, you blame others for working too hard. If you continue like this, the glory of your ancestors will be ruined by you." "Really?" Duan Fei's eyes were filled with contempt. "What a pity. The people who will support this world in the future will be the second-class residents who ruin the glory of their ancestors, not these smart refugees." Seeing that she still did not repent, the dean was no longer able to speak and did not want to say anything. "You can go out. I will report this matter to the dean truthfully. You don't have to attend classes these days. Go back and wait for punishment. Tell Willie." Duan Fei's heart was relieved. He was on the same front as her. If she wanted to sue him, she could sue him. She went out proudly. Before leaving, she glanced at Xiao Sifang and Xiao Bamian in the room with an extremely contemptuous look, laughing silently. Alas! The dean sat down dejectedly and waved to the 2 children. "Sit down, everyone. I apologize to you. I was careless and believed one side and wronged you." Xiao Sifang pulled his brother, who had just been tough and now inexplicably soft, to sit down and said, "We accept the teacher's apology, but this matter still needs to be dealt with later. Otherwise the results of the 8-sided exam will be spread outside, and someone will definitely misunderstand it." "Yes." The dean didn't have time to get angry. She calmed down and thought about the solution carefully. After a while, she had an idea. She looked at the 2 children with a pleasant face and asked in a questioning tone, "Can you accept not making public what Teacher Duan did?" Xiao Sifang said politely, "It doesn't matter whether what she did is made public or not, as long as it doesn't affect my brother's reputation and gives him justice." Xiao Bamian looked at Sifang, who was suddenly understanding. In shock. What's going on? Doesn't this guy like to argue to the end? Sensing his disbelief, Xiao Sifang pinched him imperceptibly and asked him to take back the unpleasant look. Who is she doing this for? Isn't it to take this opportunity to sell a favor to the department head? The dean and Duan Fay are of the same kind. So she has to win over the department head. Then my brother will have someone to protect him in traditional machinery. And Duan Fay will not be able to cause trouble again. The department head was satisfied with her concession. So he nodded more kindly, as if they had never had a conflict just now, and said softly, then let's do this. Duan Fay didn't dare to announce to the public that Bamian cheated because he was guilty. So I will make up his score and tell the public that the score was considered invalid because the full score system was wrong. Xiao Sifang thought for a moment and nodded. Then do as you say. After that, she pulled Xiao Bamian up and bowed to her politely. Thank you, teacher, for clearing our name. If it weren't for your keen observation, we really don't know what to do. This time, both face and heart were given. The department head's depression was mostly dissipated. And he smiled and scolded, I dare not accept your thanks. You almost choked me to death just now. Xiao Sifang gave a shy and apologetic smile appropriately. Xiao Bamian was also very happy. After leaving the office, he was still smiling like a fool, and his little tail tone was almost up to the sky. Walking out of the teaching building, he pulled Xiao Sifang and chattered non-stop. Sifang, do you think what I said just now is cool? Well, retake the exam. If I can't get full marks in all subjects, I will take the initiative to drop out. Take the initiative to drop out. Xiao Sifang ignored him. His eyes were fixed on the two boys who were still spinning in the same place. Xiao Bamian was immersed in panic before, but now he was immersed in joy. He didn't even think about the chip. Seeing his roommates still waiting outside, he felt happy. He felt that his popularity was much better than Sifang's, and he had never been left alone. So he raised his hand happily and waved at them. I'm back. I have good news for you. The matter has been resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by Xiao Sifang's ruthless elbow. He grimaced in pain. He wanted to ask her what was wrong, but her sweet and greasy voice had already reappeared. Xiao Sifang had two dimples on the corners of his mouth, staring at the two boys, and said, Who of you stole the chip? Tell me. Okay. The two boys who were about to respond to Xiao Bamian as if nothing had happened froze, their feet nailed to the spot by her words, unable to move. Xiao Bamian's heated head also cooled down because of this sentence. Remember to keep your eyes open when making friends next time. You handle it yourself. I'm leaving first. After Xiao Sifang scared the two boys, she didn't want to give them an extra glance, and left without looking away. She hates trash.